Chapter 167. Descent. As soon as he traversed this alley, he would arrive at the entrance of the community. Subai, brimming with excitement, began to hum a little tune. However, a piercing cry of anguish echoed through the dimly lit passage, resonating with unsettling clarity in the stillness of the night. Hesitating, Subai came to a halt and noticed a figure curled up on the ground. Compassion welled up within him. Perhaps this was a homeless individual, too ill to seek medical help, deserving of pity. Without a second thought, Subai approached and gently patted the person's back, inquiring, "Are you all right?" In that moment, Subai froze, recalling what Shuiying had mentioned. No, he was looking down, his pace quick, and Subai could not discern much. Only that he wore a loose gray top and black cloth shoes. Gray top, black shoes, he was a man. Realization struck Subai, and just as he attempted to rise, the man grasped his hand, his eyes glinting ominously under the dim light. A cold smirk escaped his lips. "It's too late." "What do you mean?" Subai felt a chill wash over him. The figure before him exuded an eerie presence. He wrenched his hand free and sprinted wildly towards the alley's mouth. The voice following him, "It's too late." With a bottle clutched tightly, Subai dashed home, breathless and panting. Bai Ling, intending to embrace his son, noticed the sweat glistening on his forehead and the rapid rise and fall of his chest. Puzzled, he asked, "What happened to you?" "I encountered a strange person." Quite frightening, Subai managed to force a smile. "I'm fine, just a bit startled." "You've always been a timid child. I thought you would have grown braver by now. Is this wine for your father?" Bai Ling took the bottle from Subai's grasp and handed it to Su Dahong, remarking, "Look, our son is considerate. He knows to show filial piety." Subai felt a smile tugging at his lips, yet the world around him began to blur. He blinked, and it cleared up again. Shaking his head, he attributed it to fatigue. He pressed his hands against his temples, applying firm pressure. "All right, now it's normal," Subai reassured himself, realizing he was being overly sensitive. He resumed his usual playful banter with his parents over dinner. Seizing the moment when his mother's mood was light, he recounted his experience at Jiulong Mountain. Upon hearing Su's tale, Bai Ling could only lower his head and sigh, lamenting the poor girl, whose life had been cut tragically short. "Son, try to be more open-minded," Bai Ling advised. "Everyone has their own fate, much like your grandmother, who too had a fate akin to falling leaves." The mention of his grandmother made Subai's heart feel heavy. The Taoist priest had ventured to another Jiulong mountain in search of her whereabouts, but there had been no word yet. This priest did not use a mobile phone nor make calls, and thus far, there was silence. Even as Subai closed his eyes, he felt no blurriness. When he opened them again, everything appeared distinctly magnified. With a sweep of his arm, he exclaimed, "Darn. It's just my nerves acting up again." His eyes suddenly widened, fixated on his arm. Subai, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, with long limbs, often found his pajamas riding up to his elbows. As he reached out, a portion of his arm was exposed. At merely 20 years old, in the bloom of youth with commendable skin, he now felt a surge in his throat, emitting a low growl. A row of pustules, about 7 or 8 in number and the size of a pinky finger, erupted on his once smooth skin, closely packed together. Though they were neither painful nor itchy, their prominent presence was extremely unsettling. Subai's hand trembled slightly as he dared to touch one, surprisingly hearing a sound akin to water flowing. This sensation evoked memories of his childhood, reminiscent of the first time he reached out to touch a caterpillar, equally spine-chilling. Gasping for breath, he steeled himself and tore open the sleeve of his pajamas. The sight of his arm, covered in a dense array of pustules, made him scream. Bai Ling rushed to the door, banging on it with urgency. "Son, what's wrong? What is happening? Open the door." In that instant, Subai instinctively knew what he must do. He swiftly pulled down his sleeve and sprang from the bed, seeking a mirror. Finding no abnormalities on his face, he replied, "It's nothing, just a cockroach." Bai Ling laughed and scolded, "Your courage is as small as that of a cockroach." As he heard his mother's footsteps retreating, Subai exhaled in relief, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, which he wiped away with his sleeve. Fortunately, the autumn chill allowed him to hide the pustules beneath a hoodie. With an excuse in mind, he skipped breakfast and hurried towards the antique shop. Along the way, Subai felt the gaze of passers-by upon him, constantly checking for any sudden emergence of those pustules on his face. As he neared the antique shop, he saw Yuqing, who was munching on a pastry. Subai slapped it from his hand onto the ground, exclaiming, "Young man." Yuqing stood there in shock. Finally managing to utter, Are you crazy? Indeed, Subai thought, I am really ill. He pulled back his sleeve, presenting his pus-filled arm to Yuqing. Yuqing glanced at it but instinctively looked down at the pastry on the ground, which completely extinguished his appetite. Now, Subai sat cautiously on the bed in the antique shop, clutching his sleeve, facing the young mistress, Chao Er. The very person he encountered before the onset of his affliction was the Thai man Chao Er met in the old residence. Yuqing seized upon this detail and naturally sought to contact Lei Zi. Chao Er glanced at the pustules on Subai's arm and said to Lei Zi, "It is indeed the result of a curse. That man must be my senior brother." Lei Zi grunted in response. "Although he is nominally your senior brother, you are not strictly speaking from the same sect. The practitioners of curses often belong to different factions," Chao Er explained. "In general, we are all curse practitioners, and when we encounter one another, we address each other this way. You know my mother is very strict with me, forbidding me from mingling with male practitioners. Out of all the connections, this senior brother is the one I am relatively close to, but we have only exchanged a few words." Lei Zi pouted, exuding an air of disdain, which did not escape Chao Er's notice as she pinched him. This esteemed senior boasts considerable renown among the practitioners of curses, effortlessly mastering even the most troublesome blood curses. My mother believes in his prowess, which is why she has made an exception to allow me to interact with him. "Master, what kind of curse have I fallen victim to?" Subai inquired. "Will it gradually spread throughout my body?" "Indeed," Chao Er replied candidly. "When your body is riddled with pus-filled sores and you are unable to eat, even if it does not burst and lead to your demise, you will perish from hunger and thirst." Subai shivered at the thought. "Is there a remedy?" "Actually, there is," Chao Er explained. "The essence of curse techniques lies in using specially crafted parasites or poisonous substances as catalysts, inadvertently ingested, which then exert unique medicinal or toxic effects on the body, thus achieving the goals of harming or controlling the individual. Alternatively, one may harness the powers of the spirit realm, such as ghosts, by constructing information through the victim's birth date and name, along with relevant items, ultimately leading to subjugation or death. Your current situation falls within the former category. I shall attempt to remedy this," Chao Er declared resolutely. Subai exhaled in relief, his voice tinged with desperation. "Master, I am counting on you." A look of hesitation crossed Chao Er's face. "Let us proceed with caution." These 4 words reignited Subai's despair, implying that she, too, was uncertain. He felt like a mere guinea pig now. Chao Er grasped Subai's arm and, retrieving a silver needle from her portable case, carefully punctured one of the pus-filled sores. With a sharp sound, a viscous liquid reminiscent of mucus erupted forth, prompting everyone to turn their heads in disgust. However, Chao Er, unfazed and prepared, deftly produced a handkerchief just in time to catch the liquid in its center and cautiously brought it to her nose for a whiff. "Be careful," Lei Zi cautioned. "Fear not," Chao Er reassured. "I have been acquainted with such matters since childhood." At the moment the sore was pierced, Subai felt a sting accompanied by a refreshing sensation, oddly comforting. Turning to look again, he was taken aback to see that several new sores had formed around the punctured one, albeit smaller, yet alarmingly numerous, sending shivers down his spine. Chao Er remarked, "I had no choice but to pierce one to ascertain the type of poison your senior used. But this shall not be repeated. Do not be tempted by that cooling sensation to puncture any more, or it will spread even more rapidly." Subai gasped, nodding fervently. "Understood." Lei Zi remained unconvinced, glancing at the other 3. "You 3 must keep a close watch on him. By the way, Chao Er, have you determined which poison it is?" "Time," Chao Er replied with certainty. The senior employed a concoction primarily composed of thyme, supplemented with toad venom, the venom of the king cobra, and other ingredients. "Time." Yuqing exchanged glances with Bai Moshuan, recalling that they had discovered thyme leaves in the room of that Thai curse practitioner yesterday. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that this practitioner resided along Subai's route home, indicating a deliberate and targeted endeavor. Bai Moshuan let out a low grunt. "It certainly appears that this has been aimed directly at Subai." Subo naturally contemplated this matter. "I have not made any enemies recently, and moreover, he is Thai. I have never encountered him before. Why would your senior brother target Subo?" Lei Zi was puzzled. "Chao Er, you mentioned that practitioners of black magic usually prefer to operate domestically, rarely venturing abroad. As far as I know, even those who have fallen victim to black magic in the past mostly contracted it while in Thailand. This situation seems unprecedented, does it not?" "Generally speaking, Unless someone has had a severe conflict with a sorcerer in Thailand, the sorcerer would not traverse thousands of miles to seek vengeance. Yet, Subo has never met my senior brother. Such a scenario seems implausible. Xiao Er remarked. It appears there is only one possibility. Someone has bribed the sorcerer to target you. After all, greed often leads to demise. Nowadays, sorcerers do not hold the same esteem they once did. Decades ago, they could freely enter royal palaces, and people revered them. However, times have changed. The lives of genuine sorcerers are far from prosperous. Many have abandoned their identities and chosen to start anew. Biamo Xian let out a muffled groan. The outcome was already glaringly apparent. Their only adversary recently had been that group. Subo exclaimed, "Why must I be the first? This feels like an affront to my character. Who would you prefer to be first, me or Yuqing? Or Biamo Xian?" Chuiying asked helplessly. Subo was momentarily at a loss for words. That cunning woman was far too ruthless. He cursed inwardly, wishing ill upon her, but then recalled she had a backup in the form of an old third. How could she so unceremoniously target him first? He was no ordinary person. How could she lack such discernment? By the way, how did you know your senior brother was here? It is rather peculiar that you could sense his presence without a phone, a call, or even internet communication. I have no regular contact with him, but the news of our marriage is well known among practitioners. That is indeed significant in the world of black magic. Xiao Er explained. I believe he must have learned of my whereabouts before coming here, which is why he left a message in the living room that you cannot see. His sudden arrival suggests something serious, prompting me to seek him out for clarity, and I inadvertently alarmed you all, almost leading to a misunderstanding. Lazy quickly waved his hands. I harbor no misunderstandings, Xiao Er. I trust you. Xiao Er rolled her eyes with exasperation and sighed. Starting tomorrow, I will attempt to concoct the antidote. Some of the raw materials may be difficult to procure. I fear I will need Fu Yu's assistance. A poison maiden and a female sorcerer. What could possibly go wrong? Lazy suddenly laughed heartily. Bring one. We will handle it. Bring two. We will vanquish both. Why fear trouble when we have a band of old-timers backing you up? Subai flicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking what an old fellow he was. Master Lei appeared to be no more than 23 or 24, hardly older than himself. Nevertheless, their presence was formidable, and Subai found himself feeling less intimidated. I can endure for a few days, dear master, but you must hasten. Xiao Er gently pressed her lips together. Rest assured. Subai, with a furrowed brow, observed Xiao Er's concerned expression, which hardly inspired confidence. As soon as they exited the antique shop, Lei began to complain. Subai is timid. You should have concealed your discomfort earlier. Your furrowed brow gives away how troubled you are. Unfortunately, my mother is not here. Xiao Er sighed. You have no idea. My colleague possesses skills that rank among the top 3 of our generation. Aren't you the same? Lei placed his hand on Xiao Er's shoulder. Even if we were to confront it head-on, it remains uncertain who would prevail. You. Xiao Er retorted. The pressure rests entirely on my shoulders now. And with Fu Yu in the mix, Lei added, you are not fighting alone. The arts of cursing and pestilence have their interconnections. With Fu Yu by my side, I feel considerably more at ease. Xiao Er stated, during this busy period, I shall trouble you to look after the child. At your service, madam. Lei joyfully led Xiao Er away, while the 3 remaining in the room furrowed their brows. Subai understood what Master had meant by keeping an eye on him. The boils were becoming increasingly irritating, and he clenched his fists, yearning to rub his face against something to alleviate the discomfort. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his arm and pressed it against the wall. I can't take it anymore. It itches terribly. Yuqing seized him in a tight embrace. You must endure. Even if it feels impossible. Although not as tall as Subai, Yuqing had considerable strength, firmly restraining him. Feeling the comforting pressure of Yuqing's arm against the boils, Subai leaned into him, attempting to burst the boils against the wall. Yuqing had to prevent Subai from making contact with the wall while fearing that he might inadvertently rupture them. Just as the situation seemed unmanageable, Biamo Xian's hand came down swiftly, and Subai rolled his eyes in exasperation, his body going limp without uttering a sound. Subai lay half on the bed, and Chuiying checked his breathing, feeling relieved. Good, otherwise he would truly lose control. Biamo Xian remarked coldly, you are all too soft-hearted. He will awaken eventually. By then, the situation may worsen. Chuiying gazed at the area around the boil that Xiao Er had just punctured. The once pinprick-sized boil was now gradually enlarging within the span of less than an hour, and she swallowed nervously. What should we do? Bai Mo Xian suggested. Let us use sleeping pills to ensure he sleeps like a log. That way, there will be no issues. As long as we manage the dosage correctly. Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged glances, realizing this was their only option. Cui Ying gently touched Su Bai's head. Little brother, you must hold on. Suddenly, Bai Mo Xian's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, You two remain here and keep a close watch on this lad. I shall step out to attend to some matters. Unable to contain their curiosity, the two pressed for details, prompting him to stride out decisively. The message had been sent by Fu Yu. And though both Fu Yu and Xiao Er were women, they were far from ordinary. With Su Bai's situation critical, their determination surged. Xiao Er, a master of curses, understood that to dispel the hex, she needed to find materials capable of countering her senior brother's poison, essentially, employing poison to neutralize poison. Chapter 169, Benevolence 1. Upon returning home, Bai Mo Xian found Fu Yu and Xiao Er perplexed over a box. Mother, why did you summon me? What is this? Xiang CZ, Fu Yu replied. Also known as Red Bean. Bai Mo Xian initially believed his mother and Xiao Er had discovered a solution, but upon seeing the box of red beans, his expression darkened. How will this aid Su Bai? Noticing Bai Mo Xian's anxiety over Su Bai's life, Fu Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ever since the little fox had matured into an adult and become a star, he had spent little time among ordinary people, although he was surrounded by companions. In his heart, they were never truly common folk. Thus, Bai Mo Xian often exuded an air of pride and stubbornness when interacting with others. Yet now, he appeared somewhat softened, showing genuine concern for Su Bai, a significant step forward. Red beans grow in the southern lands. They embody longing, Fu Yu explained. Commonly called love beans. They are often used to express the sentiments of love between men and women. However, we prefer to call them Xiang CZ. Each of these red beans possesses a venom rivaling that of a cobra. The toxins within are terrifying. Those poison will suffer a horrific decay of their internal organs. And it is said that during the Qing dynasty, the toxins were extracted for inhumane punishments. At this mention, Bai Mo Xian shuddered. The remains of the llama found on Changbai Mountain had been completely rotted within. Now, with Fu Yu's words, it was evident that the young prince had used Xiang CZ to poison that llama. If you intend to use Xiang CZ to counteract poison, since you have found a method, why not proceed? Bai Mo Xian urged. In this hour of respite, Su Bai's condition has worsened. Xiao Er shook her head. Unfortunately, we face a dilemma. Extracting the toxins from Xiang CZ requires time. Fu Yu interjected. Xiao Er and I estimated it would take at least a week. But from what I understand, Su Bai cannot endure a week. At most, 20 hours, Xiao Er lamented. The adversary aims to eliminate him, and the poison is severe. This is the sole method, yet time is not on our side. How is that my concern? Bai Mo Xian retorted impatiently. I cannot control time. Am I supposed to transform 1 hour into 300 minutes? Isn't that something my father could manage? Fu Yu replied tersely. Have you forgotten? Your father is not here. Unlike us, you are from Qingqiu. When I last visited Qingqiu with your father, regarding your relationship, during that trip, the clan leader mentioned a treasure of your fox tribe. What was it called? Bai Mo Xian suddenly comprehended. The Linglong Tower. That object does indeed possess the ability to accelerate processes. However, it is typically off-limits to ordinary individuals. My fox father has stated that, apart from him and the elders, no one else may enter. You speak of ordinary individuals, yet you are anything but. You are the most promising young man of this generation, the embodiment of our kin's aspirations, with a lineage of nobility. It is highly likely that you will ascend to take your father's place, remarked Fu Yu. Thus, you must be able to devise a solution, right, Mo Xian? We cannot afford to wait any longer for Su Bai. Shall we merely stand by and watch him perish? Bai Mo Xian sighed heavily, cursing under his breath. Cursed wretch. Nevertheless, he ultimately picked up the box on the table. Very well, mother. I shall accompany you to Qingqiu. I will exhaust every possible means. This simplifies matters considerably. Xiao Er interjected. We shall handle the Xiangxi fruit, while I can attend to the other toxins. Once everything is in place, the matter of the antidote will become less daunting. While Bai Mo Xian and his companions busied themselves, Su Bai's condition deteriorated increasingly. The sedatives proved effective. Yet the dosage tolerable by an ordinary person was limited. Upon administering the fourth pill, Su Bai rolled his eyes back in distress, alarming both Yu Qing and Cui Ying. Bai Ling had visited multiple times, witnessing his son's plight, and feeling a profound ache in his heart. He rushed to inquire about progress from Qiao Air. Meanwhile, only two remained to maintain composure. Su Bai, gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Just kill me already. I can't endure this. I am dying. I am dying." As Su Bai called out, his head was raised, for abscesses had already formed upon his neck. Should he lower it even slightly, they would burst forth. He felt a weariness throughout his body, a numbness in his neck, and hunger gnawed at his insides. This existence was unbearable, a fate worse than death. Yet he could not utter too many complaints, for doing so would only lead to thirst, and drinking water posed its own risks. His agonizing cries echoed outward, causing Xuefan to furrow her brow slightly. "Is this giant all right?" Ying Ning, devoid of her usual cheer, asked with concern. "Uncertain," Xuefan replied, glancing at the antique clock on the wall. 13 hours had already elapsed, and Su Bai's time was running short. His body was now riddled with abscesses, each resembling small eggs, with blood vessels visible within, glimmering ominously. It seemed that a mere touch would cause them to burst. Alas, the only part of him still unscathed was his face, perhaps a final comfort for Su Bai. Will he die? Ying Ning's heart trembled at the sound of Su Bai's cries. "Ying Ning, why are you filled with so many questions today?" Xuefan remarked. "Why not go in to see for yourself? Are you afraid of those abscesses, disgusted by them?" Ying Ning clasped her hands together, shaking her head in silence. Suddenly, Xuefan comprehended. "Ah, you do not wish to witness the intimacy between Cui Ying and Yu Qing, do you?" "Not at all," Ying Ning replied, shaking her head vigorously. "I truly cannot fathom you. Your brother Mo Xian has already returned to the kingdom of Qingqiu. This matter has not come to fruition." Xuefan began, but was interrupted as Su Bai's cries erupted once more. "Mother, young man, please end my suffering, just kill me." Ying Ning timidly approached the room and peered through the slightly ajar door, witnessing Su Bo drenched in sweat, desperately gritting his teeth, while Cui Ying tirelessly wiped his brow. His fists were clenched tightly, and he repeatedly slammed his head against the wall, the dull thuds echoing, as if this was the only way to alleviate his suffering. Yu Qing, soothing him like one would a child, reassured, "It's all right. The matriarch will arrive soon, very soon." Suddenly, the door swung open, and startled, Ying Ning stammered, I'm sorry, but you were calling out so loudly that I thought I should come and check." Su Bo, exasperated, retorted, "At a time like this, please refrain from reciting lines." Though his cries were fervent, when it came to speaking, his voice was weak. Ying Ning stepped closer. "I'm not here to recite lines. I believe I can help ease your discomfort." Yu Qing, who had been pressing down on Su Bo, instinctively released his hold. Ying Ning approached Su Bo, placing her hand upon his forehead. Strangely, Su Bo found her palm icy yet soothing. The feverish heat of his forehead began to subside. Both Cui Ying and Yu Qing were taken aback by Ying Ning's unexpected effectiveness at such a critical moment. As they observed, white mist began to emanate from Ying Ning's palm, reminiscent of steam rising from boiling water. The more mist that emerged, the paler Ying Ning appeared. Xuefan's voice broke the silence. "That's enough, Ying Ning." Startled, Ying Ning realized her palm had grown hot, quickly withdrawing her hand and beaming a broad smile. "How about now? Do you feel a bit better?" "Much improved," Su Bo replied sincerely. The girl had transformed from an icy mountain to a source of relief, akin to a remedy that worked instantly. He let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you." Xuefan frowned. "Ying Ning, don't let this happen again." Ying Ning chuckled and playfully replied, "I won dare again, auntie." "What just happened?" Yu Qing inquired. "What was that mist?" "That was the foolish girl's true essence," Xuefan explained. "She was depleting her own vital energy. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment. Otherwise, it would take her years to recover." Chapter 170. Kindness. 2. Cui Ying was taken aback. Despite being her rival, Ying Ning appeared to possess a genuine kindness beneath her seemingly foolish exterior. Su Bo felt warmth in his heart. "Thank you. Once you recover, treat me to some delicious food." Ying Ning's complexion remained pale, yet her tone brightened. "Aside from television, movies, and novels, I also adore good food." Su Bo couldn't help but chuckle, swallowing hard as he nodded in agreement. "All right." Xuefan cleared her throat, prompting Ying Ning to reluctantly step outside. Xuefan scolded, "You shouldn't act recklessly. That goes against the rules. Rules are rigid." "But I am alive," Ying Ning countered, her rebellious spirit shining through. "Auntie, the clan leader said we cultivate the way of heaven, and that we should embody compassion. I merely acted upon the clan leader's words by showing kindness, What fault lies in that? You, Snow Fun, were momentarily rendered speechless, only managing to poke her forehead with a finger. You are still young and have no comprehension of the world outside. Human hearts are inscrutable, and your kindness may one day lead to your own suffering. No, that's not true, Ning replied. The tall one is a good person. The individuals I refer to may not solely include Su Bo. In this world, beyond them, there are many others. Are you not currently engaging with them? Ning appeared somewhat perplexed, and Snow Fun, with a sigh of resignation, stated, Well, you will come to understand in time. It seems you must encounter some ill-intentioned individuals firsthand before you learn your lesson. Ning extended a hand, providing some comfort to Su Bo, but the relief was short-lived. An hour later, the agonizing and itchy sensation returned, as if his entire body were on the verge of exploding. Su Bo repeatedly slammed his head against the wall, seeking pain to distract from pain. Cui Ying and Yu Qing had not slept a wink all night, watching as Su Bo's condition deteriorated, yet feeling utterly powerless. Cui Ying glanced at her phone. Oh no, time is running out. Yu Qing remained silent, observing a pus-filled cyst surfacing on Su Bo's chin. The thought of such cysts spreading across his body was unbearable. He struck the wall with his fist, and Cui Ying's heart sank. Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet? With a grimace, Su Bo remarked, It's fine. Dying now is better than watching Su perish before my eyes. However, my parents will surely be devastated. Sister, young man, you must take good care of them in my stead, treating them as if they were your own parents. Cui Ying felt tears welling up. Do not speak such nonsense. Hasn't Yu Qing looked at your fortune? You will live long. Sister, you are mistaken. It was Biamo Xian who assessed your fortune. Su Bo closed his eyes, his normally towering figure curled up like a pitiful little brown bear. Everyone will live long. Biamo Xian's voice resonated as the door was abruptly flung open. He entered, dragging a box behind him, with Fu Yu and Xiao Er following closely. Xiao Er took the box, opened it, revealing a black pill within. She gestured for Su Bo to open his mouth, and without the need for water, she placed the pill directly on his lips. The pill appeared incredibly hard, but upon touching even a hint of saliva, it began to dissolve. Su Bo felt a refreshing stream, akin to a mountain brook, flowing forth, soon followed by an intense spiciness that ignited his mouth in flames. Holding the pill in his mouth, Su Bo was uncertain whether to swallow it or not. The fiery sensation compelled him to flail his arms, mumbling incoherently. Xiao Er grasped his chin and applied pressure upward, causing the pill to slide down his throat with that force. The heat surged from his mouth down to his stomach, leaving Su Bo feeling as if his innards were being consumed by fire. Clenching his hands together, his nails dug into his flesh as he writhed in agony. Seeing Su Bo in such distress, Cui Ying grew concerned. Is everything all right? Rest assured, Fu Yu replied. You must at least trust in the abilities of Xiao Er and me. We would never toy with a life. In this antidote, alongside the seeds of longing, there were 3 other potent poisons prepared by Xiao Er. The amalgamation of these 4 substances employed a strategy of counteracting poison with poison, resembling a fierce struggle between 2 forces within Su Bai. It was evident that Su Bai was destined to endure considerable torment. He had anticipated liberation, only to discover that such freedom came at a cost. The searing heat engulfed him once more in a cycle of agony and revival. As the fiery sensation dissipated, he found himself drenched in sweat, utterly devoid of strength. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ling had also arrived, though she dared not look. She pressed herself against the wall outside, straining to listen to the commotion within. When silence finally enveloped the room, she could no longer contain herself. How is he? Su Bai, lying against the wooden floor, opened his eyes to see his mother. Mother, I thought you had abandoned me. Nonsense, Bai Ling replied, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Su Bai. Years ago, she had traversed a similar agonizing ordeal. Fortunately, he had persevered. Previously, when controlled by Yao Guang, Yu Qing had nearly extracted his heart. That instance bore a bittersweet nature, for he had overcome that trial, and today, he had once again emerged victorious. The most remarkable aspect of this child was his propensity to encounter benefactors. Bai Ling felt a pang in her heart, and turned to kneel before Xiao Er and Fu Yu. Fortunately, Biamo Xian reacted swiftly, supporting her with one hand. This lad is remarkably resilient. Suddenly, the pus-filled sores on Su Bai's body ceased their growth and began to gradually shrink. It would likely require some time for complete recovery, but Bai Ling was already content. As long as her son lived, even if he were to become an unsightly figure. It would suffice. Fu Yu, noticing that Bai Mo Xian had not acknowledged his efforts, felt somewhat disheartened. This lad was always like this, only understanding the value of giving, oblivious to the need for recognition. Sighing, Fu Yu remarked, "We owe a debt of gratitude to Mo Xian this time." Upon hearing these words, Bai Mo Xian felt as if struck by lightning, his face flushing with embarrassment, and his palms began to sweat. Curse it, he dreaded this scenario. The thought of others realizing how warm-hearted he could be felt peculiar. Must one's kindness be acknowledged? He preferred the current state of affairs and hastily interrupted Fu Yu. "There's no need to mention it." "What exactly transpired?" Yu Qing inquired. Fu Yu responded, "We must thank Mo Xian for traveling great distances to take me to Qingqiu. It was through his coaxing and insistence that he persuaded the clan leader to lend us a treasured item. Otherwise, we would have been unable to arrive in time." Upon hearing the terms coaxing and insistence, Bai Mo Xian wished to sink into the ground. Indeed, to borrow the Linglong Tower. He had relentlessly pleaded with his father and the elders. The Linglong Tower, akin to the Qingquan Mirror, was a clan treasure of the Qing Fox clan. Not to be used lightly, especially for an outsider. However, he could not bear the thought of Su Bai perishing, so Bai Mo Xian, relying on his status as their cherished one, resorted to every tactic of charm and endearment to achieve his ends. To act coy is merely a tactic, akin to occasionally sweetening the mood of fans with a smile or a kiss blown from afar. However, to highlight such behavior now seems to tarnish the image of a cool individual. It is of little significance. Though Bai Ma Xuan harbored intricate thoughts within, his exterior remained as aloof as ever. After all, it was merely a trivial matter. Fu Yu inwardly scolded this foolish child for failing to express himself at the right moments. Su Bai gazed at Bai Ma Xuan, whose face had taken on a slight flush, and for the first time felt a stirring of emotion. This fellow was indeed not the cold man he had presumed. "Thank you. Less chatter," Bai Ma Xuan replied coolly. "I shall take my leave." Bai Ling suddenly interjected, "Why the sudden departure? Is it so swift?" Indeed, the progress of the abscesses had accelerated unexpectedly. Resembling bubbles that had been pricked and were now rapidly deflating, the viscous substance within drying up. Xiao Er smiled and remarked, "This is the extraordinary aspect of the remedy. It acts swiftly during the onset and equally rapidly in its resolution. The previous slow progress was merely due to the antidote just entering the body, yet now, the situation has entirely transformed." Chapter 171. Life and Nurture. Su Bai tilted his head, feeling disheartened. "Will there be scars?" "Fear not. There definitely won't be," Xiao Er chuckled. "I did not expect you to be so vain." "Alas, I have yet to marry or bear children," Su Bai replied, turning to Bai Ling. "What if I become an eyesore and cannot find a partner, leaving my mother in despair? Here we go again. Every time he escapes a dire situation, he can still jest. Such is his son," Bai Ling thought, tapping his forehead. "You rascal, be more cautious in the future. Think a bit more." "I am not unthoughtful." But the other party was too nefarious, masquerading as a beggar to strike at me. Su Bai recalled the incident, feeling a lingering indignation. "I wonder if that person will target others?" Xiao Er furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that her senior brother must have been compromised. Unfortunately, he was currently missing. However, if it were indeed the work of Dai Jelly's faction, who opposed Su Bai and his companions, then he would undoubtedly strike at others as well. Should they lay a trap to draw the serpent from its lair? It is a terrifying matter when practitioners of the same craft turn against one another. Xiao Er had once heard her mother mention that in the 1930s, two of the most distinguished practitioners had quarreled and agreed to duel, fasting for 3 days and nights without food or water. According to eyewitnesses, each invoked their respective artifacts, engaging in an unyielding battle of counteractions, one casting spells to lower and the other to neutralize. In the end, neither emerged victorious. Both appeared to return home unscathed. Yet within 24 hours, each met a tragic demise in their own abode. Inside, Xiao Er was filled with anxiety. By assisting Su Bai in resolving the situation, she had essentially declared war on him. According to the customary rules, one could not assist a fellow practitioner in descending. To do so would be to challenge authority. In the past, such actions would invariably lead to a duel. Therefore, those who had previously descended often sought out their counterparts through various means, be it pleading or offering substantial rewards to persuade the descender to reverse their decision. Many practitioners had profited through such methods. Although the present circumstances were not as severe, the fact that her senior brother was being paid to assist someone else and if the task remained unfulfilled, it could jeopardize his own interests, left her in uncertainty regarding whether he might direct his frustrations towards her. Xiao Er, if you could locate your senior brother and persuade him not to harm others for monetary gain, how confident are you? Lazy inquired. All eyes turned towards Xiao Er, who immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. I do not share a deep bond with him. We are merely acquaintances. I lack confidence. While we suspect he is acting on Dai Jelly's behalf for financial motives, we possess no concrete evidence, Yu Qing remarked. Our immediate priority is to locate him. But given his skills, we are at a disadvantage. Fu Yu chuckled. What is there to fear? Am I not here? Are you really going to take matters into your own hands? Bai Moshuan responded, somewhat surprised. Fu Yu had been living a leisurely life, now a distinguished professor, spending his days immersed in literature and art, creating ink-wash paintings that were quite commendable, embodying a tranquil and untroubled existence. I have a hunch that although Xiao Er was the first to act against Su Bai, if he is indeed under Dai Jili's commission, Su Bai should not have been the primary target. You and Yu Qing should have taken precedence, Fu Yu asserted. Auntie, are you underestimating me? Su Bai, recently recovering from a serious illness, still showed vigor. Hearing Fu Yu's words, he felt somewhat disheartened. Why can't I be the first? Just a feeling of mine. Fu Yu replied, giving Bai Moshuan a gentle pat. You've taken enough time off. It's about time to report back to the company. Mentioning the agency, Bai Moshuan's heart sank. Ever since that formidable entertainment mogul lifted the ban on him, the company seemed eager to transform him into a cash cow, hastily securing all sorts of performances, endorsements, dramas, and even fashion shows without consideration. If he were merely an ordinary person, such relentless demands would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Bai Moshuan was never one to be easily manipulated. He decided his own course of action regarding work commitments. However, he was most inclined to heed Fu Yu's counsel. Observing his evident impatience, Fu Yu sighed. One must uphold integrity. Since you have signed a contract with the company, you are obliged to fulfill your responsibilities. Go on. Bai Moshuan naturally acquiesced. Watching Fu Yu's gentle demeanor towards him and then glancing at his mother, Bai Ling, Su Bai felt that while it was often said that all parents shared the same heart, mothers could exhibit varying forms of tenderness. Bai Ling, witnessing Su Bai's enamored gaze towards Fu Yu, playfully smacked him on the back of the head. Is your own mother not good enough? Look at how you're staring. No matter how good it is, nothing compares to one's own mother, Su Bai said with a pained expression. But could you be a bit gentler? As Bai Moshuan turned to leave, he was suddenly reminded of his biological mother, the unfortunate yet noble nine-tailed fox of the Tushan clan. Like the Qingqiu clan, Tushan boasts an esteemed lineage within the fox tribe, perhaps even surpassing that of Qingqiu. The earliest ancestor of Tushan, a remarkable figure named Enjiao, was the wife of Diyu. Due to her support of Diyu, the Tushan clan gained renown throughout the world as the noble nine-tailed fox tribe, which has always revered the nine-tailed fox as its totem. In truth, the members of Tushan are all nine-tailed foxes over a millennium old, and the younger generations take pride in proclaiming their descent from Tushan, flaunting their noble lineage. However, she suffered betrayal from her own father, the fox Jiayin of Qingqiu, leading to the birth of her several children. It was only then that she discovered her father had a wife, proud and high-spirited. She could not endure such humiliation. She took her children to the Tianshan Mountains, where they struggled to survive in a cave beneath Tianqi. This hardship led her down a dark path, resorting to bloodshed for survival. In a conflict with her master and his companions, she sustained severe injuries, losing all but one of her tails. Fortunately, she still clings to life and is currently in seclusion at the bottom of Tianqi, recovering. Bai Moshuan embodies the noble bloodlines of both Tushan and Qingqiu, which explains why, despite being a wild child, he earns the affection of the Qingqiu people. Reflecting on this, a cold smile crept onto his lips. His feelings towards his biological father are complex. He is a man deeply afraid of his wife. Yet it is this very man who, in a bid to save him, stole the treasured Qianquan mirror from Qingqiu. Love and hatred intertwine in Bai Moshuan's perception of his father. As for his mother, though she bore him, she did not raise him. Yet, Bai Moshuan remembers her kindness. Among his siblings, he was the weakest. When he first encountered his master and others, he had not even opened his eyes. Aware that Tianshan is a place where the weak perish, she entrusted him to Bai Yi and Fu Yu while she bore her wounds. The first face he saw upon opening his eyes was Fu Yu, whom he immediately recognized as his mother. However, The distinction between giving birth and nurturing is profound. Bai Mashwan hastened out of the antique shop, oblivious to the calls of Shui Fun. The plight of his biological mother constantly reminded him to maintain a sense of calm as he traverses the path of the heavenly Tao. Should he succumb to darkness, it would render the efforts of his master and others futile. To date, he has only met his biological mother once. She truly embodies the nobility of the Tu Shan bloodline. Bai Mashwan still vividly recalls her frail, half-human, half-fox form, yet she was strikingly beautiful. Her long hair cascading down to her waist. Upon seeing him, tears welled in her enchanting eyes, radiating warmth and tenderness. A red beauty mark at the center of her brow seemed to bleed, marking their first meeting. Bai Mashwan remembers desperately holding back tears. He acknowledges that the interaction between Su Bai and his mother stirred the tenderest parts of his heart. However, admitting weakness has never been his style, and he could only strive to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Chapter 172. Threat. The agent was on the verge of tears upon the return of Bai Mashwan. This was not merely a person, nor a handsome figure. This was a living, breathing cash cow. The agent, the same as before, had endured a veritable hell in the company since Bai Mashwan's banishment. Everyone believed that both he and Bai Mashwan were doomed, while other artists and their agents seethed with resentment towards this pair. The market was limited, and Bai Mashwan seemed intent on monopolizing 90% of it. What sheer arrogance! With Bai Mashwan's return from obscurity, the one most delighted was not Bai Mashwan himself, but rather this male agent, who could finally hold his head high within the company once more. "My little ancestor, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, one hand holding a cup of tea and the other clutching the schedule of performances. "Perfect timing. Today you have a meet and greet for the digital products you previously endorsed, starting in 1 hour." Bai Mashwan cradled his head in his hands. He preferred adventure over showbiz, as the former was far more exhilarating. The agent thrust the tea into his hands. "Drink up, then change your outfit. No need for makeup. You've always been naturally handsome." The phrase naturally handsome made Bai Mashwan frown slightly. It felt awkward, akin to someone praising their own beauty. Such terms should not be applied to a man. Nevertheless, with his mother's advice echoing in his mind, he resolved to fulfill his obligations, treating it as merely a formality. The event he attended was bound to attract a throng, and as the cheers and screams from outside reached his ears, Bai Mashwan took a deep breath, relishing the moment of relative quiet. Stepping outside, he found the crowd of young women nearly delirious with excitement. Following closely behind him, the agent felt a surge of pride. Bai Mashwan remained still, yet warmly greeted the throngs. Understanding the routine, Bai Mashwan knew that once on stage, he had to embody the heartthrob adored by countless young women. He was aware that a smile, and occasionally a playful kiss blown into the audience, were essential to stir the crowd. This was merely professional decorum. Finally escaping the event, he retreated into the lounge, yearning for solitude. He preferred peace and quiet, finding comfort in solitude. Dismissing his assistant and agent, Bai Mashwan picked up a gossip magazine, occasionally glancing through it to see if any newcomers posed a threat to his status. As he flipped through a couple of pages, he suddenly perked up at the sound of unfamiliar footsteps. Could it be yet another disobedient fan sneaking in? With a sigh of resignation, he quickly rose to lock the lounge door, but the footsteps hastened, and just as he approached the entrance, the door swung open. A man clad in a gray shirt and black shoes stood before him, his expression dark and foreboding. Bai Mashwan scoffed. "So, you intend to make repeated attempts? However, you've clearly mistaken your target." The confidence exuded by Bai Mashwan stems from the protective talisman embedded within him by Fu Yu. This talisman is also possessed by his father, Bai Yi, who has relied on it during countless perilous adventures alongside his master, successfully navigating numerous dangers. Given that his mother mentioned the interconnectivity of talismans and curses, it is clear that this protective charm must hold considerable efficacy. Furthermore, having had no prior contact with this man, Bai Mashwan mused on how he would descend, resolutely not resembling the foolish Su Bai. The man chuckled softly, and upon speaking, articulated a comprehensible Mandarin. "I, Ba Song, never engage in ventures lacking certainty. Surely, you do not believe I am about to strike now?" Bai Mashwan felt a chill run down his spine. How could this man have appeared at such a moment? The crowd that had approached him earlier consisted solely of staff members. Was it possible he had disguised himself? Ba Song cast a glance at the chair Bai Mashwan had occupied moments earlier, having already tampered with it while Bai Mashwan was showcasing his bravado on stage. Observing the passage of time, he noted that the effects had now begun to manifest, prompting his entry. With a cold laugh, Ba Song remarked, "You may guard against others, but there are always avenues requiring your engagement. You must breathe, your hands must touch objects, you must ingest sustenance. The opportunities for me to act are plentiful, and now it is too late." Bai Moshuan spread his arms wide, his skin still unblemished. "Is that so? It appears there are no changes." Ba Song found himself momentarily speechless. He had been warned that this individual was exceptionally troublesome and that the most potent curse was necessary. How could this be? His hesitation provided Bai Moshuan with the opportunity to demonstrate the efficacy of his mother's protective talisman. He felt no fear of the Thai man. With the swiftness of an arrow, Bai Moshuan darted behind Ba Song, restraining his arms. Simultaneously, he pressed a sharp blade against Ba Song's waist. "Let us see whether my knife is swifter than your curse. Even if it is on the verge of activation, I will ensure that you accompany me to the grave." Ba Song's hand had reached his waist, but he sensed a perilous aura emanating from Bai Moshuan. As if he could smell the scent of death. The ineffectiveness of his previous curse had disoriented him, and his second moment of indecision allowed Bai Moshuan to render him unconscious. Gazing at Ba Song, now sprawled on the ground, Bai Moshuan's face contorted in disdain. What a bother! Bai Moshuan, in a fit of temper, dismissed his assistant and manager. A recurring occurrence that had become customary for those around him. As long as he was willing to work, that was the best outcome they could hope for. When Shui Ying and Yu Qing arrived at the lounge, the door remained firmly shut. As they approached, Bai Moshuan eagerly swung the door open. "You have finally arrived." Upon seeing the man still unconscious on the floor, both recognized him. His attire was rather conspicuous. Shui Ying remarked, "This is the man, a disciple of the master. Hey, superstar, since you have apprehended him, why not return him? Are you calling me a superstar? Do you wish for others to know I have intentionally harmed him? If I am seen with him by paparazzi, what am I to do?" Bai Moshuan replied with impatience, "Did you bring the bag and rope?" Yu Qing cast the bag onto the ground, extracting the rope to securely bind Ba Song, taking the precaution of gagging him as well. Shui Ying lent a hand, stuffing Ba Song into the bag. "How do we explain this when we exit?" "A gift from a fan," she inquired. "They often present large gifts, so they won't suspect a thing," Bai Moshuan replied. "The security personnel outside are essentially ineffectual." Bai Moshuan's assertion proved accurate. Poor Yu Qing, burdened with Ba Song, felt a twinge of anxiety, perspiration pooling in his palms upon spotting the parking lot security. The guard merely acknowledged Bai Moshuan with a slight nod. "Heading back?" "Yes." Bai Moshuan affirmed with a subtle nod. "Thank you for your hard work." This treatment was nothing short of astonishing. The guard instinctively brought his legs together, nearly bowing deeply. Once they successfully entered the vehicle, Lazy remarked, "Well done, we made it out smoothly." "This fellow is quite troublesome," Bai Moshuan responded. "Thank goodness for my mother's protective charm." Bai Moshuan still felt a lingering dread. He had indeed been careless with the poison placed on the chair. Lazy, now brimming with anticipation, felt his fists itching for action. It had been far too long since he had used them. This scoundrel dared to target his nephew. He would ensure he paid for it upon their return. Back at the antique shop, Lazy unceremoniously tossed Ba Song onto the cold floor of Bai Yi's office. Such matters were not suited for a woman, especially considering they were from the same sect. Harsh interrogation was best left to him. The pain of hitting the ground jolted Ba Song awake. He struggled briefly before surrendering, resigned to his fate. "Do as you will. Consider it my misfortune that someone is immune to the poison." Chapter 173. Femininity. Su Bo entered with a cheerful tone. "Ah, long time no see." Upon seeing Su Bo, Ba Song's expression dimmed. For a practitioner of curses, having one's poison nullified was a profound humiliation. He remained silent, huffing in irritation through his nostrils, as if in a silent quarrel with himself. Su Bo deliberately sauntered about in front of him, taunting, "Look at those fine arms and legs. It seems your skills are rather limited. Your choice of associates must be quite blind. Was it Xiao Air who neutralized your poison?" Suddenly, Ba Song realized that the only curse master in this city could indeed be Xiao Air. His eyes blazed with fury, leaving Lazy momentarily stunned. "No, it was I." Fu Yu entered with a smile. "Sir, do not forget that curses originally spread from our homeland. Even now, in Yunnan and Sichuan, a small number of people still understand the use of charms. In this day and age, employing such methods to harm others for gain is a crime. Hiring a hitman is a serious offense." Fu Yu maintained her playful demeanor. Yet Basong's eyes widened in horror as he noticed a spider creeping towards him on the floor. A lump formed in his throat, and he swallowed hard. Realization dawning upon him. You are a witch. I merely returned what was given to me. Fuyu's voice was soft and gentle. As the spider inched closer to him, Bong suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Lazy expressed his frustration. Fuyu, at least allow me a chance to showcase my skills. With your swift action, how am I to demonstrate my abilities? I have my methods, and you have yours. We ought to respect each other's domains. Fuyu chuckled softly, lowering his voice. After all, this is your wife's fellow disciple. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening. Reluctantly, Lazy stepped aside, observing Fuyu's display of prowess. Bong, having called for restraint, was unexpectedly interrupted by Lazy. The spider boldly climbed onto Basong's face, poised at his nostrils, prompting a terrified shriek from him. Stop. Get it off. Get it off. It all hinges on your attitude. Fuyu replied, maintaining a gentle smile. Let us cooperate, and we shall avoid any undue hardship, shall we? I will divulge everything you wish to know, but you must remove it quickly. Bong recognized that the spider was among the deadliest in the world, its legs adorned with yellow markings, capable of delivering a fatal bite within 10 seconds. In pursuit of wealth, he never anticipated risking his life. Fuyu placed his hand near his lips and softly blew, causing the spider to retreat from Basong's nostrils and return to Fuyu's palm. I have already stated that cooperation will yield favorable outcomes for all. Subo crouched before the tightly bound Bong. Now, tell me, why target me first? Who hired you? Was it a woman? A woman? Bong replied, no, though the individual remains enigmatic and did not approach me directly. In our country, finding a sorcerer necessitates going through intermediaries. It was through an intermediary that he located me. He had been inquiring for quite some time, insisting on the best, and only after confirming my esteemed position among sorcerers did he decide to enlist my services. When we finally met, he was wearing a hat and mask, but I am certain he was a man, quite earnest, and he offered a substantial sum. Which is why I was tempted. A man? They exclaimed in unison, having assumed the assassin was none other than Daijieli. Their expectations now shattered. An assassin would never use their real name. Yu Qing interjected. You must have some details about his height and build. Slightly taller than you, but not as tall as these two giants. Bong exhaled, now ready to confess everything. I estimate he stands around 1.76 meters, with a notably robust physique. He was quite cautious and, after verifying my abilities, offered me 100,000 yuan along with a photograph. A photograph? Subo asked. You attempted twice. Yet there is only one photo? Surely, it isn't a group shot? When I was in Thailand, there was only one photo, depicting a major star named by Ma Xuan. Bong gasped for breath. Initially, he targeted only this individual. Then why did you attempt to eliminate me? Subo questioned, utterly perplexed. After my arrival here, he suddenly added another target, offering a significantly reduced price of 50,000 yuan, claiming it would be easier to handle. Bong remarked, I know not why he would wish to take your lives. I merely know to do my duty for payment. Subo interjected, pointing at Bai Ma Xuan, to kill him. 100,000. For myself, 50,000? Indeed, Bong replied, somewhat perplexed. Is there an issue? The issue is grave. Does this imply that my life is of lesser value than his? Upon hearing this, Basong's expression darkened, pondering how to respond to such a weighty question. Fortunately, Yu Qing interrupted. This matter is of little consequence. What is paramount is the identity of this man. It is not Daijieli, yet we have not recently offended anyone. And to specify by Ma Xuan, who could it be? Old San. Chuaying snapped her fingers, exclaiming, aside from him, I cannot fathom any man who harbors such animosity towards Bai Ma Xuan, save for Subo, who, despite his envy and jealousy, would never resort to violence. Subo rolled his eyes, acknowledging the truth in her words. Though he might feel envy, he had never contemplated the notion of taking Bai Ma Xuan's life. The audacity of this man, traveling all the way to Thailand to summon a sorcerer, did indeed provide sufficient motive. Since the events at Changbai Mountain, Old Sen had held a long-standing grudge against Bai Ma Xuan, largely due to Daijieli, for whom Old San harbored deep affections, as evidenced by the longing in his gaze. Moreover, Daijieli seemed to reciprocate some feelings towards Bai Ma Xuan. Previously, in Jiulong Mountain, Bai Ma Xuan had thoroughly bested Old San, thus solidifying their enmity. With this understanding, Subo felt a sense of relief. I am but 50,000. It seems he does not particularly desire my life, which is a comfort. Bai Ma Xuan rolled his eyes, hands on his hips, Is this man still in the city? He has been awaiting my news, Bong confirmed. 150,000. Bai Mashwan suddenly chuckled. I shall offer you 150,000 if you take today's flight back to Thailand, and, from this day forth, cease all dealings. Your life is all that matters. And in exchange, you shall inform us of the time and place of your meeting with that individual. The notion of preserving one's life bewildered Bong. Bai Mashwan clarified. This opponent is affluent, powerful, and ruthless. Should you fail to eliminate us, might he not come seeking retribution? Realization dawned upon Bong. Indeed. The man's eyes were dark and foreboding. Bai Mashwan continued. You have merely 10 seconds to consider my proposal. Once the time elapses, the opportunity will be lost. I agree. Bong exclaimed. No need for bloodshed, and with money to gain, how could I refuse? Fu Yu silently applauded Bai Mashwan, recognizing him as the worthy successor of Bai Yi. His cunning increasingly refined. Having received such an extraordinary boon, Bong readily divulged the time and location of the meeting. After accepting the payment, Lazy promptly escorted him to the airport. Before departing, Lazy posed a question to Bong. Do you understand why you have gained such a significant advantage? Bong, bewildered, replied, Why? Because of Xiao Air, Lazy stated. Everyone is inclined to show you leniency out of respect for her. Furthermore, Xiao Air instructed me to convey a message. Even sorcerers possess their own dignity. Return home and live well. Tears welled in Basong's eyes as he took a moment before resolutely nodding. I understand. Who are you to Xiao Air? A man, Lazy responded proudly. Chapter 174. The Fool, 1. After bidding farewell to Bong, Lazy returned to the antique shop, only to find that Fu Yu had already departed. The 4 younger individuals remained in the office, engaged in hushed deliberations. Lazy remarked, Your demeanor reveals that you lack any promising strategies. What do you intend to do about that man? If the man in question is indeed Lao San, I have my methods. Yet I must inquire about the whereabouts of my master and father, Bai Mashwan questioned. They are occupied with their own matters, Lazy replied. You will understand in due time. Bong had stated that, according to his plan, the first step was to eliminate Su Bo, followed by the swift resolution of Bai Mashwan by the end of today. A curse would take effect rapidly, typically leading to demise within a day. Thus, the time agreed upon with that man was set for 11 o'clock tomorrow night, at the same dilapidated building where he had previously met Xiao Air. And what now? Lazy inquired. Bong, being of slight stature and lean build, bore a resemblance to Yu Qing. We were contemplating that Yu Qing should adopt an appearance similar to Basong's when meeting him, Su Bo suggested. An element of surprise would allow us to seize the moment. Of course, with my sister's consent. Chui Ying playfully scolded, What consent do I need? As long as his safety is assured, that suffices. Yu Qing felt a warmth in his heart, while Bai Mashwan stated, If he truly is Lao San, he will undoubtedly be armed. We must prioritize safety, acting swiftly to prevent any counteraction from him. Swift? Lazy chuckled. Who could be quicker than Xiao Shan and Qi Xie? Precisely, Bai Mashwan responded. I will require their assistance. Qi Xie and Xiao Shan had only crossed paths with Su Bo and the others once in Changbai Mountain. Su Bo distinctly remembered Xiao Shan's remarkable skills, later discovering that Xiao Shan was the legendary hacker, renowned for his brilliance. However, their current understanding was limited, leaving them eager for a second encounter. Since returning from Changbai Mountain, Qi Xie and Xiao Shan had not been idle. The organizational structure of the Yinrin mandated that each individual undertake varying tasks at different times. Having just resolved an incident, the two returned to the tea house when they received a call for help from Bai Mashwan and his companions. Following Xiao Shan's suggestion, they decided he would impersonate Bong, launching into action without delay. As for Bai Mashwan and the others, their presence was deemed unnecessary. Bai Mashwan did not elaborate on his reasoning, but firmly adhered to his plan, needing only to ascertain whether the individual was indeed Lao San. If so, he had his own methods in mind. After a prolonged pause, Su Bo finally grasped the situation, realizing that their involvement was minimal, and it was now up to Qi Xie and Xiao Shan to demonstrate their skills. Observing from the sidelines would suffice for him. On the following evening, Xiao Shan donned a gray top, black trousers, and a pair of traditional Beijing cloth shoes, completing his look with a hat. From a distance, he bore a striking resemblance to Bong. Upon arriving at the old house, Xiao Shan appeared remarkably at ease, standing with his back to the door, awaiting the man's arrival. You arrived quite early, a deep voice echoed before the man appeared. Why is the light not on? It's broken, Xiao Shan replied. As Xiao Shan uttered those 3 words, He darted to the side of the man with a swiftness akin to lightning, surpassing even Bai Mokshuan in speed, in the blink of an eye. He playfully pressed his lips to the man's ear. Old 3. The man flinched, and Xiaoshan was convinced that this individual was indeed Old 3. He noticed the man's hand moving, but he was quicker, firmly pinning the man's hand down. In this country, wielding a firearm to commit murder is a grave offense. You must think carefully before you act. Xiaoshan's purpose was merely to ascertain the man's identity. With that confirmation, he did not linger. Leaping directly from the second floor and vanishing into the night. Old 3 still clutched the gun, feeling flustered by this stranger who knew his name and appeared unfamiliar. Not daring to stay any longer, he tucked the gun back into his waistband and swiftly departed. With Basin's absence and the sudden emergence of another, Old 3's heart raced. Upon returning to the hotel, he found the door ajar. Who? Seeing an unexpected figure in the room, Old 3's heart sank again. What? Am I not welcome? Upon hearing that voice, Old 3 was momentarily taken aback before turning on the light. The person leisurely seated on the sofa was Dai Jieli, who was sipping a glass of red wine. She remarked casually, "You've finally returned. I was beginning to wonder." Old 3 felt a sudden pang of guilt. "How did you get here? If I can come, why can't you?" Dai Jieli replied. "Mr. Bailey has advised us to remain inactive for the time being, yet you have acted on your own. What exactly are you doing? I've checked, and you recently traveled to Thailand." Old 3 closed the door, noting that Dai Jieli was unusually different today. Normally, she favored equestrian attire that was both brisk and neat. But today, while her long hair still cascaded down her back, it bore a slight curl at the ends, complementing her figure-hugging geometric patterned gown and striking crimson lip gloss. Today, Dai Jieli appeared transformed, exuding a remarkable femininity in her every gesture. Old 3 swallowed hard, having barely recovered from his earlier fright. He now felt as though he might lose his composure entirely. Faced with Dai Jieli's inquiries, he found himself somewhat distracted. Dai Jieli, growing irritated, questioned, "Old 3, what has come over you lately? Just as you've recovered from your injuries, you're off gallivanting. Are you disregarding Mr. Bailey's words? What were you doing in Thailand?" "Nothing much. I merely went to clear my mind," Old 3 replied. "You know, I suffered a considerable setback at Julong Mountain, and I'm still not fully recovered. Finding a place to recuperate should be acceptable, right? Mr. Bailey will understand." At the mention of Old 3's injuries, Dai Jieli softened her tone considerably. "Mr. Bailey would naturally not hold it against you. I just hope that prior to our next operation, no team member encounters any trouble." "Team member?" Old 3 felt a pang of disappointment. "After all this time, can you not distinguish me from those others? I have always viewed you differently. Do you not sense it?" Dai Jieli sidestepped the issue. "Old 3, the greater good is at stake. This is not the time for personal matters." Suddenly, Lao Sen wrapped his arms around Dai Jieli's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance wafting from her hair. He murmured, "When will it be? I have waited too long, Jieli. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I can see that you have not forgotten that fellow named Bai. Before him, you have never shown such affection for another man." At the mention of Bai Mokshuan, Dai Jieli's body trembled, and she broke free from Lao San's embrace. "Lao San, tell me the truth. Did you come here to deal with Bai?" Lao San was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with disappointment. He scoffed, "So I was right. You have taken a liking to that boy?" "Nonsense," Dai Jieli insisted, still holding her ground. "Mr. Bai instructed you. Do not use Mr. Bai as an excuse. I have my reasons for being here. What brings you to this city?" Lao San's eyes blazed with intensity. "Is it also because of Bai?" Dai Jieli shuddered. Pushing Lao San's hand away, her gaze fixed on him. "Is it for Bai? What do you mean by that? Did you truly come here to confront him?" Lao San, inwardly furious at his unintentional revelation, decided to be forthright. "Yes, I came to eliminate him. Although I am still uncertain of the outcome. I am indeed committed to this course of action." "What? Are you feeling sympathetic now?" "Not at all." Dai Jieli felt her heart quiver. Yet she believed she could maintain her composure. If you succeed, it could be a beneficial turn of events. Lao San scrutinized Dai Jieli's expression, searching for any hint of suspicion, and upon finding none, he sighed in relief. "I initially intended to eliminate Bai Mokshuan. However, during the last encounter at Julong Mountain, the fellow named Su Bai was quite extraordinary. He managed to take down that ominous creature that even Bai Mokshuan could not handle. Thus, I aim to dispose of this Su Bai as well." Chapter 175. Fool. 2. Lao San, I have told you, you need not concern yourself with that person. When the time is right, I will certainly take action, Dai Jieli declared sharply. During the last incident at Julong Mountain, an unexpected inquiry occurred, which was quite unusual. Mr. Bai recognized this and instructed us to temporarily withdraw and remain still. What method did you employ? Is it related to Thailand? Was it a sorcerer? Indeed. While I could carry out an assassination myself, using firearms would inevitably attract police attention and trouble. However, if it involves sorcery, it would merely be regarded as an inexplicable phenomenon, often concluded as poisoning. That Thai individual could leave immediately, and no one would remember him. This method is truly the best choice. As Lao Sen spoke, he clenched his teeth. Unfortunately, I do not yet know if that fellow succeeded. A flicker of secret delight surged within Dai Jieli. She lifted a glass from the table. Look at you. Your complexion is dreadful. Have a drink to steady your nerves. Then recount everything to me in detail. Old San drained his cup, recounting his dealings with the sorcerer in Thailand regarding the matters of Bai Ma Xuan and Su Bo naturally. He concluded with the sudden appearance of that man who had called out his name and departed without taking any action. Where was the sorcerer Bong? Who should have been present? He had only paid half the deposit, and the remaining balance was due. It was inconceivable that anyone would forgo payment. Upon hearing Old San's account, Dai Jieli's brows unfurled, though she soon sighed and took another sip of her drink. I fear your plans have come to naught, she remarked. I share that sentiment, Old San replied, suddenly turning his gaze to Dai Jieli. What brings you here? Truth be told, it is for this group of individuals. Dai Jieli cautiously avoided mentioning Bai Ma Xuan's name, wary of provoking Old San's temper. Despite his somewhat carefree demeanor, he was agile and currently her most capable ally. However, our thoughts diverge significantly. Mr. Bai expects to continue the negotiations. Negotiations? Old San paced anxiously around the room. Isn't that akin to nurturing a tiger at one's side? The last $50,000 vanished into thin air, and what was the outcome? They disappeared without a trace, and we still remain in the dark regarding the subsequent developments. Precisely why we must draw closer to them, Dai Jieli asserted. They must have gleaned something in Kowloon Mountain, and I am quite concerned about that woman, Gong Susu. I shall adopt a more humble approach in our dealings. After all, humanity is driven by the dual forces of money and desire. I refuse to believe I cannot elicit their confessions, she continued. Old Sen appeared disheartened. You intend to take matters into your own hands? Do you believe you can manage this? Dai Jieli sensed she had touched a nerve and quickly clarified. Of course, this is Mr. Bai's final opportunity for them. Should this endeavor fail, there will be no leniency in the future. Old San poured himself another drink and downed it in one gulp. Dai Jieli recognized his lingering doubts and silently cursed his fussiness, yet remained patient. If you harbor any suspicions, you may verify with Mr. Bai. I shall, Old San replied, suddenly inflamed with anger. If you do not wish to stay, then retire to your own chamber. Dai Jieli unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Old San's waist and planted a gentle kiss on him. Good night. This was the first time she had taken such initiative, and Old San's earlier gloom dissipated instantly. As he reached out to embrace her, Dai Jieli giggled softly. Not now. Old San's expression turned despondent. How long must we wait? Until our grand endeavor is realized. I prefer not to indulge in romantic entanglements. Everyone feels the same, even Mr. Bai. Over the years, he has never had a female companion, leading a life of simplicity, all for the ultimate goal, Dai Jieli replied. Old San was ablaze with fervor. Yet Dai Jieli's chilling words extinguished that flame. He could only nod helplessly. Very well, I shall wait. I hope I can endure this wait. His voice was laden with profound sorrow, but Dai Jieli paid him no mind, merely smiling faintly as she exited his room. Just as she was about to return to her own quarters, she heard a familiar voice say, "What a coincidence." She looked up to see it's you. Her voice trembled involuntarily. Truly, as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The man before her was none other than Bai Ma Xuan. His tone was notably indifferent, as though he reluctantly uttered those two words. This man never concealed his impatience and disdain. He was detestable, truly insufferable. Although Dai Jieli felt somewhat flustered, she was not foolish. Recalling the events of the previous night involving Lao San, she suddenly realized. It seemed that Lao San had completely exposed himself. A fool is indeed a fool. Bai Ma Xuan said good night. His unexpected appearance, along with a few words before he hurriedly departed, caused Dai Jieli's heart to race. Moreover, Bai Ma Xuan's arrival was not altogether serendipitous. After Xiao Shan confirmed that the individual was Lao San, it was only natural for Lao San to flee in shock. with Bai Moshuan trailing closely behind him to his hotel. However, Dai Jili's presence was an anomaly. He had eavesdropped outside for quite some time, and all of Bai Lisang's little schemes had fallen into Bai Moshuan's ears. Perfectly, he decided to take the initiative and make an appearance. Upon returning to the antique shop, Subo was languidly leaning against the wall. After having narrowly escaped death once again, during such times, aside from the affection for family and friends, the individuals he missed the most were his grandmother and Gong Susu. He held a photograph of his grandmother in his hands. Since the departure of Xianyun Daoist, there had been no news. Logically, if he had met with failure, he should have returned by now to report on the situation. With Cui Ying and Yu Qing absent, Bai Moshuan inquired, "Where have they gone?" "They are merely avoiding Ying Ning," Subo replied. "I find it rather strange. She is so infatuated with television dramas and has recently taken to watching palace dramas again. I reckon it won't be long before she starts to consider herself as the empress." The mere thought of Ying Ning referring to herself as the empress made Bai Moshuan break into a cold sweat. "In that case, I shall inform you of the situation tomorrow." He would not allow Subo to protest and left hurriedly. Meanwhile, Cui Ying and Yu Qing were indeed evading Ying Ning. Although the girl had been somewhat subdued lately, upon seeing Yu Qing, her eyes still sparkled with light. As a woman, Cui Ying could hardly overlook that glimmer. Yet, she understood why Ying Ning was so enamored with Yu Qing. It was not genuine affection, but rather a resemblance to Qian Xiaohua from the Zombie Taoist. Ying Ning was utterly captivated by that character, magical, passionate, and rather handsome, leading her to project that character onto reality. Seeing Yu Qing was akin to witnessing her dream lover. How absurd. As time pressed on, it was about time for Ying Ning to be coaxed to sleep by Shui Fun. Cui Ying remarked, "We should head back now." However, Yu Qing shook his head. "Wait. What?" Cui Ying followed Yu Qing's gaze and spotted a yellow figure standing in the middle of the road. She exclaimed, "Not good, danger." Just as she spoke, a small truck sped past, rushing directly towards that yellow figure, splashing the standing water by the roadside. Cui Ying instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, unable to bear the sight of a bloody scene. Yu Qing chuckled, "It's fine, just look closely." Cui Ying withdrew her hand, and indeed, the yellow shadow, though shaking violently as if spinning in place, posed no threat. Cui Ying let out a sigh of relief. Realizing it was merely a ghost, Yu Qing appeared to be deep in thought. Although this yellow shadow was a ghost, it differed from the typical specter. It is commonly believed that ghosts are the souls of the deceased, capable of being perceived as entities by those who can see them, yet untouchable. However, this yellow shadow, while a spiritual presence, was not tangible. How could one describe it? It resembled a constantly quivering silhouette. Cui Ying inquired, "Why is it able to shake incessantly? It looks like a person clad in a yellow coat, yet it has not paused for even a second, perpetually trembling." Chapter 176. The absence of a soul indeed. "This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon," Yu Qing remarked. "Are you feeling drowsy?" Initially, he felt a bit fatigued and chilly, but now, he was entirely awake. Cui Ying looked at Yu Qing with amusement. "What do you think? Should we follow it and take a look?" It was a rare opportunity, certainly not to be missed. Yu Qing removed his coat and draped it over Cui Ying, cautioning her, "It's chilly at night. Be careful not to catch a cold." Despite being 6 years her junior, he always exhibited such maturity, causing a smile to linger at the corners of Cui Ying's mouth. The yellow shadow exuded no malice, and Yu Qing had no intention of using talc to mask their vitality. He simply followed closely behind the shadow. The incessantly swaying yellow figure did not turn back, continuing its path towards the outskirts. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the crowd thinned, the yellow shadow abruptly turned around, shaking. "Have you followed me long enough?" To their astonishment, the yellow shadow could speak. Cui Ying felt a twinge of fear, and Yu Qing instinctively positioned her behind him. The shadow seemed to come to a realization. "You can see me?" "Of course," Yu Qing replied. As he approached the shadow, he discovered that with a bit of focus, he could vaguely discern the figure's facial features. However, due to the intense trembling, it appeared as a double image. Nevertheless, he could ascertain that it was a man with relatively handsome features, a black mole adorning his right jaw. Straining to see more closely, Yu Qing's eyes began to ache and throb. Cui Ying exclaimed, "I have never encountered such a peculiar ghost, aside from Qian Renjia." Upon hearing the name Qian Renjia, the yellow shadow quivered even more intensely. Yu Qing queried, "Why are you so agitated? Do you know Qian Renjia?" "I do not know Qian Renjia, but I am aware that apart from myself, The most extraordinary existence in the ghost realm is a ghost from the Republic era. You may find it strange, but I have been searching for him tirelessly, yet he always slips away. If you happen to know him, please tell me where he is. The Yellow Shadow, mentioning Qianrenjia, was filled with both excitement and frustration. The ghost from the Republic era, the most astonishing entity. Who else could it be besides the soul of Qianrenjia? Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged a glance, pondering the misfortune of Qianrenjia. A soul seemingly cursed by fate, destined to suffer, yet unable to escape his plight. Typically, he ignored other spirits, but it appeared that only they sought him out. To their surprise, another peculiar spirit was fervently in pursuit of him. In this world, only I possess the means to locate him promptly. Yu Qing declared, I once made a pact with him. I have placed a guiding tether upon him. The Yellow Shadow grew increasingly animated, pleading, assist me in finding him. Cui Ying chuckled. One must exercise civility when soliciting assistance. We're not some modern-day benevolent figure. The Yellow Shadow trembled even more, its tone turning sorrowful. Since you are aware, kindly inform me. I have been searching for him for an eternity, yet he continually evades me. That fellow possesses an abundance of souls, while I, in contrast, am burdened with fewer. Yu Qing gasped in surprise. You lack a soul, while he possesses an excess. Cui Ying whispered. Could it not be that these two spirits complement one another? Indeed, since uncovering this intricate truth, I have pondered whether we might balance each other out. Yet, this elusive character consistently eludes me. The Yellow Shadow's voice quivered with despair. I perished in the 80s. In terms of age, he is significantly my senior, rendering any hope futile. Yu Qing empathized deeply. Qianrenjia was notoriously unreliable. However, this specter incessantly yearned for liberation. And was this not an opportune moment? What was he hiding from? When did you commence your search for him? Cui Ying inquired. It has been half a month, the Yellow Shadow replied. I have diligently sought him without pause. Curious, Yu Qing remarked. In circumstances such as these, Qianrenjia ought to seek us out. The Yellow Shadow quivered with increasing intensity. He possesses an additional soul, and in death, he has reaped the benefits, while I am diminished and left in this wretched state, devoid of form. Indeed, even in the underworld, this appearance was quite extraordinary. Qianrenjia could be deemed a relatively normal spirit. Reflecting upon his agreement with Qianrenjia, Yu Qing recognized that it was imperative for him to intervene. This was the perfect opportunity to repay a debt of gratitude. Yu Qing was a man of principles, and this matter had always lingered in his memory. Despite scouring the Maoshan records for a solution, he had found none. Even Boss Tang and his father were unable to assist. This chance encounter with the Yellow Shadow was indeed pivotal. I shall take charge of this matter, Yu Qing declared resolutely. However, today I must establish a contract for the guiding tether to facilitate my locating you. Is that so? The Yellow Shadow, having regained some composure, felt a tremor of hope in its voice. You truly intend to assist me? I am no paragon of virtue, yet I am willing to honor my commitments. Yu Qing replied. If you harbor no objections, let us proceed with this arrangement. Thus, Yu Qing and the Yellow Shadow forged a pact. The Yellow Shadow, now filled with hope for a change in its circumstances, departed joyfully. The two did not tarry to rest, but hurried to seek out Qianrenjia. With the guiding tether in hand, they effortlessly located him. Only to their astonishment, the direction pointed towards the apartment of Yang Qing. The outcome surprised both individuals. Cui Ying remarked, could it be that Qianrenjia has not yet given up on Yang Qing? After a long absence, Wei Ji made a startling observation. This fellow is currently inhabiting the body of a living person. Aside from his decent appearance, Wei Ji's greatest asset seemed to be his ability to possess others, allowing him to discern in an instant whether someone had been taken over. Although he was within the confines of the Jade, he had a clear view of the situation outside. At that moment, the man preparing to enter the apartment elevator was indeed possessed. This man was a stranger, and as they intended to follow him, the elevator doors closed. Wei Ji commented, it appears he has noticed me. No need to worry. Let us see which floor he stops on. The floor the elevator halted at caused Yu Qing to furrow his brow. It was the same floor where Yang Qing resided. Cui Ying was somewhat speechless. Could he be using this man as body to pursue Yang Qing? There was certainly a possibility. Wei Ji blurted out, for us. This is our only recourse. It seems you have a history, Cui Ying retorted angrily, but this will undoubtedly affect the possessed individual. Of course, Wei Ji replied. With time, the possessed person will surely feel lightheaded and may even experience brief amnesia. Yu Qing added, If someone remains possessed for an extended period, that individual will likely meet an early demise. Isn't that harmful? Chueying was incensed. Qianrenjia is becoming increasingly unreliable. We must think of a way to address this. I have a solution, Yuqing said, his eyes glinting as he produced a yellow talisman. He bit his finger, not using his tongue's blood, as Qianrenjia was impervious to water and fire. This was merely intended to intimidate him. The fear it invoked was rooted in his own guilt. Moreover, it implied that the possessed individual had recently been feeling unwell, and this talisman would assist him. After completing the talisman, the two ascended to Yang Qing's door. Since Yang Qing had resumed normalcy following the hypnosis, she did not recall Su Bo and the others. Being a woman, Chueying knocked on the door to ascertain whether the earlier man had indeed entered there. As expected, although the knocker was a stranger, Yang Qing opened the door readily due to her gender. "You are looking for someone?" she inquired. "Oh, it's like this," Chueying replied. "We saw a gentleman drop something downstairs and came to catch up with him. We believe he resides in this apartment." Chueying maintained a composed expression, her reasoning sound. "Indeed," Yang Qing called into the room. "Yang Shuai, you dropped something." Chapter 177. The Art of Chaos. No one responded from within the room, and Yuqing chuckled quietly. Qianrenjia must be utterly terrified right now. Yuqing remarked, "This gentleman is quite peculiar. He dropped a talisman, which is rather uncommon. How about this? We will leave it here and not disturb your rest." Yang Qing held the talisman, puzzled, and after seeing off the two, she immediately opened the door to find Yang Shuai sleeping with his head on the computer desk. She shook her head helplessly, repeatedly tapping him. "Yang Shuai, is this what you dropped?" "What?" Yang Shu rubbed his eyes, feeling perplexed. He had inexplicably fallen asleep moments ago. As he focused his gaze on the talisman before him, an unsettling energy surged within him, for he noticed the still wet bloodstains upon it. Could it be that someone was playing a trick on them? He thought it prudent to dispose of it immediately. Yang Qing, noticing the fresh blood, casually flicked it away, casting it into the trash bin and hastily securing the lid. Meanwhile, Yuqing and Chueying waited downstairs. Sure enough, Qianrenjia appeared shortly after, his face etched with distress as he squatted silently on the ground. Yuqing admonished him, "You truly are reckless. Possessing someone? Should you dare to take a life, we shall have no dealings with you in the future." Qianrenjia remained dejected in his squatting position, while Wei Ji reveled in his misfortune. "This approach is futile, although your constitution is unique. If you linger in that person's body too long, they will inevitably perish. Then you will seek another host, leading to an endless cycle of death, and the other party remains oblivious to the fact that they are entangled in a romance with you. Is that the wisdom of experience?" Chueying inquired. Wei Ji sighed languidly. "It is somewhat akin to it." Yuqing continued, "Fortunately, your time in possession of him was brief. That exorcism talisman was sufficient to restore him. However, you must exercise restraint. The divide between life and death guarantees no resolution. We did not come to discuss this matter, but to caution you against further transgressions. Our purpose is to address that yellow specter, the one with the 3 souls and 6 spirits." "How do you know about this?" Qianrenjia exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth. "You scoundrel, are you truly hiding from them?" Yuqing retorted, "I recall our initial agreement. Are you now hesitating to free yourself for the sake of Yang Qing?" "Let me ponder," he murmured. "I understand that if I possess one more spirit, and he possesses one less, perhaps there is a way for us to complement each other, achieving mutual benefit. Yet, what if I become an ordinary ghost, subject to dissolution into ash? I would vanish from this world entirely, and should that occur, I would never see her again." Yuqing replied, "Currently, there exists but this one opportunity. I am uncertain of the method, so allow me time to contemplate. You too should consider your options. Adhere to our previous agreement and seek liberation, or remain in your current state for millennia. When you have made your decision, return to me." Though an opportunity presented itself, the notion of extracting one spirit and infusing it into another being was uncharted territory for Yuqing. He was uncertain whether achieving a harmonious balance was feasible. Upon returning to the antique shop, he lay on his bed, deep in thought, which led him to recall a matter mentioned in the texts of Maoshan. The Maoshan Chronicles comprises a total of 12 essays in 15 volumes, authored by Yushuzi, the 45th generation master of the Maoshan sect. Within this chronicle, he alludes to a mystical art known as the chaos technique. The term chaos refers to the indistinct state of the world prior to the manifestation of heaven and earth. During this primordial phase, the essence of the universe remains undefined, rendering all things malleable and filled with myriad possibilities. Once the cosmos is set into motion, this chaos transforms into clarity. The essence of the chaos technique bears a striking resemblance to this initial state of creation, wherein two souls are intertwined, shattered, and then reformed, each returning to its rightful place, perfectly balanced as two. However, the requirements for mastering this technique are exceedingly high, and for nearly 3 centuries, no one has dared to employ it, leaving its intricacies shrouded in mystery. Although Yu Qing is aware of the existence of such a spell, he finds himself utterly at a loss. Moreover, the following evening, Qian Renjie did not arrive, evidently grappling with his own dilemmas. Conversely, Bai Maoxuan has made strides in his endeavors. Bai Lisong's intentions regarding the matter of reconciliation are clear and unambiguous. As for the third brother, merely mentioning him incites frustration in Su Bai. Why should he be valued at a mere 50,000, while Bai Maoxuan is deemed worth 100,000, double the amount? He merely resolved the matter as a side task, not as a primary focus. Nevertheless, since Bai Lisong seeks to negotiate peace, it alleviates a considerable burden. Bai Maoxuan does not consider himself a magnanimous individual. If the third brother seeks his demise, then let him bring about his own end, perhaps through the hand of his most beloved woman. Upon sharing his plan, Su Bai's gaze resembled that of a startled rabbit, and after a prolonged silence, he reluctantly raised his thumb in approval. The most cunning of all, you rightly deserve the title. In the current calm, Bai Maoxuan has fully resumed his work routine, only visiting the antique shop after completing his daily tasks. The absence of Dai Jieli has begun to wear on his patience. Today marks the filming of a new advertisement, and as Bai Maoxuan peruses the script, the lines effortlessly imprint themselves in his memory. Yet, frustratingly, despite his ability to leap to great heights, he must rely on a harness, which irks him immensely. Being suspended by a harness feels akin to being a caged laboratory mouse. His manager observes Bai Maoxuan's expressions attentively, asserting that he will fulfill any request, even if it means climbing mountains or traversing fiery seas. Is there an issue with the script? Inquired the manager cautiously, noticing Bai Maoxuan's furrowed brow. We haven't filmed yet, so alterations can still be made. The problem lies with the harness, Bai Maoxuan retorted, tossing the script onto the table. If only it could be avoided. That's out of the question, the manager exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. 7 meters high without a harness? That would be tantamount to suicide. How could an ordinary person possibly comprehend his plight? The exhilaration of leaping from great heights is unparalleled. Bai Maoxuan then inquired, where's Bingbing? Oh, Bingbing is on maternity leave. We have a new assistant now. Would you like to meet her? The manager suggested. The new assistant, adorned with oversized black-framed glasses and sporting short hair, appeared petite and radiated a neighborly charm when she smiled. However, the glasses obscured much of her face, making her resemble a character from an animated film. Bai Maoxuan slightly furrowed his brow. Is she of age? The agent, Meng, remarked. I have checked the identification. She is 23. 23? Bai Maoxuan scrutinized her closely. Are you certain? We cannot allow the media to catch wind of our company employing underage girls. Otherwise, you know the implications. The assistant's face fell. How could that be? Has Bai Maoxuan's memory deteriorated to such an extent? She spoke with a hint of grievance. I am Shanshan. Upon hearing this name, Bai Maoxuan finally grasped the situation. Why have you changed your hairstyle? The unfortunate Wang Shanshan pouted. I haven't changed my hairstyle. I haven't changed anything at all. Had Bai Maoxuan truly fallen ill? They had seen each other not long ago. Could it be that today she had overdone her appearance? But that was not the case. An assistant's role required a more casual attire during work, while formal occasions called for coordination with Maoxuan's style. Today was a shooting day, so a natural and relaxed look was appropriate. Wang Shanshan. Bai Maoxuan racked her brain and finally uttered those 3 syllables, and suddenly, all the memories flooded back. You are the president of my fan club. How could I have forgotten? Chapter 178, The Mummy. The poor president of the National Fan Club breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bai Maoxuan had not been so oblivious as to forget her fan club president. The agent gazed at her with boundless sympathy and softly remarked, You are fortunate. The last assistant worked for a month and still did not know her name. Indeed, everything requires comparison, and Wang Shanshan soon felt at ease. Bai Maoxuan had to remember that during their first encounter with Su Bo and others, they had been stranded in a desolate place devoid of any vehicles, and it was thanks to this fan club president that they managed to leave safely. Therefore, Based on that foundation, coupled with her naturally youthful appearance, she had to be remembered. This newly arrived assistant, deserving of her title as the National Fan Club president, understood the system of Baimashwan's fan group and possessed a clear mind. Although the assistant role often entailed a myriad of chaotic tasks, her experience in managing a national fan club made the assistant work considerably more manageable. Finally, as Baimashwan stepped into the camera's view, Shanshan exhaled in relief. When a gap appeared in the assistant's ranks, as the fan club president, she unhesitatingly took on the role. In the lens, Baimashwan appeared flawless from every angle, without a single blemish. Shanshan remained unaware of a woman who had suddenly materialized beside her, her footsteps light and her eyes filled with a menacing aura. Though petite, Shanshan was far from naïve. The woman's gaze towards Baimashwan was intricate and complex. Despite the cold and lethal demeanor of the woman, Shanshan was unperturbed. "Who are you looking for?" Dai Jieli cast a glance at the young girl. "What concern is it of yours? If the person you seek is Baimashwan, then it is indeed my concern." Shanshan shrugged. "This is called job responsibility. It is wise to be cautious. There are many who wish to approach her, especially women. Among them, some are rather misguided, always concocting schemes, even engaging in unscrupulous activities to get closer. Given the potential threat to safety, I must certainly remain vigilant." Dai Jieli woefully underestimated the young girl, finding herself momentarily at a loss for words. Furthermore, this was her first venture into such proactive territory. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she noticed that Baimashwan remained oblivious to her presence. With a muffled grunt, she turned to leave. Her agent gave a thumbs up to the assistant, signifying commendation for a job well done. Baimashwan was not fond of engaging with others, especially those of dubious background. As Dai Jieli emerged, visibly displeased, the third associate promptly approached her. With a stern expression, Dai Jieli declared, "I have already stated that this is my own affair. You need not follow me. Moreover, your previous aggression only serves to escalate the conflict." "That is not my intention," the third associate replied. "It is evident from your demeanor that you did not meet him." With a resounding slap, Dai Jieli struck the associate. "Warning, if you continue to pester me, I shall ensure you return home tomorrow." The associate's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, before he stormed away in anger. Dai Jieli exhaled a sigh of relief. Clearly, the third associate could no longer remain, proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. Dai Jieli retrieved her phone and swiftly sent a message, confident that Mr. Bai would find a way to send the associate back obediently. Just as she was engrossed in her task, Baimashwan quietly appeared behind her, inquiring, "Are you here to see me?" Startled, she nearly dropped her phone, hastily shoving it into her pocket and feigning nonchalance as she turned around. "What is the matter? Isn't it the purpose of a superstar to be adored and to attract attention?" Baimashwan remained silent, simply gazing into Dai Jieli's eyes, which she found herself unable to meet. He remarked, "I have heard that even identical twins possess distinct eyes, which can reveal their personalities. I wonder, if you had a sister, would her character be vastly different from yours? A woman ought to embody femininity, yet today attire suits you well, though perhaps a tad too austere." Dai Jieli's palms grew clammy, and she had to take several deep breaths to steady her voice. "I have come to discuss something important with you. Are you regretting the previous offer of $500,000? Baimashwan chuckled. "As long as you desire it. I can assure you that not just 500,000, but any amount can be arranged," Dai Jieli responded. "I hope you will reconsider our prior request, Mr. Bai requires talents such as yours. There is nothing in this world that cannot be purchased with money," Baimashwan said, leaning closer to Dai Jieli. "Is that not your belief?" Sensing Baimashwan's presence too keenly, Dai Jieli felt a surge of irritation. "Must you persist in this manner?" Baimashwan raised his hands innocently. "What have I done?" Dai Jieli, outraged, pushed him away. "Do you always adopt such a condescending attitude towards women? Or do you simply disregard them entirely?" "There are only two women of utmost importance in my heart," Baimashwan replied, dismissing the need to engage further. "I have matters to attend to today. Let us converse another time." On another day, this leeway was just right. Baimashwan took a few steps out, then turned back, slipping a card into Dai Jieli's embrace. "I do not believe that money is omnipotent, yet I shall not oppose it. They are who they are, and I am who I am." Baimashwan's refusal was not as decisive as one might expect, surprising Dai Jieli profoundly. Baimashwan had his own intentions, and his understanding of Bailey Sang was rather limited. However, Dai Jieli was the one closest to him, and the transformations in her identity were indeed significant. particularly in relation to Bailey Sang. All the answers lay within this woman's heart and mind. To be a star is to flaunt one's appearance. If such superficiality could lead to the truth, Bai Mashwan would not shy away from it. Holding Bai Mashwan's card, Dai Jieli felt an inexplicable joy. The pressing matter at hand was to send the third party away without delay. Hastily, she departed, and as Bai Mashwan watched her retreating figure, a faint smile graced his face. As for Qian Renjia, upon realizing the opportunity to become a ghost once more, he hesitated, only making his way over 3 days later. Yu Qing had been studying the art of chaos for quite some time, yet he had made no progress. However, his father, Yu Bai, and Tang Sanqing provided him with some insights. To wield the art of chaos, Yu Qing could not rely solely on himself. It required the combined strength of 3, as well as a specific location, the Eye of the Earth. The Eye of the Earth reminded Yu Qing of the courtyard where the enigmatic Taoist had once resided, and of the place where Yao Guang had set up a trap to ensnare spirits. This issue was easily resolved. After some inquiries, he learned that the latter site was undergoing industrial development, with workers present day and night, making it impractical to venture there. Fortunately, although the Taoist had relinquished his lease due to persistent hauntings, the property remained unoccupied, providing an opportunity for a short-term rental of 1 week. They successfully secured the Eye of the Earth. Ultimately, Qian Renjia resolved to reach an accord with the yellow spirit, while Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with curiosity regarding this sudden clarity from the ghost of the Republic. Meanwhile, Yang Qing was to be married. Qian Renjia's expression resembled that of a man who had just lost a beloved father. She is getting married. What hope do I have left? There had never been much hope to begin with, Bai Mashwan remarked coldly. Qian Renjia glared at Bai Mashwan, who never seemed to utter a kind word. Yu Qing employed a ghost reeling rope to find the yellow shadow. Upon seeing Qian Renjia, the yellow spirit reacted as if encountering an enemy, muttering incessantly, "You little brat. You little brat. I have already agreed. What more is there to say?" Qian Renjia lamented with a grimace. As night deepened, prior to heading to the Eye of the Earth, and to prevent any unforeseen changes from the two spirits, Yu Qing produced a bell, allowing the two to temporarily reside within it, keeping it close at hand. Thus, Yu Qing found himself accompanied by 3 spirits. When the time came, they all gathered at the courtyard, which remained as humble as ever, with the vermilion lantern still present. Yu Qing took out powdered stone and sprinkled it over the lantern, enveloping it completely, aiming to enhance the atmosphere of Yin. Chapter 179. The Chronicles of the Strange Spirits. 1. This marks the first collaboration between Yu Bai and his son, and surprisingly, he feels a twinge of anxiety. Leaning close to Tang Sanqing's ear, he whispers, "Make sure to pay close attention. Goodness, I cannot believe I am feeling this nervous today." Is he fearful of losing face in front of his son? Tang Sanqing stifles a laugh. Of course, my illustrious reputation cannot be tarnished today. Yu Bai surveys the courtyard, noting the palpable aura of malice that permeates the space. If someone were to exploit this locale for nefarious purposes, it would undoubtedly stir a significant upheaval. Afterward, you may need to exert some effort to ensure that this place is not misused by those charlatans of Taoism. Observing Yu Bai's clenched teeth, Tang Sanqing inquires, "What do you know of these charlatans?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Yu Bai replies, "Let us not dwell on the past. It is time to begin." Yu Qing had already arranged the thunderpool array near the vermilion lamp. Although he was aware that it may not be effective against Qian Renjia, this action serves to instill a sense of dread. It is not without purpose. Both Qian Renjia and that yellow shadow are acutely aware that the critical moment is approaching and remain unnaturally silent. Yu Qing places a bell upon the ground, refraining from allowing the 2 spirits to emerge. Tang Sanqing sits cross-legged on the ground, producing 2 ancient talismans adorned with unfamiliar symbols. Yu Bai softly remarks, "These are long-lost ancient talismans, discovered by Tang Sanqing within a false tomb at the Qinling Mountains. He has mastered them through his innate talent. As of now, he is likely the sole individual capable of wielding these ancient charms." Yu Qing cannot help but feel a surge of respect. Bai Mo Xian and the others stand quietly to the side, aware of their duty to protect the integrity of today's chaos technique. The power of the 2 ancient talismans is indeed formidable. Once affixed to the bell, it begins to spin, and the anguished cries of Qian Renjia resonate from within. What in the world is this ghastly thing? Silence. Tang Sanqing commands firmly. From this moment forth, you shall follow the power of this bell. Allow it to guide you in whatever direction it chooses. Do not resist in the slightest, or the consequences will be dire. Qian Renjia falls silent, while the yellow specter responds softly. Tang Sancheng nods at Yu Qing and Yu Bai, signaling them to sit cross-legged on either side of him, forming a triangular formation. Even from a scientific perspective, a triangle is the most stable shape. Each of them extends a finger to press upon the bell. Tang Sancheng had previously instructed them that once they commenced, the bell-as transformations would be astonishing, yet they must not release their grip, or all would be in vain. Indeed, as the three concentrate their energy upon the bell, it begins to rotate. Initially, the motion is slow, but it accelerates rapidly, and the sound emanating from the bell grows increasingly loud. Yu Qing feels the friction burning his finger, yet he dares not falter, holding firm. Yu Bai's expression darkens, beads of sweat forming upon his brow, while Tang Sancheng seems to maintain a greater composure. With a sudden crack, Bai Moshuan observed that the bell had split open, releasing a plume of white smoke. He mumbled indistinctly, watching as the smoke billowed forth, gradually coalescing into a dense mass, resembling fluffy cotton candy. Subo licked his lips, prompting a muffled grunt from Bai Moshuan. Surely you aren't tempted to consume it? If my conjecture holds true, this substance is indeed the two unfortunate souls. The mass of cotton candy was now amalgamated, and Tang Sancheng felt an unsettling tension in his body, a wave of weakness washing over him. Raising his gaze, he beheld the white smoke fully merging, realizing that the critical moment was imminent. With a shared glance, the three of them simultaneously withdrew their index fingers from the bell. With a resounding crack, the bell shattered into 8 fragments, causing the thick white smoke to split in two, cascading to the ground, gradually dispersing into 2 human forms. Yu Qing finally discerned the appearance of the yellow ghost, clad in a yellow shirt made of a fabric that had been all the rage in the 1910s, evoking a palpable sense of nostalgia. His hair was thick, and he stared in wonder at his own body, as if seeing it for the first time. Excitement bubbling within him as he raised his arms in jubilation. I am restored. I am restored. Qian Renjia felt nothing unusual, but when he attempted to cross the thunder pool array, a powerful force repelled him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Now he understood the distinction. Unlike before, he was merely an ordinary ghost. As the bell shattered, 2 ancient talismans also cracked. Tang Sancheng felt a pang of regret as he picked them up and affixed them to the vermilion lamp. Let us not waste them. The yellow ghost suddenly knelt before the group, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed ones. You are truly my rebirth parents. No need for that, Yu Qing replied. I am merely returning a favor. Qian Renjia sighed, feeling a sense of loss. You are restored, but I must tread carefully from now on. Yu Qing, you must look out for me. When I am in need, you must come to my aid. You seem to be never-ending. Yu Qing laughed. I promise you. The yellow ghost expressed his gratitude once more to Qian Renjia, truly a courteous spirit, before departing in high spirits. Qian Renjia ambled away as well, while Cui Ying and Su Bo stood in astonishment, marveling at the chaotic yet wondrous transformation. As Tang Sancheng concluded the matter, his expression suddenly shifted. Something feels amiss. What is it? Yu Bai inquired. The sound is not right. Tang Sancheng's ears were renowned for their sensitivity, nearly rivaling that of the mythical wind-following ear. He stamped his foot, advancing several meters and leaping a few times. The sound is off. There must be a hollow beneath us. The cellar cannot be in this location. Yu Qing, Su Bo. This is the spot. Let us uncover it. Tang Sancheng pointed to the ground, but Su Bo, feeling slightly disgruntled, remarked, Boss Tang, you are biased. Why not call Bai Moshuan? Because I know he wouldn't budge. Tang Sancheng replied, I know him too well. Su Bo conceded, joining Yu Qing in prying up the blue bricks from the ground. As they pried it open, a foul stench wafted from beneath, causing Su Bo to freeze. Why does it smell like a corpse? With a bold heart, Yu Qing squinted in the dim light, his gaze first falling upon a desiccated arm, a corpse. This place had recently been the residence of the Taoist master Xuanqiu, which struck Su Bo with considerable shock. It was inconceivable that the master would engage in such deeds. Tang Sancheng remarked, I recall you mentioned that the master had set up a cinnabar lamp in the courtyard to ward off wandering spirits, keeping it lit day and night. A person with such diligence would have no reason to raise corpses here. However, after his departure, whether anyone paid attention to this place is an entirely different matter. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng's ears perked up. You all, step aside. No sooner had he spoken than Yuqing seized Su Bo and leaped out. The corpse beneath them abruptly sprang to life, reaching out and tearing a strip from Su Bo's clothing with a swift motion. Tang Sancheng exchanged a glance with Yu Bai and said, "The perpetrator is nearby. Keep an eye on these youngsters. I will pursue him." Just moments before, Tang Sancheng had heard the faint sound of bells, an oft-used trick of the Maoshan practitioners, enabling them to command corpses to obey their directives. These commands had been implanted within the corpses long ago. Fortunately, Tang Sancheng had acted swiftly. Otherwise, Yuqing and Su Bo would have been in dire straits. As the first corpse activated, the others began to stir, one after another, emerging from the ground. Bai Emotian cursed, "What a nuisance." In total, 4 corpses leaped out, as Tang Sancheng intended to follow the sound of the bells to locate the mastermind behind this. The 4 corpses seemed to sense his intent and lunged at him with clear targets in mind. Yu Bai, while helping Tang Sancheng out of the predicament, scolded, "Tang Sancheng, what kind of trouble have you stirred up recently for them to come after you? Preposterous. When have I offended anyone?" Tang Sancheng retorted, noticing one of the corpses drawing near. In a flash of inspiration, he pulled out a yellow talisman, swiftly bit his finger, drew the Xingyang talisman, and slapped it onto the chest of the approaching corpse. Flames erupted from the corpse's torso. Yuqing and Yu Bai mirrored his actions, each preparing for battle with their own Xingyang talismans. However, Yu Bai was more aggressive, shoving a talisman directly into one corpse's mouth. The flames of Xingyang ignited within the corpse, which emitted a wretched scream, rolling and thrashing on the ground. The 3 faced 3 corpses, while one, sensing the dire situation, turned to pounce on Su Bo and Cui Ying, neglecting Bai Emotian in the process. Bai Emotian, gritting his teeth, declared, seeking death. He eschewed the talisman, striking the corpse with a single-handed blow. Behind him, Su Bo barely caught a glimpse of a flash of white light before the corpse split in 2. A truly terrifying sight. Regrettably, being a lifeless entity, the corpse felt no pain. Even when cleaved in half, it continued to writhe. Seizing the moment, Yuqing unleashed 2 Xingyang talismans in tandem, igniting flames that surged forth. Only then did Su Bo exhale a breath of relief. Cui Ying inquired, "Who is orchestrating these corpses?" Clearly, it was someone well-versed in the craft. Upon resolving the matter of the 4 desiccated corpses, Tang Sancheng's countenance bore a weight of unease. After the flicker of light, no one with such immense power had appeared again. Now that he had finally extricated himself, the chime had vanished entirely, leaving Tang Sancheng with no leads. He could only caution the others. This individual is formidable. Today, we have destroyed his 4 corpses, and thus a grudge has been forged. In the future, when encountering peers, maintain a respectful distance. Do you understand? Boss Tang, can this misfortune be attributed to your actions? Su Bai inquired innocently. Had it not been for your discovery of the specters below, this enmity would not have arisen. Tang Sancheng dismissed the notion nonchalantly. Those who walk the path of righteousness must possess compassion. Had I not destroyed these corpses, this person would undoubtedly have used them to harm others. I harbor no regrets. Are you afraid? Su Bai shuddered and vehemently shook his head. How could that be? Very well. Henceforth, you all must exercise caution. Tang Sancheng scrutinized the room and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Bai. They commenced their endeavors, establishing an intricate web of protection, ensuring that anything imbued with malevolent energy could not breach their sanctum, thus temporarily averting future calamities. The ground was meticulously cleared, and any remnants of charred bones were reinterred. The group felt fortunate that the location was remote, sparing them from unwelcome scrutiny. As they made their way back to the antique shop, Yu Bai suddenly remarked, I have witnessed such techniques many years ago. Tang Sancheng, somewhat irritated, retorted, I knew you were concealing something. What is it you have to say? You are aware that I have never acknowledged having a mentor, yet truthfully, I did have a teacher before I turned 14, Yu Bai revealed. Regrettably, he passed away prematurely, and due to my senior brother's influence, I have been reluctant to admit this period of tutelage. In truth, I have long harbored suspicions that my teacher's demise was connected to my senior brother. Father, I have never heard you mention this before, Yuqing interjected. It is a difficult matter to articulate, Yu Bai confessed. From a young age, I was captivated by the arts of Maoshan, but my parents, rooted in scholarly traditions, did not support such pursuits. Thus, I clandestinely ascended the mountain. My teacher, Zhang Zhongquan, treated me well and once remarked that I possessed talent and that a particular tome was destined for me. This very statement incited my senior brother's jealousy, and he sought to hinder me in every way. At that time, I was naive and impetuous, clashing with him. On one occasion, he falsely accused me of pilfering my teacher's collection. I cannot fathom how it happened, but he even presented evidence, prompting my teacher to erupt in fury and threaten to expel me from the mountain. "What book did you steal?" Tang Sansheng inquired. "If it were merely an ordinary volume, your teacher would not have been so incensed. The trouble lay with that particular book. It was titled Records of Strange Ghosts. I swear, I had not perused its contents. In fact, I barely had the chance, as my senior brother brought my teacher in before I could. The evidence was damning, and I was filled with dread. Though innocent, I was caught red-handed and had no means to defend myself." Yubai recalled the incident, feeling a chill wash over him. Tang Sansheng expressed a measure of sympathy. "You are a person of strong character. Such underhanded deeds are certainly not in your nature." Yubai breathed a sigh of relief. "You truly understand me. I would never resort to thievery. While you claim I am audacious enough to confront my master directly, the evidence is clear. My master cast me down the mountain. After descending, I pondered the situation and felt wronged, convinced I had been unjustly treated. The very next day, I returned to the mountain. However, I was unprepared for the drastic changes that had transpired overnight. My senior brother had vanished, and my master lay gravely ill, incapacitated in bed." Yubai continued. "Moreover, his tongue was gone." Subai shivered in response. "That's not merely a grave illness. That constitutes deliberate harm, does it not?" Yubai sighed once more. "You have likely surmised the true nature of the situation." Yet, at that time, I was utterly stunned, for I had not yet reached the age of 14. Witnessing my master's condition left me in shock. He probably never anticipated that I would return, struggling to move and revealing a few bloodied characters beneath him before passing away. "What bloodied characters?" Yuqing asked, captivated and eager for details. "Rebellious disciple, Qi Guizhi." Yubai replied. "Upon seeing those 5 characters, I was terrified to the core, for they were intertwined with my fate. My master suspected that I had stolen Qi Guizhi, did he not? The timing was rather fortuitous, yet I failed to delve deeper. Truth be told, I did indeed think along those lines back then. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and searched my master's study, only to find Qi Guizhi missing. When I descended the mountain, my master had meticulously secured it. It dawned on me that the one who had taken Qi Guizhi and harmed my master was none other than my senior brother." "You only realized this so late, uncle? You truly are rather dim-witted," Subai remarked, only to find himself being glared at by Cui Ying. He muttered, "Even before entering the family, you are already defending your future father-in-law." Cui Ying pinched Subai sharply, but Yubai remained unperturbed. Indeed, after I reached adulthood, I reflected on how delayed my response had been. Yet, consider it, a living person perished right before my eyes. Just the day before, they were full of life. I was merely 14. How was I to maintain my composure? However, how did you handle your master's remains? Tang Sansheng inquired, intrigued by this aspect. "I dug a grave behind that room and buried my master there, marking it with a bamboo stake as a makeshift tombstone," Yubai recounted. "Yet, 5 years later, I returned to that place to tend to the grave, erecting a proper stone tablet inscribed with my master's name. This is a matter I have long been reluctant to discuss. Alas, it was too humiliating. However, do not think I lack gratitude. I have always held my master in my heart. If you speak truthfully, then it was indeed your senior brother who took Qi Guizhi. To put it more severely, he may even have dealt a fatal blow to your master. But how do you suspect him to be connected to this corpse matter? Years ago, I ascended the mountain late and descended early. However, I had heard my master mention my senior brother, whom he seemed to harbor some prejudice against. He described him with the phrase wolfish ambition and recounted how my senior brother had secretly practiced necromancy, nearly bringing about a calamity. Yet he sighed, acknowledging that my senior brother possessed talent, for his practice was not conducted in the Four lands, but rather at the eye of the earth, which made it quite extraordinary. The most lamentable aspect was his overwhelming ambition, which surely would not lead to favorable outcomes. Yubai remarked, "Thus, today, with a corpse and at the eye of the earth, you assert that this individual is extraordinary, hence I drew parallels to him." Tang Sansheng inquired, "What is his name?" Chapter 181. Ghost Fox. "He is an abandoned infant whom my master took in. Thus he bears the surname Zhang, known as Zhang Jingtong." Yubai stated, "Over the years, I have been attentive to anyone bearing that name, yet regrettably, I have found no trace of him. What kind of book is Record of Strange Ghosts?" Yu Qing responded. From its title, it appears to be a compendium of peculiar spirits. If it were merely that, it might not justify the act of stealing it from my master. Bai Mo Xian shook his head. This book must contain hidden mysteries. How regrettable it is that uncle did not peruse it. He abruptly ceased speaking, reflecting that were there to be what-ifs, what significance would they hold? Without what-ifs, there would be no need for lamentation. Alas, I hope that tonight, this person is not he. Yubai sighed. After all, we are considered to be of the same sect. Tang Sancheng suddenly coughed and leaned closer to whisper into Yubai's ear, causing a noticeable change in his expression. Tang Sancheng then chuckled, patting his back. It's nothing. I was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Su Bai seemed to have caught wind of Tang Sancheng's words. If I am not mistaken, Boss Tang must have been asking Uncle whether he had pilfered his master's collection. At that time, Master Zhang surely possessed more than one copy of Record of Strange Ghosts. After his demise, did Uncle ever meddle with other tomes? Given that he was self-taught, he must have had a method, and where would that method originate? A collection of books would serve as the finest textbook. Observing Uncle's countenance, it seemed he must have taken some. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The master has passed, and the collection remains where it is. So why waste it? Though Tang Sancheng had surmised the underlying intricacies, he would naturally keep it to himself, allowing Yu Bai to maintain his dignity. Nevertheless, the events of that night weighed heavily on Yu Bai's mind, pondering what level his senior brother might have attained. What role might Record of Strange Ghosts play in this? One cannot ascertain every detail, for the true visage of that person remains unseen. Yet, there must be some peculiarities surrounding this matter. I wonder how Lord Yuan Fong would perceive it. This incident, seemingly a mere interlude, would later lead them to suffer significant losses, almost to the brink of annihilation. And what they could not foresee was that this very individual would bring about a monumental change in Su Bai's life. After setting aside this matter, Yu Qing felt a profound sense of relief, for his debts to Qian Renjia had been entirely cleared. However, he found it peculiar that since Qian Renjia and that yellow specter returned to normalcy, he had been unable to locate them. This was rather unusual, as there existed a bond between them through the ghost binding rope. Upon contemplating this issue, Yu Qing deliberately sought them out, hoping to ascertain that it was merely the ineffectiveness of the ghost binding rope. Regrettably, the two had vanished completely. Tang Sancheng held his own perspective on the situation. There was one thing he could not confirm, whether or not the world contained Yin-Chas. In the minds of ordinary people, Yin-Chas are the spirits that serve in the underworld, capable of guiding souls, such as the black and white impermanence or the ox head and horse face. Another commonly used term for them is soul reapers, or more elegantly, death deities. When a person's lifespan has come to an end, yet their soul lingers in the mortal realm for various reasons, a soul reaper is summoned to escort them away. Moreover, in today's world, the number of souls reincarnating into human forms is exceedingly high, and the daily death toll continues to rise, leaving the existing soul reapers woefully understaffed. Consequently, it becomes necessary to employ young souls, referring to the souls of the living, also known as living souls, to temporarily serve in this capacity, earning them the title of Yin-Chas in the mortal realm. It is said that the illustrious Bao Gong, known for his unparalleled judgment, was a Yin-Cha, with folklore suggesting he traversed both the realms of Yin and Yang, thus ensuring his cases were never misjudged. If these two spirits had simultaneously turned to ash, the likelihood is minimal. After all, if such a phenomenon occurred, the ghost binding rope would have reacted strongly. Thus, it is presumed that the two spirits are safe. Tang Sancheng boldly conjectured that they might have been taken by a Yin-Cha, though where they were led remains a mystery. The most favorable outcome would be that they successfully reincarnated. Tang Sancheng had never encountered a Yin-Cha himself. Throughout his extensive adventures, he had witnessed various extraordinary entities. Yet Yin-Chas were not among them. Therefore, the ultimate fate of these two spirits was left to his imagination. The disappearance of Qian Renjia left Yu Qing and the others feeling somewhat disheartened. Although he was a ghost, he had once vividly graced their lives. Akin to an old friend, his sudden absence indeed cast a shadow of melancholy. Without Qian Renjia, Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi hesitated to finalize their subsequent plans. Su Bo grew increasingly anxious, and after several complaints, Bai Moshuan could no longer contain himself. Now is the time to discern the opponent's depths. Why are you so anxious? I am, of course, anxious, Su Bo replied. Who knows when I might lose my temper? I believe you are simply eager to see Gong Su Su, Cui Ying remarked pointedly. She cannot frequently venture outside. She can only do so at one of the 12 dragon veins, right? Subo fell silent. It had been half a month since he parted ways with Susu, and for both himself and her, that span of time was not merely a passage of days. Heaven knows how long they might endure. Who is Gong Susu? Ning asked, having unknowingly settled among the group. The moment Subo spotted her, a headache washed over him. What lines would she deliver today? She is the beloved woman of this man. Bai Moshuan said irritably, why haven't you left yet? Soon. Ning replied, I will return the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I will indulge in the delectable treats outside just once more, and then I will truly depart this time. She spoke with utmost seriousness, yet no one believed her. Subo couldn't help but laugh. If I believe you, I must be a ghost. A ghost? Does that not imply death? Ning replied earnestly. Subo, who had intended to tease her, felt he had been playfully outwitted instead. This girl possessed a unique talent for maintaining a serious demeanor while seamlessly shifting the topic, and her manner did not incite anger. Ning truly intended to leave. With Chueying by brother Yueching's side, her chances were all but extinguished. Moreover, as Xuefan had remarked, the elders of the clan could no longer tolerate her prolonged stay. If she did not return soon, they would come to fetch her personally. It was better to leave on her own accord. The next day, Ning ventured out alone, yet as night fell, she had not returned. Xuefan, furrowing her brows, had peered anxiously in front of the antique shop numerous times. Had it not been for the need for a little more time, she would have ventured out to investigate. Sighing repeatedly, she lamented, this child is like a wild horse that has broken free. She truly causes one to worry. However, Bai Moshuan thought his aunt overly concerned. In this city, how could a small fox spirit with some cultivation possibly get lost? Yet, when 9 o'clock arrived, and Ning was still absent, Bai Moshuan began to feel a sense of urgency. Something was amiss. For him to utter such words indicated that something truly was wrong. Yueching and the others joined him in the search. As a fellow Fox clan member, Bai Moshuan was well aware of her scent and followed it until it led him to a hotel, bustling with lively patrons indulging in a feast. It was not unusual for her to be found in such a place. Chueying entered and inquired with a waiter. Remarkably, the waiter remembered Ning, as her vivacity left a lasting impression. That young girl dined here. She arrived just as our evening service commenced and left with a man. We thought they knew each other as they were conversing. A man? Bai Moshuan's heart sank. In this city, aside from them, Ning knew no other men. Yes, a man dressed entirely in black, the waiter murmured. It was quite cold, and he wasn't wearing a coat. They went out to the left. Chapter 182. The mysterious man Bai Moshuan inhaled sharply and dashed outside to the left, searching for Ning's scent in the air. As he walked, he bent down to pick up a strand of fur, fox fur. Had Ning revealed her true form? A sense of foreboding washed over him. The situation was likely dire, and Ning was in danger. We must find her immediately, he urged. Subo, still somewhat dazed, questioned, isn't she cultivated? Ordinary people should be no match for her, right? Ordinary people may not pose a threat, but those who might capture her are certainly not ordinary, Bai Moshuan replied. Everyone, there will be no rest today. She is surely not in the city. Let's head outwards, towards the outskirts. Upon arriving in the outskirts, Bai Moshuan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the whispers of the wind. At last, he discerned a direction. There stood a solitary mountain peak. Not long after entering, Bai Moshuan gasped in disbelief. Was this a place for raising ghostly foxes? The so-called ghost fox is fundamentally akin to raising spirits, with the distinction being that the subject has shifted from spirits to foxes. To cultivate a ghost fox, one must first capture a fox of considerable cultivation, a task not easily accomplished, and few succeed in this endeavor. It seemed that the infant Ning had likely fallen into the hands of another. Once a fox of sufficient cultivation is captured, one must prepare a bamboo tube at midnight, binding the fox's head with willow twigs, leaving the still living, squealing creature immobilized within. Placed under the moonlight, the most brutal act follows. A knife must be used to incise the soles of the fox's feet, peeling its skin along the incision while the fox remains alive, a process marked by excruciating cruelty, inflicting unbearable pain upon the tormented creature. As the skinning proceeds, the fox's blood gradually drips forth. After the skin is removed, the limbs must be severed, first placing them into the bamboo tube, followed by the torso. At this juncture, the fox should still possess a flicker of life. Thereafter, the skin is used to suffocate it, and all of this must be accomplished before dawn. coinciding with the peak of nocturnal malevolence. Once the sun rises, all efforts will be rendered futile. Should the fox perish before the ritual is complete, tools must still be employed to reduce the fox within the bamboo tube to a pulp, which is then placed in a pool of gathered for a period of 81 days. Subsequently, the bamboo tube is unearthed. Typically, the essence of the flesh has completely exuded, leaving only remnants. At this point, the practitioner can drip their own blood into the tube, forging a pact, thus birthing the ghost fox, a spirit, hence the name. The Qingqiu fox clan, noble by nature, feels profound sorrow for this ghost fox. The reasons are threefold. The process is excruciating. Those who engage in raising ghost foxes are often malevolent individuals, and for the Qingqiu foxes, being captured is a dishonor in itself. Contemplating this, Bai Moshuan was seized by fury, charging into the cave. Inside, the space was desolate, and the unfortunate Ning had revealed her true form, her snow-white fur trembling in fear. Her dark, helpless eyes gazed toward the cave entrance, her head bound to the bamboo tube, rendered powerless, a mere piece of meat on the butcher's block, soon to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Upon witnessing Bai Moshuan's arrival, she emitted a sorrowful cry. Seeing his kin treated in such a manner ignited Bai Moshuan's rage. And just as he was about to advance, he was abruptly restrained by Yu Qing. Be cautious, something feels amiss. I shall shred this wretch into 1,000 pieces. Bai Moshuan clenched his fists, yet maintained his composure as he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, not far ahead of Ning, there lay a row of steel spikes above, and further on, a fine steel wire. Had he acted impulsively, the spikes would have undoubtedly fallen, resulting in his demise or grievous injury. In such a precarious situation, impulsiveness truly is a devil that brings misfortune. Bai Moshuan nodded at Yu Qing, who had already produced a talisman to ward off evil, affixing it to Cui Ying and Su Bo. In that moment, Bai Moshuan deftly leaped behind the steel wire and, with a single flourish of his hand, severed the willow branch that bound Ning. The poor girl regained her freedom, yet was unable to move, having exhausted her strength. Bai Moshuan could not help but mutter under his breath, "You certainly have a penchant for trouble." Tears immediately welled up in Ning's eyes, cascading onto her pristine white fur, her pink irises becoming even more crimson. Bai Moshuan, feeling vexed, scooped her up and tossed her behind him. Su Bo, startled, rushed forward, kneeling just in time to catch her. Ning's tears flowed more freely, her adorable fox-like visage accentuated by her 3 tails, which swayed playfully against Su Bo's hands. Tickling him, Su Bo gently patted her head, saying, "Do not be afraid. We have come to help, haven't we?" At that moment, Ning's eyes brimmed with even more tears as she burrowed her little head into Su Bo's embrace. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, "It's you lot again. Once was not enough to thwart my plans. Now you wish to try again?" Yu Qing swiftly turned, shielding Cui Ying behind him. "Be cautious." Su Bo sensed an imminent threat and looked up to see a corpse sprawled above, far more repulsive than the previous desiccated bodies, as it was covered in writhing maggots, their white forms moving sluggishly, occasionally dropping to the ground. As Su Bo sheltered Ning from the maggots, he retreated to a corner, exclaiming, "Hey, up there!" Just as he warned, the damp corpse plummeted to the ground, exuding a putrid stench that was unbearable. Bai Moshuan gazed up at the steel spikes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Controlling a corpse is indeed a viable tactic, yet one must not forget that the dead are devoid of thought and will. Bai Moshuan, now holding a young talisman in his palm, cast it forth, striking the damp corpse. In an instant, flames erupted, startling the corpse into lunging at Bai Moshuan. He nimbly evaded the wet corpse and landed firmly on the ground. The damp corpse's foot caught the delicate steel wire, and the spikes above fell with a resounding thud. Su Bo distinctly heard the sound of the spikes piercing the corpse, blood and pus erupting from its body and splattering onto the ground, releasing a waft of white smoke indicative of decay. Observing the differing decomposition of the corpse's abdomen and other areas, Bai Moshuan's mind raced. Avoid the liquid it spews. This corpse harbors toxins far beyond mere decay. Before a person dies, or just at the moment of death, consuming poison can create a protective barrier. Thus, when grave robbers attempt to touch the corpse to retrieve the burial items held in the mouth or hands, the body may release this toxic substance due to the sudden force applied. As bending over brings one closest to the corpse, the likelihood of being affected is nearly 99%. Throughout history, Countless grave robbers have fallen victim to this method. This individual not only possesses vast knowledge of various arcane techniques, but has also ingeniously employed this particular strategy. Bai Mashwan clenched his fist, realizing that he could no longer afford to delay. This opponent was formidable, and a swift resolution was imperative to prevent any further tricks. A lingering question troubled him. According to this person, the last dry corpse at the site was also his doing, yet he had not appeared during either incident. Why was that? Yu Qing shared the same thoughts. As their gazes met, they instinctively understood each other's concerns. Yu Qing discreetly positioned herself behind Bai Mashwan as a shield. While he advanced directly, to his astonishment, two flames had inexplicably ignited in his palm, not deriving from the Yang talisman, but rather spontaneously appearing there. This phenomenon puzzled Su Bai, who was unaware of the origin of the flames. Furthermore, Bai Mashwan pressed his fiery palms against the already ravaged wet corpse. Instead of igniting the corpse's exterior, the flames seemed to penetrate into its very being. Remarkably, the wet corpse appeared almost translucent, with the flames dancing within it. A sight Su Bai observed with clarity. Chapter 183. The prey. The two flames converged within the wet corpse, culminating in an explosive release. With a resounding bang, Bai Mashwan swiftly retreated, with Yu Qing following suit. The wet corpse disintegrated, scattering fiery embers across the ground, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Seeing that the threat had been neutralized, Su Bai gently patted the head of the little fox nestled in his arms, reassuringly murmuring, "It's all right, it's all right." Ning, nestled within Su Bai's embrace, felt a profound sense of safety. After enduring such torment and fear, she finally relaxed and drifted into a deep slumber. Witnessing the demise of the wet corpse, the mysterious figure coldly remarked, "There is still much time ahead. We shall have ample opportunities in the future. I will remember you." Bai Mashwan sought to locate the source of this voice, but felt as though it emanated from all directions, leaving him utterly perplexed. In this moment of hesitation, the figure vanished without a trace, leaving Bai Mashwan with an unprecedented sense of impending danger. To contend with such a shadowy adversary was far from favorable. Noticing the tension ease from Bai Mashwan's face, Yu Qing inquired, "The fire in your palm, is it the Jiuyang fire generated by expelling your inner energy?" Bai Mashwan replied, "This is the most effective means to achieve a swift conclusion. Yet this method is exceedingly damaging to oneself. Use it sparingly in the future." Yu Qing cautioned, "Taking care of oneself is not a sin," she added. Bai Mashwan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. He simply patted Yu Qing on the shoulder before silently approaching Su Bai, relieved to find Ning peacefully asleep in his arms. Exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as she is alive, that's what matters. Chueying was not idle. She was meticulously surveying the cave when she made a significant discovery. "Come here and take a look at these peculiar objects," she called out. Just behind the bamboo tube that had bound Ning, there lay a large pit containing several ceramic jars. Upon counting, Chueying found 7 in total. Yu Qing cautioned, "Be careful not to touch anything. There might be some trickery at play." Bai Mashwan, protected by his talisman, showed no hesitation and promptly opened one of the jars. A nauseating odor wafted from within, revealing only fragments at the bottom. Bai Mashwan even extracted a piece to inspect closely, remarking, "It resembles a turtle shell. Could this fellow have been conducting experiments all along?" Turtles are known for their longevity and spiritual essence, often believed to enhance one's lifespan and health. However, not all turtles are safe for consumption, especially those over 50 years old, which can be perilous. Consuming such a spiritual turtle could lead to severe repercussions, manifesting as cracks akin to a turtle's shell on one's back and waist, followed by unbearable itching and pain, culminating in blisters and bleeding. In extreme cases, it could even be fatal. This situation paralleled that of the spiritual snake. Those who offend a snake of modest cultivation or consume its flesh may find themselves ensnared by its scales, leading to a grotesque swelling of the waist and eventual demise, far more sinister than the spiritual turtle. Opening the other jars, Bai Mashwan indeed discovered skeletal remains of snakes. He recognized the structure of these spiritual beings' bones instantly, pondering, what on earth is this creature up to, hoarding such spiritual entities? Su Bai, holding Ning closely, thought how perilous the situation had been, had they arrived any later. Ning might have met the same fate as those spiritual snakes and turtles. How pitiful indeed. Chueying continued her inspection of the surroundings, but found no further clues. Before dawn broke, They needed to return with the transformed Ning to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Su Bai held Ning tightly. The little fox was quite delightful, resembling a living heater, providing a comforting warmth. It was not until they reached the antique shop that Ning finally opened her eyes. She had been awake for some time, but chose to remain silent. Upon entering the shop, she sensed an impending storm. Aunt Xuefeng will surely send me back, she thought. Resigned to the fact that she had planned to return today, only to have encountered an unexpected mishap the day before. Though Xuefeng's face was ashen, her heart ached at the sight of Ning in her true form. What happened? How did she end up revealing her true nature? Bai Maoxuan, impatient, gave Ning a gentle nudge. Stop lingering in a man's embrace and transform back into your human form. Ning, though still weak, had not been entirely stripped of her ability to shapeshift. She wagged her tail, softly brushing against Su Bai's face before gracefully leaping to the ground and resuming her usual charming appearance. With a pitiful expression, she looked up at Xuefeng and lamented, "Aunt, I was captured by evildoers and almost turned into a ghost fox." Upon hearing the term ghost fox, Xuefeng's expression shifted dramatically. Was this sinister art still known to anyone? Bai Maoxuan gently nodded, and Xuefeng remarked, "In encountering such individuals, one cannot fault you. Do describe him. It is imperative that our kin exercise greater caution henceforth." Ning blinked, meticulously recalling the events of the previous night, only to be taken aback by the realization that she had not glimpsed the man's face at all. "I did not see him, Aunt. It is rather strange. From beginning to end, I was unable to discern his features. I only know he wore a light garment and was of a height similar to Brother Yueqing. He appeared somewhat older, yet I have no impression of his visage whatsoever." According to Ning, her sole intention had been to finish her meal at the restaurant and return to Qingqiu on time, sparing Xuefeng any further distress. However, shortly after she took her seat, a man occupied the chair opposite her, and from that moment, events took an unusual turn. She felt as though a veil of shadow obscured her view, rendering the man's face shrouded in mystery. Alarmingly, she seemed to follow him against her will, entirely out of her control. From the fox fur Bai Maoxuan discovered along the way, it became evident that Ning had transformed shortly after leaving. Regrettably, she remained unaware of the reason. The thought of almost being skinned and crushed brought forth a torrent of tears, prompting her to bury her face in Xuefeng's embrace. Sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, Xuefeng did not relent. "Do you recall what I told you? The world outside is not solely inhabited by virtuous souls. There are also malevolent ones. You are too naive, too kind. This place is unsuitable for you. Heed your aunt's counsel. Have Maoxuan escort you home immediately." Ning, momentarily startled, lifted her gaze towards Su Bai. "I shall return, but may I visit the antique shop occasionally? Just now and then." Observing her pitiful expression, Xuefeng sighed. "You may. Indeed, but such occurrences must not repeat themselves. It has been many years since our clan faced such tragedy." There was an unspoken truth that Xuefeng refrained from voicing, the shame it would bring to the Qingqiu Fox clan. Weighing the gravity of the situation, she ultimately chose silence. Having narrowly escaped with her life, Ning now understood the treachery of human nature. Subsequently, she implored Maoxuan to take her back to Qingqiu. Due to her frail condition, Bai Maoxuan personally accompanied her on the journey home. Haunted by thoughts of the mysterious figure in the cave, Yueqing felt an unsettling disquiet within. In the realm of Maoxian sorcery, ghost foxes, akin to the cultivation of spirits and corpses, reside within the domain of malevolence. The Maoxian sect, with its lengthy history, diverged from Taoism, evolving diverse techniques, some in harmony with Taoist practices, while others resorted to extreme measures. The ghost foxes epitomized this brutality. Their creation was exceedingly sinister, and if one were truly to refine such a being, it would spell disaster. Moreover, this man had concealed his true appearance on 2 occasions. What could be the reason behind this? What occupies your thoughts? Chuaying inquired. "I am contemplating the chronicles of strange ghosts, as well as the master uncle my father mentioned." Yueqing replied, "I possess an oddly unsettling feeling that the man who absconded with Ning may indeed be this master uncle. In this world, there are no coincidences. When circumstances align with such precision, one can inevitably expect the most unexpected outcomes." Chapter 184, Scandal. 1. "You are overthinking it," Chuaying remarked. "Hasn't your uncle mentioned that? For decades, there has been no word of your master's uncle. It stands to reason that he would not suddenly resurface now. Rather than worrying about this matter, it would be prudent to focus on what lies ahead." We have remained passive for quite some time. I wonder if this has affected Subai? Both turned their gaze towards Subai, who replied, I feel perfectly fine. Although there was an incident at Julong Mountain previously, I have experienced no discomfort since then. I should be all right. That's good to hear, Chuaying continued. Bai Mashwan seems intent on uncovering Dai Jieli's secrets. It appears that we must resort to a handsome scheme. Though it's unfortunate that if not for Ying Ning's involvement, Bai Mashwan might have made progress by now. It is indeed lamentable that we must resort to such tactics. However, I must say, that woman looks at Bai Mashwan with unusual intensity. Proximity is one thing, but whether we can extract the truth is quite another. Subai snapped his fingers. Let's see if the star can succeed this time. You need not concern yourself, Bai Mashwan interjected, returning swiftly and catching the tail end of the conversation. If not, you could take the lead. The mere thought of Dai Jieli's fierce demeanor caused Subai to shake his head vehemently. No, absolutely not. By the way, how do you plan to contact her? She should still be at that hotel. I could lower myself and approach her directly, but wouldn't that come across as too deliberate? Bai Mashwan replied. Thus, I am planning to visit that hotel and reserve the presidential suite. Chuaying felt a shiver run down her spine. Bai Mashwan was indeed seasoned in the entertainment industry. Any woman would find such scenarios irresistible. The serendipitous encounters in hotels, the male lead's aloofness, and the occasional indulgences, it was a potent mix. Yet, whether Dai Jieli would be swayed was another matter entirely. Could it be that Bai Mashwan would ultimately share a bed with Dai Jieli? The mere thought sent a chill through Chuaying. Impossible, this is not Bai Mashwan's style. Bai Mashwan was set to conduct an interview the day after tomorrow. Since their last encounter during filming, they had not crossed paths. The junior assistant performed admirably, keeping pace with Bai Mashwan's rhythm. Upon arriving at the hotel, the assistant expressed confusion. I don't understand. Why must it be here? It must be here, Bai Mashwan insisted, gazing over the rim of his black-framed glasses. Could you possibly remove the glasses next time? I feel it would enhance the effect. No, the assistant replied. I am not accustomed to that. Bai Mashwan paused, surprised. You have quite a personality. Though she was ostensibly his fan, she possessed her own opinions. Impressive. When Bai Mashwan sat before the camera, he appeared exceedingly at ease. The interviewer assigned to him was a male journalist who seemed momentarily entranced by Bai Mashwan's visage. The interview concluded smoothly, and upon exiting, he would inevitably pass by the elevator where Dai Jieli's room was situated. Just as he reached the elevator, his sunglasses slipped from his grasp, and his expression shifted. These are my favorite sunglasses. As the illustrious star spoke, the hotel manager promptly responded, Mr. Bai, we can provide you with all necessary materials for tomorrow's interview, including these sunglasses. Thank you very much, Bai Mashwan replied, his smile revealing his gleaming teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow by the door, confirming that the hotel's soundproofing was not as effective as one might hope. Let's reconvene at this same time tomorrow. There's no need for further farewells. What was initially a one-day interview had unexpectedly transformed into two. A result of the hotel's sudden inclination to request Bai Mashwan to shoot a promotional short film, which would naturally include not only the exterior of the hotel, but also the opulent presidential suite from earlier. Bai Mashwan inadvertently revealed the timing and location for the following day, causing a quickening of the heart for Dai Jieli, who was momentarily lost in thought until the phone rang. The deep voice on the other end jolted her back to reality. Mr. Bailey, how are things progressing? I'm uncertain, Dai Jieli responded cautiously. I sense a glimmer of hope, but you know I detest uncertainty. You are aware of the reason I chose you in the beginning. When a person has lost all hope and suddenly sees a path forward, the strength derived from that is unparalleled. Bailey's voice betrayed no emotion. You should comprehend. The events of that day replayed vividly in her mind, causing her hands to tremble slightly. I understand. If I cannot succeed, I will not hesitate to eliminate my adversaries. A sigh was heard from the other end before the call ended. It appeared that the third party had returned, and evidently, some inappropriate words had been exchanged in front of Mr. Bailey. His previous statement stirred a tumult within Dai Jieli. She could no longer afford to wait. Approaching her luggage, she opened it to reveal a small photograph inside, depicting a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to herself. Her heart raced unexpectedly, and after a fleeting glance, she quickly stowed it away and tightly shut her eyes. Time was of the essence. Mr. Bailey only required a conclusion. The following morning, Dai Jieli noticed the hotel had taken on an unusual sheen, everything polished to a brilliant shine. The scale of the promotional shoot far exceeded her expectations. Lost in thought, She was startled by a familiar voice. What are you doing here? It was not Bai Mashwan, but his young assistant. Dai Jili smirked coldly. Isn't it permissible for a guest to be in the hotel? That's not the issue, the assistant shrugged. But I must remind you, Bai Mashwan should not be your prey. The term prey unsettled Dai Jili. The assistant continued. I realize it may be disrespectful to refer to Bai Mashwan in such a manner. However, based on prior examples, women who perceive him as prey often end up becoming his quarry. Dai Jili suddenly lost her desire to engage further with this assistant, who, despite appearing youthful, seemed to possess an unsettling insight. Eager to leave, she collided with a figure drenched in the scent of cologne, Bai Mashwan, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. What's this? You're still here? You have yet to provide me with a response, so naturally, I cannot depart. Dai Jili gazed into Bai Mashwan's eyes and inquired. Pray tell, how much do you desire? Please refrain from using you all. I solely represent myself. Their thoughts are of no concern to me, Bai Mashwan replied. Once my work concludes, I may divulge the information to you. With that remark, he turned and departed with his assistant, leaving Dai Jili in a state of agitation. Perhaps he would eventually confide in her? This man possessed an uncanny ability to provoke within her a desire to eliminate him. The words of Mr. Bailey echoed in her mind, and she patiently awaited the end of Bai Mashwan's task. As she approached him with a graceful demeanor, he smiled and said, I apologize, but I am rather fatigued. Let us converse later. Are you toying with me? Dai Jili's voice had darkened. Bai Mashwan chuckled coldly, leaning closer to her ear and whispering. Indeed. Suddenly, flashes of light erupted around them. Bai Mashwan was aware that tomorrow's headlines would feature this very photograph. Subo held a newspaper, his eyes fixated on the entertainment section's headline. Upon seeing the image, he momentarily forgot to sip his soy milk and elbowed Chui Ying, exclaiming, Sister, have they kissed or not? The profile of Bai Mashwan was strikingly clear, his head nearly resting on Dai Jili's shoulder. From this angle, they appeared as a pair of enamored lovers entwined, igniting the imagination. Had Subo not recognized the two individuals in the photograph, he might have been led to a misunderstanding. Alas, Bai Mashwan's character was well known. Given your acquaintance with Bai Mashwan, what are your thoughts? Chui Ying retorted, seemingly unfazed. How could it be a genuine kiss? He must be foolish, Subo replied. 2 words, camera angle. However, Dai Jili is truly unfortunate, unwittingly making the headlines and being labeled as Bai Mashwan's secret lover. What a tragedy. Playing with Bai Mashwan is akin to leaping into a fire pit. I find myself feeling a tinge of sympathy for her. Sympathy? Have you forgotten how close your Susu came to being in her grasp? With her ruthless nature, Susu would fare poorly, Chui Ying remarked. Nonetheless, Bai Mashwan is indeed a master at this game. He has orchestrated such a scenario that leaves Dai Jili unable to maintain her composure. Perhaps not, Bai Mashwan interjected, having entered unnoticed. Leaning against the door, he continued. That day, she did exhibit a fleeting moment of panic. However, once the flash went off, she quickly realized the ruse I was employing. Do you know what she said to me? Stay tuned, Chui Ying blurted out. Indeed, women are often the best judges of other women, Bai Mashwan mused. However, this is precisely what I desire, to ignite her competitive spirit entirely. Thus, when I ultimately vanquish her, it will be far easier for her to reveal her true feelings. Chui Ying furrowed her brow, cautioning, be wary of unintended consequences. For me, there is no loss, Bai Mashwan stated. Very well, I shall return to my game. Do enjoy your conversation. By the way, where is Yuqing? Yuqing is quite invested in the book titled Strange Tales of the Ghosts, Chui Ying replied. Thus, he has resolved to utilize this period of leisure to thoroughly study it, diligently gathering information from various sources. Bai Mashwan nodded slightly before stepping outside. After the jolt of this morning's headlines, he understood that the woman would undoubtedly be dissatisfied and seek him out. Indeed, as soon as he arrived at the entrance of the company, he spotted Assistant Shan. Her expression was somewhat grim, and upon seeing Bai Mashwan, she furrowed her brow. What will the fans think? I never consider myself an idol, she remarked. Bai Mashwan replied, acting inevitably involves intimate scenes. Besides, whether or not we kissed, you witnessed it yourself. The fan club president and clarifications are your responsibility. Why are you waiting for me here? The woman has arrived, Assistant Shan revealed, her confusion palpable. I can't quite explain it, but I always feel something is off about her. She appears quite impressive, yet exudes a certain darkness from within. Standing beside her, one can almost sense an aura of danger. It's rather peculiar. Bai Mashwan gazed at the assistant in disbelief. Since childhood, I have been very attuned to people's energies. For instance, you may seem haughty on the surface, but you possess a warm heart. That is why I chose to be a fan club president for you. You're a wealthy heiress, aren't you? Bai Mashwan pointed to the ring on Assistant Shan's ring finger. This ring is valued at 120,000. Assistant Shan shivered slightly. Both the woman and this man were intimidating. At your age, it's improbable that you have achieved this on your own. The likelihood of being a second-generation rich is far greater. Of course, as a fan club president, you could have opportunities to misappropriate funds raised by fans. But since the year before last, I have refused all gifts. Everyone knows that, so that possibility is nil. Well, I shall head inside now. Terrifying, indeed, Assistant Shan shuddered. The confrontation between this man and woman seemed rather intriguing. The manager stood respectfully before Dai Jieli, and upon seeing Bai Mashwan enter, he hastily pulled him aside. What is going on? How did this woman emerge? And how has this turned into a scandal? It was merely an accident. There's no need to fret. Bai Mashwan reassured him. How can I not be anxious? Since your debut, you've never had any scandals, and this is the first time, especially with an unfamiliar woman. Do you realize how many reporters have called today to inquire about her identity? I tried to gather information, but she is tight-lipped. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. She wouldn't be someone with dubious connections, would she? Unknown, Bai Mashwan replied. Just keep it quiet. The manager was momentarily speechless. Such a simple solution seemed naive. Reporters and fans are not easily placated. Bai Mashwan approached Dai Jieli and swiftly pulled her along as they headed outside. She clutched today's newspaper tightly. What exactly are you up to? Bai Mashwan smiled. Let us discuss this in a safer location. Safer? Dai Jieli was unaware of the tenacity of paparazzi. A large crowd of reporters had already gathered outside her hotel. She had never anticipated that such a minor action could lead to such significant upheaval. Is this what they call the butterfly effect? Bai Mashwan led Dai Jieli to an apartment situated directly above the residence of the lay couple. Dai Jieli, feeling a considerable amount of frustration, questioned Bai Mashwan's intentions. What game are you playing, Bai? Did you not claim we were to discuss finances? Bai Mashwan replied. I simply sought a tranquil space to converse with you about money. Pray, enlighten me. What is the motivation behind your desire for a bribe? What is it that draws your interest towards me? In domains beyond my reach, you possess the capability, which serves as the rationale for your attempt to bribe us. Dai Jieli retorted. You may handle the Zongzi and any sinister forces, but we are powerless against them. Are you suggesting that Mr. Bailey, who understands the dragon veins, is also incapable? Bai Mashwan countered. He may be affluent, presenting a meeting gift of $500,000. It seems he profits far more than I do. Are you attempting to extract information from me? Are you particularly intrigued by Mr. Bailey? Dai Jieli was not naive. No, in comparison to him. I find you far more captivating, Bai Mashwan remarked. A strikingly beautiful woman, willing to traverse the world for an elderly gentleman, risking her life. This Mr. Bailey either coerces you or holds profound influence over your existence, compelling you to undertake such actions. Life, at times, resembles a script. Dai Jieli clenched her teeth as Bai Mashwan opened the refrigerator, revealing an array of beverages, presumably placed there by Lei. He promptly retrieved the highest alcohol content white wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Dai Jieli. Do not be hasty. Once the reporters depart, you may return. However, based on my understanding of them, they will not relent until their objectives are achieved, and it is normal for them to work through the night. Dai Jieli surveyed the surroundings. Would she be spending the night here? The space was modest yet fully equipped, exuding a homely atmosphere. Was this his clandestine retreat? The balcony bore no laundry, and the kitchen appeared unused, which suggested otherwise. The pang of disappointment she had felt moments ago suddenly dissipated. Let us return to the matter at hand. Observing Dai Jieli down her glass of wine, Bai Mashwan felt a sense of relief. Why do you serve Mr. Bailey? With your beauty? Entering the entertainment industry would be a splendid choice. For instance, portraying a seductress would suit you remarkably well. Dai Jieli scoffed. I cannot fathom why. But with every word you utter, I sense another echoing in your mind. Has no one informed you that women are both the easiest and the hardest to deceive? Do you perceive me as the former or the latter? You embody both, Bai Mashwan replied. You could have chosen to dismiss me and not accompany me here. Yet you chose to come. Since you are here, why not make yourself comfortable? Shall we indulge in another glass? Dai Jieli felt an odd sensation within her. The man before her exuded an air of danger. He was untrustworthy, yet, As he had noted, she had followed him here, sharing drinks with him, fully aware that his words were a mixture of truth and deception. Yet, she was disinclined to unravel which were genuine and which were falsehoods. Like a moth to a flame, Dai Jieli felt perhaps the wine had clouded her judgment, and her thoughts surged forth like a tide. Chapter 186. Fragrant herbs. Have you ever taken a life? The sudden inquiry from Bai Moshuan caused the wine glass in Dai Jieli's hand to tremble slightly. Bai Moshuan continued, I have never killed. For certain peculiar reasons, I am forbidden from slaying anything that possesses blood. However, the spirits of the dead are different. I can rend them to shreds or reduce them to ashes. I often ponder the sensation one experiences when blood spills forth during an act of murder. Does one truly feel the euphoric release as legend describes? A sound escaped from Dai Jieli's throat, and tension gripped her. Bai Moshuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Within the confines of the film's set, I have witnessed the execution of murderers. Although the blood was merely a fabrication, the scene bore a striking resemblance to reality. Whether it be the beheading of antiquity, the firing squad of modernity, or the lethal injection of today, I have observed them all. The most brutal, perhaps, is the guillotine. The axe falls. The head rolls upon the ground, and blood spurts forth, splattering the executioner's visage. Yet, despite its gory appearance, it pales in comparison to the ancient tortures of being drawn and quartered or slow slicing. But consider this. If the axe were to strike and fail to sever the throat, would that not be an excruciating ordeal? Blood flows while life lingers. In such moments, does existence not feel more burdensome than death itself? Dai Jieli's voice, now low and strained, interjected, Do not continue. What? Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow. I have yet to mention the most peculiar case. A friend of my father once endured an exquisite torment. He was imprisoned by a woman who adored him deeply. In a desperate bid for freedom, he willingly employed a barbed instrument to flay the skin from his own hands. Day after day, he persisted in this gruesome ritual until both hands were unrecognizable. He did not cease, even as he began to carve into his arms. Ultimately, the woman could no longer bear to witness his self-inflicted suffering. Incapable of killing him, she chose to release him. Isn't it curious? A form of torture that inflicts pain upon two souls. Perhaps the agony of death pales in comparison to the anguish of the heart. Dai Jieli felt overwhelmed by Bai Moshuan's words, struggling to breathe under their weight. Yet, she refused to concede. Lifting her brow defiantly, she declared, What exactly are you trying to convey? Are you already contemplating the manner of your own demise? I merely contemplate that for some, the pain of causing another's death may be akin to the agony of taking a life with one's own hands, Bai Moshuan replied nonchalantly. Thus, I would prefer to take a life rather than have someone perish because of me, especially for my sake. Dai Jieli felt her mind reverberate with his words. On the cusp of articulating a response when Bai Moshuan gestured dismissively. All right, I concede. I do tend to indulge in flights of fancy. You must be weary. Take a moment to rest. He then calmly strolled towards the balcony, leaving her bewildered by his demeanor. Dai Jieli swiftly downed another sip of wine, pondering her own disorientation. If she were to approach the balcony, she would discover a pot of flowers resting there. Bai Moshuan knew that these blossoms were carefully cultivated by his mother, Fu Yu, whose fragrance alone could influence the human nervous system, hence their placement on the balcony. As long as there is a breeze, its fragrance can disperse. This plant originally lacked a specific name, but Suyu bestowed upon it a melodious title, calling it wind-fragrant herb. Although potent, it poses no harm to the body. Yet it can impair one's cognitive abilities. Resorting to such a method was a last resort. Merely employing the allure of beauty would not suffice to extract the truth from Dai Jieli. This substance bore no effect on Bai Moshuan. But having observed the fine beads of sweat on Dai Jieli's forehead, it seemed effective. Now, he merely needed to secure his next advantage. As Bai Moshuan pondered his next move, a hand suddenly grasped the balcony railing. Upon seeing the slender fingers, he immediately recognized it as Xiao Shan's. Accompanying the hand was a photograph, which swiftly vanished from the balcony, presumably returning downstairs. It was a small identification photo. The woman depicted bore a mole on her ear. With the information from Bai Moshuan discerned that this was the true Dai Jieli. This photograph, which should have rested in Dai Jieli's suitcase, had now passed through Xiao Shan's hands and into Bai Moshuan's possession. Upon re-entering the living room, he found Dai Jieli already appearing slightly tipsy, her eyes clouded with a dreamy haze. To her, Bai Moshuan's face appeared shrouded in a mist, indistinct and unclear. He sensed that this was the opportune moment. Her hands were not smooth, but rather somewhat coarse, and as her fingers brushed against Bai Mashwan's face, they bore an almost prickly sensation. He grasped her hand firmly and declared, "You have no mole on your ear." This statement struck Dai Jieli like an electric shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say?" Her face drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. Bai Mashwan raised the photograph in his hand, stating, "Chuiying had already mentioned that you are entirely different from the Dai Jieli in her memories. Although you share nearly identical features, this world cannot harbor two leaves that are exactly alike. You are you, and she is she. This fact cannot be altered. You are not called Dai Jieli. You are not her. The rightful owner of that name is the woman with the mole on her ear." Never before had Dai Jieli felt so utterly defeated. Up until now, only Mr. Bai Li had possessed the uncanny ability to see into one's soul, effortlessly causing her to surrender. And now, it was this man, Bai Mashwan, who was gripping her heart and squeezing it mercilessly, as if demanding to see blood. As tears welled in Dai Jieli's eyes, Bai Mashwan resolved not to let her off easily. To show her mercy would be to be cruel to himself. "Did you kill her?" His tone grew increasingly grave. "She could very well be your sister. In this world, two individuals so strikingly similar are most likely identical twins. If you were to kill her, you might be extinguishing your only blood relative. The greatest pain in this world is not in being killed, but in knowing someone has died because of you. I did not kill her, no. I simply did not save her. Perhaps it was the intoxicating blend of fragrant herbs and alcohol that caused Dai Jieli to become hazy earlier than anticipated." Her expression was one of profound anguish, tears brimming in her eyes. Yet even in this moment of utmost difficulty, she exhibited an astonishing ability to suppress her emotions. Bai Mashwan yearned to inquire further, but Dai Jieli began to speak in disjointed phrases. Sensing a change in the wind, Bai Mashwan's instincts alerted him to an impending storm. The breeze had intensified. He swiftly closed the balcony door and felt Dai Jieli's forehead, which was warm but not feverish. As she uttered only fragmented words, Bai Mashwan cursed softly to himself, committing those words to memory. Eventually, Dai Jieli succumbed to a deep slumber. He carefully moved her to the sofa, poised to leave, but returned to drape a blanket over her, muttering under his breath, "What a troublesome woman." Downstairs, Xiaoshan was engrossed in studying a photograph with Lazy. Upon Bai Mashwan's entrance, Xiaoshan eagerly inquired, "So, were you able to extract any information?" It proved difficult. The effects of the fragrant herbs were too potent, possibly exacerbated by the alcohol. "Xiaoshan, I fear this photograph will require your careful return, lest she suspect anything. This woman's willpower and sensitivity surpass my expectations," Bai Mashwan replied. "Where has my father gone?" He pondered aloud. This question had been posed countless times to Fu Yu, who always responded with a smile and silence. Lazy's expression was equally enigmatic. "Rest assured, when he returns, perhaps the riddle will unravel. What is to be done about that woman? She seeks to manipulate. Perhaps I shall acquiesce to her overtures, in hopes of drawing closer to Bailisang and discerning her true intentions." Bai Mashwan grunted, "Let us consider it a performance in an undercover operation." Chapter 187, The Skeleton. A commendable strategy, Lazy nodded in agreement. Xiaoshan made his way back to the hotel, returning the photograph to its original place, ensuring that Dai Jieli remained unaware. Bai Mashwan, naturally, returned to Dai Jieli's side, ready should she awaken unexpectedly. True to form, Dai Jieli's self-recovery abilities were remarkably robust. After 2 hours, she suddenly sprang from the sofa, sensing something amiss. Her first reaction was alarm, but upon noticing Bai Mashwan resting with his eyes closed, confusion washed over her. What had transpired? Awake? Bai Mashwan opened his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "I didn't anticipate your tolerance for alcohol to be so poor." The air was thick with the remnants of spirits, and Dai Jieli was dissatisfied with her evening's indulgence, which starkly contradicted her usual habits. She picked up her coat, stating, "I must take my leave." But Bai Mashwan grasped her wrist, asserting, "We have yet to discuss our business. What is it you wish for me to assist with, and what remuneration can you provide?" "We intend to access the dragon veins beneath the earth, a fact you are already aware of," Dai Jieli replied. "While we would prefer to persuade all of you to join our cause, the reality is that only you seem inclined at present. Our fee is structured per venture. For each dragon vein you help us secure, we offer $500,000, and you may adjust your schedule as you see fit." "No problem. I shall accompany you throughout your next endeavor," Bai Mashwan declared. With this assurance, you can report back to Mr. Bailey, cannot you? Dai Jieli was momentarily taken aback, her grip on her wrist firm and resolute. Abruptly, she pushed his hand away with great force. We will reconnect later. I must take my leave. Her hasty departure suggested she intended to brief Mr. Bailey. Bai Mashwan glanced at the time. Even if she rushed back now, Xiaoshan should have already returned the photographs to their rightful place. Reluctant to delay further, he returned home, where he found Su Bai and others present. Fuyu was holding yesterday's newspaper, chuckling. Bai Mashwan explained, you are already aware of the reasons, so I need not elaborate. Child, what if we were unaware? Fuyu remarked, we do not possess telepathy. At times, your intentions and true objectives elude us. What brings you all here? Bai Mashwan inquired, turning to Su Bai and his companions. It was their first visit to this place, and their initial impression was that it was a remarkable marvel. This house appeared to have aged considerably. Judging by the weathered exterior, it seemed to be at least 60 years old. Astonishingly, over the years, the proprietor had never restored it, preserving its original condition. Moreover, this ancient residence was now surrounded by towering modern buildings, making it seem somewhat out of place. In any other locale, it would have long since been demolished, yet, here it stood intact, which was truly remarkable. Thirdly, given that the owner was affluent and had a famous son, it was baffling that they chose to reside in such an antiquated house. Truly, this family defied expectations. It was your aunt who summoned us, Su Bai responded, though referring to Fuyu as aunt felt somewhat awkward for him and the others, given her youthful appearance. Fuyu exchanged a glance with Tang San. In truth, it was Bai Yi who gathered everyone here, as he has something to show us. Bai Yi had been absent for over a week, and now, although still en route, he was eager to assemble everyone at home. Upon his arrival, he hastily produced a cloth bag, revealing a collection of fragmented bones. Bai boss, what are you concocting? Su Bai felt dizzy at the sight of the bones, akin to encountering the remains of an ancestor. We previously confirmed the existence of two Dai Jieli, supported by photographic evidence. The distinguishing feature of a mole on the ear became the sole proof. Yet, all of this remained mere speculation until now. Bai Yi gestured towards the broken bones. These remains may very well belong to the true Dai Jieli. Father, what have you been up to? I traveled abroad, Bai Yi replied. Cui Ying encountered Dai Jieli in the United States. According to her, the individual she met at the celebration feast does not match the current one in her memories. Thus, we concluded that the person at the banquet was the genuine Dai Jieli. After that event, she vanished, and the woman we see now has assumed her identity, operating under the guise of Dai Jieli. Therefore, my investigation commenced from that banquet onward. Cui Ying nodded. That was in July of last year. Indeed. I first procured the list of attendees at the banquet, naturally with the assistance of members from overseas clandestine organizations. Bai Yi remarked, among the names, there is one particularly notable individual, Dai Jieli's former superior, who was also present at the banquet and engaged in conversation with her. However, I have no recollection of this. Cui Ying interjected, questioning her memory, asserting that she had not forgotten anyone who had greeted her during the event. Bai Yi chuckled. It is understandable that you have no memory of him, for according to his account, he left hastily within 5 minutes of the banquet's commencement, failing to extend his congratulations to the guest of honor, which is you. Nevertheless, during those fleeting moments, he did converse with the retired Dai Jieli, inquiring about her life post-service, and was privy to her subsequent plans. As fate would have it, unless she engaged in no activities whatsoever, there would inevitably be individuals and events connected to her. The current commander informed me that Dai Jieli had mentioned her intention to volunteer in a slum for a week, a gesture that the commander admired. According to Dai Jieli, she was scheduled to head to the slum the following day, concluding her service there after a week, before taking on a significant management role at a security company. Yet, just 10 days later, she abruptly announced her intention to serve the Chinese explorer Bai Lisong. It is clear that significant events transpired during those 10 days. Su Bo inquired, so, is the next destination for Boss by the slum? Indeed, Bai Yi replied. I ventured into the slum, which is astonishingly dire, summed up by locals as a paradise for the impoverished and a haven for violence. Before my arrival, I endeavored to conceal my affluence, yet my inherent demeanor could not be masked. Upon entering, I was immediately targeted. An unsuccessful robbery inadvertently provided me with an opportunity. The assailant sought money, and in such a place, wealth alone does not suffice without connections. Bai continued. The individual who attempted to rob me ultimately took my money to assist me, I asked him to inquire about the woman in the photograph, and within 2 days, I received results. The social circle there is quite small, and many are well informed. Dai Jieli had indeed been present, providing food for the children in the slum. Thus many had seen her. Logically, her activities were to last a week, yet she vanished after merely 3 days. The children, who were quite fond of her, searched for her, but she reappeared the following day to continue her unfinished business before hastily departing again. Following those 10 days, another day emerged that warranted attention. The events of that day were of utmost concern to Bai Yi, who, after expending another sum of money to gather leads from that day, made a noteworthy discovery. Someone had observed Dai Jieli visiting a landfill, where she had gone in search of a runaway child. Bai Yi sighed. From these circumstances, it appears that the true Dai Jieli, aside from her special forces background, is indeed a kind-hearted woman. Chuaying felt a slight pang in her nose. The encounter at the banquet marked both the first and the last meeting with such a woman. Did she glance at the bones scattered across the table and think, "She has perished"? Chapter 188, Sisters. At that moment, I had an inkling. The landfill might be the final clue. Bai Yi produced several photographs depicting the scenes of the landfill, where heaps of refuse loomed like small mountains, causing Yu Qing to gasp. He shook his head. Indeed, this place is a suitable grave for the deceased. The corpses decay rapidly, and locating them is no easy task. This area must be regularly cleared, right? No, this aspect actually works in our favor, Bai Yi replied. No one pays attention to this site. It is said that it started as a mere dump, but gradually, it has become more extensive, and the locals have grown accustomed to it. I hired people to conduct a search here, which nearly alerted the local police. They worked tirelessly for a day and a night. It was fortunate that we dug. We uncovered a total of 11 bodies, both adults and children. Considering the grim sight of 11 corpses lying on the ground, Chuaying took a deep breath. Yu Qing inquired. The degree of decomposition varies among these bodies. How shall we discern which one belongs to Dai Jieli? Bai Moshuan also looked curiously at his father, wondering how they would identify the target among the 11 corpses. It's quite simple, Bai Yi explained. Firstly, we eliminated the children's bodies from consideration. Among the remaining adult corpses, we could also exclude the male ones, as there are fundamental differences in the physical structure between genders. This is not challenging for me. After 2 rounds of elimination, only 4 bodies remained. My task was to ascertain if any of these belonged to Dai Jieli, and the results are evident. Subo was taken aback. But Boss Bai, what method did you employ for confirmation? Now that we've broached the topic, please elaborate. It has us quite vexed. Bai Yi smiled faintly. I merely utilized a method to retrieve Dai Jieli's health records from her lifetime. Although the corpses were thoroughly decomposed, the hardness of the bones rivals that of diamonds. The imprints left on the skeletons are exceedingly difficult to erase. Even in death, they bear the traces of their existence. Dai Jieli's profession ensured she left distinct markings. Thus, I discovered a bullet hole in one skeleton. That was the one. I couldn't bring back the complete skeleton, but I did retrieve some fragments, which I hope will assist you. The uncremated bones can be subjected to testing, Fu Yu remarked. As long as we have a single hair from Dai Jieli, we can reach a definitive conclusion. This result might shatter the last defenses of this woman. Bai Moshuan responded, that is manageable. Throughout last night, I refused to believe she shed not a single hair. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, merely gazing at Bai Moshuan. Su Bo stuck out his tongue. Did you spend a romantic night together? Were you in bed? Bai Moshuan. Oh, Bai Moshuan, have you gone too far with your charms? Enough. Bai Moshuan suddenly erupted in anger. We did nothing last night. Xiao Shan can attest to that. I'm going now to collect a hair, striving for immediate results. He rushed out immediately, and Su Bai surprisingly felt a sense of exhilaration. The sight of Bai Moshuan, seething with indignation, was indeed amusing. Looking at the 2 individuals in the photograph, Fu Yu mused, if this young lady were not in such circumstances, she would truly be quite remarkable in both appearance and demeanor. What a pity. As for Ying Ning, she was rather commendable. If she were to be my daughter, it would be splendid, but as a daughter-in-law, it might be a stretch. Bai Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who would have thought we would find ourselves in this predicament, Fu Yu? As the saying goes, children grow independent of their mothers. Let Moshuan choose for himself, for only he knows what is best suited for him. Fu Yu sighed, finally setting the newspaper aside. Meanwhile, Bai Moshuan indeed found on the sofa in the apartment a strand of hair left behind by Dai Jieli, still bearing traces of her essence. The immediate priority was to obtain the test results before Dai Jieli departed. Bai Yi and Fu Yu leveraged their connections to expedite the results, which confirmed what everyone had anticipated. These two were biological sisters, with a striking similarity of 99.999. Such minute differences were validated as those of identical twins. A life exchanged. Su Bai was overcome with emotion. Could it truly be Dai Jelly? No, we no longer know her name. This woman has indeed slain her own sister. Not so, Bai Moshuan interjected. She mentioned that day she did not kill her, but merely failed to save her. It seems the details can only be uncovered by questioning her directly. Holding the test report, Bai Moshuan took a few steps outside, only to find Su Bai and the others following him. He coldly remarked, "There is no need for you in this matter. I shall handle it myself." Watching Bai Moshuan walk away, Su Bai commented, "This fellow, could he be developing feelings?" "Not at all," Fu Yu replied. "I know my son too well. His current thoughts are that if more people accompany him, Dai Jelly will fortify her defenses, making it increasingly difficult to elicit the truth from her. That is all. A mother knows her child best, and indeed, Bai Moshuan thought just so. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to venture into a woman's room. When Dai Jelly opened the door, her eyes betrayed her astonishment. "What brings you here? This is not like you at all." Bai Moshuan leaned against the door, his voice growing stern. "Who exactly are you? What madness has seized you?" Dai Jelly's temper flared. "Do you now find pleasure in manipulating me?" Without a word, Bai Moshuan thrust the report into her hands. "We discovered a corpse in a landfill in our country. Based on the skeletal fragments and your hair, we conducted a report. And here are the results. A similarity rate of 99.999. The only explanation for such resemblance must be identical sisters. You are not Dai Jelly. The deceased is." Chui Ying's initial intuition was correct. "Who are you truly?" Dai Jelly turned pale, glancing at the report in her hands. Suddenly, she pulled Bai Moshuan inside and swiftly closed the door. "You have investigated me? Likewise, have you not also been investigating us?" Bai Moshuan replied. "It is best not to break the current stalemate. Moreover, having unraveled this mystery for you, a simple thank you would suffice." Dai Jelly clutched the report tightly, nearly crumpling it in her grasp. Tears welled in her eyes, and her eyelids were aflame with redness. She would have preferred to remain oblivious to the outcome. Bai Moshuan was momentarily taken aback and then remarked, "A fact is a fact. Do you wish to evade this truth for all eternity? That is truly self-deception." Bai Moshuan found it curious that he had felt a moment of softness earlier, intending to utter words of comfort, yet when the moment arrived, he could not summon any kind words. Suddenly, Dai Jelly tore the test report into shreds, reciting as she did so, "Impossible, impossible, impossible. You claim you did not save her. So did she perish before your eyes?" Bai Moshuan did not relent but pressed further. "You buried her body in a landfill, taking all her identification. And you? You transformed into Dai Jelly, living in this world. Now that you know the truth, do you not feel a pang of sorrow?" Dai Jelly's eyes burned with intensity. "Now that you know this, you must feel quite pleased." "Bai," she retorted, emanating an aura of menace. Bai Moshuan perceived that if she possessed a gun, she would undoubtedly aim it at his forehead without hesitation. The power that surges from anger is formidable and devoid of reason. Bai Moshuan let out a derisive laugh. "Is it not satisfying? I merely find you pitiable. You will forever exist under the name of Dai Jelly, while the true you remains buried deep within, a name unspoken. She may be your sister, or perhaps your sibling. Regardless of the reasons for your separation, blood ties cannot be dismissed." Chapter 189. Murder 1. Dai Jelly raised her crimson eyes. "What else do you know?" The true Dai Jelly was a veteran of the Special Forces, trained rigorously. As for you, while your skills may rival hers, you have pursued a different profession, an assassin. This is merely our conjecture. You are indeed formidable. If you were to become adversaries, you would prove to be quite the challenge." Dai Jelly continued, "Indeed. You have disowned correctly. I am of assassin lineage. How is it that we, sisters by blood, have such divergent fates? She is a hero, a virtuous soul, while I am condemned to dwell in the shadows, an assassin trading life for money. With every assignment, my greatest fear is failure, the most intolerable fate for one of my profession." Suddenly, Dai Jelly pulled down the zipper on her back, revealing a horrific scar. Though she had mentioned it previously, witnessing it firsthand was still a shocking experience. Bai Moshuan quickly averted his gaze, and upon noticing his reaction, Dai Jelly unexpectedly smiled. "I did not expect this side of you. The flesh is raw, and the assailant was merciless," Bai Moshuan remarked. Dai Jelly zipped her jacket back up. This is the punishment for failure. I should consider myself fortunate that it is on my back and not on my face. This was my only failure, yet it has left an indelible mark. I have begun to fear that one day I may bring about my own demise. However, once ensnared in this world, extricating oneself is no simple task. Baimachuan began to comprehend why Dailiji made such a choice, yet he remained silent. Today's revelation had entirely dragged Dailiji back into her past. She recounted, until that fateful day, in that slum, I beheld her. It was as though I were gazing into a mirror reflecting another version of myself. The world is indeed rife with such uncanny coincidences. Since my earliest memories, I have grown up in an orphanage, repeatedly adopted only to be sent away time and again. I became accustomed to being chosen and subsequently discarded. She was not the one I killed. Just as I marveled at the existence of someone so strikingly similar to me, a bullet, whose origin was unknown, struck her. Perhaps it was due to the darkness that the assailant misfired. I could ascertain with precision that it deviated about an inch from her heart. Had I taken her to the hospital in time, she might have been saved. Yet, inexplicably, she approached that woman, collapsing to the ground. With considerable experience, she pressed her hand against the wound to staunch the flow of blood. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, her countenance lit up with hope. "Hurry, take me to the hospital." She crouched down, gazing at the face that mirrored her own. The other woman was evidently equally astonished. Her hands searched up and down the stranger's body, and upon seeing the photo on the identification, she read aloud the name, Dailiji. "Help me call 911. 911 is the emergency call number in our country." She still possessed vitality, desperately attempting to save herself. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within her. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows. Who would have thought there are two such alike people in this world? "Who are you?" she inquired, her hand instinctively reaching for the gun at her waist. "Do not be alarmed." The figure remained shrouded in darkness. "Given your earlier stance, it seems you intended to draw your weapon. You chose to search her instead of calling 911. It appears you are a professional." The accuracy of his observation made her gasp. "What do you want?" The man lowered his head slightly, raising his wrist as if to check the time. It was then she noticed the glowing display on his wristwatch. They had already missed the critical window. She realized that the woman was destined to die. Looking down, she saw that the once vocal woman had fallen completely silent. Her chest was heaving violently, and the pool of blood beneath her had notably expanded. This woman was on the brink of collapse. "I have a suggestion," the man said, exuding an air of calm. "Why not take her place and live on? That way, you could escape the clutches of the assassin group. As far as I know, no one willingly remains there. That place merely devours one soul after another, watching them meet their demise." She hesitated, observing the woman lying in despair, who finally closed her eyes. She looked on as the last breath escaped her lips, her hand briefly tightening before releasing, extinguishing any remaining spark of life. "Is that man Bailisang?" Baimachuan inquired. "Did he personally kill Dailiji?" "No. The one who killed her was the third one," Daijili remarked. "Indeed, it was Mr. Bailey who made the suggestion. Her proposal truly resonated with me. I yearned to escape that wretched abyss. From the very beginning, I embarked upon an irrevocable path, and I am, of course, elated to have this opportunity. Moreover, I bear no responsibility for the loss of life, as I did not take it. Together with Lao San, I buried the real Dai Jieli in a refused site. A natural graveyard, most fitting for such an act. I returned with her identification, masquerading as her to partake in the ensuing charitable endeavors. Once completed, I followed Mr. Bailey. That old wretch is the true perpetrator lurking in the shadows." Baimachuan, filled with fury, exclaimed, "You are the most foolish person in the world." I had replaced the photograph on the ID with my own. Initially, I intended to dispose of her image, yet for reasons unbeknownst to me, I retained it and carried it wherever I went. Perhaps it was my way of living for two, a form of apology to her. Dai Jieli's gaze was hollow as she said, "Baimachuan, you are exceedingly cruel. The reality you unveil aims to obliterate me." I watched helplessly as my only kin perished before my eyes. After being cast aside time and again, how I longed for a stable home, for a true family member. Such individuals exist in this world, yet we encountered each other at the wrong time and place, leading to this outcome. How much better it would have been to remain unaware. "You have harbored doubts, haven't you?" Baimachuan stated. "Otherwise, why do you cling to that photograph? Bearing the weight of a heavy stone in your heart. I have said before, someone died because of you. The pain of being the cause of death is far greater than being killed. You bastard. Dai Jili lunged forward, gripping Bai Mashwan's collar. You scoundrel. Bai Mashwan allowed her to grasp him, even as she struck him repeatedly, remaining silent. Everyone encounters the harshness of reality. It is what it is and cannot be altered. Eventually, Dai Jili grew weary, her tears never falling. This woman, even at the last moment, clung to her final vestiges of strength. As her fists weakened, Bai Mashwan finally grunted, Have you vented enough? Although you have misdirected your anger, I shall let it pass this time. He pushed Dai Jili away and gathered the torn fragments of the report, then proceeded to the restroom. The scent of burning paper wafted through the air, followed by the sound of flushing. Completing this task, Bai Mashwan emerged anew. There is something I must caution you about, aside from yourself. No one in your organization can be informed of this matter, including Mr. Bailey. At this moment, despite the myriad sorrows weighing on her heart, Dai Jili comprehended Bai Mashwan's implication. Her own sister had been slain by Lao San, with Mr. Bailey as the instigator. In an instant, they transformed into adversaries responsible for the death of her kin. If they were to discover this truth, they would undoubtedly seek her demise. Whether Lao San would act, she could not ascertain, but upon considering Mr. Bailey, thoughts of him made her cross her arms defensively. She had already foreseen her own fate. Are you attempting to win me over? Dai Jili suddenly realized, turning wary of Bai Mashwan. Is this a method of sowing discord? The content of that recent report, could it possibly be fabricated by you? Had I known you would say such a thing, I would have directed you to the testing agency, where you are welcome to verify the facts. Humanity has a tendency to shun reality. Bai Mashwan placed the business card into Dai Jili's hand, letting out a cold laugh. What you think and how you proceed next is solely your concern. Chapter 190. Murder, 2. He turned and walked away, as if this matter had no bearing on him whatsoever. Watching him exit, Dai Jili gazed at the card in her hand, suddenly opening her computer to infiltrate the back end of the testing agency. It was not a particularly challenging endeavor, as she firmly believed they would not use their real names. Thus, she began her search based on the timestamps of the test reports, and indeed, she found what she sought. In that moment of discovery, Dai Jili was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She had contemplated a final act of resistance, yet reality struck her down with brutal force. Opening her suitcase, she retrieved a small photograph. As it was a registration photo, perhaps due to her profession, the subject bore no trace of a smile. Though her bright eyes gazed resolutely ahead, all Dai Jili knew about her was her profession, age, and perhaps her gender. She had never questioned why Mr. Bailey had chosen to eliminate her, but now, that inquiry surged uncontrollably within her. Remembering Bai Mashwan's reminder, she clenched her fist, retrieved a lighter, and with trembling hands ignited it. The flame flickered forth, consuming the photograph, one end igniting and the fire gradually extending, transforming the image into ashes. With a sigh, Dai Jili's gaze steeled. At that moment, the phone rang. Dai Jili calmly disposed of the ashes into the toilet before answering, her voice unchanged. Mr. Bailey. Why did you take so long to answer? I just saw off Bai Mashwan. Dai Jili replied. He is willing to participate in our next move, and the price has been settled. Oh, Mr. Bailey expressed mild surprise. I did not expect it to go so smoothly. What about the others? Only Bai Mashwan for now. They have already divided into two major factions. Dai Jili remarked. Mr. Bailey, what are your thoughts? According to Lao San, this Bai fellow has an unpredictable temperament and does not quite mesh with the other three. Mr. Bailey stated, the best way to test this is to proceed with the next investigation immediately. Mr. Bailey's suspicion was heavy, a fact Dai Jili had long been aware of. If there were one individual in this world worthy of his trust, it was himself, Mr. Bailey. Has Mr. Bailey already determined the next course of action? Dai Jili inquired. Lausen will inform you of those details. The days of rest are over. Additionally, that woman named Gong Susu is crucial. Should we encounter her again, we must capture her. Mr. Bailey's voice darkened. I do not care what methods you employ. After hanging up, Dai Jili fell into deep contemplation. The most foolish approach would be to confront Mr. Bailey directly. Since Lao San was coming over, her best course of action would be to engage him. Ever since she had taken her place as Dai Jili, Lao San had been notably evasive around her, which was only natural. The woman who had perished at his hands seemed to have risen from the dead, leaving her with an enduring sense of unease. When did the third one begin to harbor feelings for herself? She could hardly recall. This man was fierce, yet his mind was rather dull and somewhat single-minded. Strangely, he had always been averse to the quest for the dragon vein. Had she not taken the reins, he would never have accompanied her. According to his own words, his willingness to participate stemmed solely from a desire to safeguard her safety. Why was that? Lost in contemplation, Dai slowly approached the window, drawing back the curtains. Just in time to see Bai Moshuan surrounded by a throng of ecstatic tourists below. Although the distance was considerable, it was evident from his icy expression that this man perplexed her as well. Bai Moshuan had successfully unearthed the tales of the rubbish dump from years past, and the thought of Su Bo's crestfallen visage filled him with amusement. Upon returning to the Bai family's ancestral home, Su Bo and the others remained seated around the table, exuding a buoyant atmosphere. Upon seeing Bai Moshuan's return, Su Bo smirked. "You've returned splendidly, and quite fortuitously, I dare say. Your intuition is remarkable." The mere mention of this is my home left Su Bo speechless. Yu Qing and Chui Ying exchanged amused glances, pondering the duration of this rivalry between the two. Su Bo rolled his eyes. "You must have been unceremoniously dismissed by Dai Jieli, embarrassed to return, hence you strolled around the main road. Only to feign a bountiful return just in time for dinner, right? You shall be disappointed," Bai Moshuan replied, deliberately teasing Su Bo, withholding details as he dashed to the kitchen. His mother was exceptionally skilled in preparing the distinctive dishes of Shaanxi, and today marked the first visit of Su Bo and the others. Fu Yu had meticulously prepared a variety of representative delicacies, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen had already set Su Bo's mouth watering uncontrollably. "Do try to restrain your gluttony, maintain your grace," Chui Ying chided. Playfully slapping Su Bo, Yu Qing laughed. "Let him be. He has always been this way. Young man, it seems since you have been with my sister, you have taken a turn for the worse." Su Bo earnestly turned to Chui Ying. "Sister, the youth is a decent fellow. Please do not lead him astray." "Oh, spare me," Chui Ying retorted, a blush adorning her cheeks. "If you continue to babble, I shall silence you." "Goodness, one cannot provoke the women of the overseas faction." Su Bo suddenly inquired. "Sister, as a renowned novelist, do you not have any manuscripts due?" At the mention of manuscripts, Chui Ying's expression darkened. "Let us not speak of it. The pressure is suffocating. I've simply sent an email stating that I shall take a 2-year hiatus before making my return. For now, I just need to complete the manuscripts at hand to liberate myself. During this period, Boss Tang has instructed us to remain idle, yet I have not been at rest. Give me 2 more days, and I shall be free from my obligations." "Indeed, what an unprofessional novelist you are," Su Bo began to jest, but before he could finish, Fu Yu emerged with a radiant smile, bearing the dishes. Su Bo promptly closed his eyes and exclaimed, "How delightful." Bai Yi, Tang Sancheng, Qi Xia, and Xiao Shan were engaged in conversation within the study when they paused momentarily. Although it was mealtime, with the exception of Su Bo, who was wholly absorbed in his meal, the others were quite intrigued by the past of Dai Jieli, as mentioned by Bai Moshuan. Although they held their chopsticks, they hardly touched their food. "What are your thoughts, Tang Sancheng?" Bai Yi inquired. "What I find particularly concerning is why Bai Li Sang would wish to kill the real Dai Jieli," Tang Sancheng replied succinctly. "If we were to consider a second matter, it would be why Bai Li Sang suggested that the current woman assume Dai Jieli's identity. I cannot fathom that he possesses such altruism to aid a professional assassin, ensnared by a killer group, in escaping her past life." Xiao Shan immediately raised his head, exclaiming, "Brother Sancheng, you truly are astute." "Indeed, there is no one wiser than you, Brother Sancheng," Bai Yi retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Nonetheless, these 2 points merit further investigation. Moshuan, do you have anything to add?" "I have acquiesced to Dai Jieli's request to participate in their next operation," Bai Moshuan stated. "For this endeavor, I shall need to be concealed once more." Fu Yu frowned. "Are we to resort to the same old tactics? How could I possibly lack creativity? Moreover, my current disposition does not permit such frivolity. Mother, provide me with some poison, so I may appear ill. This will suffice." Bai Moshuan replied, admitting that the term concealed was perhaps overstated. Bai Yi remarked, "If they take action, we shall have the opportunity to uncover everything." However, the dragon vein map currently resides solely in Su Bo's mind. Su Bo, deeply engrossed in a bowl of shrimp, finally raised his head, his mouth smeared with grease. "What is it?" "We are discussing the dragon vein map." Su Bo smirked. "I shall not divulge it. I promised the clan leader it exists solely in my mind." Bai Yi and Tang Sancheng exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, maintaining such vigilance is essential. "They do not possess the dragon vein map," Qi Xia interjected. "Hence, They are employing a strategy of sheer numbers, probing each dragon vein, not necessarily targeting the correct locations. Since Xian has agreed, they may soon act. We must strategize in advance. Su Bo and the others must keep pace without alerting them, coordinating with Xian. Xian sees this opportunity to delve deeper into their foundation. Chapter 191. The Origins of the Third Brother I Understand, by Xian replied. Currently, Dai Jieli and the third brother are accessible targets, and to assert that Dai Jieli bears no grudges towards the third brother would be implausible. I shall exert additional effort from the middle. Will you continue with your beauty strategy? Su Bo scoffed. It seems you can only tread this path until the end. Bai Xian grunted in response, and Su Bo immediately raised his hand. All right, I know what you will say. Should I go instead? But alas, they do not favor me. Enough, enough. You are all merely children. Fu Yu expressed her concern. Entrusting you with such significant responsibilities is truly worrisome. They are children, yet they must eventually grow up, Bai Yi remarked, casting a glance at Fu Yu. You seem rather anxious lately. Are you feeling unwell? Fu Yu forced a smile and shook his head. Perhaps it was time for me to prematurely enter menopause. To Su Bai's surprise, Dai Jieli summoned Bai Xuan to action merely 3 days later, the pace exceeding his expectations and disrupting the plans of Bai Yi and Tang Sanqing. Dai Jieli was indeed an enigma. Although she had enlisted Bai Xuan, she revealed neither the route nor the destination. Furthermore, with the return of Lao San, Bai Xuan found himself in a precarious situation. Lao San's return meant he would be collaborating with Bai Xuan, and the awkwardness of this arrangement was palpable. Coupled with Dai Jieli's fluctuating demeanor, he felt considerable agitation. At that moment, as Dai Jieli busied herself with packing her belongings, preparing to depart in the afternoon, Lao San suddenly spoke while observing her back. How has your progress been during my absence? As you can see, he is willing to cooperate with us. Acting as our ally, Dai Jieli replied slowly. Isn't this precisely the outcome Mr. Bai Li desired? What methods did you employ? This Bai fellow was previously impervious to persuasion. Lao San, suddenly animated, grasped Dai Jieli's hand. Have you slept with him? Slap. Dai Jieli swiftly retaliated with a sharp slap. I am not as sordid as you imagine. Yes, I have been with others, during my time in the assassin group, and not just one man, yet none of those encounters were voluntary. If you intend to use this to humiliate me, feel free, but do not force my hand to eliminate you. Lao San embraced Dai Jieli tightly. I shall never mention it again, nor will I pry into your affairs. It is my fault. I should not have broached such topics. Jieli. Dai Jieli coldly pushed him away. You have always been reluctant to partake in the tasks concerning the dragon vein. Why is that? Lao San replied, Jieli, Mr. Bai Li is bewitched, insistent on searching for this dragon vein. However, do you comprehend the myriad of wonders that lie beneath the earth? We could perish. I have yet to truly live my life. I have no desire to meet my end at this juncture. How can you be so certain of the extraordinary things that dwell underground? Dai Jieli's eyes glimmered with a cunning light. Lao San, you have been by Mr. Bai Li's side longer than I. He speaks not a word of his past, and neither do you. Yet, you both are intimately familiar with my history, which is profoundly unfair. While I cannot govern Mr. Bai Li, must you also keep secrets from me? As she spoke, Dai Jieli rested her head upon Lao San's shoulder. You know my past, and I wish to uncover all of yours. Her fingers traced circles on Lao San's chest, causing his heart to tremble. He clenched his teeth and spoke. In truth, there is nothing remarkable about it. My father and I were merely ordinary tomb raiders in our homeland, a profession often shared among brothers and fathers for the sake of safety. However, during our expedition to an ancient tomb from the Warring States period, we encountered a formidable adversary. My father lost his life, and I narrowly escaped death, saved by Mr. Bai Li, who was traversing southern Sichuan as an adventurer at the time. For years, my father and I relied on each other, and with his departure, I was left adrift. Mr. Bai Li offered me a position as his assistant, praising my tenacity and courage. At that point, I had little direction, so I accepted. Subsequently, I accompanied him to the country, where I remained, while Mr. Bai Li traveled between two places. That night, why did you choose to kill that woman? Dai Jieli asked, her heart racing as she attempted to maintain her composure. Their bodies were closely pressed together, and Dai Jieli could feel Lao San trembling. She turned her eyes and placed her hand over his mouth, saying, Look at how frightened you are. If you don't wish to speak, then let it be. Lao San inhaled the fragrance from Dai Jieli's palm, feeling somewhat distracted. He grasped her hand that covered his mouth, gently caressing it. This woman had evidently endured her share of hardships. Her hands were rough. He seized the moment to plant a soft kiss on her hand. I was merely following orders. You have accompanied Mr. Bailey for some time now, and you should understand that his endeavors are not so different from what my father and I once did. To put it nicely, it's called exploration. In reality, it's tomb raiding. Otherwise, how could he afford such a grand estate? How could we live without worry? Yet, he is indeed clever. This way, he has cultivated a respectable reputation in society, lending legitimacy to his actions. Listening to Lao San's tone, Dai Jieli felt a jolt within her. She had clearly underestimated him. His loyalty to Mr. Bailey was evidently not as steadfast as she had presumed. You have raided tombs, so you are aware of the secrets beneath the surface. You fear death, which is why you hesitate to participate. This I understand. But what of your feelings towards Mr. Bailey? Jieli, do not be foolish, Lao San replied. Have you not found it odd that Mr. Bailey has so many deaf mutes under his command? I joined earlier than you, and they were already there. These individuals cannot speak or hear, only read lips. And they behave like wooden dolls. Do you not find it strange where he acquired such people? Dai Jieli gasped in shock, and upon witnessing her reaction, Lao San spoke with sympathy. I understand. Mr. Bailey has given you a new identity, and you must be overjoyed. Your previous life was difficult. But does that mean your current circumstances are assuredly better? I have made my thoughts quite clear. I wish to withdraw, to leave him, and to embrace the life I truly desire. Yet, just as this notion took root within me, you appeared. Initially, I resisted you. Your presence reminded me of that woman. However, as time passed, I found myself inexplicably unable to divert my gaze from you. It is often said that men with a history of suffering are more alluring to women, yet the same can be said for women. A woman like you strikes at the very core of my vulnerabilities, and I find myself ensnared. Hearing such sentimental words, Dai Jieli forced a smile. No wonder, you schemer. Contemplating leaving Mr. Bailey. Over the years, you must have amassed quite a collection of illicit dealings, have you not? Indeed, replied Lao San earnestly. Without money, I am nothing if I part ways with him. Yet with wealth, the outcome is entirely different. I could become another Mr. Bailey. I hold his secrets and have eliminated many on his behalf. If I were to break free, he would be powerless against me. Are you not afraid he might silence you? Dai Jieli inquired with a shadow of a smile. I fear nothing, Lao San declared. I am a rough man, but I would willingly perish for the woman I choose, even if it were at her hands. A flicker of emotion stirred within Dai Jieli, yet it quickly dissipated as she recalled that the very man before her had taken a bullet that claimed her sister's life and had thrust her into the role of an accomplice. Such fleeting sentiments vanished without a trace. Who among us cannot wield sweet words? Your intentions are commendable, Dai Jieli remarked. However, with Mr. Bailey's watchful eye, it would be wise to temper your ambitions for now and focus on your movements. I am aware of this, Lao San responded. Those 7 individuals strike me as peculiar. I wonder if they share a unique communication style with Mr. Bailey? Yet Lao San soon questioned his own suspicions. But that cannot be, for they cannot speak. Besides you and me, could Mr. Bailey truly lack other allies? There should only be us in this matter. You have risen in his esteem, while I have become secondary. As for the situation in Europe, I am entirely uninformed. I have never even visited that estate. Lao San continued. He is astute and cautious. I have never sensed that he completely trusts us. Dai Jieli was taken aback by Lao San's shrewdness. She had long regarded him as impulsive and merely brawn. Yet now, it seemed his cunning surpassed her own. Were it not for Bai Moshuan revealing the ultimate test results, would she have continued on this path, unaware of when her liberation might arrive? Contemplating this, her expression grew somber. Lao San gently patted her shoulder. What troubles you? Are you weary? A little, she replied. We are about to depart. Dai Jieli glanced at the envelope on the table, brought by Lao San, sealed with wax, and yet unopened. Inside, it contained the details of their final destination. Let us go. Bai Moshuan is on his way. Jieli, I am aware that you are not fond of my mentioning the surname Bai, believing that I harbor jealousy towards him. Nonetheless, I must express that his current compliance raises my suspicions. The third brother remarked gravely, a flicker of malice crossing his countenance. Should Bai exhibit the slightest misstep, this would present the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. After all, trust in humanity is seldom absolute. Dai Jieli rose. Let us depart. Bai Moshuan stood at the appointed location with his backpack, and upon seeing the two approach, he appeared somewhat surprised. Is it just the two of you? The third brother grunted in response. At that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from a distance. Bai Moshuan shrugged. Now that reflects your style. 3 vehicles arrived in succession, carrying the 7 previously silent individuals. Upon spotting Bai Moshuan, one of them displayed a fleeting look of astonishment. This was one of those Bai had rescued before, though Bai did not notice the expression on his face. One of the mute individuals approached, holding a device that Bai recognized from airport security checks. With a sarcastic smile, Bai quipped, "Oh, employing security measures? Are you afraid I might conceal something?" Dai Jili frowned. This individual had a knack for uttering nothing but unkind words. The man, unable to hear, maintained a stern expression, scanning from top to bottom. The device beeped, prompting him to reach in and retrieve a mobile phone. Bai Moshuan remarked, "What? Is bringing a phone prohibited?" The third brother swiftly stepped forward. "Your phone will be temporarily held by us. Now get in the car." As they watched the convoy recede, Su Bai gave a thumbs up to those beside him. "Impressive. Your invention is truly remarkable. It has gone undetected." Bu Yifan and Bu Yibin echoed in unison. Indeed, ordinary trackers are not only limited by distance, but, being metallic, are easily detectable. However, we have changed the material and incorporated several satellite signals, rendering it vastly superior. Just now, Moshuan hadn't even activated the device, and being non-metallic, they could not possibly detect it. Yu Qing added, "Boss Bai is experienced." He anticipated that the other party would not easily trust Bai Moshuan and prepared this tactic in advance. "Thus, we can trail them to our destination." Bu Yibin handed the device to Su Bai. "Young genius, this is now in your care. However, it has one significant flaw. The batteries we provided, along with the spare, can only last 48 hours under continuous use. I hope that this time frame allows you to keep up. Take care." Su Bai nodded. "Thank you." Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan exited the vehicle, leaving just the 3 of them. To their surprise, the driver was Cui Ying, who was equally distressed. "You two do not possess licenses? Mine is an international one. Getting caught would be troublesome. What is there to fear?" "We are organized," Su Bai replied. "I simply lack a license, but driving is not an issue. If you tire, I shall take over." Yu Qing felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had always faced significant social obstacles and had never considered obtaining a driver's license. With a wry smile, he deftly shifted the conversation. "Have you secured your target yet?" "Not yet. What is this vixen up to?" Before Su Bai could finish his thought, a red dot appeared on the screen, accompanied by a beeping sound. A mechanized female voice announced, "Target locked." Su Bai clenched his fist in triumph before promptly silencing the voice, just in case. Cui Ying, aware of the direction, calmly pressed the accelerator and followed suit. Seated alongside Lao San, Bai Moshuan furrowed his brow deeply. The type of man Lao San represented was the very antithesis of his preferences, rude and lacking in refinement. Bai Moshuan believed that a man must possess elegance, otherwise, one would never achieve a commendable existence. The tracking device beneath his feet was already activated. Su Bai, that fool, who claimed to be a genius at 180. Surely hadn't he realized yet, had he? "What is the matter, superstar? Are you so accustomed to your luxury vehicle that you find this challenging?" Lao San's words dripped with sarcasm. Bai Moshuan dismissed him, turning instead to Dai Jili. "What is our destination exactly?" Dai Jili was busy unsealing an envelope. Bai Lisong's lifestyle was quite peculiar, steeped in ancient traditions. Even the envelope itself was a rarity, sealed with a stamp at the junction to signify importance. The stamp was first dipped in ink before being pressed. If not, it would leave a flat imprint known as a steel seal. Some were embossed in wax or fire, known as wax seals, and the stamp was even crafted by his own hands. Upon opening the envelope, it contained merely a thin sheet of paper, a map, and a brief note. Dai Jili tapped the driver, who was deaf and mute, moving her lips quickly without producing sound, and the driver nodded in understanding before resuming control of the vehicle. Su Bai and the others trailed far behind, remaining undetected by the vehicles ahead. Observing the direction of the leading vehicles, Su Bai suddenly had a revelation. Choosing to drive in this manner was not heading towards the airport. They must be relatively close. "Yu Qing, are there any mountains nearby associated with the Dragon Vein, the ancestral mountain you mentioned?" Yu Qing consulted the map, searching diligently until he confirmed their current trajectory. Finally, he made a discovery. Yes, the ancestral mountain. In terms of its location, it belongs to a branch of the Dragon Vein, not the main one. How curious that they would choose this place. Could it be an unconventional strategy? Is something amiss? Su Bai inquired. If we were to categorize all dragon veins by direction, it would be westward leading eastward. The western direction encompasses the Yellow River Basin, with Mount Hua as the dragon's source and outlet. The eastern direction pertains to the Yangtze River Basin, with Mount Huang serving the same purpose. The ancestral mountain's position does not align with this general orientation. It is rather off to the side. Even as a branch of the dragon vein, it is likely to be a site of insufficient energy. If they chose this place, it would indeed be astonishing. Youth, have you ever visited the ancestral mountain? Subai asked. This question left Yu Qing momentarily speechless. He hesitated, shaking his head, mumbling, "Could it be that I underestimated this place? There exists another possibility. Perhaps they are not actually heading to the so-called ancestral mountain, which they have known about for some time." Cui Ying remarked, "Let us hope that Bai Moshuan remains unscathed." Chapter 193, The Fire Kong Tomb. He is no ordinary person. He has transcended into a higher being. Rather than worrying about them, it would be prudent to concern ourselves. Su Bo, wearing a distressed expression, looked at Cui Ying and said, "Sister, isn't your pace a bit too swift? Is it too fast?" Cui Ying replied, "I simply do not wish to be left without shelter when night falls." This was indeed a valid point. They had originally set out in the afternoon, and with over an hour having passed, dusk was fast approaching. The question of where they would spend the night was becoming quite troublesome. Su Bo fell silent, and about 40 minutes later, their target also came to a halt, evidently searching for a place to rest for the night. The three of them huddled together, reluctant to draw too close, maintaining a distance of over a kilometer. They settled into a quaint family inn run by a pair of grandparents, who fortuitously had 2 extra rooms available. The courtyard also provided ample space for parking, making it an ideal choice. Bai Moshuan and his companions were not far ahead, and Su Bo felt an irresistible urge to venture out, but Cui Ying and Yu Qing restrained him. If they were seen by the other party, all their efforts would be in vain. Thus, Su Bo begrudgingly remained in the courtyard. After dinner, he lay in bed, his eyes fixated on the old-fashioned color television on the table, and before he realized it, he drifted into a deep slumber. The night air was cool, causing his blanket to slip down. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, pulling it back up for him. Startled, Su Bo exclaimed, "Who is it?" "It is I," came by Moshuan's voice as he plopped down on the edge of the bed. Yu Qing was also roused from his sleep, and as they sat up, Yu Qing instinctively turned on the light, revealing a contented Bai Moshuan. In astonishment, Yu Qing asked, "How did you get here? Aren't you afraid they will notice?" "I utilized a bit of incense. They are all in a deep slumber. I came to inform you that their destination is a side peak adjacent to the ancestral mountain," Bai Moshuan explained. "Also, you are following too closely." "Too close?" Su Bo retorted. "Is this what you call close?" "Indeed, it is too close," Bai Moshuan interjected, abruptly producing a piece of paper and thrusting it into Su Bo's hands. "This is the destination. Therefore, you need not remain so near. You may ultimately converge at the end." "Hey, Vixen," Su Bo replied, somewhat irked, "are you all right?" Bai Moshuan paused. "I am fine. Just take care of yourselves. I must take my leave." Such was the elusive nature of Bai Moshuan. He arrived silently and vanished like the wind, leaving Su Bo bewildered. Had Bai Moshuan indeed been here? Fortunately, the paper in his hand served as proof of his visit. As he unfolded it, Yu Qing glanced at it and remarked, "So it is the side peak to the northwest. With this, we have a solid foundation. Bai Moshuan truly possesses remarkable skills." Bai Moshuan moved swiftly, having just entered the courtyard of their lodgings when a languid voice broke the silence. "You are quite mischievous. Have you learned to use drugs?" "It is incense, not a drug," Bai Moshuan responded with complete composure. "You have not been caught, have you?" Dai Jili inquired. "Actually, I have been affected, but I have been preoccupied with my thoughts lately and unable to sleep, which is why I strangely awoke." "Where have you been?" "After taking a stroll." The atmosphere among the group was particularly oppressive. Bai Moshuan chuckled coldly. "Do you not feel this way?" Sharp-tongued as ever, I shall pretend I have not witnessed tonight's events. "Good night." Dai Jili turned to enter, while Bai Moshuan wore a faint smile, running his hand through his hair before following suit. This night passed uneventfully and peacefully. With the note provided by Bai Moshuan, Su Bai and the others increased their distance once more. Though the ancestral mountain was obscure upon closer proximity, Yu Qing suddenly began to comprehend its significance. This location offered an eastern view of the sunrise, a southern pursuit of sail shadows, a western gaze towards the Great Wall, and a northern overlook of the mountains. Yu Qing remarked, "I never expected that, despite not being on the main dragon vein. it is still brimming with vitality. Strangely, in recent days, Dai Jelly had not ventured out, remaining entangled with by Ma Xuan. How had they discovered this place? Chuang commented. The powers of the 100-mile mulberry deity are quite formidable. Yu Qing retrieved the journal he had obtained from the third brother, perusing it multiple times until he finally found a record of the ancestral mountain. Besides the map, there was a note indicating that the main peak was secondary, while the secondary peak was primary. This location indeed fell within their designated range, suggesting it had been predetermined as a target long ago, a fact that was beyond dispute. However, the specification of primary and secondary peaks was somewhat perplexing. The vehicle finally left the provincial road and entered a winding mountain path, but the side peak had yet to be opened for vehicular access. Attempting to drive further posed significant risks. The cliffs and precipices here were dizzying merely to behold, let alone navigate with such a cumbersome machine. They had no choice but to abandon the vehicle, retrieve their backpacks, and proceed on foot towards the side peak. Not long into their trek, they spotted 3 vehicles, which eased Su Bai's concerns. It seems we have not taken a wrong turn. We can continue onward. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and the mountain suddenly resonated with a surprisingly melodious sound, as if the entire mountain was reverberating. This sound compelled the trio to halt. Where is this noise emanating from? Su Bai glanced around, finally noticing the cracks all over the rocky surface, reminiscent of the ground's fissures due to drought. As the wind passed, the earlier sound emerged from these crevices. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the lacquerware crafted by Gong Susu, yet here, the situation was even more astounding. This was purely natural, a testament to the artistry of nature. The naturally occurring fissures of the mountain harmonized perfectly with the wind, creating a breathtaking visual and auditory spectacle. Incredible, Cui Ying sighed, a masterpiece of nature. No more marveling, Su Bai interjected. The battery of the tracker cannot last much longer. Before it dies, we must pursue immediately. Cui Ying was taken aback to find herself receiving a scolding from Su Bai. She stuck out her tongue, acknowledging the brilliance of the Bu brothers' invention. Even in the depths of these mountains, the signal remained intact, with the target located to their northwest. Just as Su Bai was about to commend the Bu brothers, the display screen suddenly flickered, and the red target froze abruptly. Su Bai was taken aback. What is happening? Is it malfunctioning? Su Bo grasped the tracker and shook it vigorously. To his dismay, the red target vanished entirely from the screen, exclaiming, "Damn it! What is Ma Xuan doing? How could he turn it off?" The signal appeared strong, and the power supply remained intact. The target's disappearance could only indicate one thing. Cui Ying was equally perplexed, pondering the tricks Ma Xuan was employing. They had agreed on a cooperative strategy, yet they had not kept pace with developments. Perhaps there are extenuating circumstances, she reminded them. We must not forget that Ma Xuan is surrounded by wolves, particularly that third one, whose hostility is evident to anyone. Yu Qing interjected, rather than lingering in frustration here, we should hasten to uncover the truth. It seems he may have anticipated his predicament, having sent us the map just last night, allowing us to proceed without concern. Su Bo was momentarily taken aback, although he acknowledged Ma Xuan's cleverness. He refused to concede verbally. Let us hope that is indeed his line of thought. As the situation shifted, the trio felt a surge of tension and quickened their pace towards the side peak indicated on the map. The once broad mountain path narrowed as they approached their destination. The sound of crashing waves grew increasingly distinct, suggesting that the side peak was situated by the sea. Ahead, a group of 10 had left noticeable traces on the ground. With winter approaching and the proximity to the ocean, the air became increasingly frigid, prompting the 3 to quicken their steps along the marked trail. However, by the time they reached the side peak, the 10 individuals had vanished without a trace. In their quest for the dragon's vein, they sought not only the ultimate meeting point, but also an ancient tomb from which to pilfer burial goods, which would likely lead them downward. We need to search for the excavation site, Yu Qing suggested. Chapter 194, Marsh Gas. 1. Yu Qing retrieved a compass from his bag. Murmuring incantations, to find the right spot, one must connect the points. The 8 dragons must be discerned in their flow. The fire dragon must not create conflict with water. The wood configuration must support the fire dragon's rise. The wood dragon must not clash with gold. The water configuration must aid the wood dragon's joy. The interplay of yin and yang holds great significance. Fortune and misfortune lie within a single direction, for one must understand both creation and destruction in finding the right spot. What is he reciting? Subo inquired of Chueying. If I am not mistaken, this is an ancient mantra for selecting burial sites. Chueying replied. I have heard my grandfather recite it, though he never demonstrated the practice. Perhaps I simply never witnessed it. With Bai Moshuan present, that group will undoubtedly locate the correct position for their excavation. Now, it remains to be seen if Yuqing and Bai Moshuan will converge on the same site. After much deliberation, Yuqing settled on a direction and urged the others to follow. In ancient times, selecting a dragon's den required not only an understanding of the mountain's contours, but also an alignment with the flow of qi. Under Yuqing's guidance, they traversed approximately 400 meters when he abruptly pulled them aside. Not far ahead, a group was busily engaged in their work. 7 deaf mutes were diligently digging an excavation site, making considerable progress, as they had already reached the height of one person's head. Seated on the ground like a lord, Bai Moshuan casually flipped through a magazine, his nonchalant demeanor drawing the ire of the third man, who stood with arms crossed and a dark expression. While Dai Jelly feigned ignorance of the scene, the vixen has always behaved in such a manner. Subai couldn't help but murmur. Chueying swiftly covered his mouth, signaling him to remain silent. The 3 of them huddled against the rocky wall, cautiously observing the movements of the individuals ahead. Approximately 40 minutes passed when a deaf mute gestured towards Dai Jelly, who immediately turned to Bai Moshuan, remarking, You truly possess remarkable skills. Bai Moshuan tucked away the magazine he had been holding, rose, and dusted off his clothes, saying, Let us descend. He was the first to leap down, and as Dai Jelly was about to follow, the third person yanked her back, expressing, I can't shake off the feeling that something is amiss. This fellow seems a tad too sinister. He had accurately located the spot, which at least indicated his usefulness thus far. Dai Jelly emphasized the phrase thus far, stating, We've paid him to perform tasks like this, so let us not overthink it. We'll see how it goes once we're down there. Once the 10 individuals ahead had all descended, Chueying found it peculiar, asking, Aren't they going to leave someone behind to keep watch? Silly sister, replied Subai. Old 3 and Dai Jelly must go down, while Bai Moshuan certainly cannot keep watch. As for the other 7, it goes without saying, they cannot speak. So how could they watch? Subai burst into laughter. I never expected my sister to have such a Navi moment. Besides, when we descend, we've never left anyone to keep watch. This is a desolate area where typically no one would come. Chueying raised her fist, pretending to strike Subai, but Yuqing interjected, It's about time, we can proceed. They waited for a full quarter of an hour, showcasing Yuqing's cautious nature. Although he was the youngest in the group, excluding Bai Moshuan, he exhibited the most mature thoughts. When Yuqing reached the edge of the tunnel, he first peered down carefully before securely fastening the rope. He was the first to descend, feeling the hard ground beneath his feet upon landing. A closer inspection revealed that the floor was composed of large slabs of bluestone, covered with a layer of moss. Being near the sea, the ground was damp, and upon entering the underground, a wave of moisture enveloped him, causing his clothes to cling uncomfortably to his back. Subai protected Chueying as they descended, being the last to follow. Once he pressed the switch on the rope, it promptly returned to its original position. The bluestone was smeared with a hodgepodge of mud, likely left behind by those who had gone before them. Astonishingly, this tunnel led directly to the burial chamber. A right turn revealed a narrow passageway, so low that both Subai and Chueying had to stoop to navigate through. As the 3 of them cautiously approached the group ahead, a sudden explosion reverberated through the corridor, accompanied by a rush of hot air. They all dropped to the ground, shielding their faces with their hands. In the aftermath of the explosive force, dust clung to their heads and bodies, covering them completely. Subai shook his head, declaring, They couldn't have detonated so quickly. It must have been a methane explosion. It appeared that this tomb held significant intrigue, known as a fire pit tomb. The chamber's airtight nature allowed organic materials to decay and gradually produce methane, filling the entire space until it ignited, even leading to an explosion. Subai mused, I wonder how our star is faring. You possess a remarkable intellect, yet when did you acquire such profound knowledge of tombs? Presently, a foul odor lingers in the corridor, compelling Chueying to cover her nose with her hand, thus rendering her voice somewhat muffled. Are you aware of Mawangdui? In the 1970s, the local garrison constructed an underground hospital beneath the small hill at Mawangdui. However, after excavating less than 10 meters in the eastern passage, they encountered a severe collapse, halting further construction. The workers resorted to using steel drills for probing, and suddenly, a noxious gas erupted from the borehole. unfamiliar with archaeological knowledge. The laborers were oblivious to its nature, smoking cigarettes while observing the opening. Abruptly, the gas ignited upon contact with fire, resulting in a thunderous explosion, emitting an eerie blue flame reminiscent of the legendary will-o'-the-wisps. In a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames, someone doused it with water, only to be met with a powerful backfire. Subsequently, the ghostly fire blazed for 3 days and nights, though this account may be slightly exaggerated. The mysterious blue flame instilled a sense of dread and confusion. Eventually, word reached the museum, confirming that the workers had stumbled upon an ancient tomb, and the pungent gas was indeed methane. Subo chuckled, saying, "The people at that time dubbed it the Fire Kong tomb. My intelligence has nothing to do with it. It merely stems from my observations within." Uncertain of the fate of those ahead, as the explosive heat wave could reach this location, it seemed the situation was significant. Yuqing removed her hand from her nose, sensing a slight alleviation in the odor. "Let us proceed and take a look." The trio advanced cautiously. The ground had been swept by the heat wave, causing dust to be pushed aside, erasing the earlier chaotic footprints in an instant, a troubling sign. As they now faced a fork in the path with 2 entrances, one to the left and the other to the right, leaving them in a quandary. Chuang glanced at both directions. To the left, Subo extended his hand to gauge the temperature on either side and confidently declared, "The temperature on the left is notably higher than that on the right. The methane must have surged forth from this direction." Chuang, impressed, raised her thumb in admiration, pondering how such a simple deduction had eluded her. The trio entered the left passage, which was distinctly elevated, approximately 3 meters high, providing Subo and Chuang with a sense of relief. After walking a short distance, they spotted 2 figures crouched against the wall, motionless. As they approached, they discerned blood on the heads and bodies of the 2 individuals. Chuang knelt down, reaching out to check for signs of life. "They are dead." These 2 were among the 7 deaf mutes, and judging by the condition of their tattered clothing, they had perished in the recent methane explosion. With 2 gone, 5 deaf mutes remained. Subo, relieved that Bai Moshuan was unharmed, felt a weight lift from his heart. "Does this not imply that we have benefited from their sacrifice?" "Indeed, it does." Chuang replied, "Let us move on. Pity the 2 souls on this earth, for they know not even the names of these individuals. They are incapable of speech and cannot hear a single sound. Arriving in this underworld, they belong to the most vulnerable of groups, yet they are burdened with a task, facing life and death alongside Daijili. In the end, it is certain that Daijili and the 3rd member will not return to retrieve their bodies. These 2 individuals have no concept of companionship. They are mere tools." Chapter 195, Marsh Gas. 2. Upon reflecting on this, Yuqing let out a sigh as he stepped over the bodies of the 2, continuing forward. After traversing less than 20 meters, he encountered an ajar door, not one prepared for them, but rather one that had fallen askew after an explosion, unable to stand upright. This stone door bore engravings of a turbine, evoking a peculiar sensation in Subai. Typically, such motifs are rarely found on the grand doors of stone tombs. As Subai pondered this design, a gunshot suddenly echoed from within. His expression shifted, and without hesitation, he stepped inside. Upon entering, he stumbled, nearly retching at the sight of a corpse beneath his feet. He had initially assumed the 2 outside were victims of the marsh gas explosion, only to discover another body here. The outer bodies were merely clothing torn apart, while this one was grotesquely mangled, intestines spilling forth, lying atop a gaping, bloody abdomen. The clothing had long since vanished. Judging by the physique, this could not be by Moshuan, for with his abilities, he could not have perished here. The hair of this individual was singed, exuding a burnt odor that reminded Su Bai of the moment popcorn bursts in childhood. Yuqing proceeded towards the source of the gunfire, with Su Bai turning his head to avoid the sight of the corpse, hastily following behind. Chuang, noticing a metallic object on the ground, felt a spark of curiosity, picked it up, and tossed it into her backpack before chasing after them. The gunfire had emanated from within the tomb chamber. As Yuqing entered, he beheld several illuminated headlamps. The 3rd member lay cradled in Daijili's arms, blood seeping continuously from his body. He clutched his abdomen, although his wound was located on his back, and blood poured from the corner of his mouth. "You must die." A murderous aura radiated from Daijili, yet her tone softened. "Isn't dying in my embrace the manner of death you would most desire?" Upon seeing the 3 newcomers, Daijili lifted her gaze and shot a glare at Bai Moshuan. "Had I known you untrustworthy, it would have made no difference now. The third member's death is also on your conscience. Four mute individuals stood nearby, evidently dumbfounded by the scene before them. Bai Moshuan remained expressionless, while Su Bai timidly inquired, "What is happening?" As Bai Moshuan descended with the others, he soon encountered a fork in the path. Upon seeing the tightly sealed stone door, an unsettling sensation washed over him, indicating that something was amiss. The mud exposed beneath the bluestone slabs was known as white clay, often utilized to safeguard tombs due to its exceptional sealing properties. Bai Moshuan dug a little into that layer of mud and discovered charcoal beneath it. The combination of these two elements suggested the chamber's remarkable airtightness. It was reasonable to conclude that the structure behind the door was similarly constructed. Bai Moshuan let out a muffled groan, realizing the presence of methane gas within. The third among them pointed out 3 individuals from the group of 7. "You 3, go ahead and open the door." The trio approached the stone door, exerting great force to push it, but it remained immovable. One among them produced a tool, wedging it beneath the door, and they continued to pry with all their might. As Bai Moshuan caught a whiff of a pungent odor, he witnessed the moment the stone door began to yield, sparks flying from the friction. Instinctively, he shouted, "Run!" However, he was unaware that all 3 were deaf mutes. Unable to hear his warning, by the time they reacted, only 2 managed to retreat towards him, while the slowest among them was propelled into the air at the moment of the methane explosion, landing heavily and engulfed by flames. The other 2 fared little better, as the surging wave of heat pursued them, ultimately forcing them to the ground with a violent thud. Bai Moshuan and the others swiftly dropped to the ground, and through the cracks of his fingernails, he glimpsed an eerie blue flame, feeling the intense heat as the scent of blood permeated the air. Highly attuned to the fragrance of blood, Bai Moshuan clenched his fists in fury, cursing Bai Lisong for using the deaf mutes as pawns. They were the vulnerable ones. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the ghostly blue flames extinguished. As Bai Moshuan rose, he beheld the lifeless bodies of the 2, his fists tightening. The only action he could take was to reposition the corpses against the wall, arranging them neatly. This gesture brought tears to the eyes of the remaining 4 deaf mutes, one of whom suddenly clenched his fists and raised his head, inhaling sharply. "Let us proceed inside," the third one suggested, displaying no sense of dread at the scene. His interest piqued by the accompanying artifacts within. The slowest individual had become the tragic sight that Su Bai had witnessed earlier, a grimness that the other 4 could hardly bear to observe. Even Bai Moshuan refrained from offering assistance, knowing that any attempt might lead to disintegration. The chamber was devoid of coffins, and under the illumination of their headlamps, the walls revealed a similar swirling pattern as that on the stone door. Coupled with the structural incongruities that defied any historical epoch, Bai Moshuan found himself unable to determine the era to which this tomb belonged. The tomb chamber is perfectly square, yet its ceiling resembles a tent, adorned with intricate patterns. Regrettably, the insufficient light obscures the details above. Within it lies an inner chamber, and Bai Moshuan strides forth. At that moment, the third man's eyes flicker, his hand instinctively moving to his waist, closely tailing Bai Moshuan. This entire scene does not escape Dai Jieli's keen observation. To succinctly encapsulate the situation, the third man attempts to assassinate Bai Moshuan, while Dai Jieli, akin to a lurking predator, is the one poised to strike. Unbeknownst to him, Dai Jieli, a seasoned assassin, possesses an exceptionally accurate aim. Yet, instead of delivering a fatal blow, she shoots him in the back just as he prepares to pull the trigger, leaving him gasping for breath. She must ensure he comprehends his demise. Su Bai firmly believes that the third man intends to kill Bai Moshuan, and this cunning vixen is undoubtedly aware of his intentions. His instincts are formidable. How could he remain indifferent with danger so near? Thus, everything unfolds as Bai Moshuan anticipated. As the third man collapses, Dai Jieli catches him deftly. At that moment, his hand brushes against her gun, which is still warm from firing. Yet, his heart grows cold with the realization of his fate. He cannot accept this. At that instant, Dai Jieli's words pierce his soul. "Dying in my embrace is the very death you longed for. I senti it?" "Why?" The third man convulses, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Dai Jieli gently wipes the blood away, whispering, "Because you deserve to die. Because I despise you." Leaning close to his ear, her hand covering her lips, she softly utters a phrase that brings a dawning comprehension to his face. He exhales, a sense of relief washing over him. As long as it's not for him, that's what matters. The third man's body twitches violently, his hands gripping Dai Jieli tightly, yet his eyes widen in shock, his hands falling limp as his head tilts, breath escaping him. Shui Ying approaches, checks for a pulse, and shakes her head. He has gone. A sudden sorrow crosses Dai Jieli's features, but she quickly bursts into laughter, as if a madness has seized her. Shui Ying gazes at her with pity. Do you wish to take yourself down with him? The novelist's imagination is indeed boundless, but that is not my intention. Dai Jieli replies. I shall live on, for I am not alone. I have tasks yet to fulfill. Life is simply this way. What do you think of that, novelist? Should I weave it into your narrative? Dai Jieli's sardonic tone draws a frown from Shui Ying, covered in the third man's blood. She pushes his lifeless body aside and stands with a smile. All right, we can proceed with what comes next. If the three of you do not mind. Shall we go together? Chapter 196. The Golden Mask having arrived at this juncture, joining forces seems prudent. Su Bo furrows his brow and remarks, Sister, please do not turn on us as you did with the third man. Who can say? Dai Jieli laughed heartily, declaring herself a wicked woman. Su Bo shivered. While the four individuals remained standing to the side, their faces marked by confusion as they witnessed the demise of the third brother at Dai Jieli's hands. One of them, gathering courage, stepped forward and communicated with sign language. This time, Dai Jieli did not shy away from Su Bo and the others. Instead, she spoke loudly. This fellow has long been plotting to abandon Mr. Bai Li and has concealed numerous secrets over the years. My elimination of him is merely a housecleaning measure. As for Mr. Bai Li, I shall explain everything to him. This matter concerns you not. Simply focus on your subsequent tasks. The individual appeared somewhat dejected. Though they remained silent, their eyes revealed their turmoil. Having witnessed the brutal deaths of the three brothers and now the third brother's demise due to internal strife, a shadow of dread lingered in their hearts. Su Bo found the mute individuals intriguing, but lamented his lack of knowledge in sign language despite his 180 IQ. If only he could discern their origins. Perhaps he might uncover Mr. Bai Li's methods. Dai Jieli was splattered with blood. The third brother's body lay there, his eyes not entirely closed. She cast a glance at him, crouched down, and gently closed his eyes, saying, You may rest now. Su Bo felt a chill run through him. Was this what they called killing without a flicker of an eye? As Dai Jieli bid farewell to the third brother, a tinge of melancholy surfaced within her. Bai Moshuan remarked, The layout here is rather peculiar. It does not resemble a Han tomb, yet it incorporates certain Han burial characteristics, such as sealing the chamber with charcoal and white clay. However, the floral designs on the door and the patterns on the walls are entirely non-Han in style. I have observed this as well. Su Bo responded, Shall we proceed? Of course, Dai Jieli replied. I have long known that Bai Moshuan would never bow for $50,000. It seems my instincts have been correct. Now, let us consider ourselves as passengers on the same vessel. With the third brother gone, you need not worry. I will not turn my weapons against you. I am not foolish. Only you can assist me in completing this task now. Let us speak plainly. Bai Moshuan interjected. The discovered artifact shall be split in half. Dai Jieli furrowed her brow slightly, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well. She felt a semblance of madness creeping in. Fully aware that this man was not genuinely there to assist them, yet inexplicably allowed him to follow. She knew the third brother would inevitably target Bai Moshuan. Yet she bided her time, perhaps from the outset. Inviting Bai Moshuan was merely a means to create an opportunity for herself to eliminate the third brother. A fortuitous chance indeed. Let us depart, Bai Moshuan said, showing no reaction to the third brother's death. It was merely tit for tat. Shui Ying suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, What is that? In truth, the object in question was quite evident, a stone tablet. However, the inscriptions upon it were utterly indecipherable to Shui Ying. It was now Su Bo's turn to examine it. He stepped forward, illuminated by the headlamp, studying it intently. The etchings appeared to resemble runes, chaotic and lacking any discernible pattern. After much effort to recall, he finally shook his head. These are certainly not Han characters. This assertion further validated Bai Moshuan's hypothesis. This was not a Han tomb. The tomb chamber lay barren, adorned only with abstract patterns on the walls and a stone tablet inscribed with cryptic symbols. Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing meticulously examined the walls, yet failed to uncover any hidden mechanisms. Shui Ying remarked, The passage diverges. It seems we must proceed to the right. The group retraced their steps, returning to the previous location where they encountered the three corpses. The four mute individuals appeared somewhat dejected, perhaps accustomed to such a life. unable to articulate their feelings. They silently passed by their fallen companions. Upon reaching the intersection once more, the right corridor mirrored the one they had just traversed. After a brief advance, they were confronted by a tightly sealed stone door. Armed with their prior experience, the group approached this obstacle with heightened caution. Methane gas posed a potential threat of explosion due to heat or sparks, yet to unlock the stone door, tools and manpower were essential. Who would dare to open it? Dai Jieli furrowed her brow. If it was still their own people, casualties were inevitable, leaving her isolated and helpless. Subo proposed, I have a method, but you must follow my lead. At this juncture, there was no choice but to heed the brilliant Subo. With the group's consent, Subo retrieved a modified Luoyang shovel from his bag, along with a ruler. He advanced to measure the width and height of the stone door, even returning to the left side to gauge its thickness, calculating its weight and volume before wedging the shovel into the crevice with precision. Will this be effective? Chueying questioned, still skeptical. Subo responded, based on my calculations, the current distance allows us to exert our strength optimally. It hinges on the sturdiness of the shovel. However, I cannot predict the blast radius of the gas, so there remains a risk. The moment the stone door begins to open, everyone must leap back immediately. Concerned that the four mute individuals might not grasp the gravity of the situation, Subo approached them to explain that upon seeing any gap, even the slightest, they must swiftly retreat. His actions touched the four, while Dai Jieli remained silent, perhaps recognizing the stark contrast between herself and them. She thrived on the blood of others, while they lived to save. Having prepared everything, Subo spat into his palm and, together with Yuqing and Bai Moshuan, grasped the Luoyang shovel, counting aloud. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, all three exerted their strength, prying open a narrow gap in the stone door. A heavy groan echoed as a rush of gas erupted forth, and the influx of air caused it to surge eagerly outward. Subo quickly picked up a stone to secure the gap, but soon realized the methane was gushing forth at an alarming rate, hissing ominously. We must retreat, he shouted. As the three individuals released their grips simultaneously, Subai exhibited a noticeable delay. In terms of agility, he was far inferior to the seasoned Yuqing and Bai Moshuan. Merely a moment's hesitation left him with the unsettling sensation of an unseen force propelling him forward. Upon glancing back, Bai Moshuan observed ethereal blue flames emerging, prompting him to swiftly grasp Subai's arm and virtually drag him forward. Though Subai felt the sharp pain of his back scraping against the rough stone, the thought of a potentially graver fate compelled him to endure, resulting in a series of anguished cries. The flames behind them soon subsided, and once Bai Moshuan deemed the situation safe, he released Subai, who consequently collided with the ground, eliciting a stream of curses. Bai, are you saving me or trying to kill me? This hurts. The circumstances had improved significantly, likely due to the mere opening created. Chueying took the opportunity to assist Subai to his feet, not neglecting to commend him. Truly worthy of your high intelligence, a genius indeed. You certainly have your methods. Upon hearing such praise, Subai found his pain somewhat alleviated. He shot an exasperated glance at Bai Moshuan. Next time, be gentler. I survived the explosion only to be dragged to death by you. We'll discuss it later, Bai Moshuan replied coolly. The stone door was exceedingly sealed, and even the slightest exertion could ignite methane from friction. However, for reasons unknown, the scale of this explosion was considerably diminished, likely due to a difference in the quantity of methane, which in turn stemmed from varying degrees of enclosure. Mustering his courage, Subai approached closer and discerned that the corridor on this side was not level. A careful inspection revealed a noticeable incline. It appeared that a minor tectonic shift had once transpired here, causing a tilt that compromised the ceiling of the stone door. Turning to Dai Jieli, Subai remarked, You truly have bad luck. Had you chosen this side, perhaps you wouldn't have lost your three main commanders. Don't you think that's unfortunate? Chapter 197. The ice bed. The audacity of this young man to mock her ignited Dai Jieli's fury. Bai Moshuan interrupted Subai, insisting, enough chatter. Let's venture inside and uncover the truth. You go first, Subai replied. Logically, it should have been Bai Moshuan, given that he bore the protective talisman. Bai Moshuan, however, efficiently beckoned Yuqing to join him, and together they pried open the slightly ajar stone door. As the door swung wide, the beam of their headlamps illuminated the interior, startling both of them, for standing in the center of the tomb chamber was a figure. Cautiously, they stepped back, instinctively reaching for the talismans at their waists. Behind them, Dai Jieli and Shuiying simultaneously drew their vermilion guns. Yu Qing and Bai Maoxuan exchanged a glance before stepping forward together, only to discover that the figure remained motionless. As they drew closer, clarity emerged. It was a corpse. Situated near the sea, the ground was exceedingly damp, resulting in total decomposition of flesh, leaving merely a skeletal structure. Curiously, despite the decay, the flesh had fused grotesquely with the clothing, rendering it a ghastly sight, while the skeleton remained astonishingly unblemished, encased within the garments. This is a plain robe, remarkably well preserved, yet it does not conform to any Han style. It is a garment that runs from top to bottom, divided only by a broad belt at the waist, and the hem is slightly ample. However, what captivates Su Bo is that this robe was not tailored for the owner during their lifetime. Rather, it fits the skeletal frame perfectly, had it been custom-made while alive. Without flesh, the robe would undoubtedly appear loose, yet such a phenomenon is absent here. The skull is particularly striking, although it is merely a head. It is adorned with a golden mask crafted from intricately woven gold threads, each delicate and cleverly spaced to resemble an exquisitely fine net, as gossamer as a cicada's wing. Draped over the clothing is a layer of silver thread, rendering Su Bo perplexed. There is no coffin in sight, and it is evident that this corpse is male. Most astonishingly, how does a skeleton stand so upright here? At this moment, Dai Jieli discerned the mystery and was about to lift the man's garments when Bai Maoxuan seized her hand, cautioning her against direct contact. Bai Maoxuan released Dai Jieli's hand and cautiously lifted the hem of the robe, revealing a slender metallic rod beneath the ample fabric. Its dark hue obscured the material's identity, and suddenly, a wisp of white smoke emanated from Bai Maoxuan's hand. Indeed, it was coated with poison. What could this mean? Witnessing the white smoke, Dai Jieli was taken aback. It is merely poisoned, Bai Maoxuan stated. However, I am unharmed. Yet if your hand were to touch it, your flesh would likely dissolve. Dai Jieli replied solemnly. Does this mean I owe you yet another favor? Interpret it as you wish. I simply wish to avoid trouble. Should anyone be injured, it would hinder our progress. Bai Maoxuan took a deep breath and extended his hands toward the golden mask on the skull. He was unafraid of the poison, yet when he began to exert force, the seemingly gossamer mask did not budge at all. Su Bo approached for a closer look and remarked, "Darn, the mask is glued to the skull. Bai Maoxuan, if you wish to remove the golden mask, you will likely have to detach the head as well." The mask presents a stark contrast between its two sides. The front is composed of gold threads that obscure the face of the skull, while the back is a solid piece of gold, fused tightly to the skull, making all of Bai Maoxuan's efforts futile unless, as Su Bo suggested, he removes the skull along with the mask. Su Bo merely jested, yet unexpectedly. Bai Maoxuan's hand reached toward the cervical vertebra. With a slight exertion, he concentrated his strength in his right hand, and with a sharp crack, the cervical bone snapped in two. Bai Maoxuan then lifted the skull and the mask together, prompting Su Bo to cover his eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Goodness, you are rather ruthless." Holding the skull aloft, Bai Maoxuan marveled at the intricate golden threads, exclaiming, "It is truly astonishing." The craftsmanship of this mask rivals that of modern techniques. Each thread stands independently, not bonded together. Furthermore, it is formed as a single entity, exhibiting entirely different craftsmanship on both the front and back without any visible seams. "Su Bai, what are your thoughts?" "Incredible," Su Bai replied. "The front is spun into strands, while the back is flat. I find myself at a loss for an explanation. Moreover, the cleanliness of this skeleton is remarkable. This unique burial culture is unlike anything I've encountered. There is nothing in my mental repository that aligns with it. The pristine condition of the bones can only imply one thing. After this individual met their demise, their flesh was meticulously treated, completely separated," Dai Jieli remarked. "Are the internal organs still present?" Bai Maoxuan inquired, momentarily taken aback. He promptly lifted his robe for confirmation, and indeed, discovered that the skeleton contained no internal organs, merely a clean framework. Upon seeing Bai Maoxuan shake his head, Dai Jieli suggested, "I have a hypothesis. This individual was certainly not Han, and furthermore, they must belong to a documented dynasty." Su Bai snapped his fingers, acknowledging, "That makes sense. Any dynasty that has appeared in history has preserved some semblance of its cultural heritage, while those that have vanished due to the brevity of their existence have either left no trace or only scattered remnants of information, creating a gap in our understanding. Since we cannot find answers here, Let us first examine what other clues might be present, Su Bai continued. Suddenly, Cui Ying appeared startled, hastily making her way to the left tomb chamber. She retrieved her camera, capturing the celestial script inscribed on the stone tablet, even including the ceiling, albeit blurred, and documenting the swirling patterns on the walls as well. Upon her return, Yu Qing curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" "Gathering information," Cui Ying replied. "Though we may not know the answers, there are those like my uncle who might." Yu Qing had always perceived Cui Ying as carefree, surprised to discover her meticulous side. Dai Jieli aimed her camera at the skeleton devoid of a skull, pressing the shutter. As the flash illuminated the scene, Cui Ying was taken aback. The exposed bones transformed under the light, revealing a golden hue. Upon sharing this revelation, Su Bai was equally astonished. Unless optical paint has been applied to the bones, such a conspicuous change is impossible. This is becoming increasingly remarkable. Dai Jieli's interest in the skull-less skeleton waned, as her focus shifted to the funerary objects surrounding it. If this underground site was not the ultimate destination for Mr. Bailey, then they must retrieve the accompanying artifacts. A distinct ring of depressions encircled the skeleton, resembling a constellation surrounding it. These circular pits were directly atop the bluestone slab, which itself had a round indentation at its center, adorned with swirling patterns. Dai Jieli became intrigued by this circle of spirals. Approaching cautiously, she delicately touched the spirals with her toes. As she did so, a thunderous sound resonated throughout the tomb. Akin to distant thunder, and the ground trembled slightly. It was sinking. "No," Su Bai asserted, "the floor of this tomb chamber is indeed descending." Although the ground of this tomb chamber was sinking, the structure remained intact, likely due to the design of the mechanism. None of the occupants showed any intention of leaving. The bluestone floor descended steadily, and at that moment, an unexpected revelation occurred. The skeleton was secured by a black metal rod, undeniably so. As the ground continued its descent, it became increasingly apparent that this rod extended downwards, continuously. Such elaborate measures to secure a single skeleton stirred a sense of exhilaration within Su Bai. What depths might be reached as the ground sank further? With a resounding thud, the stone floor fell, causing everyone to tremble violently. The subterranean space was far more expansive than above, imbued with a warm floral fragrance. Generally, such a scent is refreshing. Yet here, the air felt stifling, rendering the aroma somewhat oppressive. Chapter 198. Fire trees and silver flowers. Suddenly, Su Bai felt his body weaken, involuntarily sliding downwards. This floral scent was indeed peculiar. The others, like Su Bai, felt heavy and dizzy. Bai Moshuan sensed something amiss as well. However, the protective talisman showed no effect, indicating that the scent was not toxic, but merely induced a state of unconsciousness. When Su Bai regained consciousness, he found the surface beneath him chillingly cold. His hand brushed against it. Ice, excruciatingly so. Startled, he sprang upright, only to be taken aback by the brightness before him. The room was entirely crafted from ice, with a roaring fire blazing at its center. Even this flame struggled against the pervasive chill. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that apart from Dai Jieli and her group of 5, everyone else was present. Bai Moshuan sat cross-legged on the ice, eyes closed in repose. Upon entering, someone noticed Su Bai and softly remarked, "You're awake?" Su Bai exclaimed with joy. "At first, I didn't see you here. I thought you hadn't come, that I wouldn't see you. You certainly haven't disappointed me." This place was indeed the third of the 12 dragon veins. Su Bai, cautious of revealing too much, had refrained from mentioning it during their journey, yet he had long anticipated Gong Susu's arrival. The timing felt almost too fortuitous. "When did you arrive?" Gong Susu remained her tranquil self. "I just got here. Fortunately, some clan members recognized you and guided you here. However, the other 5 were not so fortunate. Where are Dai Jieli and the others?" Su Bai inquired. Gong Susu lowered her gaze. "They should be at sea now." A faint smile flickered across Bai Moshuan's lips as he envisioned Dai Jieli's current predicament, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, this place was remarkable. The pure ice layers beneath the earth were a rarity. However, the others disagreed. One by one, those awakening leapt from their icy beds, gravitating toward the central fire. Upon seeing Gong Susu, Cui Ying remarked, "You arrived swiftly. By the way, why did you bring us here?" "You consumed a significant amount of the Earth's core flowers. This ice chamber will aid in your swift recovery," Gong Susu remarked. "The heart of the Earth flower, you should still have some recollection of it." Yu Qing replied, "The heart of the Earth flower, capable of deciphering the sap of ing, once proved useful in the soul suspension ladder. Susu. This place is also the site of a dragon vein. But what is the story behind that skeleton? Is it also your doing? Subai interjected. And what of that pillar that pierces deep into the earth? What is its origin? No, she responded. We merely performed modifications based on the original tomb structure. The origin of that corpse remains a mystery to us as well, yet it feels exceedingly strange. Therefore, we did not disturb it. However, we never anticipated that upon your arrival, you would even desecrate the remains. Gong Susu, feeling helpless, said, the clan leader once mentioned that different clans possess distinct burial customs, many of which involve malevolent rituals. Are you not afraid of being tainted by such ominous forces? Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow. This head was taken by me. I shall bear the consequences alone. Subai scoffed, and Gong Susu continued. Why are you with Dai Jieli? This is a long story, fraught with complexities, Subai finally confessed, unable to contain his emotions. He gazed at Gong Susu's pale face. Feeling a pang of sorrow. Are you all right? You appear unchanged compared to the past. Gong Susu glanced at her arm, realizing that there was indeed a significant difference. However, if he were to discover the truth, she couldn't foresee what he might do. Yet, during this period, there has been considerable tranquility. The forces of Bai Lisong have suddenly ceased their hostilities. Nonetheless, your unexpected appearance here compelled me to rush over upon receiving notification, yet I still arrived too late. The clan members had already taken appropriate measures. Susu, from where did you come? How could you arrive so swiftly? Chueying asked. Do you possess some special passage? Do not forget that the 12 dragon veins intersect at certain points. If one travels to these junctions, one can access any of the 12 veins, Gong Susu explained. It is akin to an underground palace, only on a grander scale. I see, Chueying responded. But the clan leader mentioned that ordinary individuals cannot withstand the pressures of the junction. Suddenly, Chueying realized something. Susu's hurried arrival was likely for Subai's sake. It appeared that Susu's feelings for Subai ran deep. Regrettably, due to her naturally short lifespan, she was unwilling to burden him and had even uttered harsh words towards him. Yet, as a woman herself, Chueying understood Gong Susu's sentiments all too well, and thus, she felt profound sympathy for her. Chueying almost exposed Gong Susu's secret, prompting Gong Susu to quickly shift the subject. Our clan has never initiated murder. So Dai Jieli and his companions are currently placed on a small boat. The sea has been calm for the past few days. When they awaken, they will have the means to save themselves, so there is no need for concern. However, we are now worried that they may return. That is easily addressed. Yuqing stated. Bai Moshuan and I can collaborate to employ a misdirection technique, ensuring they cannot find a point of attack, thus maintaining peace here. Unless they can locate someone capable of unraveling the misdirection, it will undoubtedly be foolproof. Bai Moshuan, however, seemed to disregard Yuqing's words. Now that things had quieted down, he had time to sort through some matters. Earlier, within the tomb, the death of the third brother was within reason, yet it still felt somewhat unusual. Hey, superstar, what are you pondering? Subo waved his hand in front of Bai Moshuan's face several times. Bai Moshuan merely rolled his eyes. This time, while it was ostensibly he who infiltrated Dai Jieli's inner circle, it was more accurate to say that the woman had manipulated him. She was acutely aware that the third party harbored animosity towards him. The sudden aggression from the third party was indeed unusual. She must have said something to provoke him. When one resorts to violence against another, it typically arises from two scenarios: premeditated malice or a crime of passion. Although the third party viewed him unfavorably and regarded him as a rival, at present, Bai Lisong sought to win him over. Out of respect for Bai Lisong, the third party would likely refrain from acting rashly. The other scenario involves a sudden burst of anger, where the third party, in a fit of rage, draws a weapon against him. But why? The likelihood of a crime of passion seemed more plausible. He had not engaged in any particularly intimate interactions with Dai Jieli, nor had there been any physical contact that might incite the third party's emotions. It was entirely possible that Dai Jieli had whispered something unfounded to the third party, igniting his fury and leading him to act impulsively against Bai Moshuan. Should Dai Jieli eliminate the third party, how would Bai Lisong react? Firstly, judging by Dai Jieli's previous words, the third party had long harbored treachery against Bai Lisong and had embezzled substantial amounts of property. Secondly, as Bai Lisong's designated ally, Bai Moshuan's involvement would render the third party's actions unjustifiable. Upon her return, Dai Jieli would have ample grounds for explanation. Once more, Bai Mashwan felt a sense of helplessness. This woman was a veritable enigma. There was a time he believed he had penetrated the tenderest recesses of her heart. Yet she possessed the uncanny ability to erect barriers around her emotions, however slight. For her, that final vestige of defense might well be her last shred of dignity. Gong Susu remarked, "This time, you are undoubtedly at odds with Bai Lisong. His intent to recruit you has been completely extinguished. Should you cross paths again, it will be as clear-cut enemies. You must exercise extreme caution." Bai Mashwan let out a low grunt. Gong Susu's assessment was spot on. With this parting from Daijili, their next encounter would inevitably be one of enmity, marked by intense animosity. As long as she remained aligned with Bai Lisong, she was destined to be an adversary. "What is the matter, superstar? Are you developing feelings for that woman?" Su Bo, as usual, struck a nerve. Bai Mashwan rolled his eyes. "How could that be? I do harbor a flicker of pity for her. After she kills the third party and returns to Bai Lisong, will he trust her as he once did?" Chapter 199. The Rope Bridge. 1. Shui Ying stated, "From the night I exchanged lives with my sister, I have been irrevocably bound. Even if I were to eliminate the third party, I would find no escape." Suddenly, Gong Susu interjected, "Actually, I have another purpose for being here. Su Bo, I must take you to the convergence of the dragon veins. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, you will have an additional option." Gong Susu only brought Su Bo along, and the others had no objections. Since they had regained their senses, they hastened to vacate the ice chamber, following the lead of other members of the Gong clan to their temporary abode. Su Bai trailed behind Gong Susu, several times attempting to walk alongside her. Yet she deliberately quickened her pace, avoiding any physical intimacy with him. Undeterred, Su Bai summoned his tenacity and hastened to catch up, even going so far as to wrap his arms around Gong Susu. This unexpected gesture struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Su Bai, please don't do this. I miss you," Su Bai declared boldly, unburdening his feelings with gratifying candor. "I miss you. And now that you are here, what does that signify, Susu? I have told you before, I do not care how long you might live. I only cherish each moment we can spend together, even if it is but a fleeting instant." "Is this a script?" Gong Susu bit her lip, inquiring, "If it is, it may work on young girls, but I am not like them, Su Bai." Surprised by her reaction, Su Bai never expected such words to escape the lips of the serene and gentle Gong Susu. Suddenly, he felt as if she were exerting every ounce of strength to push him away. Realizing he could no longer express his affections for her, he concluded that the more he spoke, the more pain he inflicted upon her heart. Clenching his fists, he chuckled lightly. "Isn't it just a script?" Gong Susu sighed. "Let us go." As they emerged from the ice chamber, Su Bai discovered that the underground was akin to a labyrinth. The ice chamber was far removed from where they had initially descended, and he still found it perplexing how the scent of the earth heart flower permeated that space. "Susu, when we came down, the fragrance seemed to emanate from all directions, not just from around us, but above and below as well. How is that possible?" "It's due to the air vents," Gong Susu explained. "When the bluestone slabs descended, the air above rushed downward, and there were already vents in the rocks that we had opened. Coupled with the natural upward flow of air underground, the scents blended completely. The aroma of the earth heart flower is somewhat akin to an anesthetic. The stronger it is, the more potent its effects. However, we have tested it and found that it does not pose lethal harm to the human body. The discovery of that ice layer was also unexpected. The ice can diminish the anesthetic effect of the earth heart flower, hastening revival. The appearance of ice underground suggests that we must delve deeper into the Earth's core," Su Bai remarked. "Indeed, the distance from where you lost consciousness to the ice chamber is a full 100 meters, Gong Susu replied. "However, the place we are headed to lies over 100 meters further down." Su Bai's expression stiffened. "Isn't it dangerous to be so deep underground? Won't we suffocate?" "Not at all," Gong Susu reassured him. "I ascended from there unscathed, standing right before you now. Su Bai, you need not fear, since your ancestors could endure here. It indicates that the dragon bloodline possesses resilience. Moreover, you also bear the reverse scale." Gong Susu claimed with feigned confidence that she was unscathed, yet inwardly, she felt a pang of insecurity. She tugged at the sleeves of her clothing, attempting to conceal her emaciated arms. Fortunately, the dim light from their headlamps meant that Su Bai remained oblivious to her subtle gesture as he surveyed their surroundings. The passage they traversed was exceedingly rudimentary. Formed from a haphazard arrangement of rubble, with a height barely sufficient for Su-bai to navigate, no more than 2 meters tall. Was this constructed by your kin? Su-bai inquired. No, Gong Susu replied. Long ago, our ancestor Gong Zhiqi forged a covenant with your dragon clan's forebears, who guided him through the 12 dragon veins. This passage was fashioned by the dragon clan. The craftsmanship appears rather rudimentary, Su-bai remarked, somewhat disappointed. I had anticipated something more magnificent from the dragon clan. Gong Susu shook her head. You must grasp the magnitude of this endeavor. To connect the 12 dragon veins beneath the earth with the strength of an entire clan is no mean feat. It likely took well over a century to accomplish. Spanning vast distances. Your ancestors were indeed remarkable beings. Beings? Su-bai found the term slightly unsettling. Yet as they descended further, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and he could hardly concern himself with the appropriateness of language. Gong Susu, seasoned in such matters, continued to lead the way, prompting Su-bai to swallow his questions as he observed her hurried silhouette. Unbeknownst to him, the once frigid environment began to warm. Gong Susu halted, saying, beyond this point, the heat becomes unbearable. If you find it intolerable, we can turn back immediately. Su-bai yearned to memorize the path they took. However, all he could recall was the sequence of descending, turning left, descending again, veering left once more, advancing, and turning left again. He believed his memory was adequate, yet he pondered whether he could retrace his steps if necessary. Perhaps another visit would be required. Ahead, a flickering glow of fiery hues emerged, interspersed with glimmers of silver. Curiously, Su-bai inquired, what is this? I have named it Fire Tree Silver Flowers, Gong Susu replied. You will understand upon seeing it. Fire Tree, Su-bai mused, as realization dawned upon him. Remarkably, such a phenomenon existed underground. It took on a tree-like form, featuring a trunk with 4 branches on either side, totaling 9. All were ablaze with a vivid red hue, resembling limbs scorched by fierce flames. The silver flowers Gong Susu mentioned likely referred to the silver glimmers emanating from the branches, resembling the petals of plum blossoms. Rather than petals, they appeared as bulbous growths sprouting from the trunk, roughly the size of a thumb, dotting the entire tree. The interplay of fire and silver was stunning, prompting Su-bai to exclaim, so beautiful. Though beautiful, it is not to be touched, Gong Susu cautioned. The clan leader warned that should a human make contact, these silver growths would transfer to the person's body, continuously migrating toward the heart. A shiver coursed through Su-bai. Has anyone touched it before? Indeed, Gong Susu remarked. Consequently, that silvery tumor penetrated into the heart of a person, causing their entire body to turn crimson, reminiscent of this fiery tree. However, as mere flesh and blood, a human being cannot endure such a transformation, ultimately leading to the catastrophic failure of their vital organs. At this moment, Su-bai had not yet approached the fiery tree. Merely gazing from a distance, he felt as though it were a natural bonfire. His garments parched by its heat. He wondered what would transpire if he ventured even closer. Surpassing Gong Susu, Su-bai advanced directly toward the fiery tree. As he drew nearer, he sensed an inexplicable pull drawing him in, his body moving involuntarily closer. Gong Susu exerted her strength, grasping Su-bai and pulling him back. Do not approach. What was happening? Su-bai had not realized he was moving until he became aware of the mere half-meter distance separating him from the fiery tree. It seemed as if the tree were beckoning him closer. Otherwise, how could he have approached with such uncanny compulsion? Gong Susu managed to pull Su-bai away to a safer distance and retrieved a bottle from her pocket, identical to the porcelain vial that had contained the heart flower's nectar. However, this time it held white pills instead of liquid. She poured out 2, consumed 1 herself, and placed the remaining 1 into Su-bai's palm. Take this. What is this? Su-bai inquired, bringing it close to his nose. A sharp, pungent aroma reminiscent of mustard assailed his senses, prompting him to place it into his mouth. Instantly, a fiery spiciness filled his entire mouth, even causing his trachea to tremble. Su-bai inadvertently let out a burp, noticing a smile appear on Gong Susu's face. Embarrassed, he exclaimed, "This is too spicy, far too spicy. You will grow accustomed to it. Humans possess remarkable endurance," Gong Susu replied, evidently having acclimated to it. This medicine was prepared by the clan leader. This clan leader was clearly another of the 7 evils. Within the Inran organization, the 7 evils possessed extensive knowledge of various plants and their medicinal properties. Su-bai noted that Fuyu often enjoyed discussing such matters, while Bai showed little interest, being more engrossed in modern medicine. However, he did not oppose Fu Yu's and the seven evil studies, recognizing that every phenomenon has its rationale. After consuming the medicine, Gong Susu handed the vial to Su Bai. You will surely find it useful in the future. Su Bai accepted it without hesitation. Gong Susu then carefully led him around the fiery tree that obstructed their path. To Su Bai's surprise, behind the tree lay a hidden door. Upon opening it, they discovered a neatly arranged path, still constructed from stones, but far more compact and meticulous. Strangely, after taking the pill, Su Bai felt a refreshing coolness wash over him. The fiery tree no longer felt so scorching. As they entered the path, a gentle breeze greeted them, bringing immense comfort. This is delightful. Gong Susu, however, wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness. This is merely your current sensation. As we proceed, you may not feel the same. Come, wrap your clothing tighter. Wrap my clothing tighter? Although Su Bai was curious, he obediently followed Gong Susu's instructions, wrapping his clothing tightly around himself and descending the narrow path for approximately 200 meters. The refreshing sensation he had felt earlier had completely vanished. Now, the wind was akin to icy blades, mercilessly cutting through his garments and harshly scraping against his skin. This must have been the sensation akin to the ancient punishment of Ling Qi, Su Bai thought, as his face contorted in the biting wind. He attempted to inquire of Susu what was happening, but as he opened his mouth, the frigid air rushed in, chilling him to the bone. Terrified, he swiftly closed his mouth and obediently followed closely behind Gong Susu, unaware of the distance they had yet to traverse, only sensing that the chilling wind was resisting their advance. Finally, when the wind subsided, Su Bai turned to look back, and upon doing so, he plopped down onto the ground in disbelief. After enduring half a day of discomfort, with his face numb and body stiff, he realized they had only covered about 50 meters. Exhaustion enveloped him, and once seated, he felt no desire to rise again. Gong Susu's expression was not much better. Seeing Su Bai sulking like a petulant child, she sighed. Now you understand why ordinary people cannot endure this junction. What we are experiencing is merely a fraction of the trials that lie ahead, with more that you have yet to hear or see. More to traverse? Su Bai lamented. Susu, I believe we have been walking for nearly half a day, haven't we? No, based on my past experiences, reaching this point has taken at least 10 hours. Gong Susu replied. Are you not curious as to why you do not feel thirsty or hungry? This revelation made Su Bai shiver slightly. 10 hours had passed, and he had not taken a single sip of water, completely forgetting that he was indeed human, reliant on sustenance and hydration for survival. What is happening? He asked. I do not know, Gong Susu replied. It is like a person in the desert. Although they may not feel thirsty, their body has reached a critical point. One must not wait until thirst strikes to drink water. It is essential to replenish regularly. Here, it is quite similar. Since you are weary, let us take a moment to rest. Sitting side by side with Gong Susu in that narrow space, inhaling the fragrant scent that emanated from her, Su Bai felt a pang of emotion. Gong Susu inquired, have you ever contemplated what it would be like to live deep underground for years on end? I could not endure it, Su Bai admitted. Gong Susu laughed softly. I once thought like you, believing I could not bear it, which is why I sought to escape. However, upon feeling the weight of responsibility and pressure upon me, a sudden drive emerged. No matter the difficulty, if this is our destiny, we must endure. Adapting to it is merely another way of life. Su Bai inhaled sharply. If it were not for your desire to escape, I would not have encountered my grandmother. As he spoke, he touched the necklace around his neck. Gong Susu lowered her gaze with a smile, saying, though I do not know much about her, I inexplicably admire her. She possesses a certain resilience. More like stubbornness, Su Bai replied. Su Bo spoke with a hint of irritation, expressing disbelief at the notion of neglecting one's own daughter in pursuit of a heartless man. What is there to seek? Perhaps it would be better to forget each other amidst the rivers and lakes. Gong Susu was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze into silence. Realizing her hasty words might stir trouble, Su Bo swiftly reined in his anger and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, I understand that some individuals are simply unforgettable throughout a lifetime. Gong Susu remained silent, merely retrieving her water bottle. Take a sip and have something to eat. We must press on. I wonder how Yu Qing and the others are faring, Su Bo remarked. With my kin present, they should encounter no difficulties. Even if Dai Jieli were to return, that would at least be a matter for several days hence, Gong Susu reassured him. After a sufficient rest, the two resumed their journey along the narrow path. Subo began to comprehend why there were no traps set in this area. The previous fiery trees were nearly inaccessible to the average person, and the subsequent icy chill posed yet another formidable challenge. Now, they encountered a suspension bridge, or rather, a structure composed of 4 ropes, 2 above and 2 below. The appearance of these ropes hinted at an insurmountable obstacle ahead. As they reached this point, a dark river emerged, with viscous black liquid slowly flowing. Subo, curious, kicked some loose stones into the murky substance, which immediately emitted a pungent black smoke upon contact. Stepping back, he patted his chest and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" "Magma," Gong Susu clarified, "or more accurately, molten material." Subo responded, "That is a more official term. It is scorching and viscous, typically visible only during volcanic eruptions. At high temperatures, it usually appears red. What could this be? This is merely my conjecture. This liquid may very well be the raw essence of magma," Gong Susu explained. "As you observed earlier, this substance possesses a highly corrosive nature. Will these ropes hold?" Subo pondered to himself. It wasn't a matter of cowardice, but rather the perilous acidic liquid below. The ropes appeared aged, and should they snap, he would surely vanish into the black, viscous depths. While Subo hesitated, Gong Susu nimbly leaped onto the ropes, placing her feet on either side, her hands grasping the upper ropes as she advanced cautiously. Observing her boldness, Subo felt a flush of embarrassment. He first closed his eyes momentarily before gazing upward, as the sight beneath him was indeed daunting. Preferring not to see, he took a deep breath and gingerly stepped onto the ropes, expecting them to sway under his weight. He was surprised to find that despite his towering height, the ropes remained steadfast. Though smooth, they showed no signs of slipping from his grip. Keeping his gaze elevated, he ventured a few meters forward, discovering that the ropes were surprisingly resilient, constructed from materials far sturdier than they appeared. Gong Susu's speed was utterly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she had already reached the opposite shore, anxiously gazing at Subai. Subai felt a tinge of embarrassment, akin to participating in a sports meet with the hope of impressing a beloved girl, only to stumble halfway and suffer the humiliation. Such incidents were truly inexcusable. Chapter 201. Deterioration. Subai arrived at the shore in a state of disarray, and Gong Susu did not hesitate to shower him with praise. "For your first time, you remained remarkably composed. That is indeed rare. I am far inferior in comparison." Subai replied, "The material of that rope is rather unique and has an excellent grip. I am not certain what treatment it underwent." Gong Susu remarked, "It must be the work of that Dragon Clan woman. However, it is truly remarkable that there are no signs of decay after all these years." Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed Subai's mind. Could he sever it with a blade? Of course, it was merely a fleeting notion, and he quickly dismissed it. To cut it would mean he could never return to this place again. Gong Susu's breathing became noticeably rapid, prompting Subai to inquire with concern, "Susu, are you feeling unwell? Are you all right? Are you okay?" Gong Susu asked. Subai examined himself with confusion before shaking his head. "I feel no particular discomfort." "Indeed, this is why we seek the descendants of the Dragon Clan," Gong Susu explained. "Ordinary individuals who come here would undoubtedly experience a racing heartbeat and muscle contractions, enduring great distress. Yet you feel nothing at all." As she spoke, her body began to tremble visibly, and she gasped for breath, ultimately collapsing to the ground. In just a few days, she had visited this place twice, exceeding her physical limits. Subai reached out to support her, but the moment his hands landed on her shoulders, he felt a tightness. "What is wrong with you?" Her shoulders were unnaturally rigid, akin to touching a tree trunk. Previously, when he had embraced her from behind, he had been distracted by her softness. But now he sensed something was amiss with her body. Gong Susu, highly sensitive, pushed Subai's hand away. "I am fine." "What do you mean by fine?" "Even through thick clothing, I can still feel it." "Susu, what are you concealing?" Subai suddenly stepped back. "I don't want to go. I refuse to venture into that cursed place. Let us return. I must find Yu Qing and the others." Gong Susu grasped Subai's hand. "Do not be reckless." "Is it recklessness?" Subai suddenly crouched down, using sheer force to restrain Gong Susu's hands. Ignoring her cries of protest, he rolled up her sleeve, pulling it upward until her slender arm was exposed. Upon seeing the skin resembling goosebumps, Subai's heart sank. Has the situation escalated? The skin not only bore those tiny bumps but clung tightly to her bones. The flesh seemed to have vanished. Subai could hardly believe it. When did this begin? Subai's voice was notably somber. as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression. The more he exhibited this demeanor, the harder it became for Gong Susu to speak. She briefly closed her eyes, recalling how things had deteriorated since the incident involving the Gargia clan. Prior to that event, although there had been signs of a decline, nothing had progressed with such alarming rapidity as it had recently. "We must not go to that cursed place, Susu," Subai urged. "I care not for the so-called strongest dragon vein, nor for the convergence of dragon veins. Susu, let us return. I shall take you back." Gong Susu offered a bittersweet smile. "From the day my palm print vanished, I knew I could not overcome this ordeal. Though my kin may find this place intolerable, if they merely reduce their visits, they remain as ordinary folk. Only I possess an exceptionally sensitive constitution. Yet, this place is imperative for you, should the reverse scale erupt. Your life is at stake." "This place?" Subai questioned. "Are you suggesting I inter the remains of my ancestors there?" "No, it is more than that," Gong Susu replied. "In truth, we have never truly arrived at that location. I do not know if you can, but today is merely to ascertain whether, with your current capabilities, you can reach the very heart of it." Gong Susu's explanation was somewhat convoluted, and Subai had yet to grasp it fully. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not allowing Gong Susu to take another step forward. Gritting his teeth, he made a significant decision. "You tell me which path to take next. I will go alone, and you shall stay here and wait for me." "How can that be?" Gong Susu shook her head. "What if something goes awry?" "Impossible," Subai immediately retorted. "If something were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself. There are now only two choices. We return together, or you remain here while I venture in alone. I assure you I will return safely." He adopted a child's stubbornness, biting his lip and appearing woeful. Yet his eyes shone with determination. Gong Susu was captivated by this moment of Subai. She sat on the ground, her head bowed, and sighed. "Very well. I shall heed your words. I will wait here for you. Tell me how to reach the destination." Subai inquired further. As they now stood opposite a black lava pool, with no path ahead, only a rock wall. This stone was distinctly different from the ground beneath them. A earthy yellow speckled with glimmering points, entirely blocking their way. Gong Susu approached, placing her hand on a prominent protrusion and pressing down firmly. The rock wall remained unchanged, yet a small hole appeared at her feet. "Descend from here. You will see directly below." "What will I see?" Subai wished to ask more questions. "Once you behold it, your heart will recognize it as the final destination," Gong Susu asserted. Subai sealed his lips. With that, there was nothing left to inquire. He once more urged Gong Susu not to descend, while he himself made his way into the depths. At this moment, the exact depth beneath the earth was of little consequence. Subai was solely focused on reaching that extraordinary place. Upon his descent, he soon realized that the passage was barely navigable. The downward tunnel was circular, and as he squeezed himself through, the space became exceedingly constricted. If he were any larger, he might find himself ensnared in this very spot. Moreover, upon reaching this location, it was impossible to carry his backpack on his back. It had to be held in hand, positioned directly in front of him, requiring an awkward posture to proceed. Subai began to regret bringing the backpack, deciding instead to poke his head back out and toss it above, opting to descend alone. Beneath his feet lay faintly discernible steps, which felt treacherously slippery. As he stepped down, he lost control and instinctively braced himself with his hands on either side. To his astonishment, the surface he touched was surprisingly soft. With a slight push, his hands sank into it, revealing that it was neither mud nor stone, but rather akin to rubber, yielding with a certain elasticity. The sensation bore a striking resemblance to skin, which startled Subai, prompting him to curb his thoughts. Remembering that Gong Susu was still waiting above, he summoned all his strength to continue his descent. Time became a blur, until a light emerged from below. Subai exclaimed inwardly, "Finally here." As his feet touched the ground, he exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of relief, as if the weight of the world had been lifted. His entire skeletal structure felt on the verge of bursting, and in that moment, he truly comprehended the accelerated heartbeat Gong Susu had described. His heart inexplicably quickened, disregarding its master-s intent. With great effort, he pressed his hand against his chest and moved toward the light. Initially believing the light to be below, he soon discovered it was actually ahead. Gong Susu had said that upon seeing it, one would understand. Was this luminous entity what she meant? With faltering steps, Subai pursued the light, neglecting to observe his surroundings, only to notice a passageway appearing before the light, leading in another direction. It seemed to be a corridor carved by the Gong clan, yet it was evident that this was not the final destination. Chasing the light, Su-bai pushed himself forward. But soon fatigue began to overwhelm him, his pace slackened, and his legs grew weak. Suddenly, with a thud, he collapsed to his knees, one hand pressed against the ground, the radiant glow hovering just ahead of him. This orb of light shimmered a golden hue, seemingly stationary yet perpetually out of reach. When Su-bai fell to the ground, the light also appeared to pause, undulating gently before transforming into a magnificent golden dragon. Long Su-bai murmured softly. As the magnificent golden dragon opened its vast maw towards him, Su-bai noticed a glimmering orb in its throat, shining brightly, and that fearsome, gaping mouth was advancing upon him. At that critical moment, his vision blurred. He could not discern clearly. He reached out his hand, and the dragon's head nearly brushed against his fingertips, nearly being the operative word, for Su-bai was uncertain. Just as he felt no sensation, his upper body plummeted towards the ground. A voice echoed around him, and as Su-bai groggily opened his eyes, he was startled to see Yu-Qing. He attempted to sit up, and Yu-Qing lent him a hand, helping him to rise. "You are finally awake." Finally, Su-bai surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in a hotel. "How did I end up here? Where's this place?" "A hotel facing the sea," Cui-Ying interjected, bringing over a glass of water. "Drink some water. Look at your lips. They're cracked and on the verge of bleeding." Su-bai licked his lips, feeling the roughness, and indeed tasted blood. "Where is Su-Su?" True to form, every time something occurred involving Gong Su-Su, upon regaining consciousness, his first inquiry was about her. Biamo Xin chuckled derisively. "Such virtue. Wasn't I underground?" Su-bai's mind was muddled. "How did I come to be here?" "Firstly, after you and Su-Su departed. It took 2 full days and nights for you to return, and you were carried back by Su-Su," Cui-Ying explained. "Since then, you have been in a state of unconsciousness. We were at a loss. Even Su-Su's kin were powerless to assist. So we could only bring you out swiftly to seek medical attention. You lay in the hospital for a day without any abnormalities. Well, not entirely true. You did have some arrhythmia, but it was not life-threatening. You remained unconscious, and we had no choice but to bring you to this hotel, waiting for your awakening." Yu-Qing continued. "Calculating the time, you have been in slumber for 5 days. During this period, you have asked for water, but after drinking, you immediately fell back to sleep. Gong Su-Su mentioned that you had ventured down to the convergence of 12 dragon veins. What was that place like?" Biamo Xian was not concerned for Su-bai's physical state. After all, this fellow stood tall at 1.80 meters. What troubles could he possibly face? Upon mentioning this, Su-bai felt somewhat dejected, yet he recounted the events below in detail. He only saw a sphere of light that transformed into a golden dragon, seemingly intent on devouring him, and that was where the matter concluded. Yu-Qing exchanged glances with Cui-Ying before speaking. The passage was undoubtedly constructed by the Gong clan. The clan leader has recounted how Gong Ji-Chi once stumbled into that place and nearly lost his life, fortunately being saved by your ancestors, which led to the current Gong clan's existence. Since proximity to that location is forbidden, the passage must lie before the final destination. Regrettably, Su-bai, you remain 1 step short. It appears the clan leader was not exaggerating. At present, you cannot approach it at all. This is of little consequence. If Su-bai cannot approach, then the likes of Bai Li Sang and his cohorts should not even entertain the thought, Biamo Xian remarked. From this perspective, perhaps this outcome is not entirely unfavorable. And Su-Su? Su-bai was haunted by thoughts of Gong Su-Su's withered arm, as if iron claws were gripping his heart. Each grasp left a trail of crimson anguish. The image of her laboriously carrying him back weighed heavily on his mind. The mere notion of that precarious rope bridge was daunting, especially for such a fragile girl. His nose tinged with sorrow, he inhaled deeply, willing the tears to retreat. Cui-Ying remarked, "Su-Su has departed. She urged you not to worry too much about her, for everything is predestined." Su-bai's expression darkened. The sight of Su-Su's condition underground gnawing at his heart. If everything is fated, then why must there be a beginning? If such a connection is destined for this outcome, why did they need to meet in the first place, to fall for one another? If Gong Su-Su harbored no feelings for him, it would have been simpler, but now, both were ensnared in mutual suffering. Cui-Ying observed Su-bai's somber demeanor with deep sympathy. Su-bai, who prided himself on being a prodigious youth, was utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart, blissfully simple in his affections, which only deepened the pain. As an onlooker, Cui-Ying felt the weight of it all. Regardless of Su Bai's sorrow, the path ahead must be traversed. For now, they needed to return. Yu Qing stated, "We are still unclear about the origins of that severed head and the golden mask, as well as Dai Jieli. This collaboration has yielded the worst possible outcome. Any future encounters will leave no room for negotiation." Yu Qing's perceptive thoughts resonated with by Ma Xuan, who recognized the necessity for heightened vigilance in their next meeting, especially with the unpredictable Dai Jieli now in the mix. Are we truly bringing that head back? Su Bai felt a twinge of resistance at the thought of Bai Yishuan decisively removing the skull. It seemed excessively theatrical. "I would prefer to only take the mask. Can you devise a plan?" Bai Ma Xuan retorted with irritation. During Su Bai's days of slumber, the trio had exhausted numerous strategies to separate the golden mask from the skull, yet their efforts yielded little success. However, they did uncover a revelation. The back of the golden mask was seamlessly fused with the skull. How could a piece of gold exist behind human bone? After Su Bai regained consciousness and pondered this mystery for a while, he found no satisfactory explanation. The questions that eluded them could only be resolved by consulting their elders. After Su Bai and Gong Susu had departed, Bai Ma Xuan and the others returned to the tomb chamber. In addition to the skeletal remains, they discovered a hidden compartment in the wall containing a scroll inscribed with celestial writings, akin to the inscriptions on the stone tablet, indecipherable. Surprisingly, there were no accompanying burial items. Bai Ma Xuan took it upon himself to remove a silver-threaded garment, which, unlike the golden mask, could be extracted from the bottom upwards, being soft and foldable. Now, all three items rested within Bai Ma Xuan's backpack. Although reluctant and still holding thoughts of Gong Susu, Su Bo understood that the journey here had to come to an end. He hurriedly returned to the antique shop, where Tang Sancheng and others expressed great interest in the skull. Unfortunately, after much examination, they were at a loss on how to extract it. They decided to give it to Fu Yu, requesting her to borrow equipment for further study. Meanwhile, the celestial book and the inscriptions on the steel captured by Cui Ying, along with the patterns on the walls and ceiling, began to yield insights for Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi. Armed with these materials, the two achieved a preliminary conclusion a few days later. Presently, these photographs adorned Bai Yi's desk, alongside the golden mask seamlessly fused with the skull. The silver-threaded garment was spread out on the floor, while Bai Yi held the celestial book, which was rolled up and crafted from animal hide, not sheep, but rhinoceros skin. Bai Yi remarked, "The use of rhinoceros skin is quite rare in our history. Its greatest advantage lies in its durability and remarkable toughness, suggesting it may originate from a minority ethnic group. Even if it is from a minority, I should have some recollection of it." Su Bo remained troubled, stating, "Yet these characters are utterly unfamiliar. You lack not knowledge, but experience," Tang Sancheng interjected. "We can now ascertain that these characters belong to the early writing of the Khitan people. To you, they might indeed seem like celestial script." "Khitan?" Yu Qing inquired. "What do the inscriptions on the steel and those on the rhinoceros hide say?" "They document the Khitan people's southern migration," Bai Yi elucidated. "We have consulted an expert knowledgeable in ancient Khitan who provided us with answers. The inscriptions on the steel are not particularly special. Although not fully translatable, they essentially record the time and cause of death of the individual associated with the skeleton. This person was a prominent leader among the Khitan during their southern migration, hence the burial rituals involving the golden mask and silver-threaded garment." Chapter 203. Iron and Steel. Su Bo finally found a place to contribute, stating, "I am familiar with this. Khitan script has been lost for over 700 years. On June 21, 1922, a Belgian missionary named Kerwin discovered a stele filled with strange symbols resembling writing in a looted ancient tomb in the Inner Mongolia region of China. This tomb dates back over 900 years to the Khitan. Could these symbols indeed represent Khitan script? Historical records indicate that after establishing the Liao dynasty, the Khitan did create their own characters, yet these characters were lost over 700 years ago. Experts assert that the celestial script is undoubtedly the Khitan characters long buried by time. It seems these characters are of the same kind as those discovered in the 1920s. Cui Ying, intrigued, asked, "Boss Bai, since this script has been lost, who is the person capable of translating fragments of it?" "You may not be aware," Su Bo interjected, "but there is now a comparative table of Khitan characters and Chinese characters developed through years of research. While there may be some discrepancies, the fundamental meanings are certainly accurate." Su Bo's assertion was indeed correct. Bai Yi confirmed, Khitan script was created during the Liao dynasty to record the Khitan language, referencing Chinese characters. The text discusses two scripts used for writing the Khitan language, which held official status during the Liao dynasty established by the Khitan people. Both the large and small characters contained elements of ideograms and phonetics, with the small characters having a greater phonetic component. Unfortunately, the decipherment of both scripts remains incomplete, and research into the small characters is more advanced than that of the large characters. The large characters, created in 920 AD under the order of the Liao Taizu, Yel Abaoji, were developed by Yel Tulu and Yel Labugu, drawing inspiration from Chinese characters and consisting of over 3,000 symbols. Following its issuance, Khitan script was promptly employed within the Liao territory. However, as the Han Chinese residing in Khitan lands predominantly utilized Han script, the Khitan script was primarily used among the Khitan ethnicity. The ruling elite, well-versed in Han script and holding it in esteem, limited the use of Khitan script. Subo remarked that subsequently, the Khitan small characters were invented, inspired by Uyghur script and modified from the large characters by Yel Dailai. The small characters, being a phonetic script, were simpler than the large characters, comprising approximately 500 phonetic symbols that effectively encapsulated the entirety of the Khitan language. The combination of large and small characters thus formed the literary culture of the Khitan. Cui Ying, laughing heartily while patting Su Bo on the shoulder, exclaimed, "Indeed, our young genius grasps it effortlessly. Alas, it is regrettable that you cannot comprehend it." Su Bo retorted, "Give me some time. I too can achieve this." He did not consider himself boastful, asserting that knowledge is cultivated through practice, and, with time, he could master it as well. Bai Yi readily acknowledged this. Nodding in agreement, "You are correct. The inscription on the stele commemorates the death of that leader. However, the writing on the rhinoceros hide is rather peculiar." The Khitan state had a brief historical existence, from the establishment of the Khitan state by Yel Abaoji in 916 AD to Yel Yanhui's capture in 1125 AD, resulting in a mere 209 years of existence. After the fall of Liao, Yel Dashi, the eighth descendant of Abaoji, established the Western Liao in 1124, which lasted for over 90 years before succumbing to the Mongols in 1218. Yet, it remains perplexing that with the demise of the Liao Empire, the Khitan people, who once numbered over 1.2 million, vanished without a trace. Cui Ying, being a typical scholar, while having conducted some research into domestic history due to his novel writing, had not delved into such intricate details and listened with rapt attention. Historians can only speculate about the fate of millions of Khitans, which can be categorized into three general scenarios. First, the Khitans residing in their ancestral lands gradually forgot their origins and assimilated with other ethnicities. Second, after the fall of Western Liao, a majority of the northern Khitans migrated westward to the Kerman region of Iran, undergoing complete Islamization. Third, following the outbreak of the Jin-Mongol Wars, some Khitans, refusing to consume Jin millet, allied themselves with the Mongols and dispersed across various regions alongside the Mongolian armies. Bai Yi picked up the rhinoceros hide from the table and remarked, "However, there was another faction that chose to head south, led by the owner of the bones you have seen." Bai Yi continued, "Unfortunately, this leader passed away shortly after embarking on the southern journey, seemingly possessing extraordinary abilities." Bai Ma Xuan, who had been rather reticent, was somewhat taken aback. "A miraculous ability?" he pondered. Tang Sanqing hesitated, contemplating the notion of encasing the corpse in gold and silver to protect his kin even after death, yet was uncertain about the type of sorcery involved. "From your descriptions, it appears that the leader's body underwent a peculiar treatment post-mortem, with flesh and skin entirely stripped away, leaving only the skeleton. The whereabouts of the flesh and skin merit further investigation. They were not discovered within the tomb." "Not necessarily within the tomb," Tang Sanqing replied. "If this individual was extraordinary, the removal of flesh could have been part of a ritual, with incineration or burial in another location being plausible." Bai Ma Xuan, suddenly dubious, questioned whether hastily removing the skull might lead to unforeseen consequences. He then inquired, "What, then, is the significance of this skull, the golden mask, and this silver-threaded garment?" "Let us set aside these two items for now, as they are rather intricate," Bai Yi said with a smile. "You previously mentioned that the corpse was supported by a pillar. We have concluded something regarding that." "What is it?" Yu Qing asked. "Steel," Bai Yi replied. "This is an ancient form of iron, polished and treated with a corrosive agent. Thus, our conclusion arises. The tomb you observe belonged to a Khitan leader who perished while leading his people southward. Before his demise, he arranged for his posthumous affairs, exerting his utmost to safeguard his tribe. The method of handling the body and the support for the skeleton were likely part of a ritual. The location chosen is quite astute, situated directly upon a dragon vein, and fortuitously, it aligns with one of the 12 dragon veins. Whether this is mere coincidence or holds deeper significance is worthy of attention. Now, let us return to the golden mask and the silver-threaded garment. The four of them gazed eagerly at Bai Yi, who, today, seemed less forthcoming, much to Su Bai's distress. Boss Bai, this is the crux of the matter, isn't it? Is it truly gold and silver? The silver is indeed genuine, Bai Yi confirmed. However, the golden mask upon the skull presents some peculiarities. We have conducted tests, and while its composition closely resembles that of gold, it does not match perfectly. To be precise, the gold threads at the front are authentic, but the flat section at the back is not gold. I am aware of similar artifacts among the Han people, known as the gold-threaded jade burial garments, Su Bai remarked. Indeed, these garments were worn by emperors and nobility during the Han dynasty, resembling the shape of the human body. The jade garment symbolizes the wearer's status, with those of emperors and certain close ministers crafted with gold threads, termed gold-threaded jade garments, while other nobles utilized silver or copper threads, known as silver-threaded or copper-threaded jade garments. Comprising over 2,000 jade pieces, each gold thread is uniform in thickness. Yet, there is a significant distinction, Bai Yi interjected. For the back of the skull, upon our examination, appears to be gold, yet it shares the same composition as the skull itself. This indicates that a transformation has occurred at the back of the skull, resulting in the current shape, seamlessly merging with the gold threads at the front, presenting an illusion of complete unity. The hardness of bones can rival that of diamonds, a fact I am well aware of. However, the notion that bones can mutate into substances closely resembling gold is truly astonishing. Su Bai appeared somewhat dumbfounded. Is the silver thread real? Chapter 204, The Sun's Shadow, 1, Genuine Silver, Bai Yi remarked, such an advanced level of technology is indeed rare. And the fact that it originates from the Khitan is even more remarkable. How shall we handle these items? Yu Qing inquired, his concern evident. Let us temporarily store them in the shop, Bai Yi suggested. We shall not address them for the time being. Tang Sen added. It is unfortunate that Su Bai is so close to that location. It seems his current constitution cannot endure it. However, you remember the way down, do you not? Though I cannot articulate it, retracing my steps would pose no difficulty, Su Bai responded. I find this phenomenon truly fascinating. It eludes description. Yet my body instinctively knows the path. Nonetheless, that light troubles me. I have an unsettling feeling that the dragon formed of light seems intent on devouring me. Tang San bowed his head in contemplation, and upon noticing this, Bai Xian remarked, Master, the current situation may not be the worst. No one can truly reach that place at present. Oh no. Su Bai suddenly slapped his thigh. I nearly forgot the most crucial detail. That place is a dragon vein. Rest assured, I have already made the necessary arrangements for you, Yu Qing assured him. With Bai Xian overseeing things, what do you have to worry about? Thank you. Su Bai sighed. I appreciate your assistance this time. We are all in the same boat. No need to speak of troubles, Yu Qing replied, observing Su Bai's furrowed brow. And he patted his back gently. Let us return home and find solace in its familiar scent. At that moment, the aroma wafting from home brought comfort. As Su Bai approached the door, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance, evoking nostalgia that brought tears to his eyes. Bai Ling opened the door, cheerfully stating, I knew it was my son returning by the sound of those footsteps. Upon seeing Su Bai's tears, Bai Ling sighed. Where has our once cheerful child gone? Hurry inside. What will the neighbors think of a grown man crying? As soon as Su Bai crossed the threshold, he embraced Bai Ling, sobbing into her shoulder. Bai Ling sighed deeply, struggling to recall the last time her son had wept. In her memory, he was always cheerful, even when teetering on the brink of life. He remained jovial. This child, so ungrateful. Now he weeps so heartily, she scolded. I suppose I must die for you to cry like this? Mom, you cannot die. Su Bai sobbed even harder. Su is on the verge of death. If you leave me too, I truly do not wish to live. Su Dahong emerged with dishes in hand, and, upon witnessing the mother and son in an embrace, remarked somewhat bemusedly, What act are you two putting on? Only then did Bai Ling push Su Bai away. No more tears. First, tell us what is going on. Subai meticulously recounted the current state of Gong Susu, his expressive prowess leaving both Bai Ling and Su Dahong momentarily breathless as he described the moment he placed his hands on her shoulders. Su Dahong, astonished, inquired whether the young lady truly suffered from an incurable ailment. Indeed, Su Bai affirmed, it is precisely for this reason that she has been unable to confront our feelings. The situation had escalated to this point. Su Dahong remarked, it appears that Susu's time is running short. Consider this, when Su Bai fell unconscious, it was Susu who carried him back. Logically, if Su Bai remains unresponsive, how could she possibly leave with peace of mind? That child has been residing with us for some time. While I cannot claim to know her intimately, her heart is pure, and she harbors deep affection for our Su Bai. However, the accumulation of such circumstances has rendered it impossible for Susu to love freely. If she refrains from loving, both she and Su Bai suffer. Yet, if she chooses to love and then lets go, how long would it take for Su Bai to recover? Bai Ling was taken aback. The seemingly simple-minded Su Dahong exhibited an unexpectedly profound understanding of emotions, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. So what do you propose? She asked. Naturally, Su Bai must seek out Susu, Su Dahong replied. I may be merely a cook, lacking knowledge of romance or the intricacies of love. Yet as a man, if one has fallen in love, one must see it through to the end. It is illogical to confine oneself over trivial matters, is it not? Su Dahong continued. Initially, I followed my heart without questioning why such a beautiful girl would be attracted to someone as unremarkable and financially challenged as myself. Was that not the right choice? With my experience as a living testament, what do you have to fear? Bai Ling clenched her fist in agreement. Indeed, pursue her. Even if her time is limited, accompany her to the very end. You shall not regret it. Do you both support me? Su Bai was pleasantly surprised by his parents' unanimous stance, and a fire ignited within him, igniting a fervent desire to seek out Susu immediately. However, Bai Ling's next remark extinguished his fervor. But where will you find her? She left without disclosing her whereabouts, and she has always been a wanderer. Where could she possibly be now? Su Dahong suggested. When Susu departed, she must have said something to Yu Qin and the others. Perhaps there are clues within their brief exchanges. It would be prudent to inquire. This was a sound idea. Others might overlook it, but his sister, Cui Ying, would surely be more astute. Su Bai promptly called the antique shop, and Cui Ying appeared to anticipate his decision. Given Su Bai's nature, how could he remain composed with Gong Susu in such a predicament? Cui Ying couldn't help but gloat over the phone, saying, I wonder how you will thank me this time. Dear sister, if you know anything, please share it with me, Su Bai implored. Your curiosity is insatiable. Surely you must have inquired, he added. Cui Ying bristled slightly at this. That is not gossip, it is information gathering. Do you truly wish to know, or do you not? If you do, you ought to be a bit more courteous. Cui Ying, in a moment of distress, exclaimed, Sister, you are indeed my biological sister. Sorrowfully, Cui Ying replied, When Susu departed, I did inquire about her future plans, asking where she intended to go. However, she did not provide a direct answer. She merely mentioned wanting to return to the place where it all began. Su Bai, I was thinking of you when I asked, but if she chooses not to speak, there is little I can do to pry it from her lips. Just ponder this for yourself. After ending the call, Su Bai murmured to himself, where could this place of beginnings possibly be? Neglecting his meal, he nestled in a corner of the sofa. Bai Ling interjected, Son, if you wish to think, you must first finish your meal to maintain your strength and clarity, wouldn't you agree? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Su Bai rushed to the dining table, picked up a bowl of food, and devoured it. Once finished, he retreated to his study, grasping the familiar book, caressing its cover. Before he could open it, a sketch fell out, landing on the floor. Su Bai paused, bent down to retrieve it, and noticed the tear stains upon it, marks left by Susu during her last visit when she had also opened this book, leaving behind traces of her fondness. Susu, where are you now? He murmured, brushing his fingers over the tear stains. Sitting on the floor, clutching the sketch, Su Bai bowed his head, and a piece of amber, bearing his grandmother's name, fell onto his knee. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. If this truly is the place where it all began, could it not signify the location where Susu had first encountered their grandmother? Susu had once mentioned that at the age of 8, fueled by curiosity about the world, she had left her kin and met their grandmother in Jiulong Mountain. That very year, she discovered the existence of the name Su Bai, which became the catalyst for her pursuit of education beyond their confines, leading to their eventual meeting and the unfolding of current events. Chapter 205. The Sun Behind. 2. This place of beginnings must indeed be here. Subai carefully placed the sketch back in the book, contemplated for a moment, then retrieved it once more, tucking it close to him. Once prepared, he dashed outside to inform his mother of his intention to go to Jiulong Mountain. However, this Jiulong Mountain was not the one where the dragons entered the river, but rather the Jiulong Mountain in southern Sichuan. At this moment, Xinyan Daoist should still be in that vicinity. Bai Ling wholeheartedly agreed with Su Bai's analysis, yet being concerned for his safety. She enlisted Yu Qing to accompany Cui Ying on this journey. Yu Qing felt a sense of admiration for Su Bai's bravery and was grateful for the stability he and Cui Ying shared. Though their situation was rather uneventful, both were faring well, and he hoped for no upheaval that might complicate their love story further. Su Bo was determined to venture to Jiulong Mountain in the southern region of Sichuan, intending to seek out Xuanchu Daoist to inquire about the progress of his search for his grandmother and any potential leads. He had no intention of seeking out Bai Mashuan, as the illustrious star was currently overwhelmed with work, striving to make up for lost time during his brief respite. Su Bo, Yu Qing, and Cui Ying made some rudimentary preparations before promptly setting off towards southern Sichuan. The region had long been regarded as a land of spiritual beauty, and many geomancers believe this was due to the interplay of the mountains and waters of southern Sichuan. In contrast, western Sichuan had faced numerous tribulations, particularly after a devastating earthquake that inflicted considerable damage upon the area. Yu Qing partially agreed with the notion that geological shifts could alter the landscape, thereby affecting the flow of vital energy and the feng shui of the land. However, he remained skeptical of some more esoteric theories. Upon arriving in southern Sichuan, the trio discovered that the locals, particularly the younger generation, were unfamiliar with Jiulong Mountain. They decided to consult an elder, who finally directed them to the path leading into the mountains. This trail had long been abandoned and was overrun with weeds, suggesting that few had ventured into the area, which struck them as peculiar. Yu Qing remarked, "Though I have never been to southern Sichuan, I have heard that locals would often enter the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. While it might be too cold for them to venture in now, the path shouldn't be completely overgrown. Look at these weeds. Although they are yellowed and withered, they have grown to waist height." Indeed, Su Bo observed the lush, desiccated grass, noticing signs of footsteps and a wide swath that extended ahead. His heart raced with excitement. Look, someone has been here recently. Could it be Su Su? While this possibility was indeed significant, Cui Ying felt a twinge of frustration. Su Bo, you need to remain calm. Your assumption that Su Su has come here is merely conjecture. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Surely you understand this? I understand. Su Bo reminded himself internally. Nonetheless, the current discovery left him in a state of disarray. Let us proceed into the mountains quickly. If we do not find Su Su soon, someone may transition from genius to fool, Cui Ying urged. Shall we follow this trail forward? Su Bo nodded vigorously, and the trio followed the path marked by previous travelers. Indeed, the individual had entered the mountains, but as they continued until the grass thinned out and reached a small stream, the trail vanished entirely. Recent dry weather left the ground parched. Stepping upon it would not leave any footprints, and the individual had similarly passed through, only to disappear without a trace. Jiulong Mountain lacked the imposing grandeur of its namesake, with its undulating hills not particularly steep. Yet, accompanied by the azure sky, it presented a picturesque locale. Such a beautiful setting, however, instilled a sense of trepidation. Why was that? Yu Qing surveyed the surroundings before stating, nestled by mountains and waters, unobstructed and vibrant with life, this location possesses excellent feng shui. Furthermore, observe how the flora thrives here, flourishing without excessive moisture or dampness. This place is indeed well suited for habitation. If one were to seek solitude, there could be no better choice. Cui Ying remarked, "We are here to find Su Su, not to seek auspicious winds." In this era, who would choose to live in seclusion? Without electricity or the internet, I, for one, could not survive. Is that so? Not long ago, it was said that there were quite a few hermits in Zhongnanshan, Su Bo countered. But he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Let us refrain from discussing this further. If Su Su were to come here, where would she be? It must be a place where one can reside, shielded from the sun. Cui Ying responded, indeed, it would be a north-facing area. The so-called north-facing area is one where sunlight does not reach. As the sun rises in the east, moves south, and sets in the west, it is only the north that remains untouched. Yu Qing retrieved a compass and immediately oriented it towards the north, providing them with a fundamental direction. Walking along the mountain path, Su Bo felt a surge of emotions. His grandmother had once been here. His fingers brushed against the blood amber at his neck, and he clenched his lips, recalling that his grandmother had also gazed at the scenery here, eagerly searching for her beloved, just as he was now. As early winter approached, the chill in the mountains could not dampen Su Bo's fervent heart. After a short while heading north, he called out with all his might, "Su Su, Su Su, are you here? Su Su." His voice echoed through the valley. Yet in this early winter, with migratory birds struggling to fly, his calls returned only as echoes, devoid of any response. Frantic as an ant on a hot stove, Su Bo pulled at Yu Qing. "Young man, do you have any ideas?" "I truly have none," Yu Qing replied. "Our only course of action now is to search northward for any hidden places." Turning to Cui Ying, he inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Cui Ying recalled. Su Su mentioned that Su Bo's grandmother had also come here and had a temporary dwelling. She continued, "I feel optimistic. For instance, it's winter now, and he's sheltered. Warmer place to the north would surely be more suitable for lodging. We are currently exposed to the wind, which cannot be the right spot." Yu Qing looked at Cui Ying with newfound respect, having initially thought that novelists relied solely on imagination. It turned out her reasoning skills were remarkable. He nodded, "Indeed, confirming the north is more suitable for Su Su. Now we must find an appropriate place to stay. Su Bo, do not despair. If Su Su is here, we will surely find her." Yu Qing's words were somewhat gentle, yet the underlying assumption was that Gong Su Su would come here, a premise that Su Bo himself was unsure of. For now, they were merely doing what they could. Cui Ying sensed the implication in Yu Qing's words, cleared her throat, and, before Su Bo could respond, urged, "It will soon be dark. Let us not waste time. We need to find a place to rest." As dusk approached, the three individuals sought a suitable place to dwell, ultimately discovering a cleverly situated cave halfway up the mountainside. This cave was strategically positioned at the junction of two mountain faces, typically exposed to the northerly winds. However, the breeze seemed to glide past effortlessly, rendering the cave a remarkable sanctuary. Upon ascending to the cave, they immediately felt a warmth enveloping them, a mere reprieve from the biting cold winds. Yet the contrast was striking. Upon entering, Su Bai spotted a pile of ashes, remnants from a fire long extinguished. "Someone has been here," he remarked. Yu Qing stepped forward, nudging the ashes with his foot and shaking his head. "This certainly isn't Su Su's doing. These ashes have been here for quite some time. They've fused together into a clump." Initially disheartened, Su Bai's spirits lifted upon hearing Yu Qing's words. He retrieved a flashlight and meticulously scoured the interior of the cave, uncovering clear signs of habitation. Further inside, he discovered a fresh pile of ash, its dryness indicating recent use. Yu Qing and Cui Ying followed closely behind, with Yu Qing commenting, "This pile appears considerably newer, yet it doesn't seem to be from very recent times." "Indeed," Su Bai replied, "it must be at least 2 weeks old. Could it be that Xian Su Daozhong has been here?" Calculating the days, Su Bai sighed, realizing that Xian Su Daozhong had arrived almost a month prior. Cui Ying occupied herself gathering dry twigs and stacking them near the entrance, while Yu Qing turned to assist her. As the fire blazed to life, night fully enveloped the surroundings. The trio huddled around the fire, nibbling on rations while allowing water to boil for drinking. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged outside, howling as it swept through the cave entrance. Cui Ying remarked, "It feels as though this mountain might collapse under the force of the wind. It truly carries a sinister energy." Chapter 206. The Enlightened One. We are currently halfway up the mountain, and given this weather, it is not surprising that the northern winds are blowing, Su Bai noted. "Sister, are you feeling cold? You should rest early. Once asleep, you won't notice the chill." Cui Ying retorted, "Isn't that self-deception? When one sleeps, the body actually feels colder." Her words carried implications that Su Bai understood, though he pretended not to. Yu Qing had already produced a blanket, draping it around Cui Ying. "Don't catch a chill." Su Bai blew into his palms, feeling slightly dizzy, and eventually rested his head upon his knees, drifting into slumber. Yu Qing and Cui Ying, equally fatigued, felt a wave of relief wash over them at Su Bai's sleep. After a day spent attending to his emotional state, they too sought rest. Exchanging a glance, Yu Qing invited Cui Ying to lie in his embrace, covering them both with the blanket as they succumbed to sleep. As Su Bai dreamt, he experienced something unprecedented. Throughout his life, he had never dreamt while sleeping. His mother had always explained that such a deep sleep indicated high quality and was a positive sign. Uncertain if he was now dreaming, shadows danced before his eyes, appearing and disappearing. In his dream, Subai murmured and reached out, grasping at nothingness before abruptly awakening. The wind continued to howl outside, and Subai felt a heaviness in his mind. He slapped himself lightly, pondering, am I losing my senses? Yu Qing and Cui Ying were sleeping soundly, with Cui Ying resting her head on Yu Qing's lap, while Yu Qing's head reclined against Cui Ying's back. Their posture exuded an affectionate intimacy, truly a pair of kindred spirits. Subai felt a tinge of jealousy as he approached the cave entrance, the chill of the wind jolting him into full awareness. The night was drawing to a close, yet he had made no progress. Snowflakes danced with the wind, gently alighting upon Subai's head. He instinctively raised his hand to brush them away, but just as he did, he noticed a flicker of light in the darkness, swift and ephemeral. Subai blinked in surprise. Am I seeing things? He stood halfway up the mountainside. The light could not have originated from the ground, but must be emanating from the opposite mountain. If it were a fire lit by someone entering the mountain, it would not vanish so quickly. Just as he contemplated retreating, the light flared anew, and this time, he discerned a figure. Yu Qing, sister, wake up, Subai shouted. Unfortunately, by the time Yu Qing and Cui Ying stirred from their slumber and stumbled to the cave's mouth, the luminous figure had vanished. Cui Ying, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, Hey, you little rascal, what's the matter? If you can't sleep, don't disturb others. No, I just saw someone glowing. Subai waved dismissively. It was like a person with a lamp hanging from them. Indeed, it was a glowing figure, Yu Qing murmured contemplatively. Cui Ying was taken aback, swiftly turning to follow Yu Qing's gaze, but she arrived too late, catching only the final glimmer as it faded into the swirling snow. Yu Qing remarked, How peculiar. The location is quite uncanny. Indeed, it is uncanny. When we ascended yesterday, there was merely a cliff on the opposite side. No one could possibly stand on the cliff face, Subai articulated, his thoughts crystallizing. This must be a supernatural occurrence. Could it be will-o'-the-wisps? The color is off. Will-o'-the-wisps are typically a ghostly green, while this leans towards a white light. Yu Qing extended her hand, and as the snowfall intensified, the light appeared once more. This time, Cui Ying clearly saw it. Although the heavy snow obscured the details compared to before, still, she could faintly make out the outline of a person. How strange. Could it be Su? Subai shook his head. Though Su is quite extraordinary, she likely does not possess such capabilities yet. Regrettably, the snow was too heavy, and it was night. Otherwise, they could have ventured forth to investigate. Cui Ying felt an urge to explore, even clenching her fists in frustration. Let us head inside for now. The snow is becoming quite oppressive and chilly, Subai declared, unable to bear it any longer. He was the first to retreat into the cave, huddling by the fire and shivering. Cui Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Subai, thinking how he had roused them in the middle of the night, yet now he was quick to curl up. Nevertheless, she peered ahead, but the light had completely vanished. Once the three of them were awake, sleep eluded them. They gathered around the fire, discussing the mysterious light. Subai suggested it could be a rare phenomenon of nature, beyond rational explanation. A genius stumped, concocting such an excuse. Cui Ying laughed. What's this? Were you not feeling disheartened just a moment ago? Now you seem quite spirited. I believe my intuition is correct. Su is indeed here, and I shall find her. Subo clenched his fist, asserting, Do not presume that only a woman's sixth sense is infallible. Cui Ying interjected, In truth, from the perspective of my feminine intuition, the likelihood of her being here is substantial. If I were Su, I too would choose this place as the terminus of my journey. Yu Qing cleared his throat, observing Subo's pallid countenance. Cui Ying remarked, I apologize, I tend to speak too candidly. It matters not, Subo replied, for you have merely spoken the truth. Cui Ying chuckled softly, I never anticipated you possessed a rational side. All I desire now is to remain by her side. I cannot bear the thought of her departing in such a cruel manner alone, Subo expressed. Whether it is an end or not, in my heart, she shall forever be without conclusion. Cui Ying could no longer muster a smile. She picked up a twig to tend to the fire, biting her lip in distress. Suddenly, Subo exclaimed, It is dawn. Outside, the world was draped in a silvery shroud. The snowfall had ceased, and the sun was beginning to peek through. Subo stepped outside, gazing across to the opposite side, where, aside from a slight dusting of snow on the cliff, there was nothing strange. The three of us clearly saw something last night. Chuang retrieved her backpack, suggesting, since we are in search of Susu, why not explore the other side? This proposal was well received. Su Bo and Yu Qing prepared themselves, and the three descended the mountain, heading toward the small peak across the way. The crunch of snow beneath their feet resonated with each step. The opposite peak was quite diminutive, the least conspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Upon reaching the small summit, they discovered a minuscule opening. Su Bo could barely squeeze through. As he extended his head inside, he was greeted by an intoxicating fragrance, earth heart flower. Upon inhaling this scent, Su Bo instinctively withdrew his head, realizing that such a potent aroma could induce faintness. However, upon closer inspection, he found the fragrance to be faint, and thus, he gathered his courage and fully entered the cave. He refrained from calling out Susu's name, fearing that uttering it would cause her to flee. Instead, he gestured for silence to his companions behind him before following the alluring scent of the earth heart flower. Holding his breath, Su Bo cautiously advanced. The cave was exceedingly narrow, leaving little space between the three of them. Suddenly, he spotted a rope ladder ascending upward, and his spirit soared. She must be here. Without further hesitation, he grasped the rope and began to climb. As he reached the top, his hands braced against the surface. A panicked voice rang out, "Do not come any closer." It was Susu. Filled with joy, Su Bo called down, "Yu Qing, Chuang, I have found Susu." Yet Susu, with her back turned to him, did not express excitement or joy upon seeing him. Instead, she trembled, her body staggering forward as she fled, quickly vanishing into the upper recesses. Su Bo was taken aback by her intense reaction. In a flurry, he ascended and sprinted in the direction she had disappeared. Susu. Hearing Su Bo's anguished cry, Chuang remarked, "The situation does not bode well. We must hurry up and investigate." When the two ascended, Su Bai had already vanished. Though the peak was modest in size, the space atop it was surprisingly ample. They exchanged glances, realizing they had lost track of Su Bai. Chapter 207. The answer. Meanwhile, Su Bai trailed behind Gong Susu, clearly observing as she passed through a concealed door. He followed suit, only to find that beyond the door lay a sheer cliff. A gust of wind swept by, nearly destabilizing him, as he clung desperately to the rock face. He watched Gong Susu navigate the narrow path ahead. Although only her silhouette was visible, Su Bai felt a surge of emotions. Usually timid, he abandoned his fears and pressed on, using the cliff for support. Several times, his footing faltered, threatening to send him tumbling like a leaf. Noticing Gong Susu's determined escape, he called out, "If you keep moving, I'll jump down from here." Gong Susu halted, her body stiffening. Seeing her stop, Su Bai quickened his pace to catch up, his trembling hand brushing against her back. "Susu, what are you doing here?" Her voice quivered with tears. "What are you doing here? Who sent you?" "Susu." Su Bai longed to embrace her, but their situation was peculiar. However, when he glanced ahead, he was taken aback. The path had widened into a flat expanse. "Let us move forward first, and I will explain why I came." Gong Susu understood that Su Bai was frightened and felt a flicker of amusement, but considering her own predicament, laughter eluded her. Nevertheless, she stepped forward into the open space. Upon reaching it, she continued to face away from Su Bai, her head bowed in silence. Su Bai's laughter rang out, "Susu, don't hide next time. Look, I can always find you." He maneuvered to stand before her, noticing her face concealed by a veil, her hair tucked beneath a cap, hiding her completely. He understood the reasons without needing to ask. Trembling, he enveloped her in his arms, saying, "I'm here. What does it matter that you're here?" Gong Susu was on the brink of despair. "It's too late for everything. It's all right." Su Bai gently patted her back, as if soothing a child. He whispered in her ear, "At least we are together. I will stay by your side. Do not be afraid." Gong Susu's nose tinged with emotion as her hands clutched Su Bai's clothing tightly. "I'm so scared." "Do not fear," Su Bai reassured her. "You know, humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. Remember that wealthy man, Qianrenjia? After his death, he existed as a ghost, and when I saw him, he seemed like an ordinary person. Susu, we can be together forever, even if you exist in a different form in this world. We have not come to an end. Everything is merely beginning. Is that true?" Gong Susu inquired. "Yes. Do you remember that Lama? He too exists in the form of a spirit." Su Bai felt increasingly persuasive as he spoke. "Therefore, we must not give up. Hope still resides within us." Gong Susu's head rested gently upon Su Bai's shoulder as she quietly sobbed. Noticing a slight improvement in Susu's mood, Subai felt his own heart ache, and he embraced her tightly. A peculiar sensation surged through his fingertips. Susu's body, typically supple, now felt utterly devoid of its usual softness. This stark reality signaled to Su by that time was indeed running short for her. Yuqing and Chuiying had arrived. We should return quickly, lest they grow anxious, Subai suggested. At that moment, he caught sight of Susu's eyes, where distinct crow's feet had formed at the corners, and her gaze had grown murky and sunken. A shiver ran through Subai's heart, yet he feigned ignorance and continued to hold her close. Let us go. As they retraced their steps, Yuqing and Chuiying emerged from the concealed door, having fumbled about until they found the exit. Seeing Susu and Subai return together filled them with relief. Upon noticing Susu wrapped tightly in layers, Chuiying felt a tremor in her heart. She exchanged a glance with Yuqing and spoke in as calm a tone as she could muster. It is good that you have returned. Inherently sensitive, Gong Susu was acutely aware of her current state. It was impossible to shield them from their shock, yet they endeavored to maintain their composure. Gratitude mingled with profound sorrow within her as she uttered, I am sorry. Indeed, you should apologize, but your apology should be directed towards Subai. You are well aware that he cannot abandon you. That is simply not in his nature. Chuiying's voice softened. Therefore, do not forsake him at the final juncture. Susu tightened her grip on Subai's hand, unaware that her hold caused him pain. He gritted his teeth and endured the discomfort. Yuqing inquired about the circumstances above before stating, the luminous figure we saw last night may not be entirely implausible. After all, there are places to take refuge. Susu's complexion turned pale at the mention of the luminous figure, her voice trembling slightly. What is it, Susu? Do you know something? Chuiying asked. Susu lowered her head in silence. There were certain things she wished to disclose to Subai alone. Her frail body sagged in that moment, and Subai swiftly supported her. Yuqing and Chuiying exchanged knowing glances and spoke in unison. You both stay here, Subai. We will wait for you in the cave from yesterday. Filled with gratitude, Subai recognized that they were granting him and Susu a moment of solitude. After bidding farewell to Chuiying and Yuqing, he found a suitable spot, kindled a fire, and helped Susu to sit down. They had never been as close as they were today, their bodies pressed tightly together, and Subai was reluctant to part from her warmth. Gong Susu sighed softly. How did you know I would come here? Credit goes to my elder sister. The last time you left without a word, she inquired about your destination. You mentioned you were going to the place where everything began. There is no place more fitting than here. It was here that you encountered the person named Subai, the one who inspired your resolve to venture into the world beyond. Here, you met my grandmother, and thus, everything commenced. Subai replied, indeed. This place is also the beginning of our journey. Tears streamed from Gong Susu's eyes as Subai, seemingly lost in thought, retrieved a sketch from his pocket. Look, I've kept this drawing safe all this time, Susu. You've seen it before, haven't you? The tear stains on it must be hers. The only visible eye of Gong Susu revealed her sorrow. You foolish boy, why do you still keep it? That year, I finally fell for a girl. Subai gently cradled Gong Susu, swaying her slightly. But then she vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but memories, and this sketch that unmistakably belongs to me. Did she love me or not? This has always haunted me. I often wonder if one day she will reappear and provide me with the answer. Gong Susu's tears fell, and Subai continued. This girl is shrouded in mysteries. She never speaks of them, hiding everything within her heart. Yet, I care not for the complexities. My affection for her is enough. I hold steadfast to this conviction. The tears flowed uncontrollably as Gong Susu buried her head in Subai's embrace. Subai, grant me an answer. Subai whispered. Did the girl named Gong Susu ever love the boy named Subai? It was not merely liking, it was love. Gong Susu's voice turned hoarse. In my lifetime, I have loved but one, and my deepest affections, my yearning to be close yet paralyzed by fear, all belong to you. Subai? Subai, overwhelmed by such a definitive answer, felt a tumult of emotions. Laughter and tears mingled within him, leaving him choked and speechless. Gong Susu lifted her head. Is it too late? It is not late. As long as I have your answer, it will never be too late. Tears welled in Subai's eyes. In that moment, he wished not to cry, yet the urge was nearly insurmountable. Suddenly, Gong Susu's body softened, and Subai's senses heightened in alarm. What is it? I'm a bit thirsty. As Gong Susu searched for something, she inadvertently dislodged her face mask. Subai glanced at her, and felt a pang in his heart. The once delicate visage now bore the marks of age. Gong Susu, noticing the pain in Su Bai's gaze, frantically tried to grasp her mask. But her panic only led to more chaos, her hands only gathering dust. Su Bai gently restrained her hands. "It's all right. To me, you are still Gong Susu." Now, Gong Susu's face resembled that of a 70-year-old woman, her hair silvered and her skin fragile. Su Bai, with tears brimming, pulled away the scarf from her head, revealing her long hair, now a mixture of white and gray. Her lips had lost their color, and her breathing became labored. Suppressing his sorrow, Su Bai caressed her frail hair, gliding his fingers to her lips, then slowly to her withered arms. His lips brushed against hers softly. "Susu." Gong Susu could scarcely believe that Su Bai accepted her unconditionally in her current state. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and Su Bai tenderly wiped them away. "I never intended for you to see me like this. I see you, and I will always see the person you once were." Su Bai found himself momentarily stunned as he noticed blood mingling with Gong Susu's tears. He stood there, bewildered by the swift passage of time. Gong Susu reached up to wipe her face and was startled to find blood mingled with her tears. Yet, she smiled brightly. "Has the time arrived?" Su Bo embraced Gong Susu tightly. "As long as I am here, even when your 3 souls and 7 spirits are about to depart, you must stay, all right?" Gong Susu shook her head. "I fear that is impossible. She will take me away." "She? Who is she?" Su Bo paused in surprise. "Stay here. I will find Yu Qing. He will surely have a solution." With her last ounce of strength, Gong Susu grasped Su Bo's hand. "No, it's unnecessary, Su Bo. This person is very important. I hope you can meet her. I must also thank her for granting me an extra day of life." "Susu, what on earth are you saying?" Su Bo was taken aback. What she spoke of was utterly beyond his comprehension. "It is your grandmother," Gong Susu revealed. "I was supposed to die last night, but she came. She intended to take my soul away, yet I recognized her and pleaded with her. For your sake, she agreed to let me live another day." Su Bo found it hard to believe. "Susu, you can't be serious. My grandmother has been missing for over 20 years. No, I cannot be mistaken. To me, she is a profoundly significant presence, though she appears somewhat different now." Gong Susu lay in Su Bo's embrace. He did not mind her frail appearance, which brought her immense joy. Indeed, joy was the only word to encapsulate it. To have such love in this lifetime rendered her unregretful in death. Different? Su Bo recalled the figure he had seen glowing with a white light the previous night, and the connection made him stutter. "Is she? Does she radiate white light? Did she appear last night?" "Yes, you saw her, didn't you?" Gong Susu nodded. Feeling elated for Su Bo, who had longed for his grandmother and finally had a chance to reunite with her. Before heading to the ancestral mountain, Gong Susu was already in poor health. However, upon hearing that Su Bo was with Dai Jieli and her group at the ancestral mountain, she rushed there recklessly. The fastest route was through the underground passage, which the clan leader opposed, fearing that it would exacerbate her physical deterioration. Yet, Gong Susu was resolute and insisted that Su Bo be informed of the exact meeting point. Eventually, the clan leader could not withstand her determination. He had initially planned for Susu to take over his responsibilities, allowing him to retire fully from public life. But Susu's condition had deteriorated to the point where he had to persist for her sake. "It is a pity for Susu. This child," he lamented. The clan leader was partially correct. Upon reaching the depths of the underground, Gong Susu's ailment flared up, and her skin continued to wither. She even discovered that age spots had begun to appear all over her body. Having received a higher education, Gong Susu was aware of a condition known as progeria, which typically manifests in children and is also referred to as childhood aging syndrome. This hereditary illness causes patients to resemble the elderly, with their organs aging rapidly, leading to a decline in physiological functions. Symptoms include short stature, hair loss, and delayed tooth eruption. Children afflicted by illness typically have a life expectancy ranging from 7 to 20 years, with the majority succumbing to age-related diseases such as cardiovascular ailments, which remain devoid of a definitive cure. Their existence relies solely on medication, clinging to each additional day as a gift. However, the circumstances surrounding Gong Susu are markedly different. She appears outwardly normal in her everyday life. Although her body has withered, it shows no overt signs of aging. Yet, in these final days, her physique exhibits reactions reminiscent of premature aging, graying hair, rapidly aging skin, and declining organ function. Realizing her impending mortality, when Su Bai touches her, She is overwhelmed by a desire to escape. Historically, women have adorned themselves to please their beloveds. Which woman does not wish to present her most beautiful self to her partner? Yet, she finds herself gradually fading away. How can she face Su-bai in such a state? As Su-bai lies unconscious underground, Gong Su-su waits anxiously, and finally, with resolve, descends to the depths. There, she discovers Su-bai sprawled on the ground, and she comprehends the essence of fear that he might leave her. In that moment, a realization dawns upon her regarding what her departure signifies for someone as pure and singularly devoted to love as Su-bai. She hoists him onto her back, securing him tightly as she navigates the rope bridge, her frail body bearing the weight of a man over 6 feet tall. Though sweat pours from her, the warmth radiating from Su-bai fills her with a sense of fulfillment. Alas, she lacks the courage to confront him. Before he awakens, she chooses to depart. Indeed, she had confided in Cui Ying her intention to return to the origin, the very point where it all began. Here, she seeks to suppress her longing, resigning herself to perish alone, certain her kin will discover her remains. Yet, she underestimates her love for Su-bai. As night falls, enveloped by an eerie silence, she yearns for him. But how could this perpetually optimistic young man face her demise? Gong Su-su had not anticipated the brevity of her time. She feels her breath growing labored. The most terrifying realization is that, within a mere day, she has transformed into a figure resembling an old woman, unrecognizable even to herself. This is far more daunting than death. Gazing into the stream, she sees her haggard reflection, and tears flow freely. Last night, as if foreseeing her fate, Gong Su-su lay quietly atop the cliff, allowing the wind to caress her, relishing its chill. Her mind wandered through the memories of her 20 years, predominantly conjuring images of the woman and Su-bai, their faces swirling in her thoughts, reminding her that, despite its brevity, her life has been graced with the most beautiful recollections. As she reminisced about these two figures, she was taken by surprise when one of them suddenly appeared beside her, vibrantly alive in her memories. Upon seeing her, Gong Su-su gasped, "Grandmother." Her expression transformed into one of astonishment. "Is it truly you?" In this world, only 2 individuals refer to her as grandmother, a boy and a girl. The identity of this girl was immediately clear to her, yet the sight of her astonished her profoundly. Though she was destined to fulfill her mission, the appearance of this girl stirred a ripple in her heart, not out of love, but from a deep sense of compassion. The 8-year-old girl from years past was once so innocent, and now, in her prime, she had already become frail and aged, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 209, Water Burial. 1. It is said that just prior to death, one attains a remarkable clarity. Gong Su-su suddenly twitched. "Are you here to take me away?" When she noticed the girl's silence, Gong Su-su continued, "So, it turns out that before one dies, one becomes perceptive. I believe I understand who you are. But there is one thing I cannot let go of. Your grandson, Su-bo. I long to see him. He may come or he may not. Perhaps I am overthinking it." Gong Su-su's speech became somewhat disordered as she murmured to herself, feeling as though her body was no longer her own. The figure of her grandmother stood before her, radiating a white light. Gong Su-su reached out a hand. "Are you going to take me away?" The white light flickered several times before finally dimming. "I can only grant you one more day," she stated. "I shall return at this time tomorrow. Your hour has come. And this is a passage you cannot evade." Su-bo was left in a daze. Who exactly is she? If I am not mistaken, she is now Yin Kai, Gong Su-su remarked. Su-bo felt as if his very soul was about to escape. "Is my grandmother already dead?" "No," Gong Su-su replied. "Ordinary people believe that Inkai do not exist. Those who know of their existence often mistake them for spirits of the underworld. However, there is a unique circumstance wherein the living can also serve as Inkai. She is still alive, her body retains warmth, and when she sighs, white vapor escapes her lips." Su-bo breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the white light and the scene he had witnessed last night. He finally connected the dots, remembering that Tang Sansheng had mentioned Inkai, and that even the legendary Bao Gong could be one. Amidst his elation, a wave of melancholy washed over him. What had happened to his grandmother? Why had she become a Inkai, and why was it she who had come to take Su-su away? The fact that grandmother had granted Su-su an additional day suggested that today was indeed the time for Su-su to part from him. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within Su-bo. If it is grandmother, everything will be manageable. I can plead with her, implore her not to take your soul. We can continue to be together. Gong Susu bowed her head in silence, her head gently shaking as she sought to remain alert. The world before her began to blur, and her grip on Subo tightened. Subo, what is wrong? He asked. Are you feeling unwell? Please tell me. My entire being feels heavy, Gong Susu replied. Thank you for being by my side at this moment. Subo inhaled sharply, about to speak, when a howling wind erupted from outside. He glanced out the window, realizing that night had fallen. Gong Susu noticed Subo's face turn pale and softly reassured him, it's all right, it's all right. Though Gong Susu insisted she was fine, by the end, she lacked even the strength to speak. She could only nestle in Subai's embrace, quietly awaiting the inevitable. Neither uttered a word. They merely clasped each other's hands, attuned to the rhythm of their heartbeats. In perfect harmony, they closed their eyes as time slipped away, the sounds of the wind outside growing increasingly pronounced, unsettling Subai's heart. Subai licked his lips, tears welling uncontrollably once more. Gong Susu was too weak to keep her eyes open. She inhaled sharply, saying, from now on, take good care of yourself. You may think of me, but do not reject other girls because of me. I believe there will be someone who loves you even more than I do. Do not say any more. Suddenly, Subai heard a faint sound of footsteps, and a smile appeared on Gong Susu's face. Subai turned to see his grandmother, who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s. Compared to her photographs, the resemblance was over 90%. She still had a round face, laughing eyes, and a gently pressed mouth, as if ready to break into a smile at any moment. However, her short hair was now long, elegantly gathered at the back. Grandma, upon hearing this, Baihong's lips curled in a sorrowful manner. She did not respond but slowly approached Gong Susu, squatting beside her. As she did, Subai caught the scent of herbs emanating from her. He watched as her hand rested over Gong Susu's heart, and he blurted out, no. Baihong shook her head, fixing her gaze upon Subai with unwavering determination. It is not possible. This was the first time Subai had heard his grandmother's voice. It was strong, resolute, yet tinged with a sense of resignation. The time has come. The soul is about to depart. Susu's condition is unique. Her constitution is rare. Once her soul leaves the body, it may very well disperse, failing to take form. If I do not intervene, she may face eternal damnation. My presence here is not a coincidence. Baihong's blood truly mingled with water, and Subai felt an immediate sense of kinship with her. What will ultimately happen? He asked. If fortune smiles upon her, she may be reborn. If not, Baihong looked at Subai, her soul will scatter. So what will you choose now? Subai took a deep breath. I want Susu to be safe. Bai Zhuang nodded in agreement. This is indeed the best choice. In a relationship, the most crucial element is the love you share. Although I am unaware of how you two met or fell in love, I can already sense that you are destined for happiness. As she spoke, Gong Susu suddenly turned her gaze towards Subai, her face flushing crimson. Subai, you must live well, eat well, and sleep well. After uttering these words, she took a deep breath, her hand grasping Subai tightly. He quickly turned to look at his grandmother, only to hear Bai Zhuang say, the time has come. Gong Susu's lips curled into a faint smile. Thank you, Subai. Tears streamed down Subai's face, cascading onto Gong Susu's head. As she smiled, she closed her eyes, her grip on Subai's hand finally loosening, falling helplessly to the ground. Subai leaned his head against Gong Susu's, tears continuing to fall. He wished not to weep, yet the pain within him was insurmountable. His heart felt as though it had shattered in that moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a wisp of white mist emanated from Gong Susu's body. Through his tear-blurred vision, Subai watched as the mist dispersed, his tears ceasing as he looked up at Bai Zhuang. Her expression bore a weight of gravity. With a slight exertion, a radiant white light emerged from her, reminiscent of what Subai had witnessed the previous night. The luminescence intensified, enveloping the mist. As Bai Zhuang retrieved a celadone bottle from her bosom, under her guidance, the mist was gradually absorbed into the vessel until it was entirely contained. Once this was accomplished, the light surrounding Bai Zhuang dissipated. Subai gazed down at Gong Susu, now silent and still. He trembled as he placed his hand beneath her nose, feeling no breath. She had truly departed. He cradled her body, her face as pale as paper. Bai Zhuang secured the bottle, stating, now, Susu's soul has yet to take form. I must take her away. Even if her soul were to materialize, I would not permit her to return to you. According to tradition, every soul has but one chance at reincarnation. If missed, she would become a wandering spirit. I will not allow Susu to fall to such a fate. Bai Zhuang's demeanor was resolute. Su Bai's lips quivered as he asked, "Is there no other way?" "There is," Bai Zhuang replied. "Should Su Su reincarnate as a woman again, you may wait for her to grow, find her, and be together. However, everything would begin anew. She may not remember you, and all that you shared could vanish. Furthermore, she may not even come back as a woman, diminishing your chances of finding her. My advice is to keep Gong Su Su in your heart and live well. Do not linger in despair. Such entanglements are far too painful." Su Bai lowered his head, comprehending his grandmother's words deeply. Yet, he pondered, when would this wound ever heal? Chapter 210. The Water Burial. 2. "Grandmother, where have you been all these years?" Su Bai pulled out a photograph. "Do you know that my mother has always been thinking of you? She has told me your stories and has always believed you are alive." "I am aware of your birth," Bai Zhuang replied. Su Bo embraced Su Su's lifeless form, acknowledging, "I understand. Otherwise, Su Su would not have heard my name from you. Your awareness of my existence indicates that you have returned before." "Indeed, I have returned. At that time, you were already 3 years old, and your family was truly wonderful. Xiaoling chose a man who loves her, a wise choice that brings stability and happiness." Bai Zhen remarked, "I cannot intrude upon your lives. I have chosen a path of persistence and continue to tread upon it, yet I have not reached my destination. If I were to return, with Xiaoling's temperament, she would undoubtedly rush to aid me. She harbors resentment towards her father." Su Bo fell silent. The animosity Bai Ling held towards her grandfather was glaringly apparent, especially after the devastating discovery that there were no remains in his grave. Their mother had long harbored grievances against him, yet she exhibited understanding towards her own mother. The bond between these two women was unmistakable, as they shared an intrinsic connection, empathizing with each other's pain and joy. "But, grandmother, how did you become an ethereal messenger?" Su Bo inquired. Bai Zhen sighed with a wry smile. "This tale is lengthy. I shall recount it to you later." "Su Bo, how is your mother?" "She is well," Su Bo replied, casting his gaze upon Su Su's tightly shut eyes. "She is aware of Su Su's plight. She encouraged me to seek her out and accompany her through her final moments. However, if she knew I had encountered you, her joy would be boundless." After a moment's contemplation, Su Bo revealed, "In truth, grandmother, you have known all along that grandfather did not perish, have you not? When his body returned, you chose to depart the year my mother came of age. This seems to be the only plausible explanation." "You are indeed astute," Bai Zhen acknowledged. "Your grandfather's origins remain shrouded in mystery, his sudden disappearance followed by a fake death. The day after his burial, I went to investigate and discovered an empty coffin. I was consumed by rage. Yet, considering your mother's tender age, I could not abandon her in pursuit of your grandfather. Thus, I chose to wait patiently. When she turned 18, I resolutely set forth to confront that man who had forsaken his wife and child. I knew Yang Fan would look after Bai Ling. Yang Fan was indeed the true name of the Taoist master Xian Su. Su Bo felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of the Taoist master. However, in his quest to find you, he suffered an accident and lost an arm. Bai Zhen's expression darkened. "This situation exceeded my expectations. I feel remorseful for him. The Taoist master arrived here before me, yet surely he did not encounter you," Su Bo stated. "It was he who saved my life. He is a good man." Bai Zhen offered a bittersweet smile. "Our fates are simply not intertwined." Just as Bai Zhen was about to continue, a sudden glow emanated from the vial at her chest, altering her countenance. She approached Su Bo and gently pressed her finger between his brows. "My dear grandson, I must depart immediately. Rest assured, I will return to find you. You and Su Su's remains must remain here. Her kin will surely come for her. I shall take my leave first." Su Bo, having just reunited with his grandmother, felt an overwhelming reluctance and longed to say more. Bai Zhen reassured him, "Entrust Su Su's spirit to me. Do not worry." Just as Su Su urged, "You must live well in order to honor her." After Bai Chang's departure, Su Bai sighed deeply as he gazed at her retreating figure. Looking down at the lifeless body of Su Su in his arms, he pressed his lips together, unable to contain the tears that fell freely. In this lifetime, she was his most unforgettable love. Su Bai held on to Gong Su Su until dawn, her warmth gradually fading into coldness. He tried to warm her with his own body heat, yet it could not halt the chilling progression. Unbeknownst to Yu Qing and Cui Ying, who were unaware of the events that transpired throughout the night, they could no longer restrain themselves come morning and sought out the scene. Upon witnessing this poignant tableau, they were momentarily speechless. Exchanging glances, Yu Qing recognized his own ineptitude in offering comfort and subtly urged Cui Ying to intervene, but she shook her head, whispering, Subai is not a child who can be easily consoled. After that fateful night, Subai felt utterly drained, his head resting against the rocky wall. He turned to Cui Ying and said, You two need not concern yourselves with how to console me. I am fine. Everything that needed to be said has already been articulated by Su Su and her grandmother. I understand what must be done. At present, my only thought is how to manage Su Su's final arrangements. How does her grandmother know that her kin will surely come? Bai Cheng had not deceived Subai. During that very night, the clan leader indeed arrived with the tribe members, precisely locating the spot. Upon seeing Subai still tightly embracing Gong Su Su, the leader sighed. Please accept my condolences. Approaching Subai, he took Su Su into his care, saying, Let us handle this. We have our customs. How do you intend to manage her final rites? Subai asked, bewildered. In accordance with our ancient traditions, we will opt for a water burial, the leader replied. A water burial is one of the oldest forms of interment, wherein the deceased body is cast into rivers, lakes, or seas. Water, the essence of life, symbolizes a return to nature and the life source, rich with meaning. Gong Su Su's affinity with water makes this the most fitting farewell, Subai murmured, Very well. Very well. Suddenly, the leader recalled something and retrieved a short flute and a piece of paper from Su Su's belongings. Here, take this, he said. Subai recognized the flute. It was the one Su Su used to play the exorcism melody. As for the paper, upon unfolding it, he discerned some ancient rhythmic symbols within. The leader explained, this exorcism melody was known only to Su Su. It would serve no purpose for us to keep it. Take it as a token of remembrance. Subai nodded with a smile. Thank you, esteemed leader. The leader patted Subai's back and said, Take care. We shall take our leave now. Watching the leader and his companions depart, Subai sank down onto the ground. Having held Su Su's body without much movement, he now felt utterly powerless. A mix of loss and sorrow rendered him incapable of further tears, his face perpetually adorned with a sorrowful smile. Cui Ying, feeling a pang of sympathy, said, Subai, if you feel sad, you should let it out. Su Su told me to live well, to eat well, and to sleep well, Subai replied. Sister, I will live well. I will certainly heed Su Su's words. You need not worry. Can such reassurances truly bring comfort? Cui Ying felt an inner turmoil. Yu Qing approached. Cui Ying, do not fret. Let time heal him. With us by his side, he shall surely overcome this hurdle. At this moment, it was the third night, and Cui Ying and Yu Qing had resolved that after enduring this night, they would certainly bring Subai back home the following day. Over the past few days, he had scarcely closed his eyes, his complexion pale as a ghost. Wouldn't it break Aunt's heart to see him like this? As dawn broke the next day, the two supported Subai as they descended the mountain and embarked on their journey home. Upon returning, Subai beamed at Bai Ling, exclaiming, Mother, I'm back. After his return, Subai lay in bed for several days. Although he did maintain a regular eating schedule, dining promptly each day before returning to his repose. Clutching that short flute, on numerous occasions, Bai Ling and Su Dehong heard Subai murmuring to himself. Bai Ling could only exchange a glance with her husband, reflecting, This child is so obstinate, just like his grandmother. Eventually, Subai was willing to venture outside, which his family regarded as a significant improvement. However, the Subai of now lacked the buoyancy he once possessed, often lost in thought while lingering in the antique shop. Even Xuefan sensed that he was not his usual cheerful self. Upon learning of her mother's news and confirming that she had returned, Bai Ling felt a sense of relief. Yet, she was equally perplexed by her mother's transformation into a wandering spirit. She pitied Taoist Xiansu, who remained oblivious to this news and was still tirelessly seeking the truth. This thought only deepened Bai Ling's resentment towards her father. Chapter 211. Instant transmission. During this melancholic time, the little fox spirit, Ying Ning, made an untimely appearance. She had just returned to Qingqiu and was eagerly yearning for the outside world. Without hesitation, she dashed over, her arrival bringing an exuberance that clashed with the prevailing somber atmosphere. Ying Ning appeared innocent, utterly unaware of the current circumstances. Yet her joy was met with disdain from everyone, leaving her perplexed. Pulling on Xuefan's arm, she inquired, Aunt, what's wrong with the tall one? Xuefan replied, Subai is feeling down. Could you please refrain from bothering him for a while? Why? Ying Ning tilted her head in confusion. The girl he cherished has passed away. Do you think he can find joy in that? Shuefen explained. Ning, you are still young and may not comprehend such feelings. In any case, please be more quiet, if you would. Ning turned to look at Su Bai, who sat there with a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his face. Yet it was far from one of happiness. Ning persisted in asking Cui Ying about everything concerning Su Bai and Gongsu Su. After listening, she fell silent, prompting Cui Ying to tease, "What is the matter? Are you feeling something inside? This is quite different from your feelings for Yuqing." The mention of Yuqing made Ning slightly bashful as she clung to Cui Ying's arm, shaking it. "I was wrong, sister. Hold on. Why does it feel so strange when you call me sister? By all accounts, you must be over 100 years old, right?" Cui Ying laughed. "If you call me sister, I'd be considered an old hag. Just call me Cui Ying from now on. But have you thought this through?" "Yes. Aunt once said that love and affection are distinct. Just like I cherish you, my fondness for Yuqing is indeed of a similar nature. It is merely a pure liking," Ning replied, tilting her head. "Although I am yet to grasp what love truly is, I understand what it means to like someone. So, brother Yuqing, I shall leave him to you." Cui Ying furrowed her brow, pondering the situation. After all, Yuqing had never truly been a companion of Ning. Yet, it was evident that the girl was somewhat lacking in intellect. So Cui Ying chose not to hold a grudge. Instead, she kindly reminded Ning, "In the future, remember to invite me and Yuqing when you go out. Be cautious, lest you find yourself captured again, to practice whatever absurdity that fox nonsense entails." Reflecting on this matter still sent shivers down Ning's spine. She could hardly believe that there existed such malevolent individuals. "It is best that you learn from your experiences," Cui Ying advised. Ning then inquired, "By the way, where is Mo Xian?" His recent endeavors seemed to revolve around company affairs. Being a superstar, once he returned, work would be inevitable. Moreover, one could hardly expect him to indulge in leisure with her. Cui Ying's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. "How about we ask Su Bai to accompany you for a change of scenery? That fellow has been cooped up for far too long." "What a splendid idea!" Ning exclaimed joyfully, rushing off to find Su Bai. Yuqing, however, appeared perplexed. Su Bai is currently in a state of turmoil. Isn't Ning's visit likely to exacerbate his confusion? You see, that is where your understanding falters. A person of singular focus requires the company of one with a more whimsical disposition to remedy their plight, Cui Ying explained. Indeed, Ning approached Su Bai, clinging to his arm with a mixture of pleading and playful charm. Unable to withstand her persistent advances, Su Bai relented and joined her outside. Observing this scene, Cui Ying triumphantly nodded at Yuqing. "Did you witness that? This is what one might call a case of opposites attracting." Yuqing offered a thumbs up. "You are impressive." Meanwhile, Su Bai, reluctantly dragged along by Ning, sighed in resignation. "Where are we headed?" "To the temple fair," Ning replied innocently. "There are so many delicious treats there." "Temple fairs do not occur daily," Su Bai remarked, exasperated. "Shall we consider another destination? How about a boat ride?" "A boat ride sounds delightful. It will be peaceful," Ning exclaimed with excitement. Once seated in the Park's boat, she gleefully splashed her hands in the water. But upon noticing Su Bai's lack of enthusiasm, her joy dimmed. "Are you feeling down?" she asked. "But living is not solely about enduring sorrow. If one only knew joy, they would cease to be human," Su Bai retorted irritably. "Such as yourself," Ning replied with unyielding conviction. "I am, after all, not human." Su Bai felt resigned. Indeed, this girl, like Bai Mo Xian, seemed to defy humanity. Seeing his exasperation brought a burst of laughter from Ning. "So, are you ready to surrender?" "Absolutely not," Su Bai declared, his stubbornness ignited. "Yet here you are, manifesting in human form. If you possess any ability, reveal your true self now, and allow that last fellow to capture you once more." With a playful gesture, Ning splashed water towards Su Bai, who, caught unawares, was drenched. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "You little fox! Today, I shall surely catch you and give you a thorough scolding." Ning stuck out her tongue. "Come now. Let everyone witness a grown man bullying a girl." Momentarily at a loss for words, Su Bai could only vent his frustration by splashing water back at her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. With the slightest blink, tears would surely fall. Now flustered, Su Bai quickly blurted, "Alas, neither scholarly nor martial prowess. If you don't wish to be a bandit, do you aspire to be a top scholar?" Ning inhaled sharply. "Do not attempt to deceive me with your lines. I recognize that they are from a Chinese odyssey. I may not be able to outmatch you in dialogue, but let us clarify matters. Once we reach the shore, I shall treat you to a delightful meal as an apology, shall we? Subai found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing about the promise of good food, Yingming's face lit up with joy. She ceased rowing and immediately insisted on disembarking. Subai inwardly chided her as a glutton but acquiesced, leading her to his favorite restaurant. With each step, Yingming leaped with glee, but then abruptly halted, turning back to pinch Subai. It's that person. Which person? Subai was taken aback. Yingming bit her lip, stamping her foot. The one who kidnapped me. I just saw him. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I remember his silhouette. It's him, Subai? Let us follow him and uncover his identity. Is that wise? Subai shook his head. He is a formidable character. We should return to find Yuqing. By the time you go back to find Yuqing, it will be too late, Yingming protested. We shall merely follow him without alarming him. We just need to discern his appearance, all right? If that were the case, Subai found himself somewhat swayed. Which one? Yingming pointed to a man in a gray coat ahead. That one. Subai and Yingming trailed the man in gray from a distance. Suddenly, Yingming linked her arm with Subai's, prompting a change in his expression. What are you doing? Just something I learned from the movies, Yingming replied. This way. He will lower his guard. Subai noticed that the man had turned left. Disregarding the moment, he pulled Yingming along in pursuit. The man's pace remained unchanged, indicating he had not sensed their following. Initially cautious, Subai gradually relaxed. As Tang Boss had warned, this man was not to be trifled with. If they could discern his true identity, it would be beneficial, and ideally, they might even discover his lair. This would be a significant accomplishment. With this notion in mind, Subai felt unencumbered, and the two continued to follow the man, unwittingly exiting the city center and heading north. Yingming furrowed her brow. Is this fellow living in the mountains? Subai shook his head. Something feels off. It was crowded earlier, and he didn't notice us. But now, with fewer people and a secluded path, this guy possesses considerable skill. If it were by Ma Xuan, he would have detected us by now. Yingming, we must leave immediately. We cannot continue following him. Subai grasped Yingming's arm, attempting to retreat, but she was unwilling to relent. Having narrowly escaped being skinned alive by this man previously, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Their disagreement was abruptly interrupted by a dark voice. Foolish youngsters. Do you dare to follow me? Chapter 212. Bones turned to gold. Yingming. You have brought about your own demise this time, Subai shouted. Run. As the two individuals simultaneously took off running, they barely advanced a few paces before an invisible barrier seemed to materialize before them. They were abruptly rebounded, and a voice erupted in laughter. Foolish youngsters, I have long set up a formation along the way. Where do you think you can escape? It appears that you have stumbled upon a rare opportunity, as the little spirit fox has delivered herself right to my door. Yingming's expression darkened. If I fall for your tricks this time, how can I ever claim to be a member of the Qingqiu Fox clan? With a sudden shift in her aura, she extended her right palm, a crimson light emanating from her palm as she struck forward. The red glow expanded, and she tugged Subai along. Let's go? The two dashed out from the barrier just as an explosive sound erupted behind them, sending dust swirling. Yingming and Subai sprinted furiously, with Subai feeling as though his feet might catch fire. Glancing around, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a blurred view from a moving vehicle, the shadows of trees overlapping, his vision spinning. In his mind, he cried out in confusion, wondering what was happening. After what felt like an eternity, Yingming finally halted, and Subai, unable to maintain his balance, tumbled to the ground. Instinctively, he removed his shoes, lifting his foot to reveal a red, raw sole. Yingming was already sweating profusely. Turning back, she noticed that their pursuer had not followed, letting out a sigh of relief. That cunning individual had been laying traps for us all along. Luckily, we ran swiftly. Subai? Subai, cradling his sore foot, drew the attention of passers-by. He raised his foot for Yingming to see. Look, it's bleeding. What kind of dark art did you just use? Yingming glanced around and whispered in Subai's ear. It's called instantaneous movement. It's my specialty. I may not be able to fight, but I can run fast. Subai chuckled. Your skills are impressive and quite unique. It's a pity that fellow always had his back to us. We couldn't see his face. Yingming felt a pang of regret. After putting his shoes back on, Subai noted that the soles were on the verge of wearing through. Regardless, they had managed to escape, which was a stroke of fortune. Let's head back to the antique shop and see what Yuqing has to say. Their disheveled appearance led Chuiying to assume they had been in a fight. After Subai recounted the events, Yuqing understood immediately. That individual used a trapping formation, also known as a heart-refining formation. A heart-refining formation? Subai asked, perplexed. That person utilized his true energy to create a barrier from 8 directions, preventing your escape. Prolonged exposure to such a formation can gradually erode even the strongest will, leading one to lose themselves and even descend into madness, Yu Qing explained. The fact that you managed to escape indicates you found a loophole. A loophole? Bing Ning was somewhat indignant. I forcibly opened the barrier with my own cultivation. Yu Qing quickly clarified, I do not doubt your abilities. I merely suggest that your opponent underestimated you, which allowed you an opportunity to flee. This individual should not be taken lightly. Meanwhile, observing Bing Ning and Su Bai's escape, the man felt a pang of frustration and was about to pursue them when a voice called out, Sir, you possess remarkable skills. He turned to see an unfamiliar face. Immediately on guard. Who are you? I can see the ambition within you. The voice was remarkably composed. You are an ambitious and insightful individual, alas. This world offers no space for someone of your caliber to flourish. You possess remarkable skills, yet they remain unutilized. The speaker articulated the other's inner turmoil with precision, prompting a solemn inquiry. Who are you? And who am I? Perhaps we should discuss this in detail. The two individuals ventured forth together, disappearing into the distance in no time. Meanwhile, following this incident, Ying Ning was too apprehensive to venture outside and instead remained ensconced in the antique shop, spending her days amusing Su Bo with whimsical dialogues. Recently, she had developed an obsession with Stephen Chow's films, often reciting iconic lines such as, Don't presume that just because you're handsome, I want to hit you, and expressing thoughts of violence that lingered in her mind daily. Although others found her peculiar, they eventually grew accustomed to it. Her playful antics, though eccentric, were endearing, rendering the matter inconsequential. During this period, Tang Sanqing seldom visited the antique shop. But upon hearing of Su Bo and Ying Ning's encounter with the mysterious figure, he became alarmingly anxious and hurried back to convene a meeting in the conference room. His expression was grave. Do you recall the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts? Yu Qing, who had always held a keen interest in that book, nodded affirmatively. The golden mask is likely connected to it, Tang Sanqing stated succinctly, observing Yu Qing's face pale in response. He added with a hint of humor, in truth, I share your concern regarding the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts. I have been investigating its contents and the distinctive burial culture of the Khitan people, and I have made some modest progress. Boss Tang, please do not keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly, Su Bo urged eagerly. Tang Sanqing glanced at Su Bo, who appeared somewhat gone of late. The heartache had evidently taken its toll, making him appear taller despite sitting, towering over the others. Clearing his throat gently, Tang Sanqing continued. The Chronicles of Strange Ghosts was once believed to be a lost Taoist secret, but that is clearly a misconception. It has not been lost. Rather, it was preserved by Yu Bai's master. Furthermore, contrary to what its title suggests, the book is not merely a log of various spirits, but rather a compendium of forbidden Taoist techniques. Essentially, it encompasses unorthodox methods. The ghost fox is one of them. Yu Qing interjected, that is indeed a valid assertion. Tang Sanqing nodded in agreement. However, there are additional secret techniques within the Chronicles that remain unknown to us. The golden mask is currently not in the shop. I have entrusted it to a fellow practitioner for study. He is aware of the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts, which dates back to the Three Kingdoms period, with an unknown author. This individual, possessing knowledge of these secret techniques, was likely a member of the Taoist community. The book vanished by the late Qing dynasty. Had Yu Bai not mentioned it, I might still believe it was lost to time. Originating in the Three Kingdoms and concluding in the late Qing, it is unfortunate that the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts has resurfaced, leading to the death of Yu Bai's master. The circumstances of how this book came into his possession warrant thorough investigation. Boss Tang, why do you assert that the Golden Mask is connected to the Chronicles of Strange Ghosts? Cui Ying quickly identified the crux of the matter. This tale is rather lengthy. Tang Sanqing replied. Tang Sanqing remarked, the Three Kingdoms era is one of the most tumultuous periods in history. In Shu, there exists Zhuge Kongming, whose prowess is well known to you all. The Seven Arrows technique, employed by Yao Guang, originated from Zhuge Kongming. It is said that he learned from this technique, but he was acutely aware of its malevolent nature and instructed his subordinates to incinerate the text to prevent future generations from being misled by it. A subordinate? Su Bai's mind sparked with insight. Did that individual not only fail to burn it, but instead kept it hidden? Indeed, Tang Sancheng replied. My fellow disciple and I share this perspective, thus we trace this lead. The Taoist tradition has many esoteric texts circulating. We pored over several nights and finally unearthed a valuable clue. After the passing of Master Zhuge, a remarkable figure emerged in Yunnan, claiming the ability to transmute bone into gold. Bone into gold. Cui Ying exchanged glances with Yu Qing, realizing that the concept of bone transmuting into gold bore a striking similarity to the golden masks. The white boss had mentioned that the front of the golden masks was indeed made of gold thread, while the back was integrated with bone, composed of a material akin to gold. Tang Sancheng nodded. Precisely. The ability to transmute bone into gold is the crux of the similarity. Consequently, I have formulated a bold hypothesis. This extraordinary individual from Yunnan is none other than a subordinate of Master Zhuge, who was ordered to destroy the records of strange ghosts. After Zhuge's time, the text fell into his hands and continued to be disseminated until the end of the Qing dynasty, at which point the Taoist practitioners no longer had any knowledge of this book, mistakenly believing it to be lost. Chapter 213. The 8-foot divine mirror to transmute bone into gold. However, it was mentioned that the ultimate goal of that Khitan chieftain was to protect his people. What does this signify? Yu Qing inquired. Upon finishing his question, he noticed a trace of helpless amusement on Tang Sancheng's face and felt a twinge of embarrassment, admitting, I was mistaken. Boss Tang had just mentioned that he had only uncovered a few leads. Tang Sancheng chuckled. You are indeed more honest than your father. It is true. I have only managed to gather this information. The notion of transmuting bone into gold, the subordinate of Master Zhuge, and the dissemination of records of strange ghosts. Although scant, it was enough to ignite excitement. Just as Tang Sancheng was preparing to elaborate further, a small object fluttered through the window and landed on his shoulder. Yu Qing recognized it instantly. It was a paper crane. The paper crane bore a message. Tang Sancheng swiftly unfurled the paper crane, revealing a line of blood-red characters. Without uttering a word, he sprang into action, racing outside. The others were puzzled but understood that the paper crane signified trouble for their sect. Yu Qing promptly led Su Bai and Cui Ying in pursuit. This paper crane was sent by Tang Sancheng's fellow disciple, the one who had safeguarded the golden masks. This individual shared a profound connection with Tang Sancheng. In a sense, he was Tang Sancheng's senior brother. Their bond was forged during an expedition to the Qin Mausoleum, where Tang Sancheng's talents had deeply impressed him. After concluding their exploration, this senior brother resolved to recommence his studies of Taoist practices, eventually achieving success and joining the organization of shadowy figures. He was low profile and devoid of ambition, earning Tang Sancheng's respect. Now, faced with danger, Tang Sancheng was filled with urgency. Tang Sancheng reached his senior brother's residence at the fastest possible speed. The modest house stood with its door wide open. Bursting inside, he beheld his senior brother lying on the ground, bloodied and supine. Tang Sancheng rushed to his side, exclaiming, Senior brother. He inhaled deeply, his breath steady. Suddenly, Tang San tore open his senior brother's garment, revealing a dark handprint on his chest. Tang San's expression darkened. Yu Qing entered and, upon seeing the mark, exclaimed, In Fu Palm. Cui Ying and Su Bo inquired simultaneously, What is that? Yu Qing explained, It is a technique employed by a minor sect of Maoshan practitioners, who deliberately absorb yin energy to manipulate it, creating a palm wind that can harm others. Tang San retrieved 2 yellow talismans from his pocket, bit his tongue to draw blood, and inscribed symbols upon them. He then extended his right index finger to touch the talismans, which ignited simultaneously. He held the burning talismans near his brother's chest, the flames wafting over the dark handprint, which began to dissipate gradually. Su Bo stared in astonishment as the mark faded away. Yu Qing sighed in relief, remarking, Truly impressive, Boss Tang. Just as the handprint vanished completely, the senior brother's chest heaved upward. Tang San instinctively struck down with his palm, flattening the chest. The brother coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood before gradually regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Tang San, his first concern was not for himself, but rather an expression of deep regret. Sancheng, I'm so sorry, the mask. Brother, there's no need to say more. Tang San supported him upright. It was I who led the trouble to you. As Tang San helped him up, Cui Ying, quick-witted, had already procured hot water. Tang San took it and carefully fed it to his brother while his other hand remained busy, generating warmth as he pressed against his brother's back. The senior brother sighed, Indeed, it is you, Tang-san. Alas, I have betrayed your trust. Tang-san replied, fortunately. You released the flying crane before losing consciousness. Had I arrived a moment later, you would have already met the king of hell. I nearly brought about your demise. The golden mask has been stolen, the senior brother lamented. I never expected someone would covet it. Subo remarked, it's strange, besides us. Who else could be interested in it? Chueying suggested, could it be Dai Jelly? She was the one who discovered the golden mask with us. But where could she be now? No, Yu Qing interjected. At that time, we believed the golden mask was merely a fusion of pure gold and a skull, and they were likely after the wealth it represented. However, the one who has stolen the mask possesses knowledge of the arts. This complicates matters. We have just learned of the connection between Qi Gui Ji and bone gold, and now someone has acted on it. The timing is too coincidental. Tang-san nodded repeatedly. Indeed, brother. Did you see who attacked you? He wore a mask. I did not see his face. The senior brother, being a lay disciple of the Taoist tradition, was not addressed by his Taoist name by Tang-san, who simply referred to him as brother, occasionally adding his surname, Jiang. A mask? Tang-san pondered aloud. Indeed. I seldom engage with others, which results in few visitors. However, when this individual arrived, he came with such ferocity that I had already braced myself before he even crossed the threshold. Unexpectedly, he did not announce his identity and struck my chest with a palm, the formidable Yin symbol palm that you are well aware of. This sinister technique exacts a toll on one's true essence, and when he unleashed his attack, I was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity while he searched the premises, I managed to send a paper crane to seek your assistance. Brother Jiang still felt a twinge of fear as he recounted. I exerted my last ounce of strength to seal my acupoints, preventing the malevolent energy from spreading within me. Otherwise, Tang Sansheng would have found humor in the situation. It matters not if the mask is lost. What is paramount is the preservation of life. Yu Qing regarded Tang Sansheng with deep respect, while Brother Jiang sighed repeatedly. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, it is my fault. I intended to lend you a hand, but ended up causing trouble instead. As he spoke, he coughed violently, expelling another mouthful of dark phlegm. Only then did Tang Sansheng cease his ministrations, gathering his energy once more. Brother Jiang nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Yu Qing understood that Tang, the proprietor, had utilized his own vital energy to expel the malign force from this elder's body. Observing the elder's complexion, which had transformed from a deathly pallor to a much healthier hue, and his breath returning to normal, Yu Qing felt an overwhelming admiration for Tang Sansheng. Brother Jiang then addressed Tang Sansheng. This individual is exceptionally cunning, intent on bringing harm. Sansheng, can you recall anyone similar who has appeared recently? Yu Qing blurted out. The individual who was refining corpses at the Earth SI, and the enigmatic figure associated with the fox spirit. It was evident that Brother Jiang was already aware of Tang Sansheng's previous mention of these matters, as he nodded. In that case, it must be this person. Regrettably, his face was obscured by a mask, preventing me from discerning his features. Subai remarked, when Ying Ning and I were ambushed, that person never turned around. We could not see his face at all. Now, this one also wears a mask and is reluctant to reveal his identity. They must be the same individual. Brother, for your safety, it would be prudent to choose another place to reside for a time. Tang Sansheng spoke earnestly. Although the malevolent energy within you has been expelled, your vital essence remains compromised and will require time to recover. In that case, I must retreat to the mountains, to my master's temple. Brother Jiang replied, although my master has passed, he left behind a wealth of texts, allowing me to continue my studies there. Let us depart at once. I shall have Yu Qing accompany you. Tang Sansheng turned to Yu Qing, who promptly nodded in respectful agreement, assisting the elder in packing his belongings for the journey up the mountain. Watching Yu Qing and Brother Jiang depart in a taxi, Tang Sansheng turned to Su Bai and Cui Ying, saying, you two should also prepare yourselves. We? Cui Ying responded, but Su Bai and I are merely ordinary individuals. Although Su Bai possesses the reverse scale, he seldom wields it. Even if he could, he would not dare to use it. And as for me, I am utterly defenseless. Chapter 214, 9 Fiends, 1. No matter, Tang Sansheng stated, upon returning, I shall provide you both with something of great value. As Su Bo and Cui Ying returned to the antique shop, they were filled with anticipation. Upon their arrival, they found Bai Ma Xuan, who was visibly irritated by Ying Ning's incessant chatter. To their surprise, Bai Ma Xuan appeared relieved at their return and promptly stood up, saying, all right, Ying Ning. I need to speak with my master and the others. You should go find your aunt. In the office, Tang Sansheng emerged from the inner chamber bearing 2 mirrors. These are called the 8-Chi divine reflection mirrors. Each of you should carry one, he instructed. Su Bo recognized these artifacts as the Bagua mirrors, historically known as the Taiji Bagua mirrors, which have long been regarded as auspicious talismans in feng shui. They are commonly hung in streets and old residences to ward off malevolent spirits. Isn't this just a Bagua mirror? Su Bo inquired. Why is it also referred to as the 8-Chi divine reflection mirror? Fool, Bai Moshuan scoffed. The capabilities of a Bagua mirror pale in comparison to those of the 8-Chi divine reflection mirror. Su Bo retorted, I simply do not understand, which is why I ask. Besides, you are a disciple of Master Tang. It is only natural for you to be knowledgeable. If not, what kind of master have you chosen? Tang Sansheng interjected. The mirror mentioned here is indeed the 8-Chi divine reflection mirror. Practitioners of the Tao believe this mirror is imbued with celestial energy, making it the most effective tool for dispelling evil. Unfortunately, the craft of its creation has been lost to time. The contemporary Bagua mirrors are merely modified versions of the 8-Chi divine reflection mirror, typically cast in bronze. And they possess a notable characteristic. They never exceed 10 centimeters in diameter. One object gives rise to another. It is no wonder they appear similar. Misunderstandings can be forgiven. Su Bo mused. After the Tang dynasty, the Bagua mirror supplanted the 8-Chi divine reflection mirror. Yet the latter has superior efficacy in countering the 5 ghosts in the deadly position, being meticulously crafted in accordance with the principles of Taiji, Yin-Yang, the 5 elements, and the cosmic holographic theory. This is something the Bagua mirror cannot achieve, Bai Moshuan added. These 2 8-Chi divine reflection mirrors were not easily acquired. My master exerted considerable effort to obtain them. Their power far surpasses that of the so-called red sand spear. Upon hearing this, Cui Ying and Su Bo each took hold of one mirror. The artifacts, fashioned from bronze, bore signs of rust. Su Bo's curiosity was piqued. Could this truly be a ceremonial object? Tang Sansheng laughed heartily. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the craftsmanship of these mirrors has been lost since the Tang era, making them exceedingly rare. To find such items, one must consult with our ancestors. These 2 mirrors date back to the Han Dynasty, discovered by Bai Yi and me in an ancient Western Han tomb, perfectly matched for each of you. Should you encounter malevolent entities or energies, simply hold the mirror to your chest, and it will transform misfortune into good fortune. Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging his master's generous gift to the 2. However, he recognized that their ability to protect themselves was advantageous for him as well, alleviating his concerns. Yet, one crucial point must not be forgotten. If confronted with malevolent energy and you use this mirror for protection, be sure never to face the mirror towards your companions. For doing so could allow the malevolent energy to enter their bodies. Tang Sansheng cautioned solemnly. This mirror is a tool for self-preservation and must not be wielded against your allies. Tang San and Cui Ying were taken aback and immediately nodded, emphasizing that this point must be remembered. Meanwhile, after escorting the esteemed Jiang Senior up the mountain, Yu Qing hurried back without delay. Upon seeing that Cui Ying and Su Bai possessed the 8-foot divine mirror, he felt considerably relieved. Tang Sen inquired about his senior brother's condition and, upon hearing that he was now steady in his steps, he finally set his heart at ease. At this moment, Bai Mo Xian learned that the golden mask had been stolen, and an intense anger surged within him. This wretch is truly despicable. He nearly brought harm to my master. My current concern is that if this person is indeed Yu Bai's senior brother and possesses the record of strange ghosts, he is very likely to know the true purpose of the golden mask. If it falls into his hands, Tang Sen could no longer continue speaking. Merely shaking his head, Yu Qing and Bai Mo Xian exchanged glances and spoke in unison. The urgent matter is to find that masked man immediately. Tang Sen clapped his hands on his thighs. Indeed, Mo Xian, inform your mother to come. We shall return to the scene. Fu Yu, alongside the others, arrived at senior brother Zhang's residence, a look of concern on her face. San Sheng, even though I can use the person seeking goo, finding something left behind by that man is exceedingly difficult. The person seeking goo is Fu Yu's specialty, invented by her ancestor, Qing Wan. The most challenging aspect is cultivating the goo insects. Once successfully nurtured, it merely requires allowing the insects to scent the target's essence, and they can trace the person with 100% accuracy. Su Bai, upon hearing this, felt a deep sense of regret. Had he known Fu Yu possessed such a skill, the search for Su Su would not have been so arduous. If it weren't for his grandmother's personal use of public resources as a ghost, he might have seen Su Su one last time. Reflecting on Gong Su Su, Subai's heart tightened again. His grandmother had once mentioned that Su Su had a unique constitution. After death, her soul could not take form. He wondered what had become of her. If she had regained her essence, surely his grandmother would facilitate her reincarnation. Where could she be now? Subai felt a wave of melancholy, realizing these were matters only his grandmother could elucidate, yet alas, he did not know when she would reappear before him. While Subai was lost in sorrowful reverie, the group had already entered the spacious courtyard. A tidy and orderly room where one could certainly find the hair left behind by senior brother Jiang or his used belongings. However, locating the scent of that person was no simple task. Suddenly, Cui Ying's eyes lit up. I have a solution. Look, what is this? Cui Ying lifted a garment. This piece of clothing was changed by the senior before his departure. The assailant would have left a mark on his chest, which means he must have worn this garment. There must be his scent on it. Cui Ying is truly clever. Fu Yu nodded repeatedly. Yu Qing is indeed fortunate. Yu Qing's face flushed. Everyone says he is fortunate, and perhaps this is the true essence of fortune. Upon witnessing Yu Qing's bashful demeanor and reflecting upon his own circumstances, Subai was engulfed by a profound sorrow, realizing that his romantic aspirations in this lifetime were futile. Fu Yu picked up the garment and retrieved a small box from his pocket. Opening it revealed an oddly shaped little insect, which began to crawl toward the fabric. Fu Yu directed it to focus solely on the area of the garment's front, the true target of their endeavor. The little insect circled there, cautiously using its antennae to explore, exhibiting a newfound wariness compared to before. Fu Yu, do you possess confidence? Tang Xin inquired. It is not a tangible object, merely the lingering scent, and naturally, the aroma of my senior brother predominates, he continued, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Fu Yu simply smiled. Has the tracking worm ever disappointed you? Tang Xin scratched his head, conceding, that is indeed true. Cultivating this worm is no simple feat, and its abilities are extraordinary. I should not have doubted this little creature. As they spoke, the tracking worm retreated, anxiously circling on the ground. Fu Yu was somewhat taken aback. It appears to have encountered some obstacles today. Tang San's expression grew grim. At a crucial moment, how can it falter? Just as Tang San was feeling disheartened, the worm finally ceased its circling and crawled toward Fu Yu. She crouched down, extending her palm, and the worm climbed into her hand, nuzzling its head against her palm. Fu Yu remarked, fortunately, it has persevered. Let us proceed. As the group exited the courtyard, Fu Yu placed the worm on the ground and gently patted its back. Begin your task. Subai was utterly fascinated but observed as the worm initially crawled before suddenly unfolding its wings and flying ahead. Fu Yu noted, it seems we have quite a distance to cover. Let us hasten our pace. The six followed the insect southward. This was already a remote area where senior brother Jiang resided, and venturing further south would lead them into the mountains. Tang Xin might not know much, but he was aware that the mountains were indeed a prime location for studying Taoist practices, affirming that their general direction was correct. Subai was captivated by the sight of someone utilizing a tracking worm to locate another, marveling at the insect's remarkable olfactory capabilities, perhaps even surpassing those of Bai Mo Xian. Chapter 215. The Nine Fiends. 2. Suddenly, the tracking worm halted before a dense bamboo grove. It abruptly returned, perching on Fu Yu's shoulder, displaying signs of unease as it repeatedly brushed its antennae against her face. Noticing its distress, Fu Yu gently reassured it, persistently tapping it with her fingers to encourage it to continue leading the way. After a considerable duration, the worm finally took flight again, soaring forward for approximately 10 meters before returning to Fu Yu's shoulder, utterly refusing to advance. Fu Yu, exasperated, remarked, it seems this is as far as it will go. What could be causing its profound fear? Tang Xin inquired. The tracking worm has an intense aversion to fire, and secondly, to yin energy, Fu Yu explained. While they are buried underground during their cultivation, where yin energy is typically strongest, they are intolerant of the dualities of yin and yang. Fire, by nature, embodies the essence of yang, while yin signifies the presence of yin energy. The sensitivity of the goo worms is quite remarkable, Subai mused. He surveyed his surroundings. They had traversed through the bamboo grove and arrived at a vast clearing. Suddenly, Tang Sancheng and Bai Mo Xian exchanged a knowing glance. Each pricked their fingers to draw blood, which they intertwined, creating a continuous stream resembling threads binding them together. They stretched the blood apart, forming a network that spanned from north to south, and then drew another line from east to west, thus weaving a blood web. In that moment, Yuqing comprehended their intentions and stepped forward, retrieving talisman paper from his bosom. He sketched the Zhengyang talisman, placing 9 pieces at its center and sprinkling a line of cinnabar nearby. What are they doing? Subai was momentarily taken aback. Was there something amiss here? He touched the nape of his neck. Typically, any abnormalities would manifest as a chilling sensation there. Yet today, he felt nothing. Chueying shared his curiosity. Yuqing, having realized the situation, instinctively joined the actions of the 2 disciples. Once the 3 completed their gestures, they returned, and Chueying inquired, "What is this all about?" Yuqing replied, "Someone has set up the 9 Fiends formation here. The 9 Fiends entails selecting 9 girls born during the year's most period, preferably maidens, using their blood as sacrificial offerings." Tang Sancheng added, "After extracting their blood, the 9 corpses must be buried 3 feet beneath the 4 grounds for 49 days. These corpses will become rigid, ultimately devouring one another, with only one remaining to rise as a zombie, a creature imbued with the combined malevolence of the 9 unjustly deceased. Formidable enough to rival a ghostly fox." Fuyu was taken aback. This bears a striking resemblance to the cultivation of goo worms. The process of cultivating goo worms similarly involves placing various venomous insects in a single container, burying them underground, allowing them to consume each other until only one survives to become the goo worm. Isn't the 9 Fiends formation akin to this? Tang Sancheng nodded. The time has yet to arrive. We must first suppress the Yin energy here. The spot where Yuqing placed the Zhengyang talisman is precisely where the corpses will be buried. Biamo Xian and I have utilized blood in place of ancient coins to establish the Thunderpool formation, which will buy us some time. Subai inhaled sharply. Are there currently 9 female corpses beneath the ground? If you doubt it, we could unearth them to confirm. Tang Sancheng lamented, shrugging his shoulders. But we lack the tools. We can only resort to stones. Let us not waste any more time. That individual could return at any moment. Fuyu added, "It seems the goo worms have only partially succeeded in locating the place where that person once lingered, yet ultimately, it remains a failure." A hint of disappointment crossed her face. This marked the first time the seeking goo had not fully accomplished its task. Tang Sancheng reassured her, "When that person severely injured my senior brother, it was through the use of internal Yin fire, indicating that he possesses a significant amount of Yin energy. The goo worms, which fear the duality of Yin and Yang, failing to complete their mission is entirely understandable. Fuyu, do not be overly disheartened. Merely arriving here is already a considerable success." "You have a way with words," Fuyu finally smiled. "Well, that reasoning does hold some merit." As 2 individuals engaged in conversation, a group of young people nearby had already taken action, excavating the ground. Indeed, just 3 feet beneath the surface, a nauseating stench began to emanate. As Subai dug deeper with a stone, he uncovered a glimpse of a crimson garment, once a vibrant red. It now appeared a dark, blood-stained hue. A wave of sorrow washed over Subai, causing him to pause. "What are we waiting for? Dig faster," urged by Ma Xuan. Regaining his resolve, Subai continued to excavate, and soon, a corpse was revealed. Together with Yuqing, they hoisted the body out and placed it on the surface. Chueying was filled with a mix of anger and grief, while Fuyu and Tang Sancheng approached for a closer look. The young woman had not been dead long. Her corpse showed only recent signs of decay, her features still discernible. Though her eyes were shut, her once delicate visage remained evident. The fatal injury was a deep gash across her throat. This reminded Subai of his childhood in his father's hometown, where, before the new year, chickens were routinely slaughtered. With a swift strike to the throat, blood would spurt forth, and soon the chicken would cease to breathe. Yet, this was a human life, a vibrant soul in the bloom of youth. Such cruelty was unfathomable. As Tang Boss had mentioned, there were 8 more bodies, totaling 9. Enraged, Subai clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "These are 9 lives. Their parents are still waiting for them to return home. That person is nothing but an executioner, a butcher." Chueying and Fuyu were too heartbroken to speak, while Bai Ma Xuan and Yuqing pressed on, continuing their search. In various locations, they unearthed the other 8 corpses. Soon, all 9 lay exposed on the ground, their attire surprisingly uniform: red tops, red pants, and bare feet. This was clearly a deliberate act by the murderer. Born under the weight of malevolence, dressed in red at death, their spirits burdened even further, all with fatal wounds to the throat, a swift, merciful end. All the victims appeared to be around 20 years of age, and their heights were remarkably similar. Subai inquired, "The bodies have been unearthed. But what shall we do with them?" "Incineration would be best," came the reply. "However, does that not make us accomplices in concealing evidence?" Tang Sanqing turned to Fuyu. "What are your thoughts?" "I suggest we report this to the authorities," Fuyu replied. "This individual has committed heinous acts, claiming 9 lives. Reporting it could instill a sense of pressure, deterring any further actions. As for us, we need not worry about being misunderstood. At most, we would be regarded as the discoverers of the bodies." Subai recalled that during the time Bai Moshuan was suspected of murder, Fuyu had intervened as a special consultant to the police, diffusing the situation. He immediately agreed. "That's a splendid idea. I will contact the authorities at once." When the police arrived, they treated Fuyu with due respect. However, upon seeing the 9 bodies lined up, the lead officer's brow furrowed, prompting him to question Fuyu. "Professor Fu, how did you come across this?" "It was quite by chance," Fuyu responded. "I have been conducting research on insects and merely intended to investigate. I never anticipated unearthing these corpses instead." The forensic team swiftly arrived to examine the 9 corpses. The cause of death immediately apparent. Each victim had suffered a fatal throat slashing. The officer sighed, lamenting the tragic fate of such young women. Reflecting on recent disappearances, he suggested that they could compare cases to swiftly identify the victims. Professor Fu, he noted, might be called upon for assistance. Pondering whether this could be the work of a cult, Fuyu merely smiled, indicating that the investigation would rest upon them, though he hinted at a potential lead. Tang Sanqing quietly approved of Fuyu's insights as he recounted an odd encounter his son had with a masked man who prowled at dawn, often trailing young women. As a star frequently working late, he could not oversee his son's safety entirely. The officer perked up, inquiring if a sketch could be created. Chapter 216. Confrontation. By Mo Xian inwardly cursed Fuyu, having developed an aversion to the police station since his last visit. He wondered what the man could possibly disclose and had a sudden epiphany. The mask. He could emphasize this detail, deliberately being vague, as his intent was merely to warn the individual. Pushed forward by Fuyu, Bai Mo Xian watched as the 9 bodies were removed. Su Bo observed Tang Sanqing sprinkling vermilion on each corpse. The officer remained silent, perhaps accustomed to bizarre occurrences. Leaning closer, Tang Sanqing whispered to the officer, who nodded earnestly, regarding Tang with newfound respect. Once they departed, Su Bo inquired about their conversation. "I informed him that this location harbors malevolent energy, and the corpses are particularly sinister. He should quickly remove the red garments and sprinkle additional vermilion. It would be best not to leave anyone to guard overnight, securing the doors and placing ancient coins at the entrance. Yet, I remain somewhat apprehensive. Yu Qing, you and Bai Mo Xian should watch over the police station tonight to detect any unusual happenings." "Understood," Yu Qing responded. "The trap set by that individual has been thwarted. He will surely seek to reclaim the 9 corpses." Su Bo felt a chill run down his spine. "Isn't that perilous? Can you and Bai Mo Xian manage? What about you and Chuiying?" Yu Qing chuckled. "You now possess the 8-Chi divine mirror. Do not underestimate its power." The 4 took up positions in the alley behind the police station, directly opposite the morgue. Su Bo noticed several spirits drifting about the rooftop. One clearly having perished from electrocution, its form charred and grotesque. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "It seems even ghosts have their own measure of beauty and ugliness." "Indeed," Yu Qing replied. "Many spirits who met unjust ends appear more disfigured." "What is this? You seem considerably calmer now, no longer repulsed." With a resigned sigh, Su Bo admitted, "I suppose one grows accustomed to it. Yet, I wonder about Su's spirit. Where has my grandmother taken her? When will she come to find me? Will I ever see Su again?" His series of inquiries rendered the other 3 utterly silent. Chuiying remarked, "Su Bai, it is not cruelty on my part. Life and death diverge on different paths. Your bond with Su has concluded. You must find solace in this." As Su advised, "Live well and take care of yourself." "I do take care of myself. I eat well and sleep well," Su Bai replied. "I just cannot help but think of her." Bai Mo Xian's expression suddenly darkened. "Listen, the police station's morgue is on the 2nd floor." At that moment, sounds of flopping echoed from above, reminiscent of a fish leaping onto the ground, struggling valiantly. The noise grew louder, and Bai Mo Xian sprang to his feet. "Something is amiss. I shall investigate." As Su Bai pondered how Bai Mo Xian intended to ascend, Bai Mo Xian swiftly scaled the drainage pipe, deftly reaching the window. With a surge of effort, the window swung open with a resounding bang, and Bai Mo Xian rolled inside. The three others quickly followed suit, only to hear Bai Mo Xian's robust voice exclaim, "Indeed, it is you." Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the interior. Su Bai recognized it as Bai Mo Xian's doing. He had engaged in a struggle with the person inside. The morgue erupted with a cacophony of sounds, akin to a festival. Abruptly, a figure leapt from the window, and Yu Qing seized the opportunity, rushing forward to deliver a kick aimed at the intruder's face. However, the assailant was no ordinary foe. One hand deflected Yu Qing's leg while the other struck towards Yu Qing's chest. Su Bai immediately understood that this was the infamous Yin Fu Palm technique, which had severely injured Jiang Qianbei. He swiftly retrieved the 8-feet divine mirror, directing it toward the assailant. The reflected moonlight enveloped the figure, causing the intruder to retract his palm and shield his chest. Suddenly, he bowed his head, crashing into Yu Qing, who was forcefully pushed back. Just as they prepared to pursue, the figure vanished into the night with astonishing speed. Su Bai was about to chase after him when Bai Mo Xian's voice rang out. "No need. Why not?" Su Bai was taken aback. "We finally had him cornered. This is too unfortunate. This time, he will not escape." Bai Mo Xian revealed a handful of hair resting in his palm. "With this, I can accurately track his location, no matter how far he flees. My mother's tracking spell will find him." Understanding dawned on Yu Qing, who had narrowly evaded the Yin Fu Palm earlier. He turned to Su Bai, saying, "Su Bai, I owe you my gratitude for your quick response." "Do not thank me. It is the 8-feet divine mirror that proves invaluable," Su Bai admitted, still shaken from the encounter. "What became of the female corpses?" Cui Ying inquired. Bai Mo Xian replied, "This scoundrel is audacious, having infiltrated through the front door. Had I not deliberately created a commotion, he would have likely attempted to exit through the same route. Fearing the police, he leaped from the rear window and, upon encountering you, aimed to forcibly resurrect the 9 female corpses." "Does that mean there would be 9 zombies?" Su Bai gasped. "Is everything settled now?" "For the moment, it has been suppressed. But those 9 corpses must be cremated immediately," Bai Mo Xian insisted. "Otherwise, they will remain a grave threat. I will promptly inform my parents to negotiate for a swift cremation." The matter may seem straightforward in discourse, yet it proves to be quite challenging in execution. 9 corpses remain unclaimed by their families, their identities yet to be confirmed, rendering cremation impossible. Bai Yi had no choice but to enlist the aid of the current leader of the Yin People Organization, his uncle San, to expedite the police in identifying these 9 female remains. Subsequently, Fu Yu was dispatched to concoct a narrative involving an exceedingly rare bacterial infection to persuade the families to consent to the cremation. At last, the 9 bodies were ushered into the furnace, thus alleviating the lingering threat. The confirmation of the identities revealed an intriguing detail. All 9 young women had been born on the Ghost Festival, specifically on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, a time when the gates of the underworld swing wide open and the air is thick with the presence of spirits. Folklore suggests that the deceased often seek to recruit the living. Further investigation unveiled a critical piece of information prior to their disappearance. Each of these vibrant young ladies had tied a wind chime to their bedpost. While a wind chime may produce melodious sounds, it is ill-advised to place one at the head of the bed. Those born on the Ghost Festival possess lighter destinies, and with women being of a more Yin constitution, they are more susceptible to attracting unclean entities. A wind chime positioned there invites the intrusion of spirits. When it rings, these entities invade, leaving the girls disoriented and physically weakened, making them more vulnerable to manipulation. It becomes evident that this individual had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Bai Yi concluded that the strategy was to first identify the 9 targets and then manipulate them into adorning their bedposts with wind chimes, leading them into a trance-like state, thereby facilitating the taking of their lives. Fortunately, they had obtained a strand of his hair, and with Fu Yu's assistance, they could trace him. Reflecting on the sorrowful families of the 9 girls brought a pang to Fu Yu's heart. It is a tragic reality that parents who have toiled to raise their daughters now face the harrowing loss of their innocent lives. The perpetrator's cruelty knows no bounds. And while it would be commendable for the police to apprehend him, the mask he wears, although a distinctive feature, essentially renders him untraceable. The moment he removes it, he could easily evade capture. At present, only his unique tracking spell might lead them to this merciless killer. As the group deliberated, Yingning suddenly burst through the door. her small head peeking in through the gap. I have an idea. You've been eavesdropping, Subai remarked, exasperated. This is not a matter for you to meddle in. Finding him is one thing, but he is likely seeking to lay low. Encountering you would only prompt him to flee. Ning responded. Then we should lure him out. Set a trap to catch him. I would make the perfect bait. He has captured me once and knows who I am. After several failed attempts, he must be seething with frustration. What do you think of this idea? Chapter 217. The Bai immediately recognized the merit of her suggestion. The adversary would undoubtedly be on high alert and inclined to escape. If he were to evade capture, how could they seek justice for those wrongfully perished? How could they reclaim the golden mask? However, Bai resolutely shook his head. You would indeed serve as an excellent lure, yet I am not one to gamble recklessly. My approach is to act under the assurance of safety. Moreover, if we are to bait him, your brother Mo Xian is more than capable. This isn't film. Refrain from inserting yourself into this ordeal. Fu Yu smiled, understanding the little fox's temperament. Indeed, Ning appeared disheartened, shaking her head in disappointment. Her fox ears nearly revealing themselves. Mo Xian coughed heavily. How has this girl been cultivating? Weren't you the same in your youth? Fu Yu chuckled and approached Ning. Ning, your cultivation is still in its infancy. You must refrain from reckless adventures. What if we are unable to rescue you this time? How shall we explain it to the clan leader? For now, it would be best for you to stay at the antique shop with Shuefan, all right? Though Ning was mischievous, she heeded Fu Yu's words. Reluctantly pouting, she exited. Once she was gone, Mo Xian spoke up. Her idea isn't half bad. If we can't catch it, luring it out is also a viable plan. With that creature's hair, Fu Yu's insect charms would surely be far more effective. After scenting the hair, they promptly set off to find the creature. To their surprise, it was no longer hiding in the wilderness but instead within an old, dilapidated house. Upon entering, they discovered it was a site awaiting demolition, the large door ajar. Peering inside revealed a chaotic scene, devoid of inhabitants, save for one room at the back. In an instant, the insect charm had reached the entrance and quickly returned to Fu Yu's palm. He nodded. This is the place. Exercise caution. Mo Xian and Yu Qing led the charge, with Tang San protecting them, followed by Cui Ying and Su Bai. As Mo Xian and Yu Qing stepped inside, a net suddenly descended above them. Mo Xian sneered. Such trivial tricks are hardly worth revealing. He leaped up, bracing himself against the net, and with a forceful tug, he tore it apart. The net, crafted from fishing line, was surprisingly frail in his hands, shattering like mere parchment. Clearly, their adversary had prepared for this. Seeing the net fail to ensnare them, a figure leaped forth, declaring, Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you choose to enter hell. This was their first glimpse of him, and the most striking feature was undoubtedly the mask adorning his face. It was peculiar, covering only the lower half, leaving his forehead and eyes exposed. The mask, silver and smooth, appeared delicate, yet his eyes gleamed with cunning and menace. Even in hell, I shall create a stir. Mo Xian retorted coldly. You heartless bastard, today I shall unveil your true visage. That requires you to possess the capability, the man replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Standing behind Mo Xian and Yu Qing, Tang San sensed danger and swiftly grabbed the one in front of him, leaping away just as a cloud of black gas erupted from the spot they had just occupied, hissing ominously. The foul stench wafting from the black gas struck Yu Qing with recognition. It was the scent of decomposing flesh. As the two individuals deftly avoided the gruesome liquid, the masked man unexpectedly brandished several darts in his right hand, launching them simultaneously towards them. Ma Xuan, seething with anger, leaped forward. The darts were laced with poison. With remarkable agility, he caught them barehanded, immediately summoning a plume of black smoke from his palm. Cursing the man for his insidiousness, Ma Xuan retaliated by flinging the darts back, but the masked man, with remarkable agility, evaded the attack by bending backward and muttered furiously, What a clever young man. I'll remember you. Remember me? Very well, Ma Xuan thought, emboldened by the protective talisman he bore. He charged at the man, aiming to seize his neck. However, the opponent slipped away like an eel, suddenly smirking as dark energy emerged from his palm, encircling Ma Xuan. Initially brimming with confidence, Ma Xuan prepared to shatter the dark energy with his own vital force, when Tang Sanqing's voice rang out, Do not use your vital energy. Realizing the man's formidable prowess, Ma Xuan understood that if he recklessly unleashed his energy, the dark force would infiltrate his body. Tang Sancheng turned to Yu Qing and requested, Yu Qing, may I borrow your blood from the tip of your tongue? Without hesitation, Yu Qing bit her tongue, and Tang Sancheng, unceremoniously dipping into her blood, smeared it across his palms. A surge of white energy erupted from his hands, intertwining with the dark energy that ensnared by Ma Xuan, resembling two dragons, one black and one white, entwined in a fierce struggle. The white energy intensified, enveloping the black, rendering it powerless to escape. Tang Sancheng chuckled softly. Since ancient times, righteousness has triumphed over evil. The masked man stiffened, realizing he could not best Tang Sancheng. Coldly, he retorted, the notion that righteousness triumphs over evil merely signifies that evil is not potent enough. However, should there exist overwhelming power, righteousness would falter as well. I shall remember you. Yu Qing sensed his intent to flee and prepared to pursue, but Tang Sancheng had already darted forth like an arrow. Although he had long harbored resentment towards Bai Yi, he acknowledged one truth that Bai Yi had articulated. Certain perilous individuals must be extinguished in their infancy. Otherwise, they could pose endless troubles. Tang Sancheng aimed to dismantle the man's cultivation rather than take his life. He positioned himself behind the man, pressing his hands against two vital points on his back. As he channeled his energy, the man's body suddenly inflated like a balloon. Taken aback, Tang Sancheng was bewildered by this unknown malevolent technique. His own energy rebounded unexpectedly, forcing him to retreat rapidly, whereupon he was caught by Yu Qing, who exclaimed, Boss Tang. Seizing the moment, the man clambered over the courtyard wall and vanished from sight. The voice of Fu Yu echoed, Chueying, do not pursue. Yu Qing was startled and rushed outside, finding Chueying being restrained by Fu Yu. Anxiously, she declared, Yu Qing, that fellow has escaped. Do not chase him, you are no match for him. Grateful for Fu Yu's intervention, the three entered the courtyard, where the dark energy that had surrounded Bai Ma Xuan had dissipated. Freed once more, Bai Ma Xuan's expression was grim. He had always held himself in high regard. Yet today, he had nearly fallen victim to that man. Tang Sancheng, shaking his head, also expressed disbelief. I never imagined that despite personally intervening, he still managed to slip away. If Bai Yi learns of this, he will surely have a field day with mockery. Chueying and Fu Yu entered the room in search of the golden mask, but naturally found nothing. As for a skull, it was unlikely that he would carry it with him. Where could it possibly be? Fu Yu sighed, warning, with such an adversary, you must be cautious from now on. Tang San stepped inside, having just experienced a backlash from his own energy. Fortunately, his constitution was extraordinary. Fu Yu is correct. You all need to exercise greater vigilance. How infuriating, Bai Ma Xuan remarked. Master, this person has learned some nonsensical techniques from strange ghost chronicles, leaving us utterly baffled. The dark energy that ensnared him and the sudden expansion of his body left Tang San silent as he began to search the individual's residence, leaving no corner unchecked. He soon made a discovery. This person did not sleep on a bed, as there was none to be found, not even a blanket or mattress. The place was slated for demolition, and with winter upon them, the heating had long ceased. Were they expected to spend the night sitting here? While this appeared to be merely a temporary refuge, the kitchen was fully equipped, showing obvious signs of recent cooking. Chueying, quick to act, lifted the lid of a pot, only to recoil as a wave of nausea surged within her. Su Bai leaned over to take a glance and promptly replaced the lid, muttering, out of sight, out of mind. Bai Ma Xuan, unimpressed, lifted the lid again for a glance, only to feel a twinge of regret. The pot contained clear water, but what was particularly alarming was the presence of eyeballs simmering within. Indeed, some might consume fish eyes, but human eyes? Su Bai found it remarkable that he did not retch at that moment, considering it a significant achievement. Bai Ma Xuan hastily closed the pot and turned his attention to a nearby soup jar, even using a spoon to scoop out its contents. This pot was relatively normal, containing merely some herbal ingredients. Just as he was about to return it, Fu Yu called out, wait. Fu Yu leaned in for a sniff and his expression shifted dramatically. These are all toxic herbs. Could it be that this individual consumed them? Su Bai shivered at the thought. That is utterly terrifying. He feeds himself poison. Let us assume this individual is indeed Yu Bai's senior apprentice, possessing strange ghost chronicles. He may be practicing the methods contained within. Tang San spoke gravely. These could very well be part of the process. Bai Ma Xuan began to count the eyeballs, declaring, Master, there are 49. 49? Tang San pondered. What could this signify? Chueying, moving swiftly, exited the kitchen to explore other rooms, even checking the restroom. The moment she stepped into the bathroom, she dashed back out, her face ashen. The house was an ancient one, and the restroom was still of the old style, revealing a basin where numerous organs floated, with intestines bobbing up and down. Shui could not bear it any longer. Before even reaching the kitchen, she vomited at the entrance. Yu Qing patted Shui, eager to find water, but she waved him off repeatedly. No, there's nothing here to drink. No. She was genuinely startled, and it took Shui quite a while to regain her composure. How many lives has this individual claimed? I fear we may have to trouble the police once again, Fuyu remarked. 9 female corpses, intact and unscathed, indicating they had not been disemboweled. But where did these bodies originate? This suggests he has indeed harmed others. Otherwise, it could only be grave robbing. The others concurred with Fuyu's assessment, and once again, they found themselves in the hands of law enforcement. After confirming the likeness, the police finally resolved to issue a formal warrant for the apprehension of the man clad in a black mask. The visceral remains, including intestines and eyeballs, were collected as evidence, rendering the scene utterly grotesque. The familiar officer, clearly under the impression that Fuyu was conducting a private investigation, wore a grave expression. Professor Fu, while it was you who initially uncovered this case, we generally discourage civilians from involving themselves, especially when dealing with a remorseless killer. Please refrain from such actions in the future. Should you discover any leads, contact us immediately. It may be too late by then, Fuyu retorted. I shall certainly be more vigilant from now on. However, with only these entrails and eyeballs discovered, I am uncertain of their usefulness. The officer sighed, removing his hat and running a hand through his hair in frustration. It remains unclear who disseminated information about the 9 corpses. The pressure from above is immense. We are also investigating how these 9 victims acquired the wind chimes and their significance within this case, yet we are utterly at a loss. The only lead we have is this masked suspect, but finding someone who wears a mask is, frankly, absurd. If he were to remove the mask and reveal his true self, it would take an eternity to identify him. The officer's concern was, understandably, palpable. He sighed again, adjusting his hat. No matter how arduous the task, it must be undertaken. If given a choice, he would wish that those 9 corpses had never surfaced. This group of individuals is either a blessing or a curse. Fuyu could sense the officer's thoughts. They had indeed pulled him into this quagmire. May I ask your esteemed surname? He inquired. My surname is Gao, the officer replied cheerfully, revealing himself to be a rather jovial young man. Everyone calls me Xiao Gao. You may do so as well, Professor Fu. However, you truly look remarkably youthful. Henceforth, we shall refer to you as Xiao Gao, Fuyu suggested. Let us exchange information moving forward, shall we? Certainly, Gao replied, suddenly turning to Shui. I have long wished to ask, are you the novelist Shui? I have purchased your books. By the way, could I possibly have your autograph? Shui felt a twinge of shyness, yet obliged by signing her name in Gao's notebook. Su Bo nudged Yu Qing, saying, Look, did you see? This Xiao Gao seems to harbor quite an affection for Shui. There's a spark in his eyes. You ought to be cautious. How could that be? She is merely a reader, Yu Qing countered. Moreover, I have faith in Shui. Spare me, Su Bo retorted. If you are so confident, why do you keep blinking your eyes? Yu Qing's innermost thoughts were laid bare by Su Bo admittedly. This tall and imposing officer felt a twinge of jealousy while expressing his affection for Shui. However, such feelings were mere trifles. As a man, one must possess a generous spirit. Though Yu Qing was somewhat perturbed by Officer Gao, the latter had indeed shared a wealth of information. For instance, the masked individual had not signed any rental agreement. The area in question was slated for demolition, and all residents, including the one who occupied the masked man's dwelling, had vacated. Thus, any leads that might have been traced through rental identities were utterly severed. The second piece of information held considerably greater value. The organs found in that room were likely the result of body snatching. The police had already uncovered several robbed graves, situated in the suburbs, in antiquated burial sites characterized by earthen mounds. Such graves were easily plundered. Upon excavating several relatively recent tombs, they discovered corpses in the early stages of decomposition, disemboweled and with their eyes forcibly extracted. Su Bo could not restrain himself from exclaiming in disgust. Desecrating graves and mutilating corpses, how utterly depraved. Tang Xincheng had previously engaged in grave robbing, yet he would only resort to such actions as a last resort. The masked individual, however, had a distinct motive for his heinous deeds. With poisonous herbs brewed into a concoction, Fu Yu believed this individual was implanting toxins within his own body, rendering him exceedingly sinister. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this man's body was a vessel of poison. Now, he was being pursued by the police, and it remained uncertain whether he would ever remove his mask. This intrigued many, for in this era, a half-black mask was strikingly conspicuous. If he chose not to remove it, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Officer Gao, fully committed to this thorny case, had devoted himself entirely to the investigation. Yet a week had passed with countless tips resulting in no fruitful leads. After all, wearing a mask during festive activities was hardly unusual. Officer Gao had learned from some source that Shui Ying resided in an antique shop and went directly to find her. Upon encountering Shui Fun, he was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. As he pushed open the door to the antique store, he beheld Shui Fun basking in sunlight, the rays illuminating the counter where she lay. Lazily lifting her head, her black hair cascaded down, catching the light, and her pink eyes sparkled upon noticing a visitor. Her lips parted as she inquired, "Whom do you seek?" I, Officer Gao stammered, his mind a blank slate, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Observing his flustered demeanor, certainly not an act, Shui Fun regarded the officer with curiosity. His robust frame, pronounced brow, and earnest demeanor made his identity apparent from a distance. Shui Fun smirked slightly. "We operate a business here. You hardly seem like a typical customer." Chapter 219, A Narrow Escape. 1. I am here to find someone. Officer Gao felt as though his heart had received a gentle jolt, not painful, but rather filled with unexpected joy. Hearing a familiar voice from outside, Yu Qing slightly furrowed his brows. Shui Ying found it amusing and, eager to tease Yu Qing, tugged at his arm, saying, "Officer Gao has arrived. Come, let us step outside and take a look." As they emerged, they were met with the sight of Officer Gao nearly drooling. Yu Qing suddenly felt a sense of relief and remarked, "See, this is how men are. Just yesterday, he spoke of his admiration for you. And today he is ogling another woman." Shui Ying couldn't help but chuckle and gently pinched Yu Qing's arm. "What is this? Were you jealous yesterday?" "He is merely a reader of mine. Admiration from a reader is not the same as infatuation. There is a fundamental distinction between the two. I didn't expect you to be so petty and prone to jealousy. I have gained a new understanding of you." Su Bo leaned in between them, clearly. Someone feels a bit dejected. Just yesterday, you thought yourself admired, and today you see him so easily swayed. "Sister, how pitiable you are." Shui Ying, incensed, pressed down on Su Bo's head. "You little rascal." However, Su Bo had recently become more lively, shedding his previous gloom. With this newfound energy, even his teasing felt inconsequential. Yet, when Su Bo raised his head, a hint of despondence in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Shui Ying sighed. Indeed, recovery could not come so swiftly, could it? "Miss Shui." Officer Gao finally regained his composure and approached her, only to turn immediately to Yu Qing. "Actually, I came today with a matter in which I would like to solicit your assistance." Due to Yu Qing's age, Officer Gao felt it more fitting to address him directly. "Me?" Yu Qing inquired. Officer Gao hesitated. "I had intended to approach Boss Tang, but he expressed his reluctance to get involved in such matters and recommended you instead. Generally, one might feel slighted to be a second choice." Yet there was no trace of displeasure on Yu Qing's face. The fact that Tang Sancheng had chosen to recommend him was, to Yu Qing, already a significant honor. Officer Gao's visit was the result of considerable inner turmoil. As a public servant, he was not one to easily believe in the fantastical. However, the circumstances were so peculiar that even seasoned forensic experts were baffled, compelling him to muster the courage to come. The group stepped aside to converse. And just as Ying Ning was about to join them, Shui Fun pulled her back. "Little girl, do you wish to join the fray again?" Ying Ning, with a tearful face, replied, "It's so dull just sitting here. Aunt, I only want to listen, just to listen. Is that all right?" "That is what you said." "Just to listen," Shui Fun warned. "If you break your promise, you shall not return here again." Ying Ning stuck out her tongue, well aware of Shui Fun's formidable nature, and nodded vigorously as she headed towards Su Bo's room. The others were already seated on the bed, as there were no other places to sit. Officer Gao remained silent for a moment before producing several photographs from his bag and laying them on the bed. "Please take a look at these." Su Bo glanced at them and felt a chill run down his spine. Why is he wearing a girl's clothing? That is precisely the conundrum that troubles us. Officer Gao replied. Officer Gao remarked. This case predates the 9 corpses incident by a considerable margin, having been unresolved for nearly 5.5 months. There has been no advancement whatsoever. The victim was a mere 13 years and 13 days old at the time of death. Yu Qing shuddered slightly, but continued to listen intently as Officer Gao proceeded. After a moment's hesitation, he added, the day the victim was murdered coincided with the ghost festival. Upon concluding his statement and observing the silence among the group, he sighed and produced a photograph. This captures the scene as discovered by the victim's family. They were relatively knowledgeable and preserved the crime scene intact. The boy was dressed in a red dress, with his hands and feet tightly bound. His hands were suspended from a beam, and a heavy weight was attached to his feet. By the time he was found, he had already succumbed to death. The image evoked a chilling response. The boy's vitality had vanished, and he wore attire incongruent with his gender. His feet were bare, and the marks of violence were evident on his hands and ankles, accompanied by deep ligature marks on his thighs and sides. Shui Ying inquired solemnly. What was the cause of death? Initially determined to be asphyxiation, however, there is an additional discovery that you cannot see at present, replied Officer Gao, switching to another photograph that provided a close-up of the boy's head. Observed closely, a steel needle was found embedded in the crown of his head, and forensic analysis revealed it was smeared with bodily fluids. Su Bo immediately glanced at Yu Qing's expression, who coughed lightly and said, I am beginning to grasp the situation. Officer Gao, please continue. The case was undeniably bizarre. Firstly, the child's attire was perplexing. Not only was he dressed in red, but beneath that lay a swimsuit. Moreover, why was there a weight affixed to his feet? We are utterly at a loss. Secondly, the family was of ordinary standing, without any feuds or financial disputes. The child had simply returned home from school to complete his homework, and the tragedy had already unfolded by the time the parents arrived home. The house showed no signs of burglary. All belongings remained, including an obviously visible mobile phone left on the table, which the murderer did not take, indicating that financial gain was not the motive. Could it have been a crime of passion? Su Bo suggested. People today are far too impulsive. Even the slightest altercation can incite lethal rage. However, if it were a crime of passion, how could there have been such meticulous preparation, with clothing, weights, and that needle? The liquid on the needle was also pre-applied. Officer Gao responded, this is unequivocally a premeditated murder. But what could the motive be? It is neither personal vendetta nor financial gain. What then could it be? Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? Yu Qing suddenly inquired. Officer Gao pondered for a considerable time before cautiously responding. I can only say I am somewhat skeptical. In fact, during my initial tenure at the morgue, which lasted 6 months, I encountered numerous inexplicable occurrences. Each night, I would discreetly carry a bottle of strong liquor to bolster my courage. If there is credible evidence, I would naturally believe it. His words were meticulously articulated, leaving Yu Qing with little to critique. After a moment of contemplation, he mused. You are familiar with the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are you not? I have heard of them, Officer Gao replied. Officer Gao remarked. Human beings embody the 5 elements. When naming a person, if any element is deficient, it can be compensated for within the name itself. Allow me to explain why a weight is hung from the feet. The weight represents metal, while the beam supporting the child's corpse is wood. The red garment symbolizes fire, the swimming attire signifies water, and the earth represents soil. This child has been constrained by metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yu Qing interjected. The perpetrator is someone well-versed in Taoist practices. To be precise, he is likely familiar with the techniques of Maoshan. Su Bai and Shui Ying exchanged glances. Yet Officer Gao appeared somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat gently, stating, if you are willing to continue listening, I shall proceed. If it proves too burdensome, we may cease here. Yu Qing replied candidly. To expect ordinary individuals to grasp these concepts is indeed a tall order. No, let us continue. We have already commenced. Officer Gao swallowed hard and instinctively straightened his back, seemingly emphasizing his resolve. In the realm of Maoshan techniques, there exists a method to extract a person's soul. However, it is widely acknowledged that once the 3 souls and 7 spirits depart the body, they become ghosts. This individual clearly sought not a ghost that had departed, but rather the freshest essence of the soul. Upon concluding his thoughts, Yu Qing noticed the astonished gazes of those around him and added, this boy, aged 13 years and 13 days, possesses a soul of pure yin, which is exceedingly rare. The perpetrator meticulously chose this day for his actions. Chapter 220. A narrow escape. 2. This assertion aligned with Officer Gao's deductions. Yuqing continued. I can now ascertain that the steel needle atop his head is indeed a soul-severing needle, inserted to extract the soul at a predetermined time. The arrangement of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth serves to preserve the integrity of the deceased boy's 3 souls and 7 spirits prior to that moment. Unbeknownst to him, Officer Gao had begun to nod in agreement, murmuring, what could this individual possibly aim to achieve? This is truly incomprehensible. Could it be for the purpose of raising a ghost? Chueying inquired. Indeed, this notion has also been mentioned in Miss Chui's novel. Officer Gao finally found a point of connection. Yuqing shook his head. No, raising a ghost does not involve children over the age of 12, typically. It involves those who have died before reaching 12, as only such children retain their primordial yang and yin, rendering them more suitable for ghostly cultivation. This child clearly does not meet the criteria. Officer Gao's mouth fell agape, and after a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. He tucked away the photograph from the bed and asked, if it is not for raising ghosts, then what is the purpose? To prolong life, Yuqing replied. Officer Gao, I have a suggestion. You might consider examining other records, not just within this city, to see if there are any cases of children aged 13 years and 13 days who have met with mysterious deaths, and ascertain how many there are. Why is that? If it is indeed to prolong life, merely obtaining the soul of this one child would be insufficient. At least 9 souls are required. Yuqing's words sent shivers down everyone's spine. The number 9 is steeped in mystery. Have you heard of 9 lives for one? In the context of Maoshan techniques, this phrase bears a special significance. 9 deaths, yielding 1 life. Some individuals began to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet suddenly, Officer Gao trembled, exclaiming, are you suggesting that 8 more children may perish because of this? Or perhaps they have already met their fate? Yuqing replied, I sincerely hope my conjecture proves erroneous. Yuqing's countenance darkened, and Officer Gao abruptly rose to his feet, adjusting his hat. I shall investigate immediately. Rest assured, I will inform you the moment I have news. However, Yuqing called out to him, it would be prudent for you to keep this matter to yourself. What would your colleagues think of you if you shared this? I understand, and I will maintain confidentiality, Officer Gao asserted, pointing to his head. I have no desire to be mistaken for a monster. Once he finished speaking, he hurriedly made his way back, only to encounter Xuefan at the door. He felt an overwhelming dryness in his mouth, unable to utter a word. After a prolonged moment of silence, he extended his hand, stammering, I am Gao Mingyuan. Xuefan paused, refraining from shaking his hand, and replied coolly, Xuefan. Gao Mingyuan. Officer Gao stuttered. The snow of snowflakes, and the fluttering of flurries, Ning chimed playfully. Make sure you remember that. I will. Gao Mingyuan repeated as he walked outside, only to misstep and nearly tumble down the stairs. Fortunately, he regained his balance at the last moment. Inwardly scolding himself for nearly embarrassing himself, he turned back to Xuefan and managed a stiff smile before exiting. Ning, clutching Xuefan's arm, remarked, Auntie, that fellow is rather amusing. Oh, have you taken a fancy to him again? Xuefan replied, looking down. Certainly not. I am not foolish. The way he looks at you, it's as if he's about to ignite with passion. Ning laughed. He's likely smitten with you. Xuefan felt her heart flutter. You little imp, your tongue is quite sharp today. Do you require a reprimand? Ning covered her mouth and fled. Please, Annie, no? As Ning dashed away, she collided with Su Bai. Reminded of the last time when she was reduced to her true form and held by him, her cheeks flushed, and she sprang back, her breath quickening. Su Bai remarked nonchalantly, what are you afraid of? I carry poison. Not at all. Ning hastily shifted the topic. Did Yuqing just say someone is aiming to kill children aged 13 for longevity? Is that true? Yuqing nodded. It is likely true. Now we must await Officer Gao's news. If there are indeed 9 victims, we may already be too late. The perpetrator might have succeeded. Do you think it could be the masked man's doing? Su Bai inquired. Unlikely, Yuqing responded, though it falls under the realm of sorcery. The style does not align with that of the masked man. His methods are typically meticulous, ensuring no bodies remain behind, disposing of them with precision. As seen with the 9 female corpses, judging by the photographs from earlier, the killer's approach is brutish and audacious, showing little regard for consequences. Their methods lack the finesse characteristic of an individual's work. Chueying nodded in agreement. I concur with that assessment. Subo scratched his head, exclaiming, "Indeed." Just as one wave subsides, another arises. I believe it is prudent for us to distance ourselves from these matters and hasten to seek the next dragon vein. However, Boss Tang did not seem inclined in that direction. Yu Qing, ever cautious, remarked, "He must have his own considerations." Su Bo felt a surge of frustration. He had the map in his mind, and now, apart from the 3 dragon veins they had already visited, only 9 remained. Ever since Su Su's departure, progress had stagnated. And at this moment, 2 sinister individuals had emerged. As for the masked man, he was already an undeniable enemy, and should this new presence meddle, they would likely gain yet another adversary. Gently caressing the blood amber around his neck, Su Bo recalled his grandmother's words, "We shall meet again soon." Yet, half a month had passed with no sign of her. "Young man," Yu Qing responded, "do you truly believe in the existence of Ain Chai? You have witnessed it firsthand," he added. Su Bo plopped down on the steps, collapsing onto the ground without a care for the dust, and at that moment, familiar emotions flickered in his eyes. Cui Ying kicked him lightly, admonishing, "Su Bo, do not succumb to despair. You must muster your spirit." Suddenly, Ying Ming's face appeared above Su Bo's head, her eyes dancing playfully. "You still owe me a delicious meal, no backing out," she declared. "Are you brave enough to venture out?" Yu Qing cautioned, "The masked man could appear at any moment. Your identity as a spirit fox has been exposed. If he discovers you, he will surely strike again. Last time, you managed to escape swiftly, but can you guarantee that every time? In that case, let us go together. With brother Yu Qing by my side, I fear nothing," Ying Ning pouted. "Right? Just my presence may not suffice. Perhaps we should invite Bai Moshuan?" Yu Qing suggested. Cui Ying nodded in agreement. "I've been feeling cooped up these days. Indeed, there has been little amusement. I wonder what Bai Moshuan has been busy with." "Very well. Let us invite him and seek some entertainment together." Bai Moshuan was currently engaged in shooting an advertisement for a women's perfume, a venture that defied conventions. In times past, it was customary for women to represent women's products, but now, innovative ideas were flourishing. After all, why do women wear perfume? Primarily for their own image, and secondly, for the allure of men. Bai Moshuan's demeanor while working was markedly different from his usual self. He indeed possessed a sense of professional integrity. Upon noticing his friends visiting the set, he maintained a composed exterior, yet felt a touch of warmth in his heart. He hastened to complete his work. But upon learning that their purpose was merely to engage in leisure, his expression darkened. "Is that all?" "There is another matter to discuss," Yu Qing interjected. "We shall talk about it after we go out." Bai Moshuan dismissed all the crew members and departed swiftly. Not long after leaving the shooting location, Su Bo spotted a familiar figure and, without uttering a word, took off running, calling out, "Grandmother." The silhouette unmistakably belonged to Bai Zhao. Su Bo, tall and swift, quickly followed her into a narrow alleyway. Bai Zhao turned around, her eyes filled with affection. "You recognized me at first glance, didn't you?" "How could I forget, grandmother?" Su Bo replied, "You have finally come to see me. Although we have not spent a long time together, your attitude towards Susu reveals that you are a child who values deep emotions and loyalty, possessing a pure and unwavering devotion to love. Since I have taken Susu away, you must be feeling quite anxious, constantly preoccupied with this matter." After Bai Zhuang spoke, she noticed the sorrow etched on Su Bai's face and momentarily paused her discourse. With urgency, Su Bai inquired, "Is Susu all right now?" "There is both good news and bad news," Bai Zhuang replied. "Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Let me hear the bad news first." Su Bai's heart tightened at the thought. "Even if it is the worst, I must confront it head-on." Bai Zhuang was taken aback. Indeed, the very attitude she had longed for in her own life had become Su Bai's greatest virtue. Had she possessed such resolve earlier, perhaps she would not have walked this path. Was this a moment of joy or sorrow? She sighed softly, recognizing that character shapes destiny. And this path was one she had chosen, now requiring her to continue onward. "The essence of Susu has not been scattered. Her soul remains intact," Bai Zhuang said. "Unfortunately, she has missed the opportunity for reincarnation." For Su Bai, this situation was neither wholly good nor entirely bad. It felt profoundly complex. Indeed, if Susu were to remain by his side in spirit, he would have his desires fulfilled. But what of Susu? What difference would it make for her to exist as a ghost compared to her life in the mortal realm? Su Bai took a step back, exclaiming, "This is not what I wanted." A flicker of amusement appeared on Bai Zhuang's face. "Have you finally come to understand?" "Yes." Su Bai leaned against the wall. "Previously, I held the notion that despite the separation of life and death, as long as her soul remained intact, the divide between realms could not keep us apart. We could still be together, but I was too selfish. Upon realizing that Susu could not truly reincarnate, Subai felt no joy. Instead, a pang of heartache washed over him. His earlier thoughts seemed exceedingly naive. Observing Subai's reaction, Bai Zhuang's lips curled into a gentle smile. There is also good news. Would you like to hear it? What is it? Subai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, eliciting both pain and compassion from Bai Zhuang. Though she missed that chance for reincarnation, have you forgotten who your grandmother is? Bai Zhuang chuckled. The good news is that Susu has successfully reincarnated. She has been granted a second chance. Is that truly the case? Subai wiped his eyes, laughter mingling with tears. Indeed, it is true. This girl has endured much suffering in this life, but after her reincarnation, she will certainly embark on a new beginning. Bai Zhuang remarked. I cannot prevent you from seeking her. What to do is entirely up to you. Subai shook his head. No, I will heed your words as well as Susu's. Very well, Bai Zhuang sighed in relief. It is good that you have come to terms with this. Grandmother, since you are here, should we visit my mother? She misses you dearly, Subai suggested. Bai Zhuang sighed. If she were to ask me whether I have found your grandfather, why his grave is empty, who he was, and why he abandoned us, how am I to explain that? No explanation is needed, Subai urged eagerly. We are family, true family. Any questions or doubts should not need consideration. Grandmother, the simpler the matter, the better, wouldn't you agree? Bai Rong was taken aback. The child's thoughts were remarkably pure. However, she quickly broke into a smile, saying, You are absolutely right. I shall go meet her now. Your address should remain unchanged, correct? Indeed. I still reside where I was born. Subai wished to accompany Bai Rong, but she shook her head. There is no need for that. I know the way. Your companions are still waiting for you, so off you go. Companions, huh? Subai grinned. Well then, I shall take my leave, grandmother. By the way, how did you manage to find me? Bai Rong pointed her index finger to the space between Subai's brows. Although he could not see that part of himself, he noticed a red glow shimmering upon her finger. Subai was momentarily stunned, asking, What is happening? Suddenly, he recalled the last time at Jilong Mountain when his grandmother had touched the same spot on his brow before departing. At that time, he had been too distracted by Susu's departure to pay attention to her gesture. Now, he understood its deeper significance. Bai Rong remarked, Have you forgotten who your grandmother is? Well then, I must take my leave. As he watched Bai Rong depart, a smile crept across Subai's lips. Susu, in this lifetime, you must take care of yourself. You can finally bask in the sunlight without fear. Returning to the group, Shui Ying inquired, What was that about? You suddenly ran off, making it difficult for us to find you. Subai recounted his grandmother's return and Susu's situation, causing Shui Ying's eyes to well up with tears, only to break into a smile shortly thereafter. This is wonderful, Subai. I can finally feel at ease. Subai nodded earnestly. Yes, I can rest assured now. Then shall we have a proper meal to celebrate? Shui Ying asked cautiously, aware of Subai's fragile emotional state, fearful that an ill-timed word might reopen his wounds. Yet, Subai's smile bore no trace of sadness. His grandmother's second arrival had granted him complete relief. This outcome was precisely what he had desired, the best for Susu. With that in mind, what was there to be troubled about? Subai embraced Shui Ying, saying, Sister, thank you for your concern during this time. That's good to hear. So, you'll be treating us today? Bai Mo Xian's voice rang out, cold as ever. In a good mood, Subai did not argue with him, recalling how the lad had been absent from their lives lately, showing no genuine care for him. The four of them arrived at a bustling restaurant. In a corner, a figure suddenly hunched their shoulders and discreetly waved for the bill before slipping out the back. Bai Mo Xian regarded the stranger's retreating form, finding it peculiar that they would avoid the front entrance. However, this individual was not the masked person. He remembered that silhouette all too well. Bai Mo Xian, what's the matter? Yu Qing asked. Nothing. These days, there are too many suspicious characters, Bai Mo Xian replied. Picking up the menu. Let us order. Meanwhile, the furtive figure exited the restaurant and hurried eastward. Not long after, they encountered another person. Glancing at them and noticing their lower face covered in blood scabs, with lips nearly obscured. Suppressing a curse, the figure intended to keep their distance. But the other's voice, ghostly and eerie, called out, Are we not fellow travelers? Must we avoid each other so? The man was taken aback. Who are you? To which the other coldly responded, Indeed, You possess remarkable skills. However, your days of ease are numbered. Glancing around, he noticed that several people were casting sidelong glances at them. He pulled the man into a secluded alley, his eyes gleaming with crimson intensity. How did you come to know this? We are kindred spirits, the man replied with a disdainful laugh. Shall we engage in a more detailed conversation? As he observed the ghastly visage of the man's lower face, a chill coursed through him, reminiscent of the 4 individuals he had encountered earlier in the restaurant. Among those 4, 2 practiced a path utterly distinct from his own, causing him to tremble with apprehension. And he left in a state of disarray, uncertain of what he truly feared. Uncontrollably, he followed the man, whose chilling aura made him feel as though he had found a kindred soul. Su Bo's worries had dissipated. For the first time, he genuinely felt hunger rather than forcing down his meal. Observing Su Bo devour his food with fervor, one could only surmise that only Ying Ning could rival him in appetite. Together, Su Bo and Ying Ning were a pair of true gourmands. Bai Moshuan let out a snort. Glutton. What is wrong with being a glutton? Su Bo retorted, raising his head. Maintaining a composed demeanor at all times is exhausting. Chapter 222. Kindred Spirits. Su Bo's retort caused Bai Moshuan's expression to darken. Yet, he was accustomed to such reactions, and the others continued to engage in light-hearted banter. The atmosphere during their meal was exceptionally pleasant, to the point that Bai Moshuan's demeanor softened considerably. By the time the 4 exited the restaurant, night had fully descended. Upon returning to the antique shop, they found Gao Mingyuan sitting on the steps, having arrived at an inconvenient hour. The shop had already closed, and after knocking with no response, he intended to wait for a quarter of an hour before departing. Just then, he encountered the returning quartet. Bai Moshuan had initially planned to head home, but ended up accompanying them back, as there was a place to stay. What brings you here at this hour? Su Bo inquired. Gao Mingyuan furrowed his brow, his face etched with concern as he replied, things have become complicated. It turned out that after listening to Yu Qing's analysis, Gao Mingyuan had promptly returned to investigate similar cases. To his dismay, he discovered 2 cases within the city, though they were in different jurisdictions and had not been consolidated. Moreover, in neighboring cities, there were 4 additional cases involving both boys and girls, all precisely 13 years and 13 days old, each with a steel needle embedded in their skulls and weights affixed to their feet. Colleagues in other cities were equally perplexed, with the cases remaining unsolved. Upon connecting these dots, Gao Mingyuan and his peers realized that these heinous acts were the work of a single perpetrator. They swiftly decided to combine their investigations. However, when Gao Mingyuan unveiled this truth, he was met with scorn from his superiors. Why did they scold you? Cui Ying, being part of the overseas faction, was unaware of the intricacies of domestic matters. Gao Mingyuan sighed. You may not know, but this case has remained unsolved for 5.5 months, and the higher-ups have long deemed it a cold case. They intended for it to languish as an unsolved mystery. When I brought it to light, my colleagues from other cities requested cooperation to crack the case, thus reviving its investigation. Cui Ying instantly grasped the situation, her hands trembling with fury. How can this be? The victims were all children. Will we just allow this to go unchecked? These people are utterly despicable. Bai Moshuan let out a cold laugh. Reflecting on the nature of people today, they tend to evade responsibility. The greater the burden, the faster they flee. However, despite having encountered Gao Mingyuan for the first time, he regarded this young officer with newfound respect. It is rare to find individuals with a sense of justice in this world, and he was one of the few. Yet, possessing a sense of justice alone is far from sufficient. Sighing, Gao Mingyuan lamented, I initiated this case. If I do not take responsibility, who will? The higher-ups have placed all the pressure squarely on my shoulders, insisting on a deadline for resolution and demanding I sign a military order. I beseech you all to assist me. Otherwise, I shall find myself in a precarious situation. Bai Moshuan observed them. What trouble have you all stirred up now? It's not that we caused trouble, but rather trouble has found us. Su Bai retorted, slightly disgruntled. Well then, let us discuss this inside, Bai Moshuan responded, eager to uncover the nature of their entanglements over the past few days. To his surprise, Bai Moshuan appeared somewhat eager for the challenge. His instinct led him to suspect the masked man who had previously bested him. However, Yu Qing's analysis doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. Indeed, their methods reflected the styles of 2 distinct individuals. Bai Moshuan stated, currently, there are 6 incidents. For this person to achieve their objective, they would need to commit at least 3 more crimes. Yu Qing, is it imperative that this occurs during the Ghost Festival? No. But if it were to take place then, the results would be much more favorable and efficient, Yuqing clarified. He who reaches out will surely be caught. Bai Moshuan remarked. Unfortunately, where can we find a child who meets these criteria to lure the serpent from its lair? To find such a child, they could not use one who had just turned 13, as time would have elapsed after disseminating the information. This child must be under 13, but approaching the age of 13 and 13 days, or else it would surpass the time frame dictated by Gao Mingyuan's military order. Though it may seem cruel to use a child as bait, there seemed to be no alternative. The prerequisite is that Yuqing and Bai Moshuan must ensure the child's safety. To be cautious, they also requested Tang Sanqing to oversee the operation. In his search through the population registry, Gao Mingyuan indeed found a child, a boy, an orphan, currently residing in a welfare institution. In 10 days, he would turn 13 years and 13 days old. Yet, upon seeing this potential target, Gao Mingyuan felt a wave of trepidation. After all, he was just a child, and the challenge of persuading him to cooperate loomed large. Accompanied by Su Bai and Cui Ying, Gao Mingyuan headed to the Welfare Institute. The rationale was simple. Cui Ying, being a woman, and Su Bai, appearing youthful, could communicate more effectively with the child. The boy, full of energy, was playing basketball in the yard after school, surrounded by a group of younger children, exuding the charm of a little leader. Upon hearing that someone was looking for him, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Someone is looking for me?" he inquired, running a hand over his buzz cut, grinning widely. "It's not a teacher, is it?" "No," came the reply. Gao Mingyuan revealed his credentials, having already discussed the situation with the dean. The dean, now the guardian of the youth, expressed some concern but ultimately agreed to cooperate as long as the boy consented. The youth, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, responded with a light-hearted demeanor, exclaiming, "This is going to be fun." The boy's reaction surprised the three adults. They pulled the self-proclaimed king of children aside, and Cui Ying meticulously explained the circumstances. To their astonishment, the boy eagerly exclaimed, "All right, I'm in." Gao Mingyuan, taken aback by how effortlessly the boy acquiesced, tapped his forehead and cautioned, "This endeavor is perilous. Do you understand?" Zhang Yin, as the boy was named, replied nonchalantly, "I'm not afraid." Cui Ying and Su Bo exchanged glances. This made things considerably easier. However, Zhang Yin suddenly interjected with a request, "But I have one condition." Gao Mingyuan's heart raced with excitement as he gestured broadly, "Speak." "I want to watch the complete set of One Piece," Zhang Yin insisted, sticking out his tongue. "And snacks, too," Su Bo remarked, "You little rascal. While you're eager to help, your demands are somewhat unreasonable." Fortunately, Su Bo was there to navigate the situation. Although the boy appeared cooperative, he still displayed a bit of cleverness. Cui Ying commented, "For one so young, you're quite shrewd. The complete set may be unavailable, but surely you can provide all that has been released thus far?" Zhang Yin raised an eyebrow. "You want me to risk my life? And I think my request is quite reasonable." The boy exuded a maturity beyond his years, reminiscent of a second Yuqing. Cui Ying glanced at Su Bo, who replied, "That can be arranged. You can come to my home, and I guarantee you'll have plenty to watch." "How does that sound?" Zhang Yin's eyes widened in delight. "Great. I agree." As they prepared to depart, the dean, filled with concern, accompanied them to the entrance. Zhang Yin looked at the dean and offered comfort. "It's all right, dean. I'll return safely. Helping those lost children is an honor." The dean wiped away tears and turned to Gao Mingyuan, pleading, "Please ensure his safety." In stark contrast, Zhang Yin skipped away, exuding enthusiasm. Su Bo grasped the boy's arm, cautioning, "Hey, little guy, do you truly comprehend the situation?" Gao Mingyuan, "We need to sign an agreement with the dean. If something happens, or if he changes his mind, it will be difficult to clarify." "No need," Zhang Yin declared, eyes wide. "You underestimate me. Just because I'm younger and shorter doesn't mean I lack understanding. I heard everything clearly. You intend to use me as bait, right? And the adversary is ruthless. I understand the danger, and I accept." Chapter 223. A dire condition. Su Bo patted the boy's head, nodding. "He truly comprehends." Gao Mingyuan stated, "I must disseminate this information immediately. Given that Zhang Yin is from the orphanage, that excuse will suffice. We can organize a charitable event featuring Zhang Yin as the focal point, revealing his birthday. I'll coordinate with television and radio stations. For now, Su Bo, I entrust Zhang Yin to you." At this moment, Gao Mingyuan revealed his competent side. After bidding farewell to Gao Mingyuan, Su Bo accompanied Zhang Yin back home. He briefly informed his mother about the child's background and future aspirations. Bai Ling expressed great admiration for Zhang Yin, marveling at his remarkable courage at such a tender age, which was indeed commendable. As she spoke, she reached out to grasp Zhang Yin's hand, but upon making contact, her expression shifted slightly. Without further ado, she rolled up Zhang Yin's sleeve, a gesture that puzzled Su Bo and made him feel a bit embarrassed. Mother, it's his first visit. Do you really need to pounce on him like a hungry tiger? You might frighten him. How could he be scared? This child possesses far greater courage than you do. He willingly confronts danger, Bai Ling retorted, glancing down at Zhang Yin's arm. With a sigh, she gently ruffled Zhang Yin's hair and asked, Child, where are your parents? I don't know, Zhang Yin replied. I was abandoned at the hospital right after birth. I heard my parents were too impoverished to afford the delivery fees, let alone raise me. I grew up in an orphanage and have never known my biological parents. The only remnant they left me was the wristband I wore at birth, inscribed with my name and date of birth. Though he spoke with a veneer of strength, being only 13, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Bai Ling sighed deeply as Su Bo led Zhang Yin to his room, where he opened the computer and offered him an array of snacks. The child's spirits lifted instantly. With the earlier sorrow about his background dissipating, Bai Ling pulled Su Bo aside and remarked, This child is just like you. A bit foolish, isn't he? Su Bo rolled his eyes in response. All right, perhaps there is some resemblance. Bai Ling playfully smacked Su Bo on the arm, adding, This child carries the bloodline of the dragon clan, just like you. Su Bo inhaled sharply. How did you discern that? Although the dragon lineage in Zhang Yin was faint, his pulse differed from that of ordinary humans. Bai Ling continued, holding Su Bo's hand. Moreover, both of you have faint azure markings on your wrists that are hardly noticeable unless one looks closely. Su Bo recalled that he had once thought those markings were birthmarks, but his mother's certainty left him somewhat skeptical. Could it truly be so coincidental that there exists a descendant of the dragon clan? Bai Ling replied, I have previously informed you that our family is rather unique, with a pronounced dragon lineage. However, there are others among our kind who remain unaware of their true identity. This child's parents must have at least one connection to our clan. Su Bo quietly inquired, Should I not take good care of him then? Does he possess any magical abilities? None. Bai Ling shook her head. This child's vitality is exceptionally strong, but he possesses no magical powers. He is just like an ordinary child. You must keep a close eye on him during this perilous venture. Su Bo suddenly felt the weight of responsibility intensify. Not only was this boy the one others sought, but he was also of dragon lineage, amplifying the allure of the situation. As Su Bo entered the room, he found Zhang Yin engrossed in what he was watching. Upon noticing Su Bo's arrival, Zhang Yin immediately asked, What were you and your mother discussing just now? What? Su Bo was taken aback. You and your mother were whispering for quite a while. You weren't contemplating whether to charge me for meals, were you? A single remark from Zhang Yin left Su Bai both amused and exasperated. This child was precocious, yet still just a child. With a stern expression, Su Bai remarked, Indeed. After much deliberation, we concluded that you cannot simply enjoy free food and drink here. We had an agreement, the Pirate King and snacks, but not a full meal. Zhang Yin immediately slid off his stool and inquired, Then what should I do? Su Bai suggested earnestly, Perhaps you could help by serving dishes and carrying plates. To his surprise, Zhang Yin showed no signs of displeasure. In fact, he seemed somewhat relieved. Is that all? What else do you expect? Su Bai found himself momentarily taken aback. A reciprocal relationship clearly necessitated effort. This much Zhang Yin understood. Since childhood, the director has instilled this understanding in me. Therefore, if you require me to undertake more responsibilities, I am more than willing, he stated. This child's intellect was truly remarkable, and Su Bai found himself utterly defeated. Moreover, Zhang Yin possessed an extraordinary vitality. Even after a sleepless night, he remained undeterred by the prospect of school the next day. The disparity was evident. Both were descendants of dragons. Yet while Su Bai bore a hidden vulnerability, Zhang Yin, a rare heir of the dragon lineage, seemed to outlast him in energy. Under Gao Mingyuan's careful orchestration, the television station produced a segment at the orphanage to celebrate the children's birthdays, with Zhang Yin naturally assuming the role of the protagonist. Although staged, it was indeed a genuine celebration, and Zhang Yin engaged wholeheartedly, showing no signs of artifice. Gao Mingyuan felt a twinge of anxiety and asked Yu Qing, who stood beside him, Will the perpetrator see this? The city was not particularly large, and while few listened to the radio, many watched television. Given the overwhelming exposure, The likelihood of being seen was high. Yu Qing paused before responding. Of course, but such scenarios are not absolute. Gao Mingyuan's mouth fell open in dismay. After exerting so much effort, if they do not see it, I will surely lose my job. What a tragedy. He could only think, when the ship reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Besides, if we don't use this tactic, do you have any other suggestions? Yu Qing replied, if we did, you wouldn't be seeking advice from us outsiders. Gao Mingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself. Initially, he had been inexplicably compelled to reopen this case, and now, it appeared he might be digging his own grave. What followed was a barrage of videos and promotional broadcasts. Zhang Yin, the boy abandoned by his parents, for the first time felt like a public figure. Watching his face appear on television was a pleasant experience. A week had passed since his birthday, and he no longer resided at Su Bai's home. Now, he returned to the orphanage after school, playing with younger siblings, embracing his role as their leader. Alongside Gao Mingyuan's appointed personnel, Su Bai and others dared not relax their vigilance, constantly wary of potential threats to Zhang Yin. Yet, a week had elapsed, and today Zhang Yin turned 13 years and 8 days old. Only 5 days remained. From eager anticipation, Gao Mingyuan's feelings had shifted to an inexplicable anxiety. 5 days, after which all efforts invested in Zhang Yin could amount to nothing. Sitting on the steps of an antique shop, he hung his head in despair, unable to utter a single word. Today, it was Yu Qing's turn to accompany Zhang Yin, with Su Bai and Chuang flanking him on either side, both tilting their heads in curiosity. Gao Mingyuan let out a deep sigh, glancing left and right, followed by another long exhale. What was the use of sighing? Xuefen's voice broke the silence. It's not yet the final moment. How can we be certain the other side won't act? Chuang looked at Xuefen with some surprise. She typically refrained from meddling in affairs. When Gao Mingyuan turned to gaze at Xuefen, he smiled broadly. Indeed, there are still 5 days remaining. Su Bai felt an urge to slap Gao Mingyuan. His lack of integrity was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had been agonizing over the mere 5 days left, and now he declared there were still 5 days to go. Gao Mingyuan promptly rose. I shall not yield until the final moment. You two may continue to rest. I must attend to my duties. Observing Gao Mingyuan stride out with confidence, Chuang turned to Su Bai. In him, I see a semblance of you. Perhaps you could become sworn brothers and compete to see who is the more foolish. Absolutely not, Su Bai retorted, rolling his eyes. There is only one Su Bai in this world. The idea of sworn brotherhood is utterly mundane. Chapter 224, Psychological Evaluation. 1. Gao Mingyuan had regained his vigor. Yet merely 2 days had passed. As the time slowly approached, still no developments had occurred, pushing his mental state to the brink. The pressures imposed from above, compounded by his own anxieties and the weight of the victims' families, became almost unbearable. He personally accompanied Yu Qing, flanking Zhang Yin, who seemed unfazed by the circumstances and even relished being followed for protection. Zhang Yin entered a stationery store, evidently to purchase supplies. A swarm of children surged in, and before long, Zhang Yin was lost to sight. Gao Mingyuan stood up. Damn it, didn't I tell him not to go to crowded places? Yu Qing, I'll check it out. Yu Qing nodded, and as Gao Mingyuan approached the stationery store, he was blocked by a throng of children. Peering inside, he saw no trace of Zhang Yin. Gao Mingyuan shouted, Zhang Yin. No response came, and a sense of alarm gripped him. He forcibly parted the children and noticed the store had a back door, which was ajar. Rushing to the store owner, he demanded, Did anyone just leave through here? The startled owner replied, Yes, just now, someone went out the back. This was dire. Gao Mingyuan angrily tugged at his hair, despite all precautions. How could he have overlooked this? He swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie, instructing his subordinates to search the vicinity. Yu Qing sensed something was amiss and hurried over. The two exited through the back door, discovering a narrow passageway between residential buildings. Countless such slender paths lay ahead, and Zhang Yin was long gone. Gao Mingyuan sank to the ground in despair. Just moments ago, the child had been alive before him. Yet he now faced the grim possibility of him becoming the next victim, all due to his failure to thoroughly investigate the surroundings. The memory of the previous victim surfaced in his mind, prompting a low growl from his throat. Yu Qing consoled, It's all right. On the 13th day after turning 13, the adversary will not act. Before that, if we locate Zhang Yin, we still have a chance. Gao Mingyuan, now is not the time for despair. You take your team to search, and I will employ our methods. Gao Mingyuan had no time to inquire about Yu Qing's approach. and promptly set off with his group. With a single call, Yu Qing summoned everyone, and naturally, Fu Yu also joined them. This time, they were well prepared with all of Zhang Yin's hair. Under the guidance of the insects, they made their way smoothly to a small village in the countryside. Su Bai maintained contact with Gao Mingyuan throughout the journey. The officers arrived shortly after, with Yu Qing and Bai Mashuan leading the charge, while Tang Sanqing brought up the rear. They approached an abandoned house with a dilapidated courtyard. The half-door that remained was barely hanging, its screws loosened, rendering it almost powerless to stay upright. Exchanging glances with Bai Mashuan, who stepped forward first, they entered the house. Immediately, they spotted Zhang Yin hanging from the beam, his mouth taped shut, struggling desperately while bound at both hands and feet. The beam creaked ominously under the strain of his efforts. Upon seeing Bai Mashuan, Zhang Yin cried out more fervently, barely audible pleas for rescue. Bai Mashuan ascended the steps. Leaping high, and unexpectedly wielded a knife. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes, causing Zhang Yin to plummet. Bai Mashuan managed to catch him before he hit the ground. Just then, a figure emerged from within the room, furious and indignant. "Who are you?" The man, with a sallow complexion, moved with surprising agility and charged at Bai Mashuan. Bai Mashuan, holding Zhang Yin, sidestepped to evade the attack. Behind him, Yu Qing rushed forward, declaring, "Your vitality wanes, your lifespan is short. No wonder you seek to extend your life." As he spoke, he executed a powerful kick aimed at the man's chin. Caught off guard, the man staggered back, but retaliated with a kick of his own. Su Bai warned, "Be careful, there's something strange in his shoe." Yu Qing promptly bent down to inspect. The front of the man's shoe concealed a steel blade, sending a chill of sweat down Yu Qing's spine. The man was indeed treacherous. Bai Mashuan tossed Zhang Yin backward, and Su Bai caught him with bent legs. The 13-year-old boy, despite his age, had considerable weight, causing Su Bai to kneel as he caught him. He couldn't fathom why he was always tasked with such burdens. Last time it was a small fox. But this boy seemed as if his bones were forged from gold, far too heavy. Having freed Zhang Yin, Bai Mashuan moved swiftly behind the assailant, wrapping an arm around his neck. Unexpectedly, the man elbowed him. Bai Mashuan deftly dodged and, seizing the moment, struck down on the man's neck with significant force. The already weakened man succumbed to the blow, rolling his eyes back as he fell to the ground. Yu Qing approached with caution and examined the individual, confirming he was in a state of unconsciousness, which allowed him to exhale in relief. He then picked up a rope from the ground, which had been severed by Bai Mashuan, rendering it too short. Yu Qing first bound the man's hands, while Su Bo untied the rope binding Zhang Yin's feet and tossed it over, instructing, "Bind him securely." The man was tied up tightly, resembling a twisted piece of dough. Tang Sanqing had remained passive throughout this ordeal, prompting Fu Yu to inquire, "How do you assess their performance?" Tang Sanqing remarked, "They exhibit some semblance of our former prowess. Their cooperation is commendable." Zhang Yin tore off the tape from his mouth and pointed at the incapacitated man on the ground, declaring, "This fellow is a lunatic. He barged into the stationery store, knocked me out, and brought me here. You ought to relay that to the police," Bai Mashuan retorted with irritation. The man sprawled on the ground was slender, appearing to be in his 50s, with a sallow complexion, long limbs, and emaciated like a scarecrow. Bai Mashuan crouched down to examine him, lifting his eyelids to reveal murky eyes with pronounced bloodshot veins. Observing the man's ears, he noted dark, viscous substances within the ear canals. It appears he won't last much longer. He seems to be poisoned. Fu Yu remarked, "His condition is dire." As the group conversed, Gao Mingyuan arrived with armed personnel, rushing into the courtyard only to find the assailant already subdued, leaving him somewhat disheartened. "So soon?" Bai Mashuan grunted in response. Just like in the movies, some individuals always arrive a step too late. Surprisingly, Gao Mingyuan was not angered. His demeanor was rather affable as he chuckled. Otherwise, how could there be folk heroes? "Thank you all. Is the young lad all right?" Su Bo patted Zhang Yin, saying, "See? Just a moment ago, he was terrified to the point of nearly soiling himself, and now he appears quite vigorous." Someone had already lifted the lethargic man from the ground, and Gao Mingyuan remarked, "Well, now we must escort him back. I appreciate your assistance once more." Suddenly, Tang Sanqing furrowed his brow and hastily stepped outside, casting his gaze to the right, where a shadow swiftly vanished. He only caught a glimpse of the person's head. After a short distance, the individual exhibited a menacing glint in their eyes. Such impatience is tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Nonetheless, How could such a person be of any use? Merely a waste. What troubles you, Sancheng? Fuyu queried, following him outside. Tang Sancheng replied. Someone approached unexpectedly. I heard footsteps, yet before they drew near, the individual cautiously turned and left. This is suspicious. Indeed, a typical person would choose to come and witness the commotion, especially with police vehicles outside and the noise here. Fuyu nodded. This person left in haste, seemingly guilty. Let us hope they are merely a passerby, Tang Sancheng said. Gao Mingyuan felt immense gratitude for Yu Qing and the others, a sentiment that words could scarcely convey. He departed with the assailant and Zhang Yin, gesturing to the group. I shall express my gratitude another day. I must return now. Chapter 225, Psychological Assessment. 2. Tang Sancheng smiled, stating, the matter at hand is pressing. You should return. As he watched the police vehicle recede into the distance, he mused, it seems like an interlude. Let us hope it concludes here. Master, is there anything amiss? Bai Moshwan inquired. Tang Sin shook his head, the distant figure lingering in his mind. Perhaps the interrogation results from Gao Mingyuan could unravel this enigma. Gao Mingyuan emerged victorious, receiving accolades from above, urging him to expedite the case. Colleagues from a neighboring city also participated in the interrogation. The suspect, having been knocked unconscious, regained consciousness half an hour after arriving at the police station. Upon seeing the handcuffs on his wrists, the man in his 50s let out a cold chuckle. Initially a mere smirk that eventually escalated into a raucous laughter. Gao Mingyuan and his companions were left speechless, merely observing the man laugh maniacally. After an indeterminate time, the gaunt man in his 50s finally ceased his laughter, his murky eyes fixated on Gao Mingyuan. A bullet straight to the temple. Bang, blood splattering out. One would die instantly, wouldn't they? Gao Mingyuan nodded. Naturally. Well then, the man said, regaining his composure, being caught red-handed, I have nothing to say. Gao Mingyuan sighed with relief. In that case, let us proceed. What is your name? How old are you? Where do you hail from? And why did you kill those children? How many have you killed, and what methods did you employ? Please elaborate. Xinjiang, 54 years old, from Bincheng. As for killing, there are numerous methods. Xinjiang suddenly licked the blood that had oozed from his cracked lips. However, if one wishes to avoid excessive bleeding, strangulation is the best method. Witnessing the other's cold demeanor and almost flippant descriptions, Gao Mingyuan, fueled by a sense of justice, clenched his fists. The recording device, positioned to the side, was operational, capturing the scene in its entirety, a necessary measure to prevent the suspect from recanting his statements. Xinjiang's visage on the recording screen appeared even more sinister. Yet Gao Mingyuan ultimately managed to maintain his composure. In the presence of such a perpetrator, remaining calm was paramount. What about your motives? Gao Mingyuan inquired. Why are all the victims precisely 13 years and 13 days old? Did that group not inform you? Xinjiang retorted through gritted teeth. If you could summon that group to assist, you must understand my reasons for murder. Damn it. I should have restrained myself. I fell into your trap, indeed. I am not as adept as he. Gao Mingyuan seized the crux of the matter. He? Do you have accomplices? Xinjiang's bloodshot eyes closed momentarily. No, it was all me. I faced death 9 times. As long as I could find 9 children, each 13 years and 13 days old, and extract their souls to transfer to my own, I could continue to live. How could you possibly comprehend the terror one faces in the face of death? I would pay any price to survive. A colleague beside Gao Mingyuan abruptly slammed the table. You fear death, but what of those children? How could they not fear when confronted by death? Suddenly, Xinjiang burst into laughter. How hypocritical. Throughout history, mankind has consumed one another. Such is human nature. Sacrificing others for one's own survival. Is that not a commonplace occurrence? I ask you. Xinjiang directed his gaze at the officer who had struck the table. If you were stranded on a deserted island with only one companion, and no means of escape or sustenance, would you prefer to be consumed by the other? Or would you strike first to claim their life and ensure your own survival? You are indeed a perplexing individual. The officer's teeth chattered in trepidation. For as Xinjiang recounted the events, his tone was steeped in an eerie chill. Gao Mingyuan pulled him down, whispering a few words into his ear, and the officer's expression shifted to one of dawning comprehension, ultimately settling into a state of calm. Please, continue. As previously mentioned, my existence hangs by a thread. Can you fathom the depths of that statement? Xinjiang cast a scornful glance at them. 9. Only 3 more to go. Just 3. Once I claim 3 more lives, I shall succeed. The method is simple, the 5 elements coupled with the soul-locking needle. When I strangle them, there will be little bloodshed, yet I shall revel in their futile struggles, relishing the agony of their despair. Gao Mingyuan gazed at the dossier on the table, which displayed the vivid photographs of 6 children in life, forever unaware of why this stranger would unleash such horror upon them. He inhaled sharply, on the verge of continuing, when the door swung open. It was Gao Mingyuan's superior, who beckoned him with a gesture. Immediately, Gao Mingyuan instructed his colleagues, "You may proceed." He had already surmised the reason for his supervisor's summons. Surely, such notions of extending life and near-death experiences could not be presented to the public. As expected, once the interrogation concluded, a psychological evaluation would ensue. "I understand," Gao Mingyuan sighed, raking his fingers through his hair, resigned to the inevitable. "So, you wish to publicly declare that Xunjiang is mentally ill, explaining his unprovoked slaughter of 6 children?" Cui Ying's arms crossed defiantly as she glared at Gao Mingyuan. "Otherwise, shall we claim he utilized this Taoist sorcery to extract the souls of 6 children? Good heavens!" Gao Mingyuan buried his face in his hands, envisioning the impending scenario. The psychological evaluation would undoubtedly reveal that something was amiss. "Thus, he shall not be sentenced to death," Bai Moshuan remarked coldly. "A mentally ill person who causes harm while unable to discern or control their actions is exempt from criminal responsibility, as confirmed by legal procedures," Gao Mingyuan lamented, his expression a mask of despair. "We are well aware of that, but do not cast such accusatory glances my way. Those in authority are not devoid of reason. During the psychological assessment, his physical condition will also be scrutinized. He has cancer in its advanced stages. This, I surmise, is the motive behind his desire to prolong his life. The doctor has stated that Xunjiang has at most a month left. However, by the time we complete our procedures that may absolve him of criminal responsibility, that time frame will have long elapsed." Subo suddenly grasped the implication. "You intend for him to perish within the precincts of the police station. It is the only solution that can be presented to the public while ensuring he does not wreak havoc upon his release." Gao Mingyuan shrugged. "Can you devise a more effective strategy?" The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. Gao Mingyuan exhaled in relief. Thus, it must be this way. However, during the interrogation, he mentioned someone else, implying that this other individual surpassed him. I was intrigued and pressed for details. He merely stated that there is always a higher peak, cautioning to beware of friends, for disaster lurks not far away. "Friends indeed?" Bai Moshuan raised an eyebrow, expressing, "I do not consider you a friend." Gao Mingyuan's temperament was astonishingly genial. He merely smiled and remarked that it was of no consequence. Subo had never encountered such a pliable individual. He cast a glance at Bai Moshuan and inquired, "Does he not have accomplices?" "Probably not," Gao Mingyuan responded. "His statements present no inconsistencies, and we have found no indications of associates. Consequently, our understanding of him remains limited, and Xunjiang has not elaborated much. It was merely a casual mention at first." Yu Qing interjected, "This matter seems to have reached a temporary conclusion. How are the cases of the 9 corpses and the body snatching progressing? Based on the clues you provided, it is undoubtedly the work of a single individual. However," Gao Mingyuan said, scratching his head as was his habit, "we have yet to locate the masked man." "The mask? It is indeed a source of frustration. At least we have apprehended Xinjiang." After Gao Mingyuan departed, Subo reiterated, "What shall we do next? Should we continue entangled with the masked man, or proceed with our intended course of action?" "I shall heed my master's guidance," Bai Moshuan replied. "Since the ancestral mountain incident, Dai Jieli and his group have vanished without a trace, and our attempts at bribery have yielded no results. It is uncertain what their plans might entail." Though Tang Sanqing assisted several juniors in gathering information about the masked man, Bai Yi remained industrious, seeking knowledge about the dragon veins through the Inran organization, and at last, the adversary had made a move. Chapter 226. Reflection. Bai Yi arrived at the antique shop and unfurled a map, which had been marked in red ink. He looked at Su Bo and posed a direct query. "My question is simple. Answer with a yes or a no. Is this one of the 12 dragon veins?" Su Bo shook his head. "No." Bai Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, this group has not yet discovered their true destination. However, my uncle hopes we can intervene to thwart them. Yet, public action seems impractical, and even if we were to capture them, securing a conviction would be exceedingly complex. My uncle prefers that we act discreetly, without drawing attention. As for his uncle, Su Bo and the others were aware that his current status was formidable. Bailey Sang sought to uncover the mightiest dragon vein to dominate the realm, yet that realm was currently under the control of his uncle and others. It was entirely reasonable for his uncle to consider such matters. Bai Yi remarked, "The situation is already favorable. Even if my uncle does not mention it, we do not desire any alterations. They have inadvertently discovered 3 veins. Even if they cast their nets far and wide, they will eventually locate all. By that time, it will be too late. Moreover, if he fails to bribe you, will he not seek out other capable individuals? There are certainly others in the world who can recognize dragon lairs." Yu Qing bowed his head in silence, acknowledging that they were not the only ones with such abilities. Bai Yi continued, "As they act, you should also move. This will create confusion. Given the situation with Gong Susu, it is highly likely that Bailey Sang will assume you are privy to the details. He will pay special attention to your whereabouts, thus achieving the objective of misdirection. However, this will require you to take some risks." Bai Mashwan stated, "If the organization demands it, we cannot refuse. We have no choice but to comply. However, in the depths of winter, Father, you truly have a knack for choosing places where flowers still bloom." Bai Yi smiled lightly. "Is that not a good thing?" Su Bo quickly remarked, "Certainly, but it is not boss by who will make the selection. It is that group of people." Bai Li Song has set his sights on the southernmost part of the region. Although winter has arrived, the climate there remains pleasant, attracting many individuals to that city for the season. This consideration is undoubtedly influenced by the weather. The harsh cold in the north renders movement difficult and efficiency considerably diminished. However, Yu Qing harbored doubts, believing Bai Li Song's chosen direction to be misguided. Originally, the south boasted the most significant dragon vein. Yet an enormous construction project has severed this vital energy source, akin to a blood vessel being tightly constricted. Furthermore, the Wuzishan, based on photographs, seemed to lack vitality, rendering it an inadequate target for Bai Li Song. Just as Yu Qing was pondering this, new information arrived. Bai Li Song had suddenly altered his course towards a certain location, a mountain peak adjacent to the river. This revelation invigorated Yu Qing. If this were indeed the case, Bai Li Song's choice appeared to be sound. Considering the terrain and the mountain's configuration, this new site held greater potential. Promptly, the group shifted their direction and followed suit. Upon settling in, news from Bai Yi reached them. This time, the opposing forces were substantial. Aside from Dai Jieli and 4 mute individuals, there was a considerable entourage. The details ended there. The rest would depend on their own efforts. Upon arriving at the mountain known as Xiushan, the group felt an immediate demarcation between north and south. While snow blanketed the north, this side remained lush and verdant, with the midday sun casting a slightly oppressive warmth. The 4, burdened with backpacks, traversed the mountain. Bai Mashwan could not help but complain, "Doesn't my father understand the saying, 'Do good to the end, and send the Buddha to the west'?" Indeed, amidst these mountains, where could their adversaries be hiding? When would they find them? "Look over there." Yu Qing suddenly pointed towards the northwestern peak, where a flash of light had just appeared. Likely a reflection of sunlight. Cui Ying remarked, "It resembles light refracted by a mirror." The group halted, waiting to see if the light would re-emerge. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the northwestern peak shone brightly again, blindingly white, and this pattern continued with remarkable regularity. Su Bo inquired, "Should we go take a look?" "Of course," Bai Mashwan grumbled, already leading the way in that direction. In the southern mountains, the trees were relatively low, with numerous branches that were twisted and dense. Due to the humidity, moss clung to the trunks, and the groundwater was plentiful. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the ground became damp beneath their feet, intensifying the feeling of warmth and moisture. Although the northwestern peak appeared close, reaching it consumed a significant portion of the day. Upon finally spotting the protruding cliff face, the 4 exhaled in relief. They had finally arrived. Su Bo retrieved his water bottle, taking several gulps before gasping. "Let us hope this effort isn't in vain." Yu Qing pointed to the ground and said, "There are cigarette butts here, and they look fresh. It seems someone has indeed been here." Dai Jieli, being a woman, had never been observed smoking, and the mute individuals, trained specifically, would not either. This realization left the 4 feeling hesitant. Su Bo exclaimed, "This could be precarious. What should we do? Should we follow up and investigate?" A luminous glow had appeared halfway up the mountain, pulsing rhythmically as if signaling a clandestine message. "Now that we are here, why not ascend and take a closer look?" suggested Yu Qing. From a higher vantage point, We can see further. The four of them made their way up the mountain path, but as they climbed, they were increasingly plagued by doubts about their judgment. Upon reaching the halfway point, disappointment washed over them. The source of the glow was revealed to be a smooth, polished rock face unlike any other, gleaming with a silvery sheen. As the sun had shifted westward, the sunlight, when cast upon this surface, would undoubtedly refract. Subo stood momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "It appears we were overthinking things." "Wait a moment," Shuiying interjected, having made a discovery. After briefly touching the surface, she noted its extraordinary smoothness. It possessed a warmth akin to ancient jade, worn down through years of handling. However, this was not her most significant revelation. Her greatest find lay across from her. As the sun continued its descent, light reflected once more from the side of the mountain, harmonizing with the glow they had observed. "What is happening here?" Subo pondered, examining the luminescent surface, which seemed entirely natural and seamlessly integrated with the mountain, devoid of any artificial markings. "Is it a natural formation or a result of later alterations?" Bai Moshuan remarked somewhat impatiently. Suddenly, Yuqing tugged at Bai Moshuan's sleeve. His demeanor softened in her presence. Following her gaze, Bai Moshuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, from a higher elevation, one can see further. Not far from the left side of the mountain, several heads emerged from the underbrush. Bai Moshuan observed clearly. Among them stood Dai Jieli, impeccably dressed, arms crossed, her expression obscured by distance. The group appeared engrossed in their task, evidently having reached their destination. Abruptly, a man approached Dai Jieli's side. "Get down," Bai Moshuan instructed in a hushed tone. Though the other three were perplexed, they complied, lowering themselves. Shuiying inquired, "What are you up to?" "Being elevated makes one easily spotted, don't you realize?" Bai Moshuan replied. The man who just approached Dai Jieli is wearing a half-black mask. "The masked man," Subo exclaimed. "What is he doing with Dai Jieli?" Yuqing speculated. Having failed to win over Bai Moshuan, he must be seeking other opportunities. Yet, they have found the masked man. This could get interesting. "What should we do now?" "With him around, getting too close could expose us." Shuiying suggested. "Should we maintain a greater distance before following?" "That seems to be the only option," Subo agreed. "It gives us a chance to rest." The four settled on the mountainside, occasionally glancing at the actions of the group below. As they dug their illicit tunnel, the individuals intermittently looked up at the sun's trajectory and surveyed the surrounding peaks. Remarkably, their line of sight included the silvery cliff on this very mountain. Bai Moshuan racked his brain, unable to fathom their intentions. Suddenly, Subo produced a sheet of paper and began sketching various lines and formulas. Bai Moshuan inquired, "What are you doing?" "Calculating," Subo replied. Chapter 227. The Yellow Cavity Tomb. Subai remarked, "I am calculating the relationship between their chosen location, this peak, and the sun. Please do not disturb me. I will finish shortly, though it is merely an estimation." Bai Moshuan, unusually silent, observed as Subai scribbled calculations on paper. Suddenly, he excitedly slapped his knee, exclaiming, "I understand what they are doing. Have you noticed that there are two peaks capable of reflecting sunlight? They are intermittently monitoring the sun's movement. I hypothesize that when the sun reaches a certain position, these two peaks will simultaneously reflect light to converge at a single point. This is the location they seek. Unfortunately, without precise data, I cannot ascertain whether their search is correct or mistaken." Subai's theory seemed far-fetched, yet after a moment of contemplation, Bai Moshuan surprisingly expressed his agreement. "It is not without possibility." Yuqing stated, "Whether Subai's notion holds truth can only be determined by further observation. They appear uncertain of their target and are merely experimenting. However, what is the significance of their actions? This time, they are not simply searching for a dragon vein, but rather purposefully seeking something with a clear objective." Indeed, Shuiying concurred with Yuqing's perspective. The four of them crouched there, continuing to observe the actions of the group below. As the sun descended, the group ultimately relinquished their efforts, clearly having achieved nothing that day. Subai and the others remained patient, vigilantly watching. As night passed and dawn broke, the moment the sun appeared, the group immediately resumed their work. To avoid detection, the four shifted their position, concealing themselves nearby to observe. The group repeatedly looked up and changed locations until, at last, noon arrived, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Subai excitedly pinched his thigh. Yuqing glanced at the time, 12:05. The sun hung in the sky, and from each peak, a beam of light shot downward. Although the two beams did not directly intersect, They ultimately pointed to a single spot, which disappeared into the jungle. The group rushed frantically toward that location. Subai sharply pinched by Ma Xuan, exclaiming, "Did you see that? The convergence point. That is what they are searching for." Bai Ma Xuan remained silent. The sun was moving, and this convergence point would quickly vanish. Indeed, within 10 seconds, the reflected light disappeared. The individuals below had grasped the general area and were jubilant in their discovery. Bai Ma Xuan scoffed coldly. From his elevated vantage point, he accurately discerned the location, while the group on the ground would have to exert much more effort. They continued to dig, abandon, and redig, confirming their findings. They were unaware of the criteria by which the individuals below were validating their discovery. Yet ultimately, they found the sought-after spot, tirelessly excavating. Subai, reflecting on how these individuals were saving them effort, felt a sense of joy. It will be splendid to simply follow the path they have paved. Yet, Yuqing found it impossible to smile. Both he and Bai Ma Xuan had experienced the formidable prowess of the masked man, and even Boss Tang had once suffered a setback. Whether the two could jointly confront such an adversary remained a pressing concern, compounded by the presence of the cold-blooded and eccentric Dai Jelly. At last, the group had successfully excavated the entrance. 2 members stood guard outside, while the rest slipped inside one by one. After enduring nearly a day and night of pent-up frustration, Bai Ma Xuan was eager to unleash his skills. He swallowed hard and declared, "At last, it's our turn. Let us descend." Bai Ma Xuan and Yuqing led the charge, while the 2 remaining guards were novices, recent additions to the team. Without hesitation, Bai Ma Xuan and Yuqing flanked the intruders, delivering swift blows that rendered both adversaries unconscious. To prevent any potential outcry, they gagged the 2 and concealed them in a nearby thicket. Having dealt with the sentries, the quartet scrutinized the tunnel. Their observations led them to conclude that the soil bore signs of cinnabar and was interspersed with continuous, neatly arranged stone layers. One by one, they descended, only to find that their predecessors had vanished from sight. Subai was intrigued by how these individuals had come to know such methods. Bai Lisong was abroad, yet it seemed as though he possessed an uncanny insight. The man's cunning was remarkable. The 4 continued their descent until they reached the ground, where they discovered a stone slab that had been removed by those ahead of them. Beneath it, the sound of flowing water was audible, a gentle murmur that suggested the others were advancing along the stream. If they were to enter the water now, it would surely alert those in front. Thus, the 4 opted to wait until the sound of rushing water faded before cautiously leaping in. This could be considered a small stream, albeit not a naturally formed one, as the sides were constructed from small stone fragments, meticulously joined by human hands. The water was cool, but with no alternative footing available. The 4 kept their shoes on and waded in, proceeding with utmost caution to avoid drawing attention. Initially, they dared not stride forward, but as time passed, they surmised that the others had moved on. Finally, they cast aside their apprehensions, striding boldly ahead, stirring up the water around them. Gradually, they found themselves in a diving posture, which could only indicate one thing: the stream was guiding them deeper underground. The artificially created stream eventually reached its terminus, with the water cascading into an underground pool formed by piled rocks beneath their feet. Here, the stream converged into a powerful flow, producing an unceasing sound. In front of the pool, there were evident footprints. The shoes had become wet, making it impossible to avoid leaving traces. Cautiously, the 4 descended into the pool. The temperature of the water was strikingly different from the chilling stream. It was warm, with a gentle breeze rising from below. They climbed out of the pool, their legs soaked up to the calves. Subai spat onto the ground. "I had hoped it would be more bearable in the south, but it seems I was mistaken." "Enough chatter," Bai Ma Xuan said impatiently. "Should we not hasten our pursuit? A person possesses a mouth, and aside from the primary function of consuming sustenance, its most significant purpose is to articulate speech." Su Bo retorted, "In moments of joy, one must speak. Even in times of discomfort, one must express oneself." The trio disregarded his remarks, pressing onward, following the footprints etched into the ground. The area was expansive. After a brief distance, they beheld 2 towering stone statues standing majestically on either side. Su Bo remarked, "The statue on the left represents Tianlu, while the one on the right symbolizes the warding off of evil. These are ancient stone figures intended to guard tombs, often referred to as divine beasts, commonly found in Han Dynasty sepulchres. Despite the presence of these guardian statues, the space behind them remained barren, devoid of any entrance. The four individuals traversed past the statues and continued forward. Soon, the chaotic footprints faded into obscurity, revealing before them a brick and stone burial passage leading directly to the tomb chamber, a hallmark of all tombs. However, this passage bore several patches of blood, an unusual sight indeed. Baimashwan commented, "They likely triggered a trap. We must proceed with caution. I shall lead the way, and you three should remain vigilant behind me." Baimashwan stepped onto the bricks, feeling their solidity beneath him. He exhaled, recalling his master's teachings. If one lacks extraordinary hearing like his, one must engage all senses. If the bricks hold firm beneath one's weight, there is no deceit. However, any sign of looseness or gaps calls for wariness. The dilemma lies in the fact that if one discovers the bricks to be unstable, the trap has already been activated. With a wry smile, Baimashwan advanced, the three followers mirroring his movements with utmost caution. Baimashwan was exceedingly careful, his body light as a fox, with keen senses of smell and hearing, yet still inferior to his master. A troubling thought crossed his mind. His master and father were essentially guiding them into a perilous situation. Chapter 228. The kingdom of Nanyue. The bloodstains lay ahead, and Baimashwan took a cautious step forward, his expression suddenly frozen. "Damn." Baimashwan cursed, and Su Bo sensed impending danger. With a sudden crack, the bricks beneath them flipped up, revealing iron spikes below. Fortunately, Baimashwan swiftly turned and pushed the others back, sparing them from harm. Su Bo patted his chest in relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yet, this was far from over. Baimashwan gazed deeper into the passage, pondering how many more traps lay ahead. This method of advance was too slow. "Actually, I have a rather splendid idea," he announced suddenly. "Do share," Su Bo replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was not a practical lesson from Teacher Lazy. There were no safety nets, and lives could be at stake. As long as there was a way to proceed without fatalities, any approach would suffice. "I will throw you over," Baimashwan declared, observing the wide-eyed expressions of his companions. Annoyed, he added, "This is the most direct and efficient solution. I possess the greatest strength, and the distance to the front is not far. If you control your landing slightly, you should sustain no injuries." "Should?" Chuang frowned. Su Bo sighed. "All right then, I'll be the guinea pig. Throw me to test it out. Remember, with your feet directed towards the ground, I shall not throw you high, yet you must remain vigilant. Upon landing, immediately regain control of your body to ensure a smooth descent. Has your master not informed you that within an antique shop, the notion of work-related injuries is non-existent?" Subai replied with a grimace. "He has never mentioned such a thing." "Then treasure your life wisely." Baimashwan seized Subai and hoisted him onto his shoulder. The strength of this vixen was indeed unlike that of Xiao Ku. Before Subai could brace himself, Baimashwan had already launched him into the air. The sensation of flight felt rather constricting. To his astonishment, Subai found himself upright, hurtling towards an impending collision with the stone wall ahead. He flailed his arms and closed his eyes. Fortunately, at the last moment, he extended his feet downward. How he landed was a mystery to him. His legs felt weak. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was still alive and unscathed. A sigh of relief washed over him, and he collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing Su Bai's success instilled confidence in both Cui Ying and Yu Qing, prompting them to allow Baimashwan to launch them as well. Baimashwan leisurely followed suit. "We may proceed." Such occurrences are only plausible in the company of a vixen, a human catapult indeed. Subai could not help but admire this, begrudgingly giving Baimashwan a thumbs up. The four of them navigated the tomb passage successfully, only to confront a brick wall ahead. With the stone tomb and the earlier guardian beast, Subai had already deduced the characteristics of a Han Dynasty tomb chamber were unmistakable. It was peculiar that this wall remained intact. How had they entered? Chuang remarked, "Based on my previous experiences, tomb chambers typically lie to the left or right, or ahead. This is a first for me. That knowledge is merely theoretical." Yu Qing chuckled. Chuang raised a fist to strike, but Yu Qing promptly stated with utmost seriousness, "However, I possess basic reasoning skills. If entry is not through a breached wall, there must be a mechanism to open a passage." Baimashwan and Subai began to explore the brick wall, discovering a movable brick that could be extracted. As Subai pulled it out, a hidden door on the far right was revealed. He snapped his fingers, ready to crawl through, when Baimashwan halted him. "Allow me to go first." Upon entering through the hidden door, Baimashwan quickly realized this was no ordinary brick chamber tomb. Inside lay a vertical pit, known as a jinshua. which is a tomb pit dug straight down from the surface to serve as the burial chamber, an archetypal structure of Han Dynasty tombs. Thus, upon entering through the hidden door, they were actually descending into a vertical shaft. The excavation was meticulously crafted, spacious, and after Ma Xuan leaped down, he observed that the walls of the pit were encircled by numerous wooden beams of uniform length and thickness, forming a protective barrier. Su Bai entered and was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, this is a yellow intestine tomb. A yellow intestine tomb? Ma Xuan immediately retorted, though he soon adopted a cool demeanor. These beams are yellow, lined up like intestines. The structure of tombs during the Han Dynasty primarily consisted of vertical pit graves. As previously mentioned, these graves involved excavating a pit downward to serve as the burial chamber, often accompanied by wooden coffins and designated spaces for burial artifacts. Additionally, there existed a form known as brick chamber tombs, constructed using bricks, typically hollow ones, resembling the living quarters of the deceased. A complete brick chamber tomb would include various rooms such as an anteroom, main chamber, rear chamber, and side chambers. Aside from these two types, there were cliff tombs, which were essentially horizontal burials carved into mountainsides. These tombs generally comprised 4 sections: a passageway, a corridor, a burial chamber, and additional rooms. The yellow intestine tomb, an evolution of the vertical pit grave, is also known as the yellow intestine-style tomb. The term yellow intestine refers to the wooden beams encircling the burial chamber, named for their color and shape. Initially, these protective walls only surrounded the outer walls of the chamber, but over time, they were employed internally for added protection. However, the yellow intestine tombs are often empty, devoid of coffins, and if a coffin is present, it should be positioned upright. Cui Ying and Yu Qing entered, and Yu Qing, with her keen observation, noticed that beside this compact yellow intestine tomb, there was an opening leading into another chamber, equally vacant. Why is it empty again? Su Bo furrowed his brow and remarked, "This place seems peculiar. I am beginning to question my previous conclusions. The style indeed resembles that of Han Dynasty tombs, yet certain aspects differ. For instance, the yellow intestine here appears tightly connected, wrapping around the outer or inner walls. However, look at this, the wooden beams bear dragon motifs." Cui Ying turned her gaze to the yellow intestine on the inner wall, and indeed, the beams were etched with shallow patterns, clearly resembling dragons. "What is the issue?" she inquired. "The issue is significant," Su Bo replied. While dragon motifs were commonly used in antiquity, their representations varied across different dynasties. A widely accepted theory regarding the origin of the dragon's image is that it emerged when the Yellow Emperor became the leader of the Central Plains tribes, amalgamating the essence of various tribal totem animals into a single entity, combining features like antlers of a deer, snout of a pig, eyes of a tiger, ears of an ox, neck of a snake, belly of a giant clam, scales of a carp, claws of an eagle, tail of a fish, and whiskers shaped like a wish. Over time, the representation of dragons evolved through various dynasties, and I will limit my discussion to the Qin and Han periods. Cui Ying observed Su Bo, who was now speaking earnestly. "Let us hear more," she suggested. Su Bo continued, "The dragon motif of the Qin dynasty, known as the Yinglong pattern, is quite simple, featuring a dragon head looking back, without detailed scales depicted on its body." Yu Qing examined the dragon motif on the wooden beam and found it identical to Su Bo's description. "Is this indeed the Qin-style dragon?" she asked. "Precisely," Su Bo affirmed. "The dragon of the Han dynasty differs significantly. It is called the Wadong Qinglong, or Tsunglong, characterized by a coiled body that, at first glance, resembles a seal, entirely distinct from the previous representation. Consider this. The structure of the burial chamber aligns with typical Han styles, yet why would it feature a Qin motif? Is this a flaw? Or perhaps this is a false tomb, created by someone oblivious to the nuances, resulting in a mismatched design?" Cui Ying playfully tapped Su Bo's forehead, exclaiming, "You were so serious just a moment ago. What has caused this sudden madness? Who would go to such lengths to create a false tomb? If the intention is to deceive, why expend such effort? Just consider the labor required for that underground stream." Su Bo, recognizing the absurdity of his own thoughts, chuckled softly. "Yet, there is something peculiar about such matters, akin to discovering a Ming dynasty figure lying within a coffin in a Qin-era burial chamber. Nevertheless, there is always a rationale behind such occurrences. Their existence must surely be justified." Chapter 229. The King of Southern Yu, 1, by Ma Xuan patiently listened before finally stating, Well, we are aware that this tomb harbors mysteries. The tomb's owner may not necessarily belong to the Han Dynasty. We should proceed cautiously, lest we lose our trail. The four of them eventually set aside the dragon-shaped pillow and ventured into the adjacent sturdy chamber. This space, though empty, revealed a diminutive opening, barely large enough for a child to enter. Adults would need to crawl to pass through. Above this opening, signs of wear indicated that it had been disturbed by the previous group. Excluding Yu Qing, the other three were notably tall and with a wry smile. Yu Qing went first, widening the aperture to facilitate their passage. Su Bo, in particular, nearly became stuck, much to his dismay. Upon exiting the vertical burial chamber, the surroundings suddenly expanded. Su Bo murmured, "What is happening?" If the characteristics of the previous tomb had raised his suspicions, he was now utterly bewildered. For what lay before him was a quintessential Qin-style burial chamber. In ancient times, tombs were predominantly oriented southward, while Qin tombs were typically aligned east-west. Su Bo instructed Yu Qing to consult the compass, confirming that this chamber indeed faced east-west. The east-west orientation of Qin tombs was purposeful. The Qin people, having invaded lands from west to east, belonged to a branch of the Huaxia ethnic group, initially active around Tianshui in Gansu. In 770 BC, Duke Xiang of Qin was rewarded for escorting King Ping of Zhou eastward, thus gaining the status of a vassal. The Qin state rose to prominence through military prowess, particularly after the reforms of Shang Yang, expanding eastward until the reign of Qin Shi Huang, when their influence reached the Yellow River. The west symbolized their homeland. Thus they faced westward during burial, gazing toward their roots. Moreover, it was customary for the Qin to adopt a curled posture in burial, with limbs bent. The body could be positioned either supine or laterally. Notably, those of high rank would not adhere to this practice. The chamber suddenly soared to an estimated height of 20 meters, yet it remained empty, with the floor composed of meticulously arranged stone slabs, each perfectly squared. The wall carvings, somewhat abstract, caught Yu Qing's attention. It appeared to depict a map, albeit an ancient one. Just as Su Bo was about to wipe away the dust from the wall to reveal the engravings more clearly, he abruptly withdrew his hand, gesturing to Bai Moshuan. "You take it from here." Bai Moshuan let out a muffled groan, stepping forward to roll up his sleeves and wipe away the dust on the wall. The immense map became increasingly vivid. Su Bo retreated several steps to fully observe the map. The regions of Xiangjuan, Guilin, and Nanhai came into view. Su Bo tapped his forehead. Some information flickered in his mind, yet it remained elusive. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his thoughts, and he stammered, I understand now. The Nanyue Kingdom. Cui Ying and Yu Qing were somewhat familiar with the history of dynasties. From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the succession of Yao, Shun, and Yu, from the Xia and Shang to the Western Zhou. And the Eastern Zhou divided into 2 eras, the Spring and Autumn and the Warring States, leading to the unification under the Qin and the Han, the tripartite division of Wei, Shu, and Wu, the subsequent Jin dynasties, the coexistence of the northern and southern dynasties, followed by the Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties, culminating in the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. The question arose, when did the Nanyue Kingdom emerge? Su Bo replied, I comprehend now. This place exhibits characteristics shared by both the Qin and Han dynasties. The engraved map is an ancient representation of the Nanyue Kingdom, with the regions depicted being integral parts of its composition. These individuals, it turns out, have come specifically for this. Bai Moshuan grunted, could you elucidate further? No, Su Bo remarked, slapping his forehead. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Let me start from the beginning. The Nanyue Kingdom is quite unique, having been established during the twilight of the Qin dynasty. After the unification by the first emperor of Qin, efforts were made to pacify the various tribes of the Lingnan region. A general named Zhao Tuo served as a deputy to the commander in this endeavor. Subsequently, the regions of Nanhai, Guilin, and Xiang were formed, with Zhao Tuo originally serving as the magistrate of Longchuan County in Nanhai. However, during the reign of the second emperor of Qin, amidst the chaos of the Chunsheng and Wu Guang uprising in the Central Plains, the prefect of Nanhai fell gravely ill. Before his death, he summoned Zhao Tuo, advising him that Nanhai, nestled between mountains and the sea, possessed a favorable terrain to withstand rebel forces. Zhao Tuo accepted the position of prefect and eliminated the officials appointed by the court in Nanhai, replacing them with his own trusted allies. After the fall of the Qin, Zhao Tuo raised an army, annexing Guilin and Xiang, thus establishing the Nanyue kingdom and declaring himself its martial king. Yu Qing pondered, so there indeed exists a Nanyue kingdom. Yet this group seems purposefully in search of it. It appears they have obtained some insider information. If I am not mistaken, they are after the tomb of the martial king of Nanyue, Su Bo stated. This martial king was notoriously generous. After the fall of the Qin and the rise of the Han, he severed ties with Empress L. To confront the Han, he bribed the local territories with wealth, persuading them to submit to Nanyue and oppose L. This individual was a man of considerable means. It is no wonder, Yu Qing mused. The tomb of this martial king integrates the burial customs of both the Qin and Han dynasties. What we perceive as abnormal is, in fact, the most ordinary state for those involved. Yu Qing sighed. This is indeed a matter of technical expertise. Just as Su Bo unveiled this revelation, a series of anguished cries echoed through the air, one after another, indicating that multiple voices were in distress. Bai Moshuan was startled and quickly made his way inside. As he approached, a peculiar scent reached his nostrils, glutinous rice water. This concoction is typically used to alleviate corpse poison when applied to the skin, provided the poison is not severe. However, it seemed ineffective on these individuals. Upon entering, Bai Moshuan pressed himself against the rock wall, witnessing chaos within the inner chamber, where several figures darted about, while two individuals on the ground struggled desperately. A voice echoed, "Let me take charge." It was the masked man. Dai Jieli's voice followed. "What do you intend to do? This poison cannot be neutralized with glutinous rice water. The best method is to counteract poison with poison." The masked man scoffed, "Though Mr. Bailey has instructed me to heed your commands, it is prudent to follow my lead in matters beyond your comprehension." Dai Jieli felt a surge of indignation but swallowed her pride. "As you wish." Bai Moshuan realized that this man had indeed been bought by Mr. Bailey. Su Bai cautiously peered out. They had extinguished their flashlights and headlamps to avoid revealing their presence. Under the illumination of their adversary's light, they discerned three figures on the ground, curled up in agony. The masked man's face was partially obscured by a black mask, and he retrieved a box from his pocket, presumably containing pills. Upon catching a glimpse of the open box, Dai Jieli's expression darkened. In that moment, Bai Moshuan sensed a deep loathing in Dai Jieli's gaze directed at the masked man. Why did she harbor such hatred for him? Her reaction to the pills was also quite intense. Observing Dai Jieli's countenance, the masked man chuckled softly. "Miss Dai, do not be alarmed. I am fully aware of the purpose of these pills and shall not misuse them." Dai Jieli turned her head away as the masked man approached the three individuals on the ground, squatting down and forbidding anyone else from touching the medicine. He personally administered the pills, expertly tilting their chins to ensure the capsules slid down their throats. Previously, Fuyu had remarked that this man, aside from sacrificing his own vital energy to cultivate a dark force within, also consumed a toxic brew made from poisonous herbs. He was adept at utilizing the principles of poison, making him a formidable practitioner. Thus, shortly after ingesting the pills, the three individuals began to relax. Only then did Dai Jieli's expression soften slightly. The masked man, gazing at her, unexpectedly reached out to caress her face with a frivolous demeanor, typically fiery in temperament. Dai Jieli merely clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger. Bai Moshuan marveled inwardly. Despite her simmering rage, Dai Jieli dared not express it, clearly intimidated by this individual. This man had recently been acquired by Mr. Bailey, placing him above Dai Jieli, likely due to Mr. Bailey's indulgence and his own formidable skills. Poor Dai Jieli, who had once commanded the third in their ranks, now found herself in such a subordinate position. Chapter 230. The Martial King of Nanyue. 2. These individuals obstructed the coffin behind them. Once the three on the ground were lifted, Su Bai and the others beheld a black coffin resting atop a platform of jade stones, its lid ajar, faint light emanating from within. It was evident that the poison had afflicted the three due to their hasty actions after the coffin had been opened. The masked man sneered, "I did not expect Mr. Bailey's subordinates to be such fools. If you possess the skill, do it yourself," Dai Jieli retorted, prompting a silence from everyone present, who instinctively stepped aside. Clearly dissatisfied with the masked man, tacitly supporting Dai Jieli's words and opting to observe what prowess the masked man truly possessed. In Bai Moshuan's mind, a plan began to take shape. The coffin lay before them, its elaborate design suggesting it belonged to a person of considerable wealth and status, likely a tomb of the nobility from the Nanyue kingdom. The burial items accompanying it were undoubtedly valuable. and the thought of allowing these individuals to benefit without consequence was utterly unacceptable. The masked man had yet to notice their presence. Should he feel a stirring within and produce a box from his robes, Bai Mashwan mused, if it were to contain poison, then his mother, Fu Yu, would undoubtedly claim the second position in expertise, for no one else could lay claim to the first. Su Bai, intrigued, leaned in to inquire further. But a mere glance from Bai Mashwan silenced him. Su Bai retracted, slightly abashed. Meanwhile, internal discord brewed among the masked man's group, isolating him. Yet he appeared unfazed. Let me demonstrate a little something for you. He bent over the coffin, his fist clenched, and struck the corpse within. In a swift motion, a jet of black liquid erupted from the coffin, splattering onto the ground, which immediately sizzled and turned charred, revealing its potent corrosiveness. Su Bai's mouth fell slightly agape. This was indeed the poisonous residue of the dead, as his master, Lei Zi, had described. It was said that in ancient times, individuals often ingested lethal substances before death to aid in the preservation of their bodies. This toxic substance would corrode the internal organs, transforming them into liquid form. When tomb raiders disturbed the corpse, the pressure would cause the fluid to spew forth from the mouth, potentially scalding flesh or even claiming lives. The masked man, having released the corpse's poison, bore a look of smug satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. In this world, those capable must exert themselves more. While hard work is no burden, we are all in the same boat, serving Mr. Bai Li. If we cannot unite, we risk failure. And who will bear the blame then? Miss Dai, esteemed guests, I urge you to reconsider. Despite his arrogance, the masked man exhibited a shrewdness and worldly wisdom in his actions. Bai Mashwan recalled the enigmatic Jiang Han, who had once alluded to a figure capable of commanding respect. Judging by the masked man's methods and demeanor, it was likely that he was indeed this very person. Dai Jili murmured in agreement, her frustration palpable. Observing her vexation brought a hint of amusement to Bai Mashwan. This fiercely competitive woman was now subjected to humiliation by the newcomer. Perhaps, like her dealings with the third party, she might take decisive action against the masked man. If so, it would certainly simplify matters for them. The white light within the coffin continued to flicker. The masked man proclaimed, I have devoted my life to the arts of Maoshan, never once imagining I would become a tomb raider, nor that I would ever have the chance to behold a luminous pearl. He laughed heartily as he bent down to retrieve the pearl, turning to present it to the onlookers. At that moment, a mischievous smile crept onto Bai Mashwan's lips. As the masked man turned, an unexpected sound reached his ears, signaling that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. The masked man clutched the luminous pearl, which ignited a wave of exuberance among the crowd. As he stepped forward, his eyes narrowed to a slit, and suddenly the stones beneath their feet gave way. The masked man was the first to plummet into the abyss. As he fell, his mask shifted slightly, revealing a conspicuous birthmark on his neck. Dai Jili had previously distanced herself from the masked man to avoid him, and with quick reflexes, she grasped the edge of the crumbling stones. Unfortunately, she was already suspended halfway down, and despite her efforts to hold on with one hand, the stones continued to loosen beneath her. Soon, she would also succumb to the depths below. Her companions had already fallen, their descent silent, which drained the color from Dai Jili's face. Just as despair enveloped her, a hand reached out, effortlessly pulling her back to solid ground. Upon regaining her footing, she glared and exclaimed, Damn it, how is it you again? Bai Mashwan raised an eyebrow. I saved you, and not even a word of thanks. Women truly are unreasonable creatures. Dai Jili turned to look at the once solid stone floor of the tomb, now marred by a gaping chasm, into which all the stones had tumbled, dragging her companions and the masked man down with them. The darkness below obscured any view, and despite her cries, there was no response. Bai Mashwan remarked, Stop calling out. That fool thought himself clever for seizing the luminous pearl. Little did he know, it was the very mechanism of his downfall. Even if he were to return the pearl now, it would be of no avail. When the pearl was extracted, Bai Mashwan had heard the unsettling sound of teeth clashing, accompanied by a booming noise. He had anticipated some malevolent force at play, but never expected it to coordinate so effectively, eliminating so many adversaries. Alas, the luminous pearl also fell into the abyss. Yu Qing, having discerned the birthmark on the man's neck, felt a surge of excitement. If he could confirm this with his father, he would ascertain whether this was indeed his father's former master. Cui Ying and Su Bo, intrigued by the scene within the coffin, approached, and beheld the figure lying inside. Su Bo exclaimed, "Could it truly be the martial king of Nanyue?" "How do you know?" Cui Ying retorted. "First, observe the burial attire. It is crafted to imperial specifications, and notably black. The virtues of water correspond to black in the Qin dynasty. Hence emperors donned black garments. Furthermore, you may not be aware, but this Zhao Tuo, aside from his wealth and generosity, was known for his longevity. The Nanyue kingdom existed for only 93 years, yet he lived over a century." Su Bo pointed to the remains. "Do you see his visage? Does he resemble a short-lived soul?" Zhao Tuo served as the deputy commander of the 500,000 strong army that pacified Nanyue under Qin Shi Huang, and he remained active in the governance of Lingnan for a total of 81 years until his death in the 4th year of Emperor Wu of Han. Yu Qing approached and observed the man's hands. It was said that the luminous pearl could preserve a corpse from decay, and this seemed true. The moment the pearl was removed, the flesh of the corpse contracted, yet it remained intact. Su Bo had previously mentioned that Zhao Tuo was a military general, accustomed to wielding weapons. "Look at his right hand," he pointed out. "It bears signs of deformation, a testament to years of martial practice." Dai Jie found herself simultaneously exasperated and relieved that she had not fallen, yet exasperated to find herself entangled with this group of individuals. At times, she struggled to discern whether she belonged to Bailey Sang's faction or was merely aligned with these people. Irritated, she exclaimed, "Why do you always have to fight your way out? There's no helping it. It's fate." Su Bai replied with a chuckle. "Honestly, we were so anxious when we saw that masked man disrespecting you. We were itching to rush in and rescue you. And look, that fellow got what he deserved. Tumbling down as he did. Perhaps this was something Bai Moshuan welcomed." Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Bai Moshuan raised his head, surprisingly unperturbed, and echoed Su Bai's sentiment. Indeed, such disrespect is utterly wrong. Moreover, how dare he show disdain towards Miss Dai, the most trusted by Mr. Bailey, especially when he is a stranger. His words were a mix of sincerity and jest. Before Dai Jie could respond, Bai Moshuan swiftly approached the coffin, gazing at the figure within. Clad in a black imperial robe with hands crossed over his chest in a disheveled manner, likely the result of the masked man's earlier assault, Bai Moshuan mused that. Without the night pearl, this corpse bore no distinction from any ordinary cadaver, appearing merely desolate. Noticing the corpse's fists clenched yet not fully closed, Bai Moshuan felt a stirring in his heart and reached out, forcibly prying the hands apart. Yu Qing cautioned, "Be careful. It's fine. You forget that I am different from you," Bai Moshuan replied. Besides, the toxins were expelled by the masked man. As the corpse's hands opened, each clutched a jade cicada, a symbol of purity, nobility, and spiritual connection in ancient beliefs. The cicada, often seen as a representation of the soul's transcendence beyond death, suggested that while the body may perish, the spirit endures, merely undergoing a transformation. In addition to the jade cicadas, the corpse was adorned with various other jade artifacts, which Bai Moshuan collected without hesitation, stowing them in his backpack. Among the treasures was a small jade sword, split into 2 sections, one green, the other white, seemingly crafted from a single piece of jade, devoid of any signs of assembly. The sword bore precious bloodstains, enhancing its worth manifold. Su Bai gasped in admiration. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Dai Jie, observing their collection of the ceremonial items, felt a wave of helplessness wash over her and let out a long sigh. After the earlier ordeal, her legs felt weak, and as she instinctively leaned against the brick wall for support, she inadvertently triggered the opening of a concealed door. The intricate patterns on the door matched those of the hollow bricks with exquisite precision, and they had entered without noticing anything amiss. Dai Jie steadied herself, and then noticed a hidden chamber behind her. When she shone her headlamp inside, the sight left her agape. To describe it as resplendent would be an understatement. Yu Qing and Cui Ying, hand in hand, approached the room and beheld a plethora of burial artifacts, some neatly arranged in boxes, while others lay exposed. Among them was a pair of peculiar items, which prompted Cui Ying to call out to Su Bai, urging him to come and see what they were. Each of these objects featured elongated poles resembling bamboo joints, consisting of 5 segments. Upon closer inspection, Su Bai recognized that they were incense burners. The deep, mother and son style furnace was adorned with a lid intricately carved to resemble mountain peaks. The circular base bore 2 exquisitely carved coiling dragons, their heads emerging from the dragon's mouth. The upper ends of the bamboo segments were also cast with 3 dragon heads supporting the body of the furnace, which was entirely gilded in silver. The body of the furnace was embellished with reliefs of dragons, and both the outer edge of the lid and the base were inscribed with engravings. After studying the pieces for a considerable time, Subai remarked that the inscriptions indicated this was a gift from Emperor Wen of Han to the King of Nanyue, intended to foster goodwill. Goodwill? Weren't you saying that the King of Nanyue was entangled in a struggle with the Han? Cui Ying surprisingly produced a pen, revealing her keen interest in this historical narrative. Following the death of Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han dynasty, Empress Liu took charge and began to sever ties with Zhao Tuo. After her demise, Emperor Wen ascended the throne, sending emissaries to restore the ancestral tomb of Zhao Tuo and appointing guardians to conduct annual sacrifices, while bestowing titles and wealth upon Zhao Tuo's relatives. He consistently sought to establish amicable relations with Nanyue, temporarily stabilizing their interactions. However, by the 4th year of Emperor Wu's reign, Zhao Tuo passed away at the age of approximately 100, interred in Panyu. Following his death, his descendants continued to rule Nanyue for 4 generations until the kingdom was ultimately annexed by the Han in 111 BC. Subai noted the fluctuating relations characterized by both alliances and hostilities over time. Cui Ying nodded, gazing at the incense burner, ignoring the bamboo segments below. She observed that the upper part resembled a tiered mountain, with gaps in between, supported by dragon heads, and adorned with 3 coiling dragons. Resembling a blooming flower bud from afar, graceful and resplendent, truly magnificent. If incense were lit within the burner, fragrant smoke would waft through the gaps, filling the chamber. Subai remarked that this was a special piece used exclusively in the Han Palace. In addition to the pair of incense burners, several other burial items were present, which the group carefully stowed into their backpacks. Leaning against the wall, Dai Jieli appeared indifferent, the lavish artifacts seemingly failing to captivate her attention. Bai Moshuan approached her, asking, "What's wrong? With the death of the 3rd brother, have you lost your will to live?" The mention of the 3rd brother's demise provided Bai Moshuan an opportunity to express his lingering grievances. Dai Jieli, last time, when the 3rd brother suddenly turned on me. It was you who instigated it, wasn't it? Though he was brawny and not the brightest, he wasn't a fool. How could he have acted against someone the master had bribed during a mission? Are you dredging up old grievances? Dai Jieli's temper had noticeably diminished, her expression darkening. Bai Moshuan replied, "I dislike being manipulated. I merely made it clear to him that I had fallen in love with you." Dai Jieli lifted her gaze to meet Bai Moshuan's face, firmly conveying that the 3rd person was prone to jealousy and had a volatile temper. "As you mentioned, he possesses a simplistic mind. During that mission, I made a concerted effort to win your favor, only to provoke the 3rd into harboring murderous intent towards you, prompting my decisive action." Bai Moshuan smirked, "So that's the case." Dai Jieli, flushed by his grin, retorted indignantly, "Do you find me amusing? With your current standing, you could have as many women as you desire. What am I to you?" "I desire no woman at present, including you," Bai Moshuan replied. "It seems that after the death of the 3rd, the masked man that Bailey Sang has chosen possesses quite discerning taste. That man is ruthless and merciless. In comparison, you merely lack a heart of stone, which he possesses in abundance." Dai Jieli silently turned away. "In this matter, you alone saved me. If Mr. Bailey were to find out, he would likely grow even more distrustful of me. I truly cannot discern whether you are a harbinger of fortune or calamity. You killed the 3rd, and no matter how you explain it, it remains an instance of fratricide. Moreover, due to your sister's circumstances, Bailey Sang has undoubtedly harbored suspicions towards you for some time." Cui Ying approached, stating, "Miss Dai, I address you as such because you and she are sisters. You now live for 2. Have you never contemplated leaving Bailey Sang? Although I have not met him, his methods reveal a man of great ambition, with remarkable insight and perseverance. To ally with him is to consort with wolves." "I will not leave," Dai Jieli asserted. "I cannot abandon the pursuit of justice for my sister. Her death was shrouded in mystery, and I refuse to allow it to be in vain. One must have justification for murder." Cui Ying appeared momentarily taken aback. "If your sister were aware of all this, she would likely wish for your survival, urging you not to be shackled by hatred, for it may lead you to perdition." Dai Jieli pursed her lips. "There are always those who consider themselves virtuous. But have you truly contemplated my plight from my perspective?" Cui Ying hesitated, realizing that her good intentions had not borne fruit. Yet, upon reflection, Dai Jieli's words bore a semblance of truth. Each individual's tribulations are known only to themselves. Meanwhile, Yuqing and Su Bo had reaped considerable rewards. Su Bo expressed satisfaction. So, where do we go from here? Naturally, we shall seek the dragon vein, Bai Moshuan stated candidly, without reservation towards Dai Jieli. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Dai Jieli's eyes as Bai Moshuan was poised to extract information regarding the masked man from her. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, prompting a startled Su Bo to exclaim, "It can't be collapsing, can it? We must leave at once." As if fate conspired against them. Just as Su Bo finished speaking, debris began to fall. The group hastened to exit, only to be astonished by the sight before them. The newly formed pit was now filled with stagnant water, a murky green pool swaying ominously. Where did this water come from? Yuqing inquired, and no sooner had the words left his mouth than the pool erupted with ominous black vapors. Chueying had already drawn her red sand gun, while Su Bo brandished the 8-foot divine mirror, their synergy unmistakable. Bai Moshuan looked at Dai Jieli and asked, "Would you shoot me in the back?" Chapter 232. The bone stapler. Dai Jieli paused momentarily and replied with a firm tone, "I have no intention of doing so for the time being, so you need not worry." Bubbles began to emerge from the water, gurgling as if an entire pool was reaching its boiling point. Su Bo shielded his chest with a mirror and inquired of Yuqing, "Hey, young man, what is happening? What lurks within?" "I am uncertain," Yuqing replied. "However, it is likely related to those who ventured below. The recent tremors were rather unusual. What do you think?" Bai Moshuan. "Retreat," Bai Moshuan commanded, leading the group back in the direction they had come. They had scarcely walked 5 meters when the water in the pool surged forth as if propelled, splashing at their feet. Su Bo immediately cried out in alarm, grasping Chueying and dashing forward. Streams of water shot out, landing on the tiled surface and writhing, and soon, dark, reddish insects scurried towards them with alarming speed. Bai Moshuan recognized them as corpse beetles. He had been aware that the humid southern climate bred such creatures, but he was baffled by the fiery red markings on their backs. Though he had never encountered them before, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and he thought to himself, "This is dire. Flee, quickly." Dai Jieli drew her firearm and aimed at the nearest corpse beetle to Bai Moshuan, firing with precision. The bullet penetrated its body, rendering it a gruesome mess. Bai Moshuan looked up and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Dai Jieli grunted in acknowledgement before turning to run. Behind them, a swarm of corpse beetles emerged from the pool, clamoring to escape. Su Bo glanced back and was horrified to see a skeletal figure amidst the mass of beetles, which were clambering over it, as if it were alive. A chill ran down his spine, and he hurriedly followed Chueying. Suddenly, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he was filled with dread as he exclaimed, "Young man, save me." No sooner had he spoken than Yuqing held up a flame to ignite his trousers. The corpse beetle recoiled in fear of the fire, the flames crackling as it was scorched, yet it still writhed, releasing its grip on Su Bo's pant leg. Dai Jieli retrieved a bottle from her bag, took out a cotton ball soaked in alcohol, ignited it, and hurled it into the advancing horde of beetles. With a loud bang, sparks erupted, providing the group the opportunity to escape the tomb. They hurried through the empty chamber and crawled out through a small opening. Returning to the vertical grave. Breathless, Su Bo patted his chest nervously. "They didn't follow us, did they? Please, not after us." He anxiously inspected his legs. Thankfully, although a portion of his pants had been burned and his calf felt a bit scorched, it was far better than being bitten by those creatures. He recalled Master Lei's warnings. A bite from a corpse beetle could lead to a gruesome demise with blood gushing from all orifices. Dai Jieli hesitated before stating that skeletal remains belonged to one of the 4 mute individuals. "How do you know?" Yuqing asked. "There is only one skeleton left," she replied. "Let us discuss this outside." A shiver ran through Dai Jieli at the thought that her companions might all have met such a fate. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, the crowd refrained from pressuring her further and swiftly vacated the area, returning to the surface. By this time, darkness had fallen. Yuqing went to inspect the 2 individuals discarded in the thicket, only to find that the ground was left with nothing but ropes, suggesting they had managed to free themselves. Without dwelling on this detail, they moved far away from the scene and sought refuge in a larger cave. Yuqing once again pressed Dai Jieli. "How did you ascertain the identity of that skeleton?" "There is a hole in the thigh bones," Dai Jieli replied, gazing at the flickering flames in the cave. The fire was modest, and the night in the southern region was not overly chilly. This is a mark left by Mr. Bailey. Su-bai, bewildered, remarked, a hole in the bones, a mark. How could this be achieved? You cannot fathom the existence of a colossal human bone stapler, Dai-Jili explained. Those who violate the rules are forcibly pressed onto it, their right leg ensnared. With a single thrust, flesh and blood are splattered. And a hole is left in the leg, blood pours forth. I thought that person was doomed, yet they still clung to life. But at a dire cost, they must drink poison, rendering them unable to hear or speak. It was the most astonishing thing I have ever witnessed. Whenever I inadvertently anger Mr. Bailey, I cannot help but tremble, envisioning myself lying upon that dreadful contraption. I too would be unable to hear or speak, for I would choose survival above all else. Cui Ying, lost in thought, finally voiced her confusion. I do not comprehend why you would risk your lives for him. A man who could conceive of such a bone stapler clearly holds no regard for human life. Such a person is truly terrifying. Miss Dai, while I understand your sentiments, this path is perilously fraught with danger. We are both fearful and resentful of him, Dai-Jili said with a wry smile. You are curious why we willingly serve Mr. Bailey. He is the most extraordinary individual I have encountered in my life. He possesses a certain allure that brings forth the most fragile aspects of one's soul. From the very first glance, he discerned that I was someone yearning to escape my past. He skillfully manipulated my psyche, forcing me to witness my sister's demise before my eyes, compelling me to assume her identity and live under the name Dai-Jili. Moreover, he possesses various means. The third brother followed Mr. Bailey merely for survival. He harbors secrets, and Mr. Bailey, aware of this, remains silent, for the third brother still holds value. However, this time, the third brother expressed reluctance regarding the quest for the dragon vein. Mr. Bailey is aware of his insubordination. He knows that the third brother harbors murderous intent towards Bai Moshuan, yet he deliberately seeks to win over Bai Moshuan. When I eliminated the third brother, rather than inciting his wrath, he merely smiled. Dai-Jili recalled Mr. Bailey's enigmatic smile at that moment, and a shiver coursed through her. Everything had been anticipated by him. The act of killing the third brother with my own hands was also within his calculations. If that is the case, your situation becomes even more perilous, Su-bai warned. He must certainly be aware of your affections towards Bai Moshuan. That fool of a third brother must have mentioned it before Mr. Bailey. You are the next in line to face his wrath. Dai-Jili smiled faintly, resting her head against the rock wall. I understand, she said, but I have long since passed away. I now live for my sisters. I must uncover why Mr. Bailey sought to take my sister's life. His motives are of utmost importance, both to me and to you. Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback, quickly glancing at Bai Moshuan. This woman was risking her own life, undoubtedly for the sake of her sister, but could it also be for Bai Moshuan? Dai-Jili continued. Mr. Bailey would not kill without reason. I am well aware of that. There must be a motive that concerns his interests. I have pondered whether my sister possessed something he desired, or if she was privy to certain secrets that led to her tragic fate. Upon realizing our connection, I began my investigation in that direction. I examined all her belongings at her residence, but found nothing. It is entirely possible that they had been thoroughly searched. Now, under her guise, I am daringly reaching out to her past acquaintances. Although I have yet to find results, I feel I am on the brink of uncovering the truth. I merely need time, and during this period, I will not leave Mr. Bailey. Her resolve was firm. Yu Qing remarked, how unfortunate for those deaf mutes. Enduring such suffering in life and dying far from home. There is nothing to pity. Dai-Jili raised an eyebrow. Do you know who they are? Each one carries a life upon their shoulders. Without allegiance to Mr. Bailey, they are destined to roam aimlessly. Even in death, such is their fate. Do not look at me with such expressions. Even if I were to perish one day, it would be deserved. The atmosphere in the cave grew heavy. Dai-Jili frequently mentioned death. Su-bo waved his hand dismissively. It's late. Let us not dwell on the morbid. Why not discuss the masked man instead? Shouldn't he be dead as well? Yu Qing inquired. He fell alongside those people. His chances of survival are slim. Bai Moshuan suddenly grunted. It's fortunate you've spent all these years near Mr. Bailey. Now a masked man has arrived, and you find yourself sidelined. He certainly seems to regard you all with disdain. Su-bo rolled his eyes, realizing Bai Moshuan was employing a provocative tactic. However, the mention of the masked man ignited a blaze of fury in Dai-Jili's eyes. Her anger rendered the four of them silent. She tossed her rations into the fire, the sound echoing her sentiments. Dai-Jili sneered. Mr. Bailey failed to buy your loyalty. He must have summoned this individual from somewhere. This fellow cannot be tamed by anyone. Mr. Bailey has harbored a wolf at his side. I truly wish to see who ultimately prevails. What a time. When did he join you? Shui Ying inquired. Dai, this man is not one you have interacted with much, she replied, but we have encountered him a few times. Frankly speaking, Mr. Bailey has ample reason for valuing him. And it was not long ago, merely recently, Dai Jili remarked, the last time we were in Zhu Mountain. After being ambushed, we awoke adrift at sea. Initially, we intended to return, but Mr. Bailey advised against it, claiming that even if we went back, it would be futile. This was indeed the case. The hidden tunnel had been cleverly concealed by Yu Qing and by Ma Xuan, making it impossible for anyone to locate. Dai Jili expressed her frustration. We had no choice but to return. Upon our arrival, Mr. Bailey refused to see us, and all of this is due to you. Different stances separated them. Bai Ma Xuan replied coldly, what is there to discuss? Dai Jili was momentarily at a loss for words, but continued, with Mr. Bailey ignoring us, we felt anxious, unsure of what methods he might employ against us. However, about 10 days later, Mr. Bailey suddenly appeared, informing us of a new mission, assuring us that assistance would be provided. Upon our arrival here, the masked man appeared. We did not know his name. He simply stated that we could call him Mask if we pleased. This arrogant individual clearly looked down upon us, and although Mr. Bailey had nominally tasked him to heed my commands, he ultimately dictated the course of action, as he was the one who provided the leads to the tomb of the Southern Yu King. Is he truly so formidable? Su Bo questioned, recalling that upon entering the mountains, this group had distinctly known that the convergence of reflected light led to the Southern Yu King's tomb. He soon felt relieved, pondering the identity of this individual. We do not know. Mr. Bailey has not uttered a word about him, and he has not even disclosed his name, Dai Jili responded. What are your plans now? Shui Ying inquired. Naturally, we must return, Dai Jili replied with a wry smile. I have come this far. There is no turning back. That night, silence enveloped them. The mystery of how waters surged from the depths was indeed perplexing. Yet the presence of corpses made the risk of investigating too great. Were those who had fallen into the abyss still alive? Only heaven could know. If heaven had eyes. May that masked man meet his demise. Having another adversary was certainly not advantageous. As dawn broke, Su Bo opened his eyes to find that Yu Qing and Bai Ma Xuan were no longer by his side. He sprang up and peered outside the cave, only to discover that Dai Jili was also missing. Shui Ying remained fast asleep, and Su Bo shook her awake, exclaiming, Stop sleeping. Everyone has vanished. Shui Ying groggily opened her eyes. We set out at midnight. Why are you panicking? They will return shortly. But where has Dai Jili gone? Su Bo asked. Shui Ying was startled to realize that Dai Jili was indeed absent. Her expression dimmed slightly. That woman has returned. It is her choice. Have Yu Qing and the others not yet returned? Where could they have gone? Su Bo inquired. They said they wouldn't return to investigate, yet they did, claiming that our presence was a hindrance. Seeing Su Bo's pout, Shui Ying chuckled. It seems we truly are a bother. Suddenly, Su Bai pondered the situation. If they were to return in the dead of night, and now that dawn had broken. It had been over 6 hours since the two had left. Where on earth were they? Glancing at Shui Ying, he noticed that although she wore a smile, the anguish in her eyes was unmistakable. Su Bai wished to inquire, yet hesitated, fearing that it might distress her further. Thus, he remained by her side, awaiting the return of the two. Time passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, still no sign of them appeared. Su Bai and Shui Ying descended numerous times to observe the cave's entrance, wavering in indecision before ultimately retreating back into the cave. It was not that they feared death. Rather, they understood that should the two descend and find nothing, they might lose their lives, and upon the return of Yu Qing and Bai Mo Xian, they would likely be unwilling to retrieve their bodies. Their decision to refrain from entering proved prudent. As night fell, Bai Mo Xian and Yu Qing finally emerged at the cave's mouth, their bodies caked in mud, their faces smeared to the point where only their eyes remained visible. Darting about, their attire was in tatters, their trousers riddled with holes. Upon catching sight of Shui Ying, both men felt a wave of embarrassment, clearing their throats. They dropped their backpacks onto the ground, exclaiming, "We've finally made it back alive. What on earth happened to you?" Su Bai gasped in disbelief. While Yu Qing was accustomed to such appearances, he had never seen Bai Mo Xian in such a disheveled state. Was this truly the same celebrated star? Bai Mo Xian spat out a mouthful of mud, mixed with sand, the gritty taste overwhelming. Shui Ying and Su Bai quickly offered him a water flask. And after gargling for what felt like an eternity, they finally began to speak. Yu Qing, seated beside them, disregarded changing his clothes and remarked to Cui Ying, "That guy is utterly inhuman." It turned out that Bai Mo Xian and Yu Qing had been restless throughout the night, haunted by the memory of the mechanism that had suddenly unleashed a torrent of water, accompanied by a swarm of corpse turtles. The underground realm was undoubtedly complex. And most importantly, what had become of the masked man after he fell? If only they could ascertain his fate. After a brief discussion, they resolved to return, sharing their plans solely with Cui Ying. At that moment, Su Bai remained sound asleep, and they chose not to rouse him. Upon returning to the tomb chamber, they found the corpse turtles had vanished without a trace, while the water in the pool continued to ripple gently. Corpse turtles typically resided in damp locations, remaining quiet until disturbed, at which point they would engage in frenzied pursuits. Due to their diminutive size, they favored attacking the ears, mouths, and noses of their victims, often squeezing into any available openings, with some overly eager ones even biting through skin to feast. However, for Yu Qing, corpse turtles were creatures of the Yin realm. Why then did they fear fire? The answer lay in their aversion to sunlight. Lacking sufficient firepower, they possessed the Zhengyang talismans and the aura of positivity. Thus, they bit their tongues, hastily inscribing numerous Zhengyang talismans, tucking them into their clothing to prevent them from being washed away. These talismans ignited upon contact with Yin entities. But both men remained apprehensive, for they had never tested their efficacy underwater. The two individuals exchanged a glance before plunging into the fathomless pool. The murky water obscured their vision, compelling them not to stray too far apart, acutely aware of each other's presence nearby. To their initial surprise, instead of the anticipated corpses, they encountered a mysterious force drawing them downward. Floating around them were some ethereal, cotton-like entities. Yu Qing reached out to grasp one, only to find it slippery and elusive, slipping through his fingers before he could seize it again. As they rapidly descended, Bai Moshuan's hand suddenly reached out and grasped his own, prompting Yu Qing to instinctively lean closer. Their bodies pressed tightly together as they continued to fall. Chapter 234. The Crown Princess. 1. Su Bai stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape in bewilderment. Cui Ying inquired, "What was that slippery thing?" Yu Qing's face contorted as if he had swallowed a raw egg, turning to Bai Moshuan, whose expression, though somewhat comical, remained cold as ever. "She's asking you, not me," he replied. It appeared that whatever it was not pleasant. Yu Qing sighed. "Leech. What is a leech?" Cui Ying asked, puzzled. Su Bai retorted, "You don't know what a leech is? You must have heard of a bloodsucker, right?" Cui Ying gasped, realizing the implication. No wonder it felt so slimy, and no wonder Yu Qing bore such an expression. The creature lacked a skeletal structure. Feeling soft and yielding in hand, its surface disturbingly smooth, evoking a sense of discomfort. There are 3 types of leeches: terrestrial leeches, aquatic leeches, and parasitic leeches, with the first 2 being commonly encountered. Terrestrial leeches typically inhabit grassy areas by streams, especially in damp, concealed spots laden with decaying wood and foliage. These creatures lie in wait beneath fallen leaves, grass, or stones, poised to feast upon the blood of unsuspecting animals and humans alike. Aquatic leeches lurk among aquatic vegetation, swiftly swimming out to attach themselves to any creature that enters the water, gorging themselves before departing. Su Bai recalled his childhood experiences in the fields, where he had encountered these leeches in rice paddies. His instinctive reaction was to tear them off and fling them far away, the farther the better. In contrast to the leeches encountered by Yu Qing and by Moshuan, the aquatic leeches from Su Bai's memories seemed trivial. As Yu Qing and Bai Moshuan felt the force pulling them downward, their attempts to resist proved futile, leading them to surrender and allow themselves to fall. When they finally landed, they struggled to hold their breath, daringly switching on their headlamps. To their dismay, the illumination revealed the water's floor teeming with large leeches, each the size of a thumb, floating densely around them. Holding their breath, they were rendered speechless, their bodies prickling with goosebumps, and their palms and soles growing cold. Their eyes widened in alarm as they exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously turned off their headlamps, adhering to the adage that what is unseen is untainted. Though they were merely deceiving themselves, feeling somewhat relieved nonetheless. As the 2 descended to the depths of the water, they finally discerned the source of the sinister suction. Touching the bottom, they discovered numerous small orifices. As they groped about, an entity approached them, swaying with the currents. It brushed against Bai Moshuan's back, prompting him to reach out and touch it. To his astonishment, it was a skeletal remains. Instinctively, he felt around the thigh area and encountered the very hole from which the suction emanated. With a swift motion, Moshwan recoiled, casting the skeleton away with force. This action, however, stirred a sudden realization within him. With so many individuals having fallen, it was inevitable that they would encounter the corpses of those previously claimed by the water's grasp. Thus, it stood to reason that before their departure, at least one skeleton had already emerged. What of the others? If all had become ensnared, there must be more than just this solitary skeleton. Moshwan switched on his headlamp, rising to the surface as he scanned the area, soon uncovering 4 additional skeletons. In total, there were 5. Yet the number of adversaries far exceeded this count. Where had the others vanished? And the ghastly corpses, where were they? While Moshwan maneuvered effortlessly beneath the water, Yuqing began to struggle. After holding his breath for so long, he was nearing his limit. Frantically, he searched the bottom until his hand brushed against a chain. He had found it. Gripping the iron chain, he tugged with all his might, causing his body to plunge downward. Moshwan, who was in the midst of searching for more skeletons, was abruptly pulled down alongside him, unable to hold his breath any longer. Yuqing exhaled as they descended. In the darkness, only Moshwan's headlamp illuminated their surroundings, casting a faint glow that revealed the water above them had not cascaded down as he had feared. He noticed that the previously gaping void had now closed. And most importantly, the air he inhaled was not water, but precious oxygen. A wave of relief washed over Yuqing. He had no desire to perish in such a manner. The two fell hard onto the ground, their backs aching, yet they were alive, indicating that the height of their descent was not excessive. However, under the beam of Moshwan's headlamp, a shiver ran down their spines. They would not drown, but the corpses were another matter entirely. The bizarrely appearing and disappearing corpses surrounded them, and beneath them lay even more. Yuqing and Moshwan's voices turned hoarse with anxiety. Yuqing closed his eyes, stating without words, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, they both cautiously rose, aware without needing to touch that their backs were covered in corpses. They could even feel the creature's tendrils incessantly brushing against their clothing, despite the barrier of fabric. The sensation was vivid and unsettling. Carefully, they stood and exchanged a glance, inhaling deeply before surveying their surroundings. Their shoes and pant legs were mired in corpses. What was it like to walk into the jaws of a tiger? Perhaps it resembled their current plight. Fortunately, the corpses did not attack immediately, seeming instead to be in a languid state, merely probing and not yet eager to strike. Moshwan scanned the vicinity and spotted 3 skeletons, but only 3. What did this signify? There were still a few who had escaped. From where had they fled? Here lies the ordinary subterranean soil, a damp natural pit that also serves as the breeding ground for the corpse beetles. In this very pit, where might there be an exit? Yuqing's gaze was fixed upon the 3 skeletal remains, their positioning rather peculiar. It dawned on Yuqing that these individuals had likely been pursued by the corpse beetles during their escape, ultimately meeting a grim fate. Thus, the direction was clear. In a moment of realization, Moshwan also understood, and the two exchanged glances before channeling their energy. The Zhenyang talismans hidden within their garments ignited, the corpse beetles on their bodies crackling like a multitude of firecrackers. The flames surged fervently. "Run!" they shouted in unison, sprinting towards the direction of the bones. As the fire consumed the corpse beetles clinging to them, falling away in a cacophony underfoot. Their predicament was somewhat comical, engulfed in flames that seemed to cause them no harm. They pressed on, the beetles cascading down as they neared the pit. Anxiety gripped their hearts. If the passageway did not lie ahead, they would be in dire straits. As they approached the earthen wall, a thought of Chuaying crossed Yuqing's mind. She would not be weeping now, for she could return alive. Upon crossing the earthen barrier, their feet unexpectedly met emptiness, and they plummeted once more. What lay below? Subai felt tears welling up. It was a miracle they had not been devoured by the beetles or consumed by flames. Moshwan irritably gestured at his soiled clothing. "Do you not see what I'm covered in? Is it mud?" Chuaying remarked. "Wet mud wouldn't account for this state." Yuqing nodded. "Indeed, it is mud." As they descended again, expletives were on the tip of their tongues, but upon landing in the mud, they found themselves inexplicably exhilarated. The muck not only extinguished the flames engulfing them, but also caused several corpse beetles that had followed them to sink out of sight. They exchanged glances, their disheveled appearance overshadowed by their shared excitement. After an indeterminate time, Yu Qing finally stated, "There are a total of 8 skeletal remains." Bai Moshuan nodded in agreement. "When we arrived, there were 15 of them. Excluding Dai Jieli and the 2 sentries, that leaves 13. Now, only 8 remains. Where are the other 5? Yu Qing pondered aloud. "They must have escaped as well, likely through this very exit." Bai Moshuan expressed his frustration. "Damn it, why wasn't there a total annihilation?" Yu Qing understood his sentiment. The masked man was either among those 8 remains or among the 5 who had fled. Yet, given his capabilities, the latter seemed far more probable. "Let us proceed," Yu Qing said calmly. "If he could be so easily dispatched, he would not be our adversary." Bai Moshuan let out a disgruntled grunt. What bad luck. The thought of the masked man possibly still being alive dampened their spirits as they cautiously navigated through the mud, searching for an escape route. Eventually, at the end of their path, they discovered a concealed door, behind which lay a scene that Su Bai could never have fathomed, a burial chamber. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Bai immediately leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Impossible." Bai Moshuan retorted, "What is impossible about it? Do you think our 4 eyes are blind?" Su Bai scratched his head, pondering, "But it doesn't make sense. Consider this. We are in the tomb of the martial king of Nanyue, and within that coffin lies an elderly gentleman over 100 years old, accompanied by a luminous pearl, adorned in royal attire. However, there exists a more meticulously constructed chamber beneath the ground." Yu Qing interjected, "Not only is it more elaborate, but it is also far more secure. That luminous pearl will lead visitors to that chamber, but it will also thrust them towards the corpse pit. The sudden eruption of the corpse pit must be triggered by someone inadvertently activating a mechanism, resulting in the corpses being propelled into the pool. Yet, they will ultimately return to their resting place at the bottom of the pool. Those 5 individuals, had the masked man not been present, would likely have met their demise." Yu Qing was right about the more intricate tomb. Upon their entry, they were met with the astonishing sight of a looted chamber. Nonetheless, the walls, constructed from Han white jade, adorned with intricate patterns that meticulously depicted the visage of the Nanyue kingdom, left one in awe. Moreover, there were 3 coffins, the uppermost of which rested upon a platform of Han white jade, with steps of the same material leading directly to it. The other 2 coffins were positioned below, flanking either side. All 3 were exquisite jade coffins, and Bai Moshuan recognized them as being made of white jade. All 3 coffins had been opened, their contents undoubtedly plundered. Yet fortunately, inscriptions remained on the coffins. Yu Qing turned to Su Bai, "With your impressive IQ of 180. Can you guess who the owners of these 3 white jade coffins are?" Su Bai replied confidently, "Without a doubt, if there is indeed another chamber below, then the elderly gentleman we discovered previously is merely a decoy, not the true martial king of Nanyue. The coffin positioned at the top contains the actual martial king, while the 2 below must belong to either his wife or his children. This is trickier to ascertain, but I shall take a guess. The crown prince and the crown princess." Bai Moshuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, both seemingly impressed. Su Bai gleefully exclaimed, "I guessed correctly. Didn't I? The crown prince Zhao Zhongshi and the crown princess Mei Zhu." "Well done," Bai Moshuan acknowledged. Indeed, the inscriptions confirm that the other 2 are the crown prince Zhao Zhongshi and crown princess Mei Zhu. Su Bai remarked, "The story of crown princess Mei Zhu is quite extraordinary. Her association with Zhao Zhongshi is well noted, yet her origins are scarcely detailed in historical records. It is merely stated that she is the daughter of the king of Anyang, who himself is shrouded in mystery. Legend has it that the king of Anyang crafted spiritual crossbows, which he used to repel several incursions by the Qin dynasty. This king of Anyang was originally a prince of ancient Shu, and after the Qin conquered ancient Shu in 316 BC, he traversed to what is now northern Vietnam, establishing the state of Ola and assuming the title of king of Anyang. How could the daughter of the king of Anyang come to be with the son of the martial king of Nanyue?" Chuaying inquired with curiosity. "Well, that is a long tale," replied Yu Qing. "Zhao Tuo engaged in battle with the king of Anyang at Xianyu Mountain near the North River, where the king of Anyang successfully repelled him with his spiritual crossbow. Zhao Tuo retreated to Wuning Mountain and sent envoys to negotiate peace. The 2 parties agreed to use Pingjiang as the boundary, with the north belonging to Zhao Tuo and the south to the Wang of Anyang. Zhao Tuo arranged for his son Zhao Zhongshi to marry Mei Zhu, the daughter of the Wang of Anyang, and even allowed him to move into the Wang family." Su Bo shook his head, remarking that it sounded rather peculiar to seek peace and, in the process, relinquish a son to the adversary. However, the situation was far more intricate. Shortly thereafter, the king of Nanyue launched a renewed assault on the Olua kingdom. The Wang of Anyang could have resisted with a spiritual crossbow, yet it failed. In the chaos of retreat, the Wang suspected that his daughter had betrayed him alongside Zhao Zhongshi and, in a fit of rage, killed Meizhu. Subsequently, Zhao Zhongshi, engulfed in grief, took his own life by drowning. This tragic episode became a profound sorrow for Zhao Tuo, the king of Nanyue. Although these records are not exhaustive and contain inaccuracies, the outcome remains evident. I pondered that the tale of the spiritual crossbow may not merely be hearsay. Perhaps it was covertly swapped by Zhao Zhongshi. It is a pity that Meizhu met such an unjust fate. Su Bo noticed that Bai Maxuan and Yu Qing were gazing at him like specters, causing a shiver to course through him. "What is it?" he queried. Bai Maxuan responded, "Today, I find you quite commendable." He continued, "Indeed, your suspicions are correct. All of this is a scheme orchestrated by Zhao Tuo, who inadvertently caused the demise of his own son and daughter-in-law, particularly the latter, who met an untimely and wrongful death, leaving him in unbearable anguish, unable to find solace in death, thus pinning it down." Yu Qing retrieved an object from his exceedingly disheveled backpack. It was a bamboo slip. Su Bo took it, managing to decipher some of its content. "Where did you acquire this?" he inquired. Those 5 individuals must have been in a frenzy, only collecting valuable items, leaving behind inconspicuous ones like this. Yet, this artifact is undoubtedly priceless. It bears the handwriting of the king of Nanyue. Bai Maxuan asked, "How much can you comprehend?" Su Bo replied, "About 70 to 80%. This is written in the small seal script of the Qin dynasty. It seems this old fellow is indeed cunning, aligning with the tales of unofficial history, as he sent his son to play the role of a spy. However, he likely did not anticipate that his son would genuinely fall in love with Meizhu and, upon her demise, take his own life, experiencing the sorrow of burying a child before his time." Indeed, Yu Qing concurred. For this reason, he sought to amend the situation posthumously by interring his son and daughter-in-law together, keeping them close. Yet, might the tale of the Wang of Anyang's spiritual crossbow be somewhat exaggerated? The Wang is a descendant of Biling. Su Bo looked at Yu Qing. "Have you heard of this individual?" Yu Qing replied, "If that is the case, the story of the spiritual crossbow may hold some truth." Biling was known for his mystical abilities. Originally from the Chu state, he accidentally drowned after falling into the water. Strangely, his body did not drift downstream, but swam upstream until it reached Pai. Even more astonishing, upon being retrieved, he miraculously revived. The Emperor of Wang, having heard of such a remarkable event, summoned Biling for an audience, and they found much common ground in conversation. The Emperor deemed Biling not only intelligent and wise, but also adept in matters of water, recognizing him as a talent, and appointed him as the Prime Minister of Shu. Shortly after Biling assumed the position, a catastrophic flood ensued, caused by Mount Yulei obstructing the flow of water. This deluge was comparable in magnitude to the great floods of Yao's time, leaving the populace submerged and suffering immensely. Biling led the people in flood control, carving a passage through Yulei Mountain, allowing the floodwaters of the Min River to flow freely downstream, thereby alleviating the disaster and enabling the populace to live in peace and prosperity. Upon Biling's successful return from his endeavors, Emperor Wang, recognizing his contributions, willingly abdicated the throne in his favor. After assuming the throne, Biling was known as Emperor Tsong and later referred to as the Enlightened Emperor. His descendants who succeeded him also bore the title of Enlightened Emperor. Yu Qing remarked that without supernatural or spiritual powers, resurrection after death would be unattainable. Zhao Tuo, having devoted his life to exerting his strength, was responsible for the demise of numerous individuals, yet he astonishingly lived beyond a century. Su Bai interjected, "Is it not said that while man acts, heaven observes? By the way, what else remains in that tomb? What else could there be?" "Almost everything of value has been taken," came the reply. Bai Maxuan let out a soft grunt. However, the cost they paid was far greater than ours. 8 human lives. Cui Ying shuddered at the thought. 8 lives extinguished, leaving only skeletal remains. This king of Nanyue, with his deep machinations, truly wrought considerable harm. But how did you manage to escape? Su Bai inquired. Chapter 236. The key behind that tomb was a ready-made passage, likely excavated by the 5 survivors, leading directly to the surface. We took advantage of this fortuitous opportunity and climbed out, but the above ground and below were entirely different realms. Yu Qing sighed ruefully. We had no idea of our whereabouts. Fortunately, the compass was not lost, and we relied on it to find our way back. What became of the passage? Subai questioned. Bai Mashwan weakly collapsed. Naturally, we employed the old method, misdirection. Did you encounter those 5 individuals along the way? Chuaying asked. Dai Jili left without a word. I wonder what will become of her upon her return. She didn't take those ceremonial vessels, did she? Bai Mashwan spoke up, causing Chuaying's jaw to nearly drop, as she chided him. How could you think that? Of course not. That is good news. Bai Mashwan expressed. Those were hard-won treasures. If she were to benefit from them, it would be a grave injustice. Just as Yu Qing was about to recline, he felt something on his back and asked Chuaying to assist him in retrieving it. As she extended her hand and examined the object, she immediately cast it away, exclaiming, "What is this?" It was a corpse turtle, lifeless yet not entirely incinerated. Bai Mashwan picked it up. Perfect. I'll take this back for my mother to examine. Why does this turtle possess a hint of red on its back? Bai Mashwan stowed the corpse turtle away, growing increasingly agitated by the mud that clung to him. He opened his backpack and retrieved a clean set of clothing. As he tugged at the garments, an object rolled to the ground, not his own. He picked it up, revealing a round, bone-like trinket, roughly the size of a child's fist. Where did this come from? Chuaying paused, suddenly recalling how Dai Jili had approached Bai Mashwan's backpack the previous night. Could this be something left by Dai Jili? A token of affection? Subai snatched it from Bai Mashwan's hands. Let me have a look. His actions infuriated Bai Mashwan, leading to a tussle between them that caused the object to roll onto the ground, crashing against a stone and shattering. Su Bo was left dumbfounded, repeatedly apologizing. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. Dear Star, I truly erred. Alas, I have destroyed the token of our affection. Yu Qing bent down to retrieve it, only to discover a small key lying beneath, one end still embedded in the broken bone sphere, clearly exposed after the sphere had fractured. How could this key be hidden within? Wait, there's also a note inside. Yu Qing pulled it out, reading, I told a lie. What lie did you tell? Chuaying asked, momentarily bewildered. Yu Qing, half amused and half concerned, held up the note. No, this note contains 4 words. I told a lie. I suspect this was secretly placed in Bai Mashwan's backpack by Dai Jili. Bai Mashwan pondered for a moment, recalling that he had only left his backpack once since arriving at the cave yesterday, to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The woman must have taken advantage of that rare opportunity to approach his backpack undetected. Moreover, as he took the key from Yu Qing, he mused. It doesn't appear to be a safe deposit box key. Dai Jili had claimed she found nothing among her sister's belongings. Yet she left this item behind and admitted to lying. The pieces aligned to suggest a singular conclusion. Dai Jili had indeed discovered something, but had initially withheld the truth. Uncertain of her motives, she departed, leaving behind this enigmatic key. Bai Mashwan examined the key, which bore the number 471. What could this signify? This woman has left us with this perplexing clue. How are we to investigate? His irritation grew. He wondered where this key originated, feeling it was inconsiderate for her to leave it without explanation. Though vexed, he ultimately pocketed the key. Chuaying remarked, she must have summoned considerable resolve to leave us this solitary discovery. Bai Mashwan, perhaps you should treat her with a bit more kindness. Despite her many misdeeds, she is still a pitiable soul. If we were to show compassion to every unfortunate person in this world, chaos would ensue, Bai Mashwan countered. Chuaying contemplated a rebuttal, but found herself at a loss for words. Eventually, she crossed her arms in resignation. Bai Mashwan, what woman could possibly soften your heart? There is one, Bai Mashwan replied with a mischievous grin. Her name is Fuyu. The 3 fell into silence as darkness enveloped the outside world once more. It was clear they would not be leaving tonight. Su Bo and Chuaying, having been cooped up in the cave for a day and a night, merely awaited the dusk. Yu Qing and Bai Mashwan exchanged glances, acknowledging that their current state required a change of scenery for clarity. Initially intending to venture alone, they reconsidered, knowing that 5 others remained unaccounted for outside. Leaving Su Bo and Chuaying behind felt unwise, so they resolved to descend together. After gathering their belongings, Yu Qing paused to extinguish the fire. For individuals traversed the mountains under the cloak of night, various sounds surrounding them, inevitably quickening their heartbeats. The moonlight shone brilliantly. They refrained from using headlamps or flashlights, choosing instead to walk slowly beneath the silvery glow. Upon hearing the sound of flowing water, they erupted into joyous cheers. Chuaying turned her back, and two disheveled men promptly leapt into the icy stream, their exuberance akin to discovering a great treasure. With her back to them, Shui remained composed, while Subai pressed against her, exclaiming, "Sister, I never imagined Yu Qing had such a fine physique." Shui, intrigued by his words, turned to look, surprised by Subai's boldness, prompting him to shift slightly to shield her. "Whoa, are you serious?" Shui laughed heartily. "Didn't you say he had a good figure? One must verify the claims. Truly, you are a product of overseas influence. I am at a loss for words." Subai retorted, rolling his eyes in resignation. "You are still a woman. You should at least maintain your charming side and occasionally embrace a more feminine demeanor." As Shui prepared to counter, she suddenly noticed a light emanating from the cave they had previously occupied. "Look over there. It seems someone is approaching. It's the light of a flashlight." Bai Mashuan and Yu Qing quickly rose from the stream, hastily donning their tattered clothing, which they carelessly discarded. Subai speculated, "Could it be Dai Jili returning?" Shui replied, "Even if it is, she is not alone. There are multiple beams of light. It seems we need to find another place to stay tonight," she added. The four of them moved in the opposite direction, and once the lights were completely out of sight, they deliberated on where to spend the night. Fortune smiled upon them as they selected a sheltered spot, crawling inside. The fire did not ignite, yet they huddled together under a thin blanket. After a long day's toil, Yu Qing and Bai Mashuan relaxed completely, swiftly drifting into slumber. Shui, illuminated by the moonlight, gazed at Yu Qing's peaceful sleeping face and felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch him. Subai, witnessing this, felt a pang of sadness, turning his head away and absently caressing the blood-amber necklace around his neck, as a familiar face flickered in his mind. As expected, Subai was the last to awaken, and Shui noticed tear stains at the corners of his eyes. Did this fellow cry in his dreams? She wondered, rousing him with the words, "It's time to leave the mountains." The four decided to exit from a different direction to avoid encountering the others. With the aid of the compass, they successfully navigated their way out. Returning to the city felt like a rebirth. Subai likened himself to a fledgling bird breaking free from its shell, marveling at the cityscape around him with a sense of wonder. Anticipating a potential encounter at the airport, they chose not to rush, opting to stay in a hotel for 3 days before returning. Their journey had yielded substantial rewards. Aside from the obvious treasures, the most invaluable discovery was Yu Qing's revelation regarding the masked man and the key inscribed with 471, likely left by Dai Jili. Chapter 237. The guest previously, there had been widespread speculation regarding the masked man's possession of the strange ghost chronicle, given its inextricable link with the art of transforming bones into gold. This individual had audaciously seized the golden mask, and tracing back further, the last known appearance of the strange ghost chronicle was at the residence of Yu Bai's master, who met with a tragic demise, alongside the mysterious disappearance of his senior brother and the chronicle itself. Could this masked man be none other than Yu Qing's master's uncle? Upon Yu Qing's description of the birthmark around the masked man's neck, Yu Bai's demeanor shifted dramatically. He buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed with distress. Yu Qing inquired, "Father, could it truly be the master's uncle? If only it were so." Yu Bai lifted his head from his hands, exclaiming, "The troubling truth is that this person cannot possibly be him. I lived alongside your master's uncle. He bore no such birthmark. His neck was impeccably clean." This revelation was undeniably disheartening. Bai Yi and Tang Sen exchanged glances, their faces etched with a wry smile. Tang Sen remarked, "If it is not your senior brother, then from whence has this individual emerged?" We find ourselves back at square one, and the question of whether the strange ghost chronicle lies in his possession remains shrouded in mystery. Yu Qing felt a pang of frustration. He had hoped his discovery would propel the investigation forward, yet it had only resulted in regression. Observing his despondent expression, Su Bo offered consolation. "Fear not, young one. At the very least, we now know this individual is not your master's uncle, which is indeed a valuable piece of information." Tang Sen turned his gaze to Yu Bai. "I implore you, Yu Bai, reflect once more. Beyond the grievances and rivalries with your senior brother from years past, is there any particular incident that stands out, especially one pertaining to the strange ghost chronicle?" Yu Bai lifted his head, straining to recollect. Memories flooded back of his senior brother's treachery, leading to his own return, the untimely death of his master, and the subsequent disappearance of his senior brother alongside the chronicle. Suddenly, he struck his forehead with vigor. "Cursed be it. I remember only my senior brother's betrayal. How could I have forgotten the events preceding that? It appears your age is indeed catching up with you, Tang Sen remarked bluntly. Yu Bai, unfazed yet puzzled, responded. I cannot be certain about this matter. My master had a custom of receiving guests on the 15th of every month, yet I have never encountered this guest. Each 15th, the doors remained firmly shut, with sounds of tea being brewed and voices within, yet no one ascended the mountain. I have no recollection of when this individual departed. How intriguing this person is, Tang Sen commented. Did you not inquire about them? How could I not? Yu Bai replied. I dared not pose the question directly to my master, so I turned to my senior brother for information. As you know, he held me in low regard and would never divulge anything, even warning me not to pry into matters I ought not to. After that, I ceased my inquiries. The guest continued to arrive on the 15th and departed quietly, and though I never caught a glimpse of him, the voice suggested he was a man. Beyond that, I know nothing. This individual remains enigmatic, Tang Sen mused. If he were above board, what would prevent him from being seen? Alas, it is unfortunate you did not glimpse his face. However, have you inquired whether your senior brother ever encountered this elusive guest? Yu Bai was momentarily taken aback, raising his right hand to point skyward, embodying a figure poised to speak yet uncertain of how to commence. Ultimately, he struck his thigh with a resounding slap, exclaiming, Damn it, I remember now. He finally recalled an incident when he observed his senior stealthily exiting the master's chamber. That day, the 15th, after his senior's departure, a shadow flickered within the room. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, it was unmistakably not the master, who was significantly taller. Yu Qing interjected, Father, it seems certain that the martial uncle has encountered that guest. However, why did he leave the room in such a furtive manner? Could there be something amiss? You ask me, but to whom should I direct such inquiries? Yu Bai retorted with irritation. At that young age, I was too naive to contemplate the deeper implications, nor could I have foreseen the events that would unfold later. I am not a prophet. Otherwise, the master would not have met such an ambiguous fate. Noticing his father's vexation, Yu Qing promptly fell silent. Tang Sancheng proposed, Let us entertain a bold hypothesis. That guest may indeed be the masked man of the present. Bai expressed his intrigue. That is an intriguing hypothesis. Please continue. This guest has frequently visited while concealing his true identity, suggesting a premeditated scheme, Tang Sancheng observed, noting the lack of dissent among the others. Perhaps this individual originally intended to acquire the chronicles of strange ghosts. If this premise holds true, then this guest must be aware that this book is in the possession of Yu Bai's master. To possess such knowledge implies a close relationship, possibly intertwined with vested interests. If this person is indeed after the chronicles of strange ghosts, what methods might he employ to discreetly obtain the book? Initially, Yu Bai listened with a casual demeanor, but as the discussion progressed, a sense of clarity washed over him. He could exploit my senior. My senior, who considers himself clever, is also greedy and ambitious, making him quite susceptible to manipulation. Su Bo, captivated by the reasoning, clapped his hands in approval. Indeed, if I were in his position, I would act similarly. Do not celebrate too soon, Bai cautioned. At present, all of this remains mere speculation. Without evidence, it is akin to a flight of fancy. There is always one composed individual who douses the flames of hope just ignited among the group. Tang Sancheng, accustomed to such moments, shrugged his shoulders. I understand. Thus, it is merely conjecture. Bai remarked, as Su Bo stated, we have still progressed to some extent. This enigmatic figure is not Yu Bai Sr., suggesting that the circumstances surrounding the demise of Yu Bai's master remain an unsolved mystery. Yet, the capabilities of this person are evident. Mo Xian, you still believe he is one of the 5 who are alive, do you not? I can sense it and comprehend it, Bai Mo Xian replied. That individual is unlikely to perish easily. Bai Li Sang's manipulation of this character is tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold. Moreover, this person possesses knowledge of the clues pertaining to the tomb of the Southern Yu's martial king. Our discovery of the reflective intricacies was fortuitous, compounded by Su Bo's imagination. Su Bo coughed lightly. It is not merely imagination. It is the power of knowledge. Do you understand? Bai Mo Xian continued. Let us overlook how Su Bo made his discovery. That is inconsequential. What is crucial is why that individual has access to clues regarding the Southern Yu's martial king's tomb. And what else he might know. Su Bai scoffed inwardly, finding that vixen utterly detestable. The task assigned by his third uncle was indeed extraordinary. Bai remarked that to thwart this group intent on upheaval, the key players were only two individuals, Bai Li Sang and a mysterious person of remarkable abilities. Yu Qing interjected, mentioning another individual, Dai Jieli, who had left behind a key. Bai took the key and promptly dismissed it as belonging to a safe. This key must correspond to a specific lock. I shall consult the Lock King for further insights. The mere mention of the Lock King piqued Su Bai's curiosity. Indeed, this individual, whose true name was Wang Sa, was an expert in all manner of locks and keys, possessing astonishing speed in his unlocking abilities, and had extensive knowledge of locks from both ancient and modern times. Bai explained that the moniker Lock King was bestowed upon him by Tang Sancheng. Tang Sancheng chuckled, quite fitting, wouldn't you agree? Su Bai nodded in agreement, handing the key to Wang Suo. However, he felt a twinge of impatience regarding their forthcoming actions. Tang Sancheng then queried Su Bai, have you experienced any unusual sensations in your body lately? Su Bai patted his chest, confidently asserting, I feel as robust as ever. My scales have not manifested in any capacity recently, and my body feels just as it always does. Yet, the moment he uttered that last word, Tang Sancheng's expression shifted dramatically. Yet what? Su Bai glanced towards Cui Ying and, sensing her indifference, lifted his shirt to reveal his back. It's just a bit itchy. The group, including Cui Ying, turned their gaze, and upon inspection, they noticed a scale on Su Bai's back was on the verge of detaching. Tang Sancheng reached out to touch it, and it trembled slightly. Still clinging to his skin, he hesitated, advising, be cautious. I cannot predict what might happen if it falls off. Chapter 238, Reminiscences. Su Bai was taken aback. If they all fell off, that would be preferable. You would die if they fell off. Would you wish for that? Cui Ying, observing Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor, playfully warned him, none of us know the consequences of losing a scale. Su Bai gasped, I shall inquire with my mother. Upon returning home, he showed his back to Bai Ling, who displayed a nonchalant expression. It's clearly just a scrape, a bit loose. With so many scales, losing one is inconsequential. Su Bai, drenched in sweat, expressed his doubts. Is that truly the case? What is the problem? It's merely an injury to my back. Bai Ling dismissed his concerns. Do not fret too much. It's nothing serious. By the way, your grandmother visited. Bai Ling mentioned it casually. But Su Bai felt puzzled. The other day, I encountered my grandmother in the street. She said she would come to see you soon. Yet why has it taken her so long? She mentioned she had urgent matters to attend to, which delayed her arrival. She came 2 days ago. Bai Ling suddenly chuckled. It's been so long since she last visited. It feels as though she left just yesterday, and today she merely returned home. Though Bai Ling laughed, a hint of melancholy lingered in her expression. Su Bai embraced his mother. Mother, you two share a deep bond. You have always believed she would return, and now she has. Is this not a joyous occasion? What was Father S' reaction upon meeting grandmother? After all, this is his first encounter with his mother-in-law. Bai Ling found it amusing to recall the moment when her mother knocked on the door, coinciding perfectly with Su Dahong's opening of it. Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman outside, Su Dahong seemed to instinctively react, becoming flustered and stumbling over his words, even inquiring whom she was seeking. Once her identity was confirmed, he nearly fainted from shock, sweating profusely with anxiety. Your father is still alive. He is currently at work. Bai Ling's expression suddenly darkened as she tightly grasped Su Bai's hand. Su Bai reassured her, Mom, are you grieving for Grandma? Over all these years, I have never held any resentment towards her. She raised me single-handedly. Even if she chose to leave abruptly, I would understand. However, I never anticipated that the very next day after that year, she would discover it was an empty coffin. Yet for my sake, she endured in silence for so many years before deciding to forge her own path. Bai Ling lamented, just the thought of this makes my heart ache. How could my so-called father deceive both of us? It is one thing to neglect his parental duties, but how could he use such deceit against us? He truly deserves condemnation. A pang of sorrow pierced Su Bai's heart, as he realized he did not even know what his grandfather looked like. The term grandfather was merely a label to him, yet the pain he inflicted upon his mother and grandmother was palpable. In that moment, Su Bai comprehended Bai Ling's animosity towards their grandfather over the years. Mom, Grandma's current identity is quite unique, Su Bai whispered. Do you understand what this means? She was unwilling to elaborate. Bai Ling responded, your grandmother left home after only one night. When asked where she was headed, she merely stated that she had unfinished business. Now she is a celestial envoy, bound by duty, and she is determined to confront your grandfather to seek the truth. She is incredibly stubborn, yet I, too, wish to unravel the tricks that man has played. But what about Xuanxu Daoist? Subai inquired. He likely remains unaware of Grandma's return and is still wandering outside. Can Grandma bear to do this? Of course, she remembers his kindness, Bailing replied. She mentioned that within 3 days, Xuanxu Daoist would return. That is reassuring. The thought of Xuanxu Daoist stirred a sense of indignation in Subai. Honestly, doesn't Grandma realize the value of cherishing those present? Why forsake such a wonderful Daoist beside her to cling to the past? According to you all, my grandfather is utterly heartless. That's simply genetics, someone quipped lightly. When I advised you to give up on Susu, did you heed my words? Bailing, still seething, retorted, now you sound like a backseat driver. You have inherited your grandmother's stubbornness. I wonder if that is truly a blessing. With a sigh, Subai was about to counter her when a knock echoed at the door. He exchanged a glance with Bailing and blurted out, Daoist. Upon opening the door, it was indeed the Daoist, who appeared even more gaunt after their time apart. Upon seeing Subai, the Daoist's face twitched momentarily, and he spoke in a low, somber tone, I have returned. An air of sorrow enveloped Xuanxu Daoist, deeply affecting Subai. Overcome with emotion, he embraced the Daoist's shoulders. Daoist, please, no more words. Xuanxu Daoist shook his head. I already comprehend the situation. Tears welled up in Subai's eyes, particularly upon seeing the empty sleeve of the Daoist priest. He mustered a smile and said, Daoist, we later visited Julong Mountain, but we did not encounter you. I know, the Daoist's words took Subai by surprise, causing him to widen his eyes. How do you know that? The Daoist's expression turned bittersweet, prompting Bai Ling to scold. Child, the Daoist has just returned. Why do you block him at the door instead of inviting him in? Upon hearing the words returned, Xian Su glanced at Bai Ling. Bai Ling had always been clever, and the mention of returning indeed warmed his heart. After entering the room, Daoist Xian Su looked at Subai and said, Light. Subai, being exceptionally astute, realized that Daoist Xian Su had seen the light that night. He too was present. As Subai reminisced about that night when Susu left, he recalled the astonishment and joy of seeing his grandmother, yet he was engulfed by the sorrow of her departure, leaving him no time to consider anything else. Could it be that the Daoist had witnessed the entire process? I saw the light on 2 separate nights. Daoist, were you present on the first night or the second? Subai inquired cautiously. The second night, the Daoist replied, closing his eyes. I remained at Julong Mountain, where I discovered certain things that are likely related to your grandmother. Although they were remnants from many years ago, I did not wish to overlook them, so I searched the mountain diligently. That night, I saw a light emanating from a cave, which drew me in. To my astonishment, I never expected to encounter her in such circumstances, nor did I realize she had become a ghost messenger, tirelessly searching for your grandfather all these years. I was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. I intended to meet her, but the situation was too peculiar at the time. Subai remained silent. Indeed, Susu had just passed away, and Daoist Xian Su felt it inappropriate. Bai Ling, eager to interject, said, Daoist, why must you be so bound by convention? After all these years, it is a rare chance to see her. How could you choose to avoid her? No, I did not wish to avoid her, Daoist Xian Su replied. However, your mother is inherently straightforward and devoted. If she were to know that I lost an arm because of her, it would surely cause her distress. I did not want to burden her further, so I left at once. Just knowing she was safe from a distance was enough to satisfy me. Bai Ling clenched her fists in frustration, exclaiming, Uncle Yang Fan, your kindness is excessive. If it weren't for your leniency back then, my mother would not have encountered that man who led her to ruin. Now, it seems you are the only one who can help her release this obsession. While I wish to understand why that man deceived and abandoned us, even resorting to feigned death, my mother's happiness outweighs all else. Daoist Xian Su was taken aback, offering a wry smile. I did not have the opportunity before, and now it may be too late. Bai Ling sighed deeply, and the Daoist continued, I did not appear that night. However, just a few days ago, she unexpectedly found me. Subai scratched his head and candidly confessed, when I encountered my grandmother for the second time, I informed her about you losing an arm, and I urged her to seek you out. I swear, it was with good intentions. Chapter 239, A Mouthful of Grains. 1. I know. The Daoist master Xuanxu remarked. I have indeed returned. After many years apart, the two met again, and the world had changed around them. Bai Rong's appearance remained largely unchanged. Yet he himself had aged considerably, reduced to a mere arm. Tears welled in by Rong's eyes. This woman, inherently bold and resilient, had never shown weakness before others, nor shed a tear in public. Only in his presence had she wept on 2 occasions, the first when she tearfully rejected him, having resolved to be with another man, and the second when her husband's body was returned. Before the crowd, she shed not a single tear. Yet, when it was just the 2 of them, she finally broke down like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. While he offered her comfort, he understood that her tears, though shed in his presence, were meant for another man. However, at this moment, the tears in her eyes were undoubtedly for him. She stepped forward, grasping the empty sleeve of his shirt. "Young Fan, I am sorry." The name Young Fan pulled the Taoist master back to a time long past, when she was a fresh-faced girl in the theater troupe, vibrant and beautiful. Her every gesture imbued with grace. Everyone said she would be the star of the future, and his heart would leap in tandem with her movements. In those days, young women did not adorn themselves extravagantly. She fashioned beautiful butterfly knots from red thread to wear in her hair. He served as the assistant to the troop leader, and standing beside her, they were indeed a match made in the eyes of others. Had that man not arrived, everything would have unfolded naturally. In that era, love was not often spoken of, emotions were subtle, and everyone believed in the natural progression of feelings. He, too, waited patiently for his unexpressed love to blossom naturally. Yet, all hope was shattered by the sudden arrival of the man who came to this city and appeared in the theater. This was the first time the Taoist master spoke of the past. Bai Ling, knowing little of the history between her uncle and mother, felt a swell of emotion as she listened to the Taoist's calm recounting. The seemingly tranquil love, like her own connection with Su Dahong, was, in truth, the most reliable. Yet, this serene affection often faltered against the fervent flames of passion. The man made his inaugural appearance in the theater of this city, a place where enthusiasts of Peking opera congregate. Yang Fan had a distinct impression of him. As he entered, Yang Fan could not help but cast several glances in his direction. His attire was exceptionally modern, and his strikingly chiseled features were quite arresting. Towering in stature, Su Bo undoubtedly inherited the commendable lineage from his grandfather. Su Bo's nose and brow bore a remarkable resemblance to his ancestor. The moment he stepped in, he attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, his gaze directed toward the stage where Bai Zhao was making her entrance. Little did Yang Fan anticipate that this fleeting glance would signify the end of his connection with Bai Zhao. The man, who had unexpectedly arrived in the city, lingered on for her sake. On Bai Zhao's birthday, he presented her with a blood-amber necklace, yet the true intrigue lay within the amber itself. It was a mystery how he accomplished it, but when held to the light, the name Bai Zhao emerged within the amber, a clever ruse that delighted her, overshadowing the meticulously prepared gift from Yang Fan. This reunion left Yang Fan engulfed in a myriad of emotions. Witnessing the tears in Bai Zhao's eyes brought him an unexpected solace. At last, she wept for him. He reflected on the immense debts he owed her, recalling the last time she had evaded him, as if he were oblivious to her intentions. Bai Zhao lamented, "I have truly caused you much suffering. How have you endured these years? With meager meals and a focus on my studies of the Tao, life has been tranquil, passing day by day," he replied, his voice quivering with unrecognized emotion. "How did you find me?" The last encounter had revealed her true self. Indeed, after becoming a ghost messenger, her abilities had markedly improved. "I have my methods," Bai Zhao responded. "You have endured much in your search for me. It is time to settle down, Yang Fan. Return to your own life and seek Bai Ling." Upon seeing him, Bai Zhao urged him to return. The Taoist, Xian Su, understood that he would heed her advice. Recognizing her newfound capabilities as a ghost messenger, which assured him of her safety in the outside world, prompting him to hurry back. "What is his name?" Su Bo inquired suddenly. "I mean, my grandfather's name." He referred to himself as Xinyang. The Taoist Xian Su used the term referred to himself, confirming that this was indeed the name on official documents. However, upon reflection, he found something amiss. Bai Zhao's grandmother had seen the address when they registered, and after his disappearance, Xian Su investigated the address. Indeed, the name Xinyang existed, but according to his family, he had long been missing. Within their household, Xian Su had seen a photograph of Xinyang, and it was clear that he bore no resemblance to her grandfather. He merely assumed the identity of someone named Xinyang. The subsequent events were known to them. When he reappeared, it was merely as a corpse. Feigning death, Bai Ling remarked. His reappearance after going missing was simply to dissuade my mother and me from seeking the truth, but he underestimated her resolve. Sensing something amiss, she had his grave exhumed the day after his burial. If only it had remained concealed, sighed the Taoist Xian Su. This was the first time Su Bo comprehended the entirety of the situation, the causes and effects laid bare before him. Her grandfather's name was not Xinyang. Who he truly was, and where he came from, remained an enigma. Su Bo shuddered, pondering the mystery. Could he be the man behind the mask? Su Bai recounted the tale of the masked man to Taoist Xian Su, who shook his head repeatedly, stating that they were entirely different individuals. Despite the passage of years and inevitable changes in appearance, one's height remains immutable. Su Bai immediately felt disheartened upon hearing his mother inquire about the Taoist's future plans. Having located his grandmother and now encountering a benefactor, Su Bai felt a sense of relief. He expressed his intention to return to the mountain, where a house had remained uninhabited for nearly 2 decades, surely awaiting its owner. Taoist Xian Su replied, "I fear I must trouble you for one more night. I shall ascend the mountain tomorrow morning." Alas, that house, having stood vacant for 20 years, must surely be in disarray. "I believe tomorrow, Su Bai and I should accompany you to the mountain to tidy it up and procure essential supplies." Bai Ling thoughtfully offered, "Leave this to me, Su Bai. Please prepare the guest room for the Taoist." "As you command." Su Bai responded eagerly. As they returned to the dilapidated house, both Bai Ling and Taoist Xian Su were filled with nostalgia. The Taoist's words from many years ago echoed in Su Bai's mind. After 10 months of gestation, regardless of circumstances, he is a piece of my heart. How could a mother forsake her child? He relented, "I shall assist you, but you must understand, after 20 years, his fate will rest in his own hands. Born on the day of utmost yang, this act of salvation will irrevocably alter his destiny. He was born under the blazing sun, the flames were fierce, and his name should ideally include the element of water. However, this child's lineage was extraordinary and could not conform to the ordinary. Thus, he shall simply be called Bai." Su Bai gazed at the crumbling abode, reflecting on how many years ago he had begun his journey toward a new fate from this very place. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt before Taoist Xian Su and bowed deeply. "What are you doing?" The Taoist was about to assist him up, but Bai Ling held him back. "This gesture is fitting." Su Bai bowed again, proclaiming, "Thank you, Taoist, for saving my life. I am forever grateful." No. It is unnecessary." The Taoist gently pushed Bai Ling aside and, with one hand, helped Su Bai to his feet, his voice laden with emotion. "It seems I did not save the wrong person. Your character is indeed rare, and your gratitude is heartwarming. I did not rescue you in vain." With a hint of tears in his eyes, Su Bai replied, "Thank you, Taoist. Good child, there is no need for further thanks. Just remember this in your heart, and I will find solace in that." Enough said. Taoist Xian Su turned to gaze at the house, now covered in dust, with cobwebs in the corners and the wooden doors in disrepair. Bai Ling remarked, "This house has stood for so long, it must be properly restored. Or how can we reside here? Su Bai, please summon Yu Qing and the others to assist. Bring along some paint and tools, anything useful." When Yu Qing and Shui Ying arrived, the house had already been cleaned, the dust banished, and it appeared considerably brighter, though it remained in a state of disrepair. They quickly joined the effort. The place was modest, comprising 2 side rooms, a kitchen, an outhouse, and a small main hall, all encircled by a tiny courtyard that had become overgrown with weeds. Bai Ling had cleared the weeds and set them ablaze, ensuring a fresh start. Yu Qing carefully removed the ashes and, upon noticing the burial mound behind the house, paused momentarily. As he gazed at the mound, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He pulled out his phone and called his father, "Yu Bai. Dad, is Master S' grave located behind the house?" "Yes, why do you ask?" replied Yu Bai, one hand gripping a paintbrush while the other held the phone. "Speak quickly, I'm busy. How long has it been since you last visited that place to pay your respects?" Yu Bai was taken aback by Yu Qing's question before responding, "I haven't returned since I had Master S' grave restored. The shock I experienced back then was simply too profound. Dad, is the house situated halfway up the mountain, with the grave right behind it, and a cliff beyond? Also, is there an unmarked stone tablet standing before the grave?" Yu Bai was left speechless by Yu Qing's observations. "How do you know this?" "I'm standing right in front of the grave," Yu Qing replied. "Dad, this place is now inhabited by Xian Su Taoist." Before Yu Bai could respond, a piercing scream echoed from the courtyard. Yu Qing hurriedly said, "Dad, I'll talk to you later. Upon entering the courtyard, Yuqing found a hole had been dug, revealing a leg bone, and the air was thick with a foul odor. The one who had screamed was Bai Ling, her face pale with fright as she clutched Su Bai's arm tightly. Cui Ying, undeterred, continued to excavate until the entire skeleton was exposed. What prompted you to dig here? Yuqing inquired. Auntie said the yard was too overgrown and suggested leveling it, moving that dead old tree, and planting a new one later. Who would have thought we would unearth this? Cui Ying pointed to the ground while covering her nose. The skeleton was entirely decomposed, its clothing soaked in bodily fluids, unable to conceal the remains. Xiansu Daoist suddenly knelt down, picked up a stick, and began to sift through the soil, cautiously extracting something small, squeezing it in his hand and sniffing it. It's rice husk. The so-called rice husk, also known in some places as jiukong, was found near the skull of the skeleton. Xiansu Daoist pondered aloud. Could it be that rice husk was used to seal the mouth, preventing the deceased from speaking even in death? Yuqing was familiar with this method. Some practitioners of the art, after killing their opponents, would prevent them from seeking vengeance in the afterlife by covering their faces with hair and sealing their mouths with rice husk. Thus, even as their souls depart, they would remain voiceless, their grievances buried within. Such spirits are truly the wronged souls of the unjustly deceased. It seems I have been neighbors with this corpse for quite some time, Xiansu Daoist remarked. The body is completely decomposed. It has been many years. I have been away from here for nearly 20 years, and this skeleton likely predates that. Should we notify Gao Mingyuan to come over? Su Bai asked. Yuqing replied. Though the case of the 9 deaths has been resolved and the murderer apprehended, let us not forget there remains the case of the 9 corpses, with the perpetrator clearly being the masked man. However, we lack evidence, and that individual is inscrutable. We cannot apprehend him. Gao Mingyuan is currently in a precarious situation, and considering this skeleton is decades old, I believe it is best not to burden him with additional troubles. Indeed, Cui Ying concurred. The Daoist Xuanqi remarked. This individual was silenced after death. Undoubtedly, their murderer possesses knowledge of necromancy. Several individuals transported the remains to a different location, first filling in the pit and relocating the withered tree roots. Su Bai, with keen eyes, noticed an object beneath the earth and unearthed it. Wiping away the mud, it was a seal, crafted from bloodstone, inscribed with a name, albeit with a piece missing, imperfect. Su Bai speculated, this could belong to the deceased. Or perhaps it was inadvertently lost by the one who buried them. Let us keep it for now. Yu Bai hurriedly approached. Having been away from this place for an extended period, he returned to find the house unchanged, a mirror of its former self. Nostalgia washed over him as he recalled past events. He first visited the grave behind the house, offering several deep bows to his master before entering the courtyard. Upon seeing the remains on the ground, Yu Bai circled them 3 times. In such a state, who could discern their identity? Uncle, do you recognize this seal? Su Bai inquired, handing it to Yu Bai. Zhang Jingtong, Yu Bai exclaimed, tightening his grip on the seal. This is my senior brother's seal. It is indeed missing a fragment, yet it is unmistakable. If this seal is here, could these remains belong to him? The height of the skeleton indeed matched that of his brother. Yuqing used a branch to gently move the clothing that clung to the bones for closer inspection. Yu Bai remarked, the attire resembles that of the era. If this truly is him, it is no wonder I could not find any trace of this person. If Zhang Jingtong had relatives, they could authenticate his identity, but as an orphan raised by Master Yuqing, there were no such avenues available. Yu Bai examined the skeleton and noticed deformities in the right femur, leading him to a conclusion. There seemed to be no other possibility. It must be him. My senior brother had a peculiar gait. Master mentioned he had fallen from a cliff and injured his bones. Yu Bai's feelings towards Zhang Zhengtong were profoundly intricate. Before his demise, Master left behind the words rebellious disciple, strange ghost's will, implying his brother had taken the strange ghost's will, with Master's tongue severed. It could only have been the work of his brother. Yet, how does one explain the sudden appearance of his remains here? Father, what are your thoughts? Yuqing inquired. The clothing, the seal, and the right femur provide direct evidence, Yu Bai replied with a wry smile. But how could the Taoist have arrived here? I have always wondered. And 20 years ago I passed through this area, finding it agreeable. Discovering an abandoned house, I decided to settle here, unaware it was my master's former residence. Taoist Xuanqi explained. I assumed the grave behind the house belonged to the owner or a relative, and every Qingming festival, I would burn paper and incense in gratitude for the shelter it provided me. Yu Bai bowed to the Taoist. Thank you, Taoist. In light of this, it appears I am indeed the rebellious disciple. Yu Bai surveyed the house, pointing to the eastern wing, and remarked, that was originally my master's living quarters, as well as the room where he stored various texts and received guests. The western wing was where my senior brother and I resided. Initially, it was his space alone, but after I ascended the mountain, I squeezed in beside him. Those days were the most arduous of my life. He treated me with disdain and even stole my blanket at night. The last statement elicited a chuckle from Su Bai, who replied, Uncle, that isn't the main point, is it? Sighing, Yu Bai continued, after all, we shared a bond as fellow disciples. Now, with my master gone and my senior brother tragically perished, I am left all alone. All hatred and resentment have been dissolved by death. What remains is merely regret. He added, I wish to bury my senior brother's remains beside my master. If they are watching from the heavens, they will understand that all of this was orchestrated by someone, and the past will vanish, allowing the bond between master and disciple to be rekindled. Yu Qing and Su Bai dug a pit beside the original grave and interred Zhang Zhengtong's remains. As Yu Bai gazed upon the juxtaposition of the new and old graves, tears streamed down his face. Master, senior brother, you were all victims of design. I shall find that person and avenge you. I will also retrieve and destroy the record of strange spirits to prevent it from falling into the hands of evildoers who would continue their malfeasance. Su Bai was taken aback by the astonishing discovery made upon returning Xinshu Taoist, and he couldn't help but formulate a plan to continue searching through the rooms, particularly the eastern wing. After the Taoist had taken residence, there had been no alterations. Everything remained as it was, including that dilapidated bed, still intact, and the bookshelf beside it lay barren. Years ago, Yu Bai had taken all the texts with him to commence his own cultivation journey. Apart from that, there was merely a chair coated in yellow paint. In Chapter 241, titled Internal Strife, Su Bai exchanged glances with Yu Qing, and they began to dismantle the wobbly wooden bed. Bai Ling remarked, this bed is probably beyond use. We should just throw it out. The two nodded in agreement and swiftly dismantled the bed, discarding it. Beneath it, they discovered bloodstains, markedly distinct in color from the surrounding mud. The Taoist noted, when I first came, the bed was clean, devoid of blood. Yu Bai explained, I had arranged for my master's remains here, and I had cleaned the area. However, the blood seeped beneath the bed due to the substantial quantity. When I discovered him, there were evident external injuries inflicted by a sharp, blunt instrument, primarily concentrated on the chest and abdomen. What perplexes me most is why they severed my master's tongue. If the intention was to silence him, they could have simply killed him. Why go to such lengths? Indeed, Xinshu Taoist nodded. This act does seem rather superfluous. Su Bai examined the extent of the bloodstains on the ground, which revealed the brutality of the past events, causing him to wipe the sweat from his brow. His gaze fell upon a glimmering object amidst the dust in the corner, which he picked up, exclaiming, look at this. Doesn't it resemble gold? Bai Ling took it, undeterred by its dirtiness, and bit it. It does bear some resemblance. Chuaying suggested, let us take it back for testing, judging by its shape. It appears to be a fragment. As Su Bo searched once more, he realized there was truly nothing of significance left to find. Bai Ling remarked, it seems we still require a bed. Taoist, you might have to sleep on the floor tonight. I shall bring you one tomorrow. I apologize for the inconvenience, Bai Ling. Taoist Xian Su replied. The group descended the mountain with the shard in hand, while Yu Bai remained silent throughout the journey, evidently shaken by the events of the day. Yu Qing turned to her father and said, Dad, this matter is likely intertwined with the masked man. With our presence, the truth will undoubtedly come to light. You should carry on with your work as you always have. I do not wish for two members of our family to be embroiled in this. It would worry Mom. Chuaying felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing Yu Qing's words. He was indeed the man she had chosen. Though young, he displayed a sense of responsibility. She quietly took Yu Qing's hand, feeling the warmth radiating from his palm. He reciprocated the gesture, tightly enveloping her hand, and their eyes met, communicating unspoken sentiments in a spark of connection. Bai Ling observed their subtle interaction and nudged Su Bo's arm, saying, did you see that? Such affection is truly commendable. Young man, Su also wishes for your happiness. Indeed, she had once told him to live well, promising that someone special would eventually appear in his life. Yet, he found himself devoid of interest in other girls at present. Now, witnessing this harmonious couple before him, Su Bo felt a pang of envy. Bai Ling linked her arm with Su Bo's, declaring, "Before that happens, you have family and friends, you lucky boy." Resting his head on Bai Ling's shoulder like a child, he said, "Mom, I'm grateful to have you all. Just know that," Bai Ling retorted playfully. "You must continue to muster your spirit and live on. Mom, as a descendant of the dragon clan, you must possess some power too. I remember when my Bodhi necklace cracked, and after passing through your hands, it was restored," Su Bo inquired. "How did you do that?" "That necklace was truly blessed." Bai Ling explained, "I assure you, it is no deception. Whenever malevolent energy attempts to approach, it is repelled. However, if the energy is exceptionally strong, the Bodhi necklace may crack. If my memory serves me correctly, that incident coincided with your initial encounter with Yuqing, who was merely dispelling ordinary spirits. The Bodhi seed should not have fractured, yet considering subsequent events, it seems that perhaps the malevolent force did come near you, which would explain the damage. I merely used my own spiritual strength to make minor repairs." "Then, is your power greater than Yuqing's or lesser?" Su Bo pressed, unwilling to let the matter rest. "Lesser," Bai Ling replied, playfully tapping Su Bo's forehead. "Are you trying to make your mother concede? My abilities are more inclined toward restoration, akin to how I mended the Bodhi seed. However, utilizing my own spiritual energy to compensate comes with a cost. Excessive use inevitably harms oneself." "And what of grandmother?" Su Bo asked. "She must possess greater power than you, given her role as a Yin official." Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at Su Bai, exclaiming, "Well, now you've made me the bottom of the barrel. It's merely a matter of specialization. But I concede that your grandmother's abilities indeed surpass mine. I admit, I am the weakest link. Is that satisfactory?" "No, no," Su Bai replied, wrapping his arm around Bai Ling's shoulder. "At least I'm here to cushion the fall. In terms of capability, you are undeniably the strongest." Bai Ling sighed, however. "Your abilities are perilous. They represent a latent power that cannot be activated." The two engaged in a lively conversation, and before long, they had descended the mountain. The group presented a small shard to Fu Yu, requesting her assistance in analyzing it. The following day, as Su Bai prepared to accompany his mother to deliver a newly purchased bed to the mountain, he received a call from Yuqing. "Guess what that thing is?" "Come on, young man, spare me the suspense." "It must be something your sister taught you," Su Bai replied impatiently. "Can you just get to the point?" "It's not gold, but the composition is remarkably similar." WeVe confirmed it's identical to the bone-generated gold found on the back of the golden mask. Yuqing explained. "What does that imply?" Su Bai inquired. "That someone in that room once utilized bone-generated gold, and this fragment accidentally fell." "Your father's master?" Su Bai pondered aloud. "It can't be the Taoist priest. He wouldn't know anything about strange ghost chronicles. Have you forgotten about the mysterious guest?" Yuqing remarked. "His comings and goings are enigmatic. Could there be a connection to the bone-generated gold? It's possible that my father's senior and master fell victim to him." Su Bai felt a surge of curiosity. Unfortunately, the conversation couldn't delve too deeply over the phone. "All right, I'll first help my mother deliver the bed to the Taoist priest, and we can discuss this further at the antique shop." Upon his return to the antique shop, he found Shuiying had already opened 2 structural analysis reports and turned the computer screen towards Su Bai. "The composition is identical. It's not gold, but bone-generated gold," she stated. Yuqing continued, "We have 2 hypotheses. The first is that my father's master possesses knowledge of strange ghost chronicles and has been conducting secret experiments, successfully utilizing fragments of bones, with this small piece having accidentally fallen. The third possibility is that the mysterious guest is aware of the situation and possesses bone-generated gold, which he brought to discuss and study with my father's master, shrouded in secrecy due to the arcane nature of bone-generated gold." "There's another scenario." A clear voice chimed in. It was Ning. Su Bai felt his head swell. Hadn't she just returned? Did she treat this place like a hotel, coming and going as she pleased? What insights could a girl with such a lack of sense possibly offer? Yuqing, however, was indifferent. More minds could yield more ideas. Why not hear what Ning has to say? With her eyes darting around, Ning exclaimed, "You're all correct. But there's clearly another situation you haven't considered." "Go on," Su Bai said, crossing his arms. Did he really expect this girl to provide any valuable insight? "It's quite simple. The secret of bone-generated gold has been unraveled. However, there will undoubtedly be conflicts arising from this, right?" Ning remarked. "My close friend and I would fight over delicious food, which could turn bones into gold. Such a remarkable thing. Thus, they fought, and in the heat of the moment, someone could lose their life, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 242, The substitute ghost Chui Ying's mouth slightly agape. She realized the clarity of an observer. She raised her hand and said, "Indeed, you speak with reason. Infighting, infighting." We meandered around the topic without addressing the essence of internal strife. Su Bo regarded Ying Ning with newfound respect. "I never expected you to possess such insight." "Very well, I concede this round to you," Yu Qing interjected. "There is indeed a possibility. Both individuals are aware of the existence of the chronicles of strange ghosts, and they are particularly intrigued by the concept of transforming bones into gold. Let us entertain the grand hypothesis that the masked man is that enigmatic guest who is acquainted with my father's master. They may have been collaborating on the secret of bone-to-gold transformation. However, the chronicles of strange ghosts must have fallen into the hands of my father's master, a fact my father can attest to. Yet, if he possesses the chronicles of strange ghosts, why would he involve another? The only explanation is that, although he acquired the chronicles, he lacked the ability to decipher it alone, thus seeking the assistance of this mysterious figure. Once the secret was unraveled, the equilibrium was shattered, leading to a scenario where only one could retain the secret, while the other must perish. The outcome is evident. The victor is that mysterious individual. Clap, clap, clap. Someone entered, applauding. It was by Ma Xuan. "You finally arrived at the conclusion." Su Bo, slightly irked, replied, "After days of your absence. You show up now to play the hindsight game." "I have my own circumstances and owe you no explanation," Bai Ma Xuan retorted. "Your analysis is quite reasonable. My intuition suggests this is the truth. However, without evidence, it remains mere speculation. Additionally, why did the masked man seize the golden mask? What purpose does it serve?" Chui Ying commented, "No wonder you two are related. You echo each other's thoughts." "Bai Ma Xuan, you needn't be so aloof. Acknowledging your intuition implies you share the same belief. Yet, the final point is perplexing. If the secret of bone-to-gold transformation has indeed been deciphered, what significance does the golden mask hold for the masked man? Indeed, this remains a point of contention. We have yet to formulate relevant speculations, so let us set this aside for the time being. What we must summarize now, Bai Ma Xuan stated, is how to unequivocally associate this mysterious guest with the masked man. Yu Qing replied, "Our options are limited. Given the premise of our hypothesis, the parties involved are already deceased, my father's master and his senior. Now, only the mysterious individual remains, whom we believe to be the masked man. Our focus must shift to the masked man himself. He has now allied with Bai Li Song, and his movements are shrouded in mystery, making it difficult to approach. However, there is the 9-corpse case." Su Bo added, "This presents a viable entry point." Indeed, there is the 9-corpse case. Initially, we implicated the masked man, and he is now a subject of the police investigation. Chui Ying remarked, "This is the closest lead we have. Next, we have another opportunity. When Bai Li Song makes his next move, the masked man is sure to be involved. We must confront him one-on-one to glean more clues about his identity." Before anyone could seek out Gao Mingyuan, he appeared unbidden, bearing news that would bring great relief. Jiang Han was dead. The fiend responsible for the deaths of several children had perished in the detention center. "What do you think? Aren't you pleased?" Gao Mingyuan observed the faces before him, disheartened by their lack of joy, even disdain for him. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Chui Ying replied, "Jiang Han's demise was inevitable. He had little time left, and it merely came sooner due to his illness. But let us not forget the 9 corpses case." Gao Mingyuan immediately deflated. "At a time like this, must we bring up that case? How can we not mention the tragic deaths of 9 vibrant young women?" Chui Ying, perhaps empathizing as a woman, expressed her indignation. "If they were your family or loved ones, how would you feel?" Gao Mingyuan raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I concede." "Enough of the pressure," Yu Qing interjected, unable to bear it any longer. His silence does not imply inaction. "Indeed, we are investigating." Gao Mingyuan cleared his throat before declaring, "For instance, aside from our ongoing search for the masked man, we are also examining the backgrounds of the 9 victims. Although they were strangers to one another, they shared a common interest in astronomy and a belief in astrology." "An interest in astronomy and astrology," Bai Ma Xuan added. "If someone exploited their belief in astrology to deceive them into hanging wind chimes by their beds, it would make sense. Otherwise, what a coincidence. But what good does it do? We still cannot uncover the masked man's identity." A cold splash of water on their enthusiasm, yet Gao Mingyuan felt no defeat. Instead, he grinned widely, displaying his teeth. "Who said that? It is precisely this discovery that propels us forward. Allow me to present this." He produced a rather blurry recording. This is the only surveillance footage we have captured of the masked man. Would you like to see it? Subo burst into hearty laughter, embracing Gao Mingyuan. You clever lad, well done. Chuang took the disc and placed the computer before the group. Gao Mingyuan had cautioned them about the poor clarity, yet the resulting image was astonishingly obscure. It was as if a veil had been drawn. Squinting at the screen caused discomfort, rendering the masked man unidentifiable. However, Gao Mingyuan was prepared, pausing the video and pointing to a figure at the edge of the frame. This one here. And all 9 victims were known to have been in this area. The individual in question evidently possesses an awareness of the locations of surveillance cameras, as he deliberately positions himself within a blind spot. However, he could not have anticipated that, on that particular day, the cameras in that area were temporarily adjusted, inadvertently capturing his image. Through technical processing, we have been able to discern his appearance to a considerable extent. Most significantly, we recorded him on multiple occasions. In the first instance, he entered the restroom wearing a mask, and upon exiting, he was caught on camera here, as you can see from these comparative images. The first photo shows the man as he entered the restroom, still wearing the mask. Upon his exit, the mask had vanished, yet his clothing remained unchanged, and his height was identical. It is the same person, is it not? Gao Mingyuan exclaimed excitedly. Bai Moshuan let out a low grunt. Not quite. The one beside him is the true subject. Gao Mingyuan was taken aback. How did you discern that? Observe closely. The posture of the individual as he entered and the posture as he exited. What discrepancies do you notice? Bai Moshuan remarked. I have truly overestimated your perception. Gao Mingyuan felt a jolt and re-examined the footage. This time he clearly noted that the individual entering had an inward foot positioning, whereas the one exiting did not. He smacked his thigh in disbelief. How could this be? You are still no match for him. Bai Moshuan added. Moreover, is the individual captured truly him? Before Gao Mingyuan could respond, Yu Qing interjected. Could it be that this fellow is attempting to find a scapegoat for himself? Is it possible he has an accomplice? Gao Mingyuan queried. Such a person would not have accomplices, Yu Qing asserted. For him, conjuring phantoms is a simple task. He can allow these spirits to possess ordinary individuals for his own use. Neither of these two are the masked man. They are merely decoys he has set forth. Officer Gao, I shall leave it at that. Since you have secured the footage, pursue the investigation further and ascertain whether my assertions hold true. Bai Moshuan's gaze towards Yu Qing shifted. This Yu Qing was indeed extraordinary, having articulated everything he wished to convey. Gao Mingyuan had been laboring for so long in this investigation, entirely ensnared by the masked man's machinations. Pitifully unaware that they believed they were on the brink of a breakthrough, poised to capture the masked man. Was this not tragic? Chapter 243. The underworld. Gao Mingyuan remained unconvinced, repeatedly shaking his head. Impossible, impossible. Your assertions are far too far-fetched. Should I report this to my superiors, they would not believe it. You doubt us? Chuang remarked. Consider the date of this footage. On that day, we were miles away in the mountains, having witnessed the masked man with our own eyes, not just mine, but the eyes of us all. This is irrefutable evidence that you have been outwitted by the masked man. Gao Mingyuan's mouth fell agape, remaining so for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he swallowed hard. On that day, you truly saw him elsewhere. Indeed, Su Bai confirmed. This fellow is exceedingly bold, daring to toy with you all. Gao Mingyuan slapped his forehead. This man, if I catch him, I shall not hesitate to beat him within an inch of his life. Do you have any idea how much time we have spent analyzing these 2 recordings? Furthermore, my subordinate is currently scouring for this individual. I find myself in quite a predicament, wondering how I shall report this to my superiors. The mere thought of futile efforts leaves Gao Mingyuan utterly dispirited, prompting Su Bai to express some sympathy. Let us continue our search. We will certainly apprehend this fellow. With no other recourse, Gao Mingyuan arrived in high spirits, yet departed in a state of despondency. Observing his retreating figure, Chuang remarked with a playful tone, should we not refrain from revealing the truth to him? It might be kinder to allow him a fleeting moment of happiness. Ultimately, disappointment awaits. Yu Qing commented, this masked man gives me the impression of someone who is toying with the world, as if everything unfolds according to his design. He likely anticipated the police's reaction to the 9 corpses and has already devised a plan to find a scapegoat. These 2 individuals must be his unwitting puppets. Once Gao Mingyuan locates them, the truth will be unveiled. Rather than allow him to face disappointment later, We should offer him a warning now to prepare his mind. What sparks might ignite between this fellow and Bai Lisong? Bai Mashwan mused with a sly smile. I truly find myself intrigued. Su Bai, taken aback by the observation, acknowledged the depth of the masked man's cunning, suspecting he might possess the strange ghost chronicles and wield nefarious powers. Could Bai Lisong truly control such a person? Meanwhile, Gao Mingyuan, brimming with enthusiasm upon arrival, was met with the stark reality revealed by the group, leaving him disheartened as he exited. His vision blurred. He failed to notice the ornate screen before him and collided with it, causing Snow Fun to frown. This is an ancient screen from the Ming dynasty. Gao Mingyuan's face flushed crimson, his sight now clearer. The ancient screen swayed from the impact of his sturdy frame, and he cautiously reached out to steady it until it ceased its trembling, then gingerly withdrew his hand, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I was in such a rush that I didn't pay attention. Is it all right? Is it all right? Shouldn't we inquire of it ourselves? Snow Fun, having spoken in jest, was surprised by her own words and quickly silenced herself, turning away. Gao Mingyuan stood rooted to the spot, unable to move his legs, captivated by Snow Fun's silhouette and her hair cascading behind her. An impulsive compliment escaped him. Your hair is truly beautiful. Snow Fun turned back, her eyes glimmering. Is it only my hair that is beautiful? And no, Gao Mingyuan's heart raced, his mind clouded with warmth. He blurted out, you are beautiful in every aspect. From head to toe, there is not a single flaw. Your words are quite sweet. Snow Fun's expression suddenly darkened. Flattering words. Gao Mingyuan felt a sense of injustice. I meant no harm. I was merely speaking from the heart, expressing my honest thoughts. Is it a crime to speak the truth? You lot, I shall take my leave. As Snow Fun watched Gao Mingyuan walk away, she pressed her hands against her face, reflecting on her own behavior that day. Bai Mashwan observed his aunt's profile silently, while Ying Ning suddenly perched on Snow Fun's back, calling out cheerfully, Aunt, what are you both up to? Snow Fun feigned calmness. That is a question I should be directing at you, Bai Mashwan replied coldly. Aunt, have you forgotten the advice you once gave Ying Ning? The human and fox clans are destined to remain apart. The kinfolk would never consent to such a union. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for this young man, named Zhang Mingyuan? Bai Mashwan was taken aback at the notion of being chastised by a junior, feeling both anger and frustration. How dare you speak to your aunt in such a manner? Is this the tone you ought to adopt? She continued. If I do not intervene now, you might stray further from the right path. The one who will address you thus in the future will not be me, but your own elder brother, along with those antiquated relics. Bai Mashwan stood her ground. From now on, the doors of this antique shop shall remain closed to Gao Mingyuan. Under normal circumstances, Bai Mashwan would not have dared to speak so boldly. However, Snow Fun felt a tinge of guilt and melancholy. The divide between humans and foxes was insurmountable, and such burgeoning emotions must be suppressed. Steeling herself, she declared, if that is the case, should Gao Mingyuan come again, I shall close the door. If you wish to see him, do so outside and refrain from bringing him back into the shop. Is that acceptable? Very well, Bai Mashwan replied with utmost seriousness. Yet, Ying Ning pinched Bai Mashwan's arm. How can you say that? Love is love. I believe Gao Mingyuan is smitten with my aunt at first sight. And my aunt is equally affected. Is that not a wonderful thing? Rules are rigid, but people are alive. How can one know the opportunities without striving for them? Aunt, do not heed his words. I stand firmly by your side. Snow Fun felt a weight of unspoken anguish, gently poking Ying Ning's forehead. You foolish child. There are matters of which you are still too young to comprehend. Bai Mashwan is right. Do not mention this again. Ying Ning felt aggrieved in her eyes. She merely wished to follow her heart. Her aunt had clearly shown signs of affection, gazing longingly at Gao Mingyuan's retreating figure. Why must there be such duplicity? With her good intentions unappreciated, Ying Ning stomped her foot in frustration. I truly do not understand you all. With that, she turned and ran, tears welling in her eyes. Colliding headlong into Su Bai. Miss, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? He inquired. Humph, I shall not divulge, Ying Ning exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to Su Bai's chest before dashing away. Su Bai, clutching his chest, turned to Bai Mashwan and remarked, this girl is becoming quite rebellious. You ought to manage her. Bai Mashwan let out a resigned sigh. If I could manage her, would she still be here? Indeed. Su Bai reflected as he made his way home. Since reuniting with his grandmother and learning of her past, he had gained insight. He resolved to spend more time with his parents, for familial bonds, too, have an expiration date. Otherwise, How does one explain the sorrow of nurturing children in the absence of their parents? As dusk descended, Subai passed by a quaint shop and was captivated by a pair of exquisite earrings displayed in the window. Instantly, an image of his mother adorning them flashed through his mind. A surge of emotion prompted him to enter the store and purchase the earrings. Watching the shopkeeper delicately wrap the gift, a satisfied smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. His mother would surely be overjoyed upon receiving this surprise. Subai placed the charming little box into his pocket, whistling merrily as he continued his brisk walk home. Unbeknownst to him, this small shop was situated at the very heart of an intersection, facing the crossing itself. It was 10 minutes later that Subai sensed something amiss. The pedestrians on either side of the street hurried past, yet their faces were devoid of expression, not a single word exchanged between even the pairs walking together. Their countenances stern. Moreover, the surrounding environment had suddenly grown eerily silent. It was so quiet that the sound of his own breath echoed clearly in his ears. Wait. Subai finally realized what was wrong. Where had the sound of footsteps gone? His neck stiffened abruptly as he slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the man nearest to him. The man stood tall, poised to brush past Subai. A fleeting glance revealed a deep scar etched across his neck. The flesh grotesquely turned outward, yet conspicuously devoid of blood.